Chapter 61, Change Again. In the depths of Black Vader River, at the edge of the Forbidden Realm, near the snake's nest, a streak of bright light shot through like an arrow, immediately causing the serpents to boil over with excitement, hissing as they emerged. Among them, a 9-foot-long snake was particularly conspicuous. This snake, black all over with patterns covering its body, had a lump on its head that seemed to have a sharp horn in it. A lump on its head with a concealed horn revealed the air of a Jiao dragon. Given time, it might well become a vile Jiao dragon, poisonous and fierce. Unfortunately, Su Yang did not give it that time. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The green fish, like a dragon, surged forward, inciting the hissing chorus of the serpents. Among them were no lack of spirit monster and alien beast level great snakes. But it was of no use. Su Yang simply flicked his tail, snacking left and sending the attacking swarm of snakes flying. Hiss! The Snake King, enraged, took matters into its own hands. Its 9-foot body dashed forward in a flash, jaws open aiming for the green fish. Su Yang didn't dodge or avoid, allowing its venomous fangs to strike. Crack! Crack! The sounds of collision rang out, green light splashing in every direction, the Snake King's razor-sharp fangs shattered upon the green jade scales. The green jade scales were Su Yang's innate gift in his green fish form. Enhanced by form supplementing form and blood of the dragon species, its strength was top-notch among demon monsters, far exceeding that of the Lobster King's shell. The Snake King's fangs were sharp, but they were still far from penetrating this defense. Now with its fangs broken, its sneak attack had failed, and Su Yang retaliated with a whip of his fish tail across its face. Hiss! The Snake King screamed, tumbling away, but in the blink of an eye, it stabilized its body, raised its head, and opened its mouth wide. Pfft! A surge of dark green, gloomy lighted poison mist billowed out, instantly enveloping Su Yang's body. It had held back a move. But so had Su Yang. Within the terrifying poisonous green light, a strike of blue emerged. The fish dragon form shot out like an arrow, crashing into the body of the Snake King, biting down on its vital 7 inches. Hiss! Crack! In pain, the Snake King struggled wildly, but Su Yang, without any care, bit down repeatedly with his sharp teeth, severing the snake's body. With the poison neutralized and the body severed, there's no need to elaborate on the Snake King's fate, it soon became food in the belly of the green fish. This Snake King's body actually had dragon blood. No sooner had Su Yang swallowed the flesh and blood of the Snake King than he felt a warm current rise within him, stirring the long slumbering blood of the fish dragon. Clearly, this snake was also of the dragon species, and its consumption was greatly beneficial. Unfortunately, Su Yang's body was not what it had been once, and a demon monster-level dragon species Snake King was not enough to make his fish dragon cultivation skill undergo another transformation. Therefore, Su Yang did not hesitate to turn around and begin chasing down those spirit monster-level and alien beast-level water snakes. A mosquito's leg was still flesh, it was a waste not to eat it. In a short while, the elite of the Scaly Snake clan followed their king on the road to oblivion in Su Yang's belly. The power of the dragon blood rose once more. Alas, it still did not meet the requirements for the fish dragon second transformation. Yet Su Yang still felt fatigue, as if some strange change was taking place within his body. Thus, he halted his actions and sank his body into the snake's nest, nestled in place, closing his eyes to fall into a deep slumber. He slept like this for 3 months. After 3 months, immediately, the green scales, like jade, fell away. Was he shedding? Not quite, this was Su Yang. Species, green fish, dragon species. Cultivation, skin and flesh realm. Lifespan, 4/99. Skills, swimming, eating, breathing, sleeping, Taoist skills, martial arts. Cultivation technique, martial arts scripture. Fish dragon transformation. Innate abilities, green jade scales, fish dragon form, immunity to all poisons, gloomy and severe poison, dragon snake's molt. 2 new innate abilities had been added: gloomy and severe poison and dragon snake's molt. There's no need to elaborate on gloomy and severe poison, the poison that Scaly Snake sprayed earlier was this substance itself, which even demon monsters could not withstand. As for dragon snake's molt, as the name implies, it's like the molting of a dragon or snake. Dragon snakes could speed up digestion, enhance absorption, heal injuries, and restore strength by molting. Thus, with each molt, the physique of a dragon or snake would improve, and conditions like injury and weakness could be eliminated. The only downside was that molting required a large amount of food and nutrients. If there wasn't enough food, it would consume the qi blood in the body, and if qi blood was also insufficient, the molt would fail, resulting in a great loss of yuan qi. Su Yang was not a dragon or a snake, but a dragonfish, and therefore he could not molt in the same way. However, shedding scales had the same effect. After shedding scales, his scales would become even harder and more solid, enhancing everything beneath them. While it wasn't as significant as the fish-dragon transformation, it was still an all-around progress. Very good, very powerful. Su Yang moved his body and immediately felt a surge of strength throughout, unable to help himself from letting out a satisfied, long howl. Roar. Although it was the cry of a green fish, the sound was like a dragon's chant. The coral that made up the snake's nest shook with the impact, collapsing amidst the tremors. The black water churned, dust and sand stirring all around. A streak of blue light, like lightning, pierced through the murky flow of the black water, heading straight for the zone of electric storms. The 5 supreme rulers, 3 had fallen. What remained were the giant turtle and the electric eel. For the giant turtle, there was no good solution for now. But that electric eel. Just like dealing with the scaly snake, all that was needed was to develop an anti-electric ability. So, Su Yang prepared to undergo electrotherapy, and incidentally, to taste what electric eel was like. Crackle, pop. A moment later, he emerged from the electric eel's territory, charred all over but having gotten what he wanted. These creatures were indeed fearsome. Had it not been for his impressive defense from his green jade scales, he would have likely perished there. But he did not come away empty-handed, for a 4 to 5 foot electric eel was now held in his mouth. The first step was the hardest, but after the first one, the second and third came easily. And so it went, another 3 months passed. 4 years had gone by in the Blackwater River. Crackle, pop. An 8-foot-long, golden-bodied electric eel king, along with a dozen spirit monster and alien beast-grade subordinates, released a barrage of electricity. Their golden lightning splashed out, forming a terrifying electric net in the water. Within the electric net, there was green jade like a dragon. A green fish, swaying its body, forcefully broke through the golden electric net. Despite the net's terrifying power, which crackled on its body, shattering layers of green light and leaving scars, the green fish did not retreat. Braving the electric shocks, it charged forward, ultimately reaching the heart of the electric eel formation. By that time, most of its green jade scales had been destroyed by the electric net, and beneath countless scars, flesh was visible. The fish looked extremely pitiable. To charge against the net was an incredible risk. If it were possible, Su Yang would have preferred not to take such a gamble. But if did not apply, this was a risk he had to take. Because. Roar. Within the electric eel formation, the golden-bodied electric eel king shimmered with electric light. On its head and belly were prominent lumps, on the verge of bursting. It was about to break through. The strength of this electric eel king was extraordinarily fearsome, and its intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary demon monsters. Su Yang's previous electric eel hunting had thoroughly enraged it, leading it to chase him down with a large force several times. Although Su Yang was agile and had escaped its electric net several times, each was a narrow escape. If it advanced further and transformed into an electric flood dragon, then he would likely have no place left to stand in the Blackwater River. Therefore, Su Yang had no choice but to attack, taking the risk. Seeing Su Yang charging forward, bearing the onslaught of the electric net, the electric eel king was both shocked and furious. Disregarding the loss of its yuan qi and the safety of its subordinates, it was about to push its electric power to the limit. But, it was a step too late. Gurgle. Pft. Su Yang opened his mouth and spat out a greenish-blue water arrow, a compressed, poison-tipped missile from his mouth, embodying the gloomy and severe poison. Pft. The poison arrow pierced through the electric eel king, turning its golden body green. The poison took effect. Though the electric eel king had terrifying electric power, it had almost no resistance to poison. Once stricken by the gloomy and severe poison, its spirit left for the netherworld, belly up in defeat. Splash, crackle. Even as the electric eel king fell, the electric net was still active. Su Yang swung his tail and pounced on the remaining electric eels. Crackle! With his body charred black and in excruciating pain, feeling as if it no longer belonged to him, Su Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, it was done. This electric eel king had been truly terrifying. Even though he had consumed electric eels in the meantime, using form supplementing form to evolve an anti-electric talent, he was still left reeling beneath its electric net. Had it not been for his potent gloomy and severe poison, the outcome of this encounter would have remained uncertain. Indeed, one should never underestimate the heroes of this world, for hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. With a quiet sigh, he steeled himself and began to reap the fruits of victory. The first was the electric eel king, even more terrifying than the snake king, with a lump on both its head and belly. The golden, blood-tinged tumors were on the brink of bursting, and given more time, it would have likely sprouted horns and claws. Then, it would no longer have been an electric eel king, but a Jiao dragon, a lightning-controlling electric flood dragon. Who could withstand such a demon monster? Fortunately, it had ultimately failed to cross that heavenly threshold and now lay as a meal on Su Yang's plate. Despite the invasion of the deadly poison, turning the normally golden electric eel green, his own poison was, of course, nothing to despise or fear. Su Yang delightedly feasted upon it. Devouring heartily, in no time, the soon-to-be Jiao electric eel king and a dozen spirit monster and alien beast-grade electric eels were swept into Su Yang's mouth. After the feast, the pains from his injuries seemed to fade, and the warm, cozy feeling returned. Su Yang comfortably narrowed his eyes and, without seeking another place, simply settled down on the spot. Plunging into a profound sleep, the fish dragon cultivation skill automatically operated, initiating a second cycle of molt and evolution. This transformation lasted a year. A year later, in the depths of the Blackwater River. On the riverbed, a giant shadow lay dormant. Over 18 feet in length, its body covered in scales, it was cloaked in a dull sheen as if it were a stone statue. Suddenly, crack! 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 A series of sharp noises, as the stone coat shattered, and suddenly, radiant green light burst forth, lighting up the dark water. Within the green brilliance, one could see a fish, over 18 feet in length, its jade scales shimmering brightly. Though its head was that of a green fish, it bore 6 golden, electrically charged whiskers, with a streak of scarlet on its back resembling the radiance of the sun. And beneath its fins, in the chest and belly area, stood 2 prominent lumps pulsing with green light and seeming ready to burst forth. With such a form and appearance, was it a dragon or a fish? Indeed, it was a fish dragon. Chapter 62, Divine Mansion. Su Yang. Race, green fish, dragon species. Cultivation, muscle bone realm. Lifespan, 5/180. Skills, swimming, eating, breathing, sleeping, Taoist skills, practicing martial arts. Cultivation technique, martial arts scripture fish dragon transformation. Innate abilities, green jade scales, fish dragon form, immunity to all poisons, gloomy and severe poison, dragon snake's molt, thunder driving lightning lifting. Another change to the status panel. First was his cultivation, which after the fish dragon second transformation, had finally reached the current limit of the fish dragon transformation, the muscle bone realm. His lifespan had also increased, reaching the maximum lifespan for a cultivator at this stage, 180 years. But these were not the key points. The critical addition was the new innate ability thunder driving lightning lifting. For thunder is the pivot between heaven and earth, capable of commanding all within the 3 realms and the 9 regions of the earth. The application of thunder is considered supreme among all methods, with the greatest authority, the grandest momentum, the most formidable presence, and the strongest force. In any system or practice, thunder methods are always top tier, synonymous with power. Thanks to the contribution of the electric eel king and its species, Su Yang form supplementing form obtained an innate ability related to thunder driving lightning lifting. Thunder driving lightning lifting, a divine skill indeed. Did Su Yang's thunder driving lightning lifting hold such power? Not yet. While divine skills are formidable, they are also dependent on cultivation. With Su Yang's current cultivation, thunder driving lightning lifting at best only allowed control over a small amount of thunder and lightning power, barely enough to stimulate some electrical energy, and that was all. To trigger the real pivots between heaven and earth, the flashes of lightning, one must have a sufficient foundational cultivation. He was not yet capable of this. But even so, he was already powerfully equipped. Didn't the Electric Eel King, with its mastery over controlling electricity, rule almost invincibly within its realm? Even Su Yang, who arrived as if with cheats enabled, was electrified to a point where he saw stars. With this innate divine ability, plus the recently achieved breakthrough in cultivation, the increase in strength, and the supplementary boost from many skill traits, Su Yang was confident enough to challenge the strongest being in Blackwater River, as well as its ultimate tyrant the giant turtle. Yet, he did not immediately proceed to the challenge, instead, he swam towards the forbidden area. The giant turtle might be strong, but it wasn't the critical point. What Su Yang truly cared about were the secrets of the black water. What exactly was hidden within the forbidden area? Why did the 5 tyrants occupy territories just outside of it? What benefits did it bring them? If there were benefits, why didn't they just enter it completely, instead of lurking just outside? Could it be there's some danger inside, or even a terrifying existence? Su Yang decided to explore first before dealing with the giant turtle. After all, the Blackwater Forbidden Area was vast, not restricted to a single entry point. Previously, the 5 tyrants were stationed around its periphery, and now that Su Yang had eliminated 4 of them, drawing near became easier. He didn't need to engage in a fierce fight with the giant turtle. Su Yang swam swiftly, and after a short while, he reached the edge of the forbidden area. Looking in, one could see that the forbidden area was filled with pitch black, viscous water, rolling like sesame paste, devoid of any other forms of life. The fish and turtles of the deeper waters instinctively avoided the place. Only a few spirit monsters of the fish species lurked around, but even they dared not touch it directly. The only exception was the giant turtle, half submerged in the black water, the sole creature to touch the water and enter the forbidden area. What mysteries did this black water hold? Su Yang hesitated for a moment and finally got close to the edge of the forbidden area and spat out a gloomy poison arrow. The poison arrow was loosed, disappearing without a trace, eliciting no response. The black water remained unchanged, without the slightest disturbance. Su Yang fell silent for a bit, then, not willing to give up, he released a golden electric current. Still, like a clod of earth into the sea, there was no reaction. Su Yang frowned and reached out with his fin, tentatively touching the black water. And then, as soon as they connected, the black water transformed into vapor, streaming into his fin. Startled, Su Yang swiftly propelled himself away, shooting back several meters, and began examining his condition with uncertainty. The result was: is this black water actually pure nature's spiritual energy? No, no, no. Compared to the Great Tang world, where condensing spirit martial artists can manipulate nature's spiritual energy, this black water's spiritual energy is even purer and more powerful, able to effectively enhance one's cultivation and even change one's physique. Su Yang watched the surging forbidden area filled with black water, analyzing and guessing internally about the situation. This black water was indeed pure nature's spiritual energy. No, the term nature's spiritual energy was too vague. A system should be established, with different levels defined. The first level is the common nature's spiritual energy, which pervades the world but is invisible to the naked eye and beyond the senses of ordinary beings. Only those at the condensing spirit stage can contact and utilize it by invoking their divine intent and Taoist rhyme. The second level is the refined nature's spiritual energy, clearly distinct from the common variety. It can create visible anomalies, such as the dark water of Blackwater River, which showcases a manifestation of altered spiritual energy. The third level consists of sentient nature's spiritual energy or, in other words, nature's spirit energy. Not only can it alter the environment, but it can also manifest physically in various forms. The black water in this forbidden area is an example of pure nature's spirit energy. In both the Great Zhou and Great Tang, as well as the mortal world, the prevalent nature's spiritual energy is of the common kind. Yet here in Blackwater River, refined spiritual energy fills the deeper areas, and within the forbidden area lies nature's spirit energy. This is indicative of the high tier of this world. Nature's spiritual energy is the source of all things. The benefits are immeasurable. Residing in places with pure spiritual energy will naturally improve one's physique, lifespan, and even one's cultivation levels due to environmental influences. The black water in this forbidden area is the third type of nature's spiritual energy, tangible and manifest. Its benefits for living beings are self-evident. Merely immersing in it can elevate one's level without eating, drinking, or cultivating. With such a wonderful substance, why isn't it being utilized? Even the previous 5 tyrants only stationed themselves on the periphery, not daring to go inside and absorb it freely. Why? Because it has an owner. Indeed, this pure and substantial spiritual energy of nature had an owner. Within the spirit energy, there was a spiritual will, not strong but definitely existent. To absorb this spiritual energy, one must first eliminate the spiritual force within it. If one didn't clean it away and directly absorbed it, the spiritual will within the spiritual energy would accumulate and possibly assimilate the absorber. This greatly shocked Su Yang. There's a spirit within the spirit energy, an undying will? What's going on? What secrets are hidden within this forbidden zone? Su Yang contemplated for a long time. Although he had some guesses, he couldn't be sure of them. Fortunately, there was an immortal living fossil in the Blackwater River. Maybe he could ask it for some guidance. Su Yang sprung up and swished his tail to leave. Shortly after, he arrived at another place on the edge of the forbidden zone. Here, there was a giant turtle, 3 jong in size and like carrying a mountain peak. Its body, massive as a mountain, was half buried in the black water, half exposed outside, dormant there for a long time without movement. If not for a strong, undeniable breath of life emanating from it, anyone would mistake it for a stone sculpture. Su Yang swam up over it, looking down to examine the other. You, finally came. At that moment, a fluctuation, a wave of a spiritual disturbance came. There were no words, but there was a voice, an elderly voice echoing in Su Yang's mind. It was the giant turtle. Spiritual transmission? Condensing spirit realm. This giant turtle had reached the condensing spirit level, even the limit of condensing spirit, a grandmaster with a fully realized heart and soul. In this way, it could use the spirit to directly transmit thoughts. Su Yang's mind stirred, and his consciousness responded, "You know me." "Of course, I know. That peculiar little green fish, when you were spying on the divine mansion, I discovered your existence along with your uniqueness, your magic." The giant turtle's elderly voice came through. "Now it seems I didn't see it wrong. Those few spiritless fools have already become your food, despite them cultivating near the divine mansion for so long." Divine mansion? Su Yang didn't prolong the small talk, getting straight to the point. "What? Divine mansion? You don't know? It seems you're innately intelligent." The elderly laugh resounded. "There's a divine mansion within this black water, which is the residence of the Blackwater River God. To enter it and find the Blackwater Divine Seal, one can become the new Blackwater River God." Blackwater River God? Blackwater Divine Seal? Su Yang's gaze became focused as he continued to ask, "Then what happened to the original Blackwater River God?" "Naturally, he's dead." The giant turtle chuckled. "Otherwise, how would the Blackwater River be as it is now?" "Dead?" Su Yang murmured and then asked, "How did he die?" "I don't know." The giant turtle shook its head, "But he's most definitely dead." After speaking, it lifted its head. "You can feel it too, right? That undying spiritual will scattered among the spiritual energy in the black water, that's the divine awareness left in the Blackwater Divine Seal by the Blackwater River God. Because of this divine awareness, we creatures cannot directly absorb the Blackwater spiritual energy, otherwise, we would be seized by it and assimilated into part of the black water. Only those of us who have developed intelligence and cultivated a divine soul may purify the divine awareness in the black water and absorb the Blackwater spiritual energy to enhance our own cultivation. But the speed of such absorption is just too slow." The giant turtle looked at Su Yang with a hint of indescribable brilliance in its eyes. "Do you want to become the new Blackwater River God?" Blackwater River God? Su Yang, upon hearing this, revealed no stance, simply asking, "How to become one?" "Explore the divine mansion with me. Whoever finds the Blackwater Divine Seal will become the Blackwater River God." The giant turtle looked at him, transmitting its thoughts. "With our current cultivation, we are entirely capable of withstanding the spiritual will within the black water. As long as we do not get immersed for too long, there's no danger. Let's team up, explore together, find the location of the divine mansion. That's where the Blackwater Divine Seal is. Once you refine the Blackwater Divine Seal, you can become the new Blackwater River God. If I find it first, after I become the River God, I can appoint you as General King Ye and we'll both enjoy the spiritual energy of the divine mansion." Conversely, if you find the divine seal first and become the river god, I hope that in return for telling you all this, you won't drive me away. I could serve as your turtle prime minister, how about that? The giant turtle looked at Su Yang, awaiting his answer. Su Yang stayed silent, then responded, agreed. Good. The giant turtle nodded, an almost human-like smile on its aged turtle face, then let's get going. I've grown quite impatient. With that, it heaved its body up, flipping over a giant stone from the riverbed. This is the area I've explored over the years, now mapped out. We need to explore these regions next. Su Yang didn't say much, swimming forward to inspect the map. At that moment, roar! The giant turtle's eyes blazed with brilliance as it opened its mouth to emit a roaring bellow, sending out waves of ripples charging towards Su Yang. Chapter 63, Divine Skills. Suddenly launching an attack, the martial artist Su Yang struck with 3 lethal moves in an instant. What were those 3 moves? A roaring shout, surging water, and a giant bite. Within the roaring shout, divine intent was contained, an attack on the spiritual level. The water surged violently, exerting heavy pressure, revealing the mystical tortoise's innate control over water. The giant bite, fierce as a dragon, with iron teeth and steel jaws, manifested the formidable strength of the mystical tortoise's physical body. In an instant, the surprise attack gave no quarter to the opponent. It showed fierce ferocity and cunning experience. However, the giant bite clamped down, with its iron teeth and steel jaws, on the green jade scales. Sparks flew off like fireworks, many shattered, and new marks appeared on the fish scales. But they were just marks. The green jade scales did not break. This greatly surprised the giant turtle. In the deep water zone, among the 5 tyrant-level demon monsters, excluding the filling roles of the Lobster King and Catfish King, the others all had their unique abilities, the Black Snake King with its lethal poison that would kill immediately upon contact, and the Eel Dragon, controller of electricity, unstoppable by anyone. This mystical tortoise, apart from its innate capacity to control water, also possessed an unmatched physical strength. Anything caught between its iron teeth and steel jaws would not survive, not even the armored Lobster King could withstand its bite. But now, the heart of the giant turtle was shocked, with the instinct to retreat. But it was too late. Having bitten with full force, how could it just withdraw? Before it could even move, a flash of golden light burst forth, and electricity flowed. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The green fish remained still, brilliant light scattering around as the green jade scales became transparent, revealing the glowing current within. Sparks flew and the electricity exploded, rushing into the mouth of the giant turtle, ravaging its tongue and flesh as though it had swallowed a ball of lightning, bursting within its lips and mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. The body of the giant turtle trembled, shaking like a mountain, uncontrollably convulsing, as its mouth and tongue were directly bombarded by the terrifying current, searing and cauterizing its flesh, leaving behind only charred marks. The might of thunder and lightning was truly terrifying. This was still due to its strong mystical tortoise body. Any other demon beast hit by such an electric shock would have turned to a charred lump by now. Only it, a mystical tortoise that exceeded the category of demon monster and was comparable to a 4-realm condensing spirit martial artist, could withstand such a blow. Although it did not die, it was severely injured. The giant turtle cried out in pain, spitting out the green fish and retreating backwards. But why would Su Yang let it go? With a sway of his tail, he turned his head and opened his mouth, shooting forth a dark arrow of poison. Gurgle, gurgle. However, the giant turtle was prepared. It spurred its divine intent, and the water moved on its own, instantly forming a water barrier in front of itself. The dark poison arrow, despite being called an arrow, was in reality just Su Yang controlling the muscles in his throat to compress the poison into a shape before forcefully shooting it out. It was neither a spell nor a divine power, having only the effect of severe poisoning without the ability to penetrate. Thus, upon hitting the water barrier, the dark poison arrow immediately shattered, dispersing the poison in all directions. At that moment, the currents once again shifted. Containing the poison, the streams compressed and formed into a water arrow, shooting straight towards Su Yang. This was the true water arrow technique. With the water arrow piercing towards him, Su Yang wanted to dodge. But to his surprise, the giant turtle invoked its divine intent, and the surrounding currents quickly whirled, creating a heavy pressure that weighed down on Su Yang like a mountain. This giant turtle, a naturally unique species known as the Blackwater mystical tortoise, was inherently bestowed with two great divine powers, control over water and earth. What was the power of earth control? Among the four elemental forces earth, wind, fire, and water, the mystical tortoise possessed the ability to manipulate the earth influencing gravity. Combined with its other water-controlling divine power, in aquatic environments, it could create heavy water to a press, making a single droplet heavy as a mountain. This was the compounded dual-element divine power earth heavy water. Under the effect of such a divine power, even other demon beasts would be suppressed and slaughtered at will. Unless there was a divine power of the same level to counter it. Only divine power can stand against divine power. Did Su Yang possess it? Unclear, but the giant turtle did not believe that a small green fish like him could awaken an innate divine ability of the same level as its own earth heavy water. Therefore, this move was one it was determined to land. With the gravitational pull of the earth and heavy water bearing down like mountains, faced with such an arrow shooting towards him, there was no escape. Just then, roar! The green fish roared, its body swaying, and a dragon-like tremendous force emerged, allowing it to escape from the compressing earth heavy water. Divine power? Indeed, none. Though Su Yang had awakened many innate divine abilities, not one could contend with earth heavy water. But lack of innate divine abilities did not mean lack of skill traits. Muddy Water Jiao Dragon. Muddy Water Jiao Dragon. The former was the capability to control water, the latter, the strength of a Jiao Dragon. Combined, they were enough to help him break free from earth heavy water. The green fish soared like a dragon, leaping out and completely escaping the range of the earth heavy water. Having extricated himself, Su Yang neither fled nor attacked but simply watched the giant turtle coldly. Seeing this, the giant turtle did not pursue, it just laid down on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of black water mixed with a large amount of charred flesh and blood fragments. I hadn't expected you to have obtained the electric control ability of that little loach, it was my oversight. The giant turtle looked at Su Yang, its eyes filled with regret. Su Yang did not speak, his demeanor cold and calm. Surprise attack? Something he had anticipated. Many ordinary people and cultivators have a stereotype about spirit monsters transformed from turtles and soft-shelled turtles. They all think that these spirit monsters, with their huge bodies and slow movements, are benevolent and kind elders, fond of instructing the young and even bestowing opportunities upon them. This is a completely erroneous perception. In the world of alien beasts, there is no such thing as a Mr. Nice Guy, nor could there be. Survival of the fittest, natural selection, every alien beast is the result of the law of the jungle. Turtles and soft-shelled turtles are no exception, and they're even more ferocious. Given this giant turtle's age and size, behind it must be a growth story of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You think of them as benefactors or old sages of opportunity. They see you as fat sheep knocking at their door, pigs walking themselves to slaughter. The world of alien beasts is bloody and cruel, devoid of the beautiful romantic fantasies of people. Therefore, Su Yang was not the least surprised by the giant turtle's ambush and had already prepared a countermeasure. The key issue now was whether the Blackwater Divine Mansion was real or fake. Of course, it's real. As if seeing through Su Yang's thoughts, the giant turtle transmitted another thought: you have proven your strength and earned the right to cooperate with me. The previous conditions still stand. We can explore the Divine Mansion together, search for the Divine Seal, and whoever finds it keeps it. What do you think? True to its status as an old turtle, its thick skin made even city walls appear inadequate. Su Yang did not respond. He glanced at it and then with a flick of his tail, turned and left. Cooperate? Cooperate my turtle eggs. Cooperating with such an old fiend, how was it any different from plotting with a tiger for its skin? Su Yang would never entrust his back to such a creature, nor did he want this old slyboots lurking around while exploring the unknown. So, regardless of whether the Blackwater Divine Mansion was real or fake, he had to kill this old creature first. Only by removing this obstacle could he explore the Blackwater Forbidden Area without any worries. But, how to deal with it? This giant turtle was much more of a handful than the previous Black Snake King and Electric Eel King. The Black Snake King and Electric Eel King had their dominance through deadly poison and electric shock, which were their strengths and also their fatal weaknesses. Once the countermeasure was found, they could easily be defeated. But this giant turtle, it relied on pure brute force. First was its cultivation. The cultivation of this giant turtle had surpassed the realm of demon monsters and reached the realm Su Yang suspected to be that of demon beasts, equivalent to a martial artist of the four-realm condensing spirit, and a grand master of fulfilled divine intent. Then there was its talent. The giant turtle was an exotic species with innate abilities to control water and earth. Its innate divine ability, the earth and heavy water, was terrifyingly powerful. Had it not been for Su Yang's muddy water Jiao dragon power, today's odds would have been grim. Lastly was its physical body. This giant turtle not only possessed impressive divine skills but also had tremendous bodily strength. It withstood a bombardment of electricity that ravaged its head and mouth, only to be wounded and not killed, illustrating its frightful vitality and defensive power. It was this time, by luring it to bite his body and taking the opportunity to blast electricity into its relatively vulnerable mouth, in order to shock its entire head, that he managed to inflict significant damage. If he had directly released electricity from outside, it might have caused only minor abrasions to its tough head. And that's considering its flesh. If it were its shell, the defense would at least be tenfold stronger. Even lying there letting him electrocute it might not be successful. With such a tough creature, how and where should he target? Su Yang fell into deep thought. On the other side, this green fish is extraordinary. The giant turtle lay on the ground, its expression grave and uneasy. The reason it launched a decisive and ruthless sneak attack was partly because it regarded the black divine seal as its own and would not allow any other fish or turtle to lay a finger on it. Another reason was the intense threat it sensed from Su Yang. A green fish had evolved from a common creature into a formidable demon monster in just a few years, consuming 4 of the 5 former rulers. Such a growth rate was far too terrifying, and even it felt a deep sense of threat. Therefore, it made its move, a decisive one at that. But decisiveness did not ensure success, and the strength of the green fish even exceeded its estimates. This left the giant turtle very uneasy. It was strong, the sole demon beast in Blackwater River, with almost no one able to stand up against it. But it had flaws. Its huge body was slow-moving, unable to chase agile prey. Otherwise, it would have swept clean all the demon monsters, spirit monsters, and alien beasts in Blackwater River long ago. It needed nourishment, lots of it, to aid its growth and enhance its strength and cultivation. Only then could it delve deeper into the Blackwater Forbidden Area, find the Divine Mansion, and claim the Divine Seal to become the legendary river god. This was also one of the reasons it launched a sneak attack. A dragon species green fish of such size that had awakened spirit wisdom was surely prime nourishment. Such a boost, delivered right to its doorstep, how could it possibly miss out? No way. But it had failed. What to do? Chasing was out of the question, it would certainly not catch up. But to let it grow unchecked would surely become a major concern in the future. I must speed up the search and find the Divine Mansion before that green fish, and take control of the Divine Seal. The giant turtle looked in the direction Su Yang had left, propped up its now recovered body, and with thunderous steps entered the black waters for what seemed like the umpteenth time, embarking on another search. Chapter 64, Strategy. The giant turtle uprooted a mountain and dived back into Blackwater River, searching for the Divine Mansion. On the other side, Su Yang was deep in thought and had a bit of an idea. He couldn't do anything to the giant turtle right now by fighting head-on or facing it alone. Sneak attacks and mass ambushes would also be ineffective, as the opponent's defense was simply too strong. But being ineffective now didn't mean it would be ineffective in the future. He decided to wear out this old turtle. Of course, this endurance battle wasn't about competing for lifespan in the conventional sense. With turtles living for thousands of years, and considering the time flow in this world was only a tenth of the real world's, Su Yang really didn't have the capital to outlive or exhaust it to death. So, he was going to outdevelop it. Not to outlast it in death, but to outlast it in slowness, in the progression of its realm, in its speed of improvement. As long as he could surpass the giant turtle in strength before it found the Blackwater Divine Mansion and became the deity of Blackwater River, he could easily solve this problem. This was Su Yang's strategy. A completely feasible strategy. Because Su Yang had discovered something. The growth of alien beasts relied on 3 key factors. First was yuan qi, constrained by the environment. Second was food, constrained by resources. Third was bloodline, constrained by innate talent. Yuan qi needs no elaboration, the giant turtle could enter the forbidden area and absorb the blackwater spiritual chi, and so could he. They were on the same starting point. The key was food. With its massive body and slow movements, the giant turtle had great difficulty in hunting. Fish that were at the level of spirit monsters and alien beasts could easily detect its presence from afar and escape immediately. To capture big fish, it would have to use divine skills to forcefully pull those spirit monsters and alien beasts to it using earth and heavy water, but the yuan chi expended in doing so would probably exceed what was replenished by feeding. Therefore, the giant turtle's food sources were incredibly scarce. It could hardly ever catch spirit monsters or alien beasts and had to nibble on water vegetation and ordinary fish with low spirit wisdom, which couldn't resist. In fact, it had been years since it had managed to eat a spirit monster or alien beast. If it weren't for the nourishment of the nature's spiritual energy in the Blackwater Forbidden Area, it might not only fail to progress but could even regress. So, Su Yang could start with food, suppressing the opponent while striving to catch up. That was the situation with food. Then there was the aspect of bloodline. The giant turtle was naturally a rare breed with a powerful bloodline, otherwise, it wouldn't have been the foremost demon beast in Blackwater River. In this aspect, Su Yang couldn't suppress it, he could only catch up by continuing to cultivate the fish-dragon transformation skill. The dragon is the supreme being among the aquatic clan. As long as he continued to cultivate the fish-dragon transformation skill and purify the dragon species bloodline, he could surely surpass the slowly progressing, or even stagnating mystical tortoise. After all, bloodline growth also depends on food. Without sufficient provisions, not just the mystical tortoise, even the black tortoise would have a hard time improving its strength. Therefore, Su Yang's plan to out-endure and out-develop was entirely feasible. The first step is to become self-sufficient, ensuring a cycle of supply, not to drain the pond to get all the fish, and to avoid destroying the ecology. Next is to leave no stone unturned for that mystical tortoise, cutting off its food supply completely, letting it only drink the northwest wind. That means, we need to manage breeding, surveillance, dispersal, and other tasks properly. Which is to say, I'll have to engage in agriculture and develop subordinates. The more fish, the greater the power. A glint of sharp light flashed in Su Yang's eyes as he immediately soared and swished his tail, patrolling around Blackwater River. 3 days later. Gurgle gurgle. Within the forbidden area, Blackwater bubbled, and a mountain-like immense figure heavily stepped out. It was the giant turtle. It had searched the forbidden area for 3 whole days, yet it came up empty-handed. In those 3 days, eroded by Blackwater and absorbing the nature's spiritual energy into its body, the residual divine consciousness of the river deity also accumulated, imposing an extremely severe burden on its spirit, forcing it to exit from within the forbidden area. Having stepped out of the Blackwater Forbidden Area, the giant turtle didn't linger. It moved its massive body and headed towards an area dense with fish. It was time to feed. As the saying goes, what makes you can break you. Its mountainous size endowed it with immense strength and an invincible physique, but this also made its movements incredibly slow and difficult to conceal. For a predator, this could be fatal. The major fish at the level of spirit monsters and alien beasts could detect its presence from a distance, scatter immediately, and even with its water control abilities aiding its movement, it was hard to catch those big fish. Left with no choice, it could only go after ordinary fish and shrimp below the level of alien beasts. However, these ordinary fish and shrimp had frail chi blood and scarce nutrition. Sometimes the energy expended in hunting didn't even match the gain. So, the giant turtle seldom went hunting, usually lying by the edge of the forbidden area, relying on absorbing Blackwater spiritual chi to subsist. But this time, it wanted to eat something. In the past few days, it had absorbed too much Blackwater spiritual chi, and both its spirit and body were somewhat overburdened. It needed to feed to console itself and recover. This time I'll indulge a bit and use divine skills to capture a few spirit monster big fish to treat myself well. Which ones should I catch? The red-backed shrimp tastes delicious, the catfish is also good, and I haven't had eels or loaches in a long time. The giant turtle controlled the currents, moving its body like a king surveying its territory, swimming leisurely in Blackwater River. But it quickly sensed something was amiss. Where are the fish? Where are the fish? Where are the fish of my Blackwater River? After completing its circuit and finding nothing, the giant turtle finally realized something as it faced the desolate depths devoid of fish, letting out a dragon-like roar of anger. The fish were gone. All major fish of the spirit monster and alien beast levels had disappeared from the deep water area. Who did this? Who was so cruel as to not leave a single one for it? With rage, the giant turtle turned back, its eyes blazing with spirit light like two lanterns lighting up within Blackwater River, searching for the enemy's trail. But it found nothing. There was no sign of fish to be seen. Little thief! The giant turtle roared furiously, brimming with anger yet helpless, forced to reconcile with its bad luck by manipulating the water currents to sweep some ordinary fish and shrimp before it and bitterly swallowing them whole. It knew who was behind this. Along the entire Blackwater River, aside from itself and that dragon species green fish, no one else could have cleaned out the deep water zone's spirit monsters and alien beasts in just 3 short days. Did this little thief intend to cut off its food supply to limit its growth? Truly despicable. But it was of no matter, for it still had Blackwater spiritual chi, which could completely replace food. Even without eating, it wouldn't starve to death, and it could even raise its cultivation, purify its bloodline. As long as it had enough time, it could still advance. You, green fish, think you can outlast me, the mystical tortoise? Even if I can't find the divine mansion's divine seal, I am set on eating you up. After casually consuming some insipid food that it was a pity to waste, the giant turtle returned to the edge of the forbidden area, lying down to digest the spiritual energy. Although it didn't get to eat what it wanted and was in a bad mood, it wasn't anxious. The Blackwater River was only so big, and there were only so many spirit monsters and alien beasts. Such an event, the opponent could at most pull it off once in a short time. After eating this batch of spirit monsters and alien beasts, it would take at least another 10 or 20 years for the next batch to be born. With such a long growth cycle, it was almost impossible for the opponent to overtake it as the #1 demon beast of the Blackwater River by relying on food resources. Even if it were possible, by the time it succeeded, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. Could that mere green fish live that long? Even if it could live that long, by that time, I would have long found the Blackwater Divine Mansion and refined the Blackwater Divine Seal. Then, I would have control over the entire Blackwater River, and wouldn't I kill that detestable little thief? So, no need to overthink, just peacefully sleep. The giant turtle closed its eyes and peacefully fell asleep, completely ignoring its rival. And so, 3 years passed. 3 years later, the giant turtle once again awoke from its slumber and let out a long howl that shook the heavens and the earth. It had refined the Blackwater spiritual chi again, its cultivation had risen, and its strength had increased. This was already the 58th time in 3 years that it had probed the Black Vader for spiritual energy absorption. Though it had not found the Blackwater Divine Mansion, the long-term full-load absorption of Blackwater spiritual chi had also significantly enhanced its cultivation, purified its bloodline and bolstered its strength. It was now even more formidable. Therefore, it let out a pleased howl to express the joy in its heart. After the howl, it looked up, only to see that the Blackwater River was still the Blackwater River. There seemed to be no change. But the giant turtle inexplicably felt uneasy. Over these 3 years, that little thief hadn't come looking for trouble, nor had it ventured into the deeper waters of the Blackwater to search for the divine mansion. It had only been absorbing Blackwater spiritual chi at the edges, which puzzled the giant turtle and it couldn't figure out what it was planning. Could there be a plot afoot? The giant turtle hesitated for a moment, but ultimately propped itself up and began patrolling the Blackwater River. After patrolling around, "Humph! That's all you've got. If you have the ability, eat all the fish in this Blackwater River." Looking at the empty and desolate deep water zone, where not just the spirit monsters and alien beasts but even ordinary large fish were nowhere to be seen, the giant turtle snorted coldly. It stopped wasting time, turned around and returned to the forbidden area, ready to probe the Blackwater once more. What it didn't realize was that shortly after it left, a dragon chant sounded like a battle horn, echoing throughout the bottom of the Blackwater River. Following that, the Blackwater surged with an immense tidal wave. Amidst the surging tide, a burst of green light was distinctly noticeable. Upon closer inspection, it was a green fish with a dragon-like appearance, clad in scales and armor, 8 feet long, leading the way, followed by a mighty school of fish with several large and impressive spirit monsters and alien beasts among them. The green fish led the fish school back with the tidal wave, then flicked its tail, commanding them like a general. The fish school dispersed in every direction, beginning their daily tasks of hunting, feeding, mating, and laying eggs. For alien beasts, this was routine. Yet today's work was different. Although it was still a big fish eating little fish, and little fish eating shrimps kind of ecological structure and food chain, it was now noticeably more efficient compared to before, without meaningless waste and unnecessary consumption. Overall, it appeared as efficient as machinery, fluid like the passing clouds and flowing water, maximizing efficiency to the utmost. It seemed as if each school of fish, even every single fish, had their own post, their own job. Each one was dutiful, selflessly contributed, and became part of the collective, busily working for it. This scene was utterly incredible, bewildering to even think about. How could such collective behavior, such work efficiency, be achieved not by humans, but by fish? No, not just fish, but also turtles, shrimps, and crabs, different species altogether working together cooperatively. This Su Yang species, green fish, dragon species. Cultivation, muscle bone realm. Lifespan, 12/200. Skills. Swimming, muddy water Jiao dragon. Eating, daily devouring of 10 cows, form supplementing form, return to the ancestors, big fish eat little fish. Breathing, strengthening the body, stabilize foundation and cultivate essence, purifying blood and converting qi. Sleeping, soothing the spirit and nourishing the soul, extending life. Taoist skills, whim, divination with grassroots. Martial practice, fish dragon change, external muscle bone training. Breeding, alien beast taming, spirit beast enlightenment, strong body, robust growth, dragon king's command. Special abilities, green jade scales, fish dragon form, immunity to all poisons, gloomy and severe poison, dragon snake's mold, thunder driving. Lightning lifting. Chapter 65, Enduring to Death. 3 years had passed, and Su Yang's cultivation had not improved, still lingering at the third tier of body training, the muscle bone realm. It wasn't that he hadn't been working hard, but rather there was a problem with his cultivation technique. The fish dragon transformation skill, which he had created based on the martial arts scripture and adapted to his own body, was inadequate in many ways. Previously, he had only developed it up to the realms of qi, blood, skin and flesh, and muscle and bone, which is why his cultivation could only reach the muscle bone realm. Fortunately, over the past 3 years, by observing the bloodline changes in his own body and the path of the green fish returning to its ancestral dragon form, he had finally deduced the 4th tier of the fish dragon transformation skill for body training. The 4th tier of body training should correspond to the rebirth realm. To shed one's mortal body and reborn, that is beyond the ordinary and can be called a demon cultivator. The 4th tier of the martial path, condensing spirit, requires condensing spirit and unifying Dao to achieve. Then, for the 4th tier of body training, the rebirth realm, is there also a need for condensing spirit and unifying Dao? Yes. Because this tier is created by Su Yang based on the martial arts scripture, it naturally couldn't deviate from the core principle. The martial path requires condensing spirit, and so does body training, so as to draw in the heavenly earth prime spirit into oneself. The power of the divine soul is equally crucial for a body training demon cultivator. This was the reason why the giant turtle, among the 5 overlord, was far ahead of the others. Being a natural alien beast born with intelligence, it cultivated much faster than other spirit monsters. While other spirit monsters that stepped into the 3rd tier and transformed into demon monsters were blocked by the awakening tribulation and struggled to shed their mortal forms and become demon cultivators. Only it moved forward unimpeded, entering the 4th tier and becoming Blackwater River's sole demon beast. This demonstrates the importance of intelligence and wisdom for a demon beast. Human cultivators require condensing spirit and unifying Dao to step into the 4th realm of the martial path. Demon cultivators need awakening consciousness and gaining wisdom to step into the 4th tier of body training. When you get down to it, it's merely 4 words. Unity of heaven and man. By seizing the essence of heaven and earth and infringing upon the profound secrets of the sun and moon, one can obtain their own Dao fruit. With the cultivation techniques revisions complete, the next step was to cultivate. This wasn't a difficult task for Su Yang, as he had experienced condensing spirit and unifying Dao before. Even if the system changed slightly, cultivating anew was easily within his grasp. This was the change in cultivation and the cultivation technique. It's worth mentioning offhand, though it's not the main point. The main point is the skill traits. In 3 years' time, many skills had changed. In terms of eating, his daily devour 1 ox had progressed to daily devour 10 oxen, with all aspects such as eating, digestion, and absorption abilities all enhanced. Moreover, a new trait called Return to the Ancestors had been developed, with the effect of purifying the bloodline power of food and absorbing it. For example, if other spirit monsters ate a dragon species carp, they would only gain a bit of mottled dragon bloodline. But when Su Yang ate it, he could purify it, obtaining a bit of pure dragon bloodline. The difference in quality was at least tenfold. This was the eating skill. Looking at the breathing skill, it also had a new trait, blood qi purification. This trait also related to bloodline, enabling one to purify the blood qi in the body through breathing, thereby enhancing the bloodline's purity. Although the effect of each enhancement was minuscule, almost negligible, breathing is a continuous activity day and night. The accumulated benefit of such quantity was quite considerable. With this, along with the eating skills returned to the ancestors, Su Yang's bloodline power had become more purified and strengthened during this period. But even this wasn't the key point. The real focus was still farming, taming alien beasts, enlightening spirit beasts, strong and sturdy. Thriving growth, Dragon King's command. Su Yang had transferred his main body's farming skills and, through 3 years of hardship and intensive practice, had developed 3 brand new traits: enlightening spirit beasts, thriving growth, and Dragon King's command. Enlightening spirit beasts, as the name suggests, involves enlightening spirit beasts. Su Yang could spend cultivation, bloodline, and spiritual energy to enlighten creatures, accelerating their growth, strengthening them, and even awakening their intelligence. Thriving growth, also self-explanatory, enables the farmed spirit beasts to grow robustly. Combined with the already existing strong and sturdy trait, it could significantly enhance the overall quality of the spirit beasts. As for the last trait, Dragon King's command, it allowed Su Yang to command all aquatic clan spirit beasts of lower tiers, achieving a unity of mind and effortless control, making them do whatever he wished. Coupled with the original taming alien beasts skill, Su Yang spent 3 years in Blackwater River intensively farming and developing, dramatically increasing the volume of the aquatic clan, substantially boosting the number of species, and raising a large number of spirit beasts. Compared to 3 years ago, when he had swept them clean, the numbers had multiplied several times over. This demonstrated the power of the farming skill and the wonder of Blackwater spiritual qi. Even a skillful woman can't cook without rice. Farming skills can only improve farming effects, not create out of nothing. Without a good environment and ample resources, he wouldn't be able to raise anything worthwhile. Blackwater spiritual qi was the best environment and resource. It could even replace food. Many fish species didn't even need to eat, relying only on the pure yuan qi that drifted from the forbidden zones to meet their needs for survival, growth, and reproduction. With such resources at his disposal, Su Yang's farming great ya naturally progressed rapidly. Nowadays, Blackwater River contained 13,485 types of aquatic clan members, with 5,617 species being farmed in groups, alongside 35 demon monsters, 560 spirit monsters, and 2,352 alien beasts. This was the result of the farming skill combined with Blackwater spiritual qi. Although the farming was a great success, Su Yang did not make all the farmed beings his prey. Instead, he carefully selected various kinds of demon. Began to train. Yes, he was training troops. Without training troops, how could he completely clear the field and impose a food blockade on the giant turtle? Now, Su Yang's water army had just been established, and he had sentries constantly monitoring the movements of the giant turtle. As soon as the sentries transmitted the message informing of any unusual movements from the giant turtle, Su Yang, this Dragon King, would lead his water army and the school of fish to relocate, making sure that the giant turtle could not feast on any large fish of spirit monster or alien beast level, limiting it to preying on small fish and shrimp for sustenance. In this way, over time, the giant turtle, unwilling to expend its energy, completely gave up hunting for food and instead contracted at the edge of the forbidden area, subsisting on the Blackwater spiritual qi. Now, with the establishment of Great Ya in its beginning stages and his forces strong, should Su Yang immediately launch an attack against the giant turtle? Of course not. 3 years of preparation was not enough to defeat the giant turtle. Neither Su Yang himself nor the newly formed water army could pose a threat to the giant turtle. So, the waiting game continued. Time flew by in such a manner. Spring came and went, and flowers bloomed and wilted season after season. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. In the Blackwater River, at the edge of the forbidden area. Aooooo. A roar, akin to a dragon's chant, carried boundless rage and shook the waters in all directions. A giant turtle, its form as massive as a mountain, roared skyward. Green loach, worthless fish, come out now. If you're brave enough, come out and fight me to the death, ah! A strong wave of mental energy erupted, rushing through the water in all directions. But there was no response. This made the giant turtle even more furious. One could see that at this moment, it no longer possessed its former composure. Its eyes were dense with blood vessels. The top of its head was covered in scorch marks. The shell of the mystical tortoise on its back, once the hardest part, was now also riddled with scars. Between anger and mania, there was nothing but fear and helplessness. How did it come to this? Come out! The giant turtle roared furiously, disturbing the 10 directions, but still, there was no response from its surroundings. Having no choice, it had to give up this futile act of provocation and angrily urged the water to carry its body away. Just then. Crackle, snap, crackle, snap. In the depths of the black water, electricity flashed, and a net of lightning fell from above, enveloping the giant turtle. Upon seeing this, the giant turtle quickly withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, adopting the strongest defensive posture to resist the onslaught of the electric net. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, electricity rampaged and sparks flew, leaving several scorched marks on the shell and scattering ash and debris in the water. After a while, the electric net dispersed. The giant turtle extended its head and looked up to see a brilliant golden light from a distance above. That was, eels, golden all over, flashing with electric lights, hundreds of them. Hundreds of electric eels, all demon monsters, among which more than a dozen had reached the limit of demon monsters, similar to the former electric eel king, with bulges on their heads, fleshy growths on their bellies, barely hidden horns, and claws as if they were about to burst forth. But all of this was eclipsed by the dazzling green light within their ranks. Green jade light, resplendent as ever. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a green fish. It was over 18 feet long and about 7 feet around. Atop its head, a solitary horn stood out like green jade. Above its mouth, 6 golden barbels flickered with electricity. Below its fins, between its chest and belly, danced 2 claws. With 3 toes on each claw, it was indeed a jiao dragon, a green jiao fish dragon. The green jiao fish dragon, commanding the shoal of eels, was also surrounded by bursts of electric light. Crackle and pop. The green jiao crackled with electricity, the eels responded, and a demon beast together with hundreds of demon monsters stimulated the electric currents within their bodies to weave an electric net. Boom! Hundreds of lightning bolts converged into thunder, striking mercilessly. The giant turtle hurriedly retracted its head, using its back shell for defense. But such was the terror of the thunder, even the mystical tortoise's carapace was blasted open by a formidable hit, leaving a shocking, gaping crack. Roar! In pain, the giant turtle let out a mournful cry and angrily invoked its innate divine ability Earth Yu and Heavy Water, pressing directly towards the green jiao and the multitude of eels. However, what they saw was the green jiao roared in unison, thrusting forward, its body swiftly twirling into a whirlpool, effectively scattering the Earth Yu and Heavy Water. Witnessing this scene, fury surged in the giant turtle's heart. It had been careless. 15 years ago, it had been careless. It had failed to notice the schemes of this little thief, letting its guard down and allowing him to grow powerful within the Blackwater River, gathering forces, practicing military tactics, attaining such might. When it first discovered Su Yang's methods, it was disdainful, not believing that a mere green fish could muster any real threat. Even if it could, it would have found the divine mansion, taken control of the divine seal, and governed the entire Blackwater River in the meantime. So initially, its attitude was entirely dismissive, treating it as a joke. Watch him build tall towers, watch them collapse. Yet the towers did not collapse, but instead grew ever taller and larger, while the divine mansion it sought remained elusive. Now, its opponent was well established, with strong soldiers at its command, while it was alone and unaided. How could this be? You, a mere fish, are also rearing fish? That was fine, but how did you rear all these creatures? Does this Blackwater spiritual chi really possess such miraculous effects that it could casually nurture a host of demon monsters? If so, why were there only 5 overlords in the deep water zone before? Did the other spirit monsters and alien beasts not absorb Blackwater spiritual chi? It couldn't understand, just couldn't make sense of it. The giant turtle was completely baffled. There was only one thing it was clear about now. And that was, it was in danger. This damn green mudskipper had nurtured fish for over a decade and raised a horde of demon monsters, among which the most dreadful were the hundreds of demon monster-class electric eels that called themselves the Electro Department Water Army. Each one was as powerful as the former Electric Eel King, possessing terrifying electric control abilities. Thus, with the Electric Department Water Army numbering in the hundreds, plus itself having successfully broken through and advanced to a demon beast, arranged in the Electro Department formation, they all activated their electric current powers, transforming them into thunderous assaults. Even with its thick shell, it felt its scalp tingle from the bombardment. After several rounds of being hunted and bombarded, it was already scarred and injured both inside and out. If this continued, it surely couldn't hold on. What to do? Flee, but where to? Its movements so slow, and with the green mudskipper persistently harassing it, where could it possibly escape to? The Blackwater Forbidden Area? No, that was not an option. This green mudskipper was exceedingly cunning and sly. The current siege had capitalized on the moment it entered the Forbidden Area, absorbed full of spiritual energy, and caught it unprepared while exiting heavily laden. Now, with unrefined Blackwater spiritual chi filling its body, entering the Forbidden Area again was tantamount to courting death. What to do? Was there truly no way out? No, even in death, it wouldn't let this green mudskipper have it easy. The giant turtle gave a defiant roar and prepared to make a desperate stand. Unexpectedly. Retreat. Su Yang flicked his tail, leading the Electro Department Water Army to decisively dodge its ferocious attack. Thinking of mutual destruction was overly ambitious. Witnessing such a shameless tactic, the giant turtle's eyes nearly burst with rage, almost spewing blood. But Su Yang didn't care, determined to use kite tactics, dragging out the fight, wearing it down to death. Rather than claiming any spoils of war, he would rather force the giant turtle into the Blackwater Forbidden Area, than to risk a life and death struggle with it. In the face of this, the giant turtle was helpless. Its own speed was slow, and its earth hue and heavy water had been neutralized by the opponent, leaving it with no means to fight for its life. And so, 3 days later. Boom! Struck by electricity, the body of the giant turtle fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Its eyes were wide open, as if it had died with unseeing eyes. A millennium-old soft-shelled turtle, a 10,000-year-old tortoise, the Blackwater mystical tortoise, naturally exceptional among its kind, was now, incredulously, boiled to death by a fish. How could it rest in peace in the netherworld? Chapter 66, 3 Years. 1. Watching the giant turtle's corpse like a mountain sink to the bottom of the water, Su Yang's expression remained unchanged, calm as a still well. Only the myriad water army arrayed behind him heaved a sigh of relief. This giant turtle was truly formidable. Su Yang had laid his plans, launching an attack when it once again explored the Forbidden Area and was brimming with Blackwater spiritual energy but not yet weighted down, personally leading the various water army units in formation to surround and kill it, thereby seizing every advantage of timing, location, and harmony. This was the first time in 15 years that he had taken action against the giant turtle, and it was also the last time. After 15 years of lying low and accumulating strength, he made no move until he could make a ferocious and ruthless one, leaving no room for mercy, determined to succeed in one strike. The giant turtle was thus at a disadvantage. Even so, its resistance was still astounding. Its numerous feigned life-threatening struggles were all illusions, for it still harbored hope of breaking out. In the end, it exerted all its strength in a desperate thrust to break through the encirclement and reach the shore. Once ashore, it could escape for its life. After all, the majority of Su Yang's water army were from the aquatic clan and did not possess the ability to fight on land, whereas this Blackwater mystical tortoise was amphibious and could survive on land as well. But if it knew this, how could Su Yang be unprepared? He could forego the spoils of war, allow the giant turtle to die in the Blackwater Forbidden Area, but he would never let the tiger return to the mountain or the dragon to the sea, allowing the giant turtle to escape and become a thorn in his side, lurking as he slept peacefully. Therefore, he had long prepared a mysterious department water army. Mystical, meaning black. This so-called mysterious department water army was simply an army of demon monsters from the Blackwater River. Unlike the sparse electro department, which only had 100 or so, the mysterious department water army was numerous. All demon monsters and even spirit monsters with the awakened talent for water control had been incorporated into the mysterious department water army by Su Yang. With 15 years of accumulation, supported by Blackwater spiritual energy and cultivation techniques, the size of the mysterious department had reached a force of 5,000. 5,000 demon monsters, the mysterious department in formation, collectively exercising their power to control water. What kind of scene, what kind of spectacle was that? Half of the Blackwater River would be driven by them. Even though the giant turtle was a naturally different alien beast, a Blackwater mystical tortoise, how could it contend with 5,000 mysterious department water army soldiers with its singular power? The mysterious department, controlling water, layered interception after interception, staunchly blockaded the giant turtle in the Blackwater River, fundamentally leaving it no opportunity to break free and rush onto land. Finally, after adding Su Yang and the forces of the Electro Department, such intense fighting ensued for 3 days. Life and death wore on, until they wore the giant turtle down to its death. The mysterious Department Water Army suffered heavy casualties as a result. Members of the Electro Department were also completely exhausted. Even Su Yang, this Dragon King, had expended quite a bit of yuan qi. But these sacrifices, these losses, they were all worth it. From now on, in the Blackwater River, Su's green fish would reign supreme. Su Yang flicked his tail and emerged like a dragon to the side of the giant turtle's corpse, beginning to savor this hard-won spoils of war. As for the Blackwater Forbidden Area, there was no rush to explore. Because he had been exploring it for a long time already. In those 15 years, not only the giant turtle was exploring the Forbidden Area, Su Yang was too, absorbing Blackwater spiritual energy and enhancing his own strength. Thus, both parties had explored for more than a decade, yet nothing was found, and to this day, no trace of the divine mansion had been seen. Perhaps the giant turtle had lied, and there was no divine mansion at all? Su Yang did not think so. The giant turtle had proven with its life that it firmly believed such a mansion existed within the Forbidden Area. The various phenomena of the Blackwater also indicated that within the Forbidden Area, there must be something divine and mystical, even if it wasn't the divine seal of the divine mansion, some other treasures were present. The reason they had not found any clues for so long was most likely one of two possibilities: either the Forbidden Area was too vast, and the exploration was insufficient, or internal formations were causing confusion and isolation. In this regard, Su Yang didn't have a good solution, only the most simple and unadorned approach to breaking it down. Endure. The Forbidden Area is wide and unfathomable? Then explore bit by bit, one day it will all be clear. Internal formations causing obstructions? Then erode it little by little, not believing the formation's power will not diminish. Even if the power doesn't diminish, Su Yang could still absorb Blackwater spiritual energy, continuously enhancing his power. As long as his strength surpassed the level of the formation, he would naturally be able to overcome the obstacles of the formation and locate the divine mansion. Not to mention he had subordinates, various departments of the Water Army. Myriads of demon monsters, all of whom could grow with the aid of Blackwater spiritual energy and join him in exploring the Forbidden Area and searching for the divine mansion. Many hands make light work, and the same went for many fish. Therefore, one word: endure. Leave it to time, and it will solve all difficulties. Of course, that's provided you live long enough, otherwise, as it solves all things, it will also solve you. In this regard, Su Yang was quite confident. In the Blackwater River, the green fish persisted and wore down all resistance. Quietly accumulating, quietly exploring. On the other side, in the real world. 20 years as fish and dragon, 3 years lying amongst yellow millet dreams. The great dream must finally awaken, and it is I who truly am. Su Yang opened his eyes, sat up, and stretched his limbs, with a sound like the roaring of tigers and leopards. 3 years. The era of the Great Tang had ended, and he had drifted into the Blackwater realm in his dreams, making it more than 3 years now. 3 years was neither long nor short. But a lot can change, perhaps even a transformation as drastic as the heavens turning and the earth overturning. Su Yang got up, washed himself clean, and then as usual went outside. Screech! A cry pierced the sky, and a daunting shadow descended, completely covering Su Yang. Turning his head, he followed the sound and saw a golden eagle with wings wide enough to span more than 3 yards, its feathers as tough as steel. Only its sharp talons and beak shone with a brilliant golden light, their hooked shape chilling to behold. Screech! Following the golden eagle, many fierce birds arrived, the largest of which were a cormorant and a peacock. The cormorant and peacock, along with the many fierce birds, closely followed the golden eagle, landing around Su Yang. Screech! The golden eagle landed, crying out once more. In a somewhat comical fashion, it shuffled its claws closer to Su Yang, rubbed its large head against his shoulder, and then settled down beside him, staring at him with eager eyes. If it had a tail, it probably would have spiraled into the air. Su Yang shook his head in response, "Not today, some other time." Screech! The golden eagle let out a pitiful cry but dared not persist, resigning itself to sit obediently. Su Yang paid it no mind and picked up 2 large wooden buckets to collect the fish and shrimp from the basket traps and net cages. After moving back and forth, he filled 10 large buckets and added 5 bags of rice and 1 bag of white jade rice before today's bird feed was ready. It's a good thing I only have to feed them every 10 days, 3 meals a month. If it were every day, who could keep up? Watching the golden eagle and the flock of voracious birds feast, Su Yang shook his head, wondering if he should hire some people to help out on the island or continue using enlightening transmutation to create worker spirit monsters. As for the former, better not, too many people bring trouble, and it's not very secure, especially since he has to enter his dreams. The latter is an option, though he'll have to wait a bit longer. Although he had transferred over the cultivation skills for the green fish, and could now also transmute alien beasts and bestow them with spirit wisdom, this transmutation came at a cost. It required the consumption of abilities such as strength, spiritual energy, and chi blood. Currently, Su Yang had neither spiritual energy nor chi blood to spare and could only consume his own physical strength. Although it was only his reserves being depleted, not the limit of his abilities, recovery still required significant time. He was on the verge of breakthrough, poised to step into the condensing spirit realm, and could not afford any damage. Therefore, he had to refuse the golden eagle's earlier request for transmutation. After feeding the eagles, Su Yang carried several large bags of rice to the lakeside net cage farming base. The net cages were arranged neatly in rows, clearly delineated. Su Yang poured the regular rice mixed with fodder into the net cages for the regular fish breeds. Gurgle gurgle! As the feed hit the water, the surface bubbled with activity as a swirling mass of fish surged forth, clamoring for the food. Su Yang observed for a moment and then, with a motion of his hand, urged his true chi to draw out several evolved big fish from the cages, relocating them to a separate area. Next, he turned and picked up the last bag, emptying it to release grains of white jade rice, full and gleaming like pearls, into the lake. Plop plop plop! Once the white jade rice was in the water, the lake immediately erupted with activity. Exotic fish of all kinds surfaced, each vying to snag the grains of rice. Not bad. Gazing upon the dazzling array of precious exotic fish in the water, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Having acquired abilities such as Spirit Beast Transmutation and Dragon King's Command after sending back the cultivation techniques for the green fish, he then decided to focus his farming efforts on fish. Although Dongting Lake couldn't compare with the favorably endowed Blackwater River, which was suffused with Blackwater spiritual chi, Su Yang had still managed to breed numerous exotic fish over the years with his farming skills and food supply. Some had even reached the level of spirit monsters. Now, Su Yang quickly channeled his true chi, pulling a spirit monster-tiered big green fish from the lake. This would be his main meal for the day. He tossed the green fish into one of the net cages as a reserve food supply. Afterward, Su Yang turned and headed into the field to begin harvesting this season's ripe white jade rice. That's right, white jade rice. After 3 years of superior breeding, all the rice cultivated on the island was now white jade rice. The ordinary rice he had just used to feed the fish was leftover stock that would be gone once all used up. Su Yang not only ate white jade rice himself but also used it to feed the birds and fish. Such was the result of his 3 years of diligent farming. The island was small, and arable land was limited, but leveraging his agricultural skill, Su Yang still managed to reap bountiful harvests. A harvest cycle of 1 month yielded over 1,000 pounds of white jade rice. And there was more than just white jade rice. There were the superior variants, yellow jade rice. The grains of white jade rice were plump like pearls, rich in nutritive essence, and eating them could enhance one's chi blood. Yellow jade rice grains, though smaller and less plump, contained a unique force that could slightly augment one's divine soul with consumption. To Su Yang, its value far surpassed that of white jade rice. Unfortunately, it was scarce. The few fields on the island would yield over 1,000 pounds of white jade rice from this harvest, but less than 10 pounds of yellow jade rice were not even enough to satisfy Su Yang's personal needs. If there had been ample supply, using it to nourish the alien beasts, along with his farming skills and enlightening transmutation, would have produced remarkable effects. Alas, such extravagance wasn't possible at this stage. After harvesting the rice fields, Su Yang visited the herb fields, checking for pests and diseases before departing. Was that the end? Not quite. Su Yang took another bucket of fish and shrimp, along with a bag of white jade rice, to another part of the farming base. Eat up, I'll need your help later. Smiling at the tranquil lake, he poured a whole bucket of fish and shrimp and a large bag of white jade rice into it. Crackle crackle! The water's surface roiled with action as electric currents sparked, and several golden electric eels led hundreds of their smaller kin to feast on the meal. Chapter 67, Breakthrough 2. Watching the electric eels frantically scramble for food in the water, Su Yang smiled and turned to leave. He had set up 2 breeding bases on the small island, on the east and west coasts, respectively. On the west coast, he built net cages to breed a large number of ordinary fish species, as well as various precious alien fish. The east coast, however, retained its original appearance, breeding only one type of fish, that was the electric eel he had painstakingly sought after with great effort. Other fish species, only alien fish, were qualified to feed on white jade rice. But for these electric eels, even ordinary ones, Su Yang also fed them with white jade rice. Apart from white jade rice, Su Yang also caught a large number of fish and shrimp daily for meat, provided the maximum support to the electric eel group, and continuously consumed his own cultivation power to refine the special spirit monsters among the electric eels, cultivating an electric eel king. With such an unrestrained investment, the electric eels grew rapidly. In just 3 years, over 1,000 electric eels had matured, and he had also bred several dozen alien electric eels, more than 10 spirit monster electric eels, and 1 demon monster level electric eel king, which was his strongest alien beast, its growth even outpacing that of the golden eagle. Why did Su Yang value the cultivation of electric eels so much? It was not just because of the thunder's power, but also because they had one great utility. He brought another 2 bags of white jade rice, poured them into the lake for the electric eels to scramble for, and then returned to the breeding base on the west coast to take the green fish that was prepared as an ingredient back to his cabin. This green fish was a spirit monster, 7 feet in length and weighing over 1,000 pounds. Enough for a whole fish banquet. Su Yang picked up a knife and skillfully began to butcher. The fish head was split in 2, each half then divided into 4, one half seasoned with chopped chili peppers, the other half steamed. The fish flesh was finely sliced, clear and translucent. Half was placed on ice to be eaten raw with condiments such as scallions, ginger, perilla, spicy oil, while the other half was boiled and dressed with a mouth-numbing and spicy sauce, placed in a clay pot to keep the hot pot at the correct temperature. There were also the fried fish bones, spicy stir-fried fish bladders, and the pan-seared fish tail. The entire green fish was used without waste, each part delicious. Even the fish scales, after being deep-fried, were crispy and tasty, fragrantly spicy and delicious. Thus, the whole fish banquet was served. A spirit monster-level green fish, after Su Yang's cooking and with various special effects from his culinary skills, its effects were no less than those of spirit pills. Even so, Su Yang was not satisfied. He also brought out a pot of rice steamed with a mixture of white jade and yellow jade rice. Although there were no guests, somewhat lonely, enjoying such a feast on one's own was also one of life's pleasures. Eat. Su Yang picked up his bowl and chopsticks, gently smiled, and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. This meal lasted nearly half an hour. A whole fish banquet, nearly 1,000 pounds of fish flesh, plus 100 pounds of white jade rice, 10 pounds of yellow jade rice, as well as some garnishes and side dishes, wine and delicacies, all went into Su Yang's stomach. Daily devour 1 ox, effortless. This was just his human form. If transformed into the green Jiao-fish dragon in the Blackwater River, with the ability to daily devour 10 oxen, these dishes wouldn't even be enough as an appetizer. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Su Yang stood up and opened a box, which was filled with various bottles and jars of potions. Not wasting any time, he picked up a bottle, pulled out the cork, and poured it directly into his mouth, gulping down the entire bottle of potion. These potions were all crafted by him in disguise over the years, traveling through the provinces, purchasing raw materials from various pharmacies, and refining them personally. Although they were not considered genuine spirit pills, they did have numerous tonic effects. A common martial artist, even one with true gang cultivation, would find one bottle sufficient for half a month's training. But one bottle was not enough for him. After finishing one, he immediately started on another, tossing back dozens of bottles from the box like they were candy beans and stuffing them all into his stomach. If it were anyone else, such a way of consumption, not to say it would cause their body to burst and perish, would at least lead to chi blood backlash. But he was just fine as if nothing had happened, and after eating, he took off his outer garment, bared his chest, and headed out towards the east coast. On the shore of the east coast, groups of electric eels, also full and satisfied. Without a word, Su Yang arrived and leaped into the water. Gurgle gurgle. As Su Yang plunged into the water, he assumed a meditative posture, with thousands of electric eels swimming over of their own accord to surround him. Begin. Su Yang remained motionless, conveying his wish with his mind. The electric eels received the Dragon King's command and immediately activated the electric currents within their bodies. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Thousands of electric eels exerted their power, including the demon monster level electric eel king and dozens of spirit monster alien electric eels, to generate a pale golden electric net around Su Yang's body, beginning to electrocute him. Indeed, electrocute. Su Yang wanted them to electrocute himself. This was the main reason he spared no expense in cultivating electric eels. He wanted these electric eels to aid his cultivation. This method was known as thunder lightning body training. The human body itself contains bioelectricity, functioning based on bioelectricity to complete neural responses and to control movements. Therefore, theoretically, electric shocks can stimulate the body, aiding its growth and evolution. But this is only a theory, and in practice, it is very hard to succeed. In the worlds of Great Zhou and Great Tang, many extreme madmen have created the martial arts scripture Heavenly Thunder Tempering. However, most of those who trained in this scripture were struck dead by lightning, with the remaining either ending up with various degrees of electric shock disabilities or a very few, 1 in 10,000 cases, achieving success. It simply couldn't be replicated. It wasn't until later that Su Yang incorporated these martial arts scriptures into the martial arts scripture, painstakingly creating the Heavenly Thunder Tempering monopoint by combining everyone's collective wisdom, which barely allowed practitioners to avoid being struck dead by lightning. However, such Heavenly Thunder Tempering was, to be candid, a gradual process, replacing the fierce heavenly thunder with mild electric shocks, which severely limited the results. And in the end, there was no way to withstand the true tempering of heavenly thunder, or else one would surely turn to ashes. Therefore, this martial arts technique was quite useless, so much so that Su Yang hadn't even practiced it. It wasn't until he entered the Blackwater world and devoured the school of electric eels, obtaining the innate divine ability thunder driving lightning lifting, that he had an epiphany. The reason the heavenly thunder tempering technique was useless wasn't just due to the martial arts itself, the problem also lay with thunder and lightning. His understanding of thunder and lightning, his research into it, and his control and use of it were far from thorough, which naturally rendered the heavenly thunder tempering technique he created quite useless. However, there was nothing wrong with the basis of this technique. Indeed, thunder and lightning could temper the body, and the effects were extraordinary. Eventually, Su Yang referred to his own innate power of thunder driving lightning lifting and revised the heavenly thunder tempering technique in the martial scripture manuscript, ultimately introducing a powerful thunder and lightning body refining technique. Su Yang named it the thunder driving lightning lifting technique. It was recorded in the martial scripture manuscript, within the body training chapter. After creating the technique, the next step was actual practice. Therefore, Su Yang began searching for electric eels to cultivate them. Of course, if one isn't afraid of death, one could also try to act as a lightning rod during a thunderstorm. Su Yang was afraid of dying, or rather, he didn't want to die, so he chose to cultivate using the most familiar electric eels. As expected, This method proved to be highly effective. In just 3 short years, Su Yang's body training technique advanced rapidly, his martial arts inner yuan also increased, and now he had reached the limit of both the muscle-bone realm and the true gang realm. He was about to break through and enter the 4th stage of body training, the rebirth realm, and the 4th stage of martial arts, the condensing spirit realm. Today was the time for his breakthrough. Therefore, he threw himself a lavish feast of fish and swallowed all his reserved essence pills to nourish himself for the breakthrough of the 4 barriers. In the lake, within the electric net, Su Yang sat cross-legged. Crackle! 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 The thousands of electric eels exerted their power simultaneously, and the golden current was visible to the naked eye, forming an electrical net that enshrouded his body, yet there was no explosive reaction, instead, it was absorbed bit by bit into his body, merging into his flesh and blood. It wasn't just the current. The surrounding lake water, and even the dense mist on the lake surface, the entire area's nature's spiritual energy, all were influenced by his divine intent and began converging towards this place, coalescing, turning into a vortex. In a blink, the Yuan Qi vortex was formed, mingled with golden currents, like a dazzling sun hanging over the lake. Then, with a wave of thought, the surrounding electric eels that had exhausted their electrical power received the command from the Dragon King and retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind only the electric eel king and a few spirit monsters to channel their last bit of electricity into the Yuan Qi vortex. Within the Yuan Qi vortex, Su Yang sat cross-legged in a virtual spiral, his eyes already closed, his divine intent unfolding boundlessly. Between the boundless divine intent, his own body became manifest, a towering presence. Following that, his physical body turned transparent, displaying its internal structure, all the interlinked lines and nodes, with thunder and lightning coursing through them. This was the human meridian diagram under the influence of spiritual energy and thunder and lightning tempering. Visualizing his own body, mastering oneself. I am the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth are me. Condensing spirit and unifying Dao, a metamorphosis of body and soul. The 4 stages of growth will now be broken through. With a loud explosion, the vortex in the lake suddenly burst apart, unleashing a sky-high wave. Amidst the white waves, a human figure like a dragon intertwined with lightning emerged, shooting 100 zhang into the sky. 1 zhang and 3 meters, 100 zhang into the sky, already high up in the air. He had completely burst forth from the boundary concealed by the island's stone formation. But Su Yang had completely lost himself, oblivious to everything, and plunged into the clouds and mists of the sky. Yes, the sea of clouds. The unique landscape of Dongting Lake, once up 100 zhang, one would be amidst the vast and billowing sea of clouds. In the midst of the sea of clouds, Su Yang soared, surrounded by intertwining lightning, and with a thunderous push of his palms, a dragon shadow roared out. Descending dragon palm? No, it was more than the descending dragon palm. Roar! As the mighty dragon soared with lightning flashing around it, the force of the palm combined with the might of thunder and lightning, instantly cleared a path 100 zhang long in this vast and misty sea of clouds, which remained for a long time. In such a state, completely absorbed, and after unleashing a powerful strike that expressed his satisfaction, the main character finally came back to his senses. Looking at the 100 zhang void in the sea of clouds created by his own palm strike, Su Yang let out a soft chuckle, then turned and returned. Humph! This time, as he landed, his movements were casual without immense force smashing down, shaking heaven and earth. Having broken through the 4 realms, whether it was in the internal cultivation of inner yuan or the external training of the physical body, everything was completely mastered after visualizing the self, subduing dragon and tiger, and condensing spirit and unifying Dao, reaching an effortless state, lifting the heavy as if it were light and the light as if it were heavy. The difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Add the battle traits boosted by martial path communicates with God and unity of heaven and man, and now, as long as Su Yang did not encounter a master of the 5th realm, he could dominate the world with ease. Ah, the mundane world, that is. As for the cultivation world, the situation is unclear, so let's not talk about that for the moment. Thrilling! Su Yang let out a loud laugh and summoned his attribute panel. Su Yang. Lifespan, 60/350. Cultivation, condensing spirit and rebirth, inner cultivation and external. Training, 4-realm state. Skills, eating, sleeping, breathing, cooking, fishing, boating, breeding. Disguise, knife sharpening, hidden weapons, swimming. butchering, walking, archery, artisan, reading, dreaming, teaching, martial practice, formation, Taoist skills, medicine, farming. Talent, control electricity. Condensing spirit and rebirth, inner and outer four realms. Reincarnated and transmigrated to this world, finally achieving something noteworthy in his 60th year. The first 45 years were spent in hidden accumulation, enduring mockery and ridicule, bullying and oppression. But it was all worth it. Without those 45 years of patient accumulation and gathering of strength, he could not have reached where he was today. Every step was carefully planned, accumulation leading to rapid progress. Past grievances could all be avenged. Ah, it seems there's nothing left to avenge now. The Goldfish Gang had been dealt with, and those who had troubled him, bullied, and oppressed him over the years, he had secretly taken care of them all. They are all dead? Then let it be. Su Yang shook his head, no longer pondering. Rather than dwelling on the past which no longer mattered, he should be looking to the future. From entering Great Zhou and creating the martial scripture, to now, having achieved the state of the four realms. All in all, it took him 15 years. It could be said to be incredibly swift. You must know, in the world of Great Tang, it took him almost 20 years to reach the state of condensing spirit. And that was with the help of many disciples and the teaching skill. In the real world, he didn't take on many disciples and didn't benefit from the boost of the teaching skill. Then how could he step into the four realms more quickly, both in inner cultivation and external training and attaining both sides of the rebirth four realms state? There are 3 reasons for this. First, the profoundness of the cultivation technique, which assimilated the martial path systems of both Great Zhou and Great Tang, and in the Black Water world, was refined through self-perception, fish-dragon transformation, and innate divine abilities. After such fortuitous refinements, his cultivation naturally advanced much more swiftly than when he began in Great Tang. Second, the help of his skills. He had acquired many skill traits, especially the Heaven Rewards Hardwork and founder of martial scripture in martial practice, which tremendously aided cultivation, particularly the cultivation of the martial scripture, hence a more rapid progression. Third, external aids such as the absence of nature's spiritual energy were compensated for with essence pills, spirit rice, and alien beasts as nourishment, coupled with the newly perfected thunder and lightning quenching body technique. With these layers of enhancements, his advance in realms was naturally swift. All of this was the result of Su Yang's own hard-earned efforts, the rewards of his diligent cultivation. Great accumulation leads to a rapid rise, heaven rewards hard work. Such should be the way of a lifetime. Chapter 68, Cultivator. 3. Time flies, and another March has arrived. Upon Dongting Lake, the misty expanse remains vast and obscured by clouds. In its depths, the waters are still taboo, no one daring to approach, the aversion deep-rooted. But the world is ever-changing, and there are always exceptions. At this moment, a solitary boat drifts upon the lake. Though called solitary, it spans several meters and can comfortably accommodate a dozen people with horses. Currently, 3 men and 2 women stand aboard, gracefully touring Dongting, a most refined sight. The 3 men each differ in attire, one dresses as a scholar, idly brandishing a folding fan, the other 2 are clad in black and white, bearing swords and sabers, as if martial heroes from the martial world. The 2 women are equally distinguished, one wears a white dress, her demeanor cool and detached, the other is garbed in palace attire, dignified, and luxurious, both stunning as a peony and a lotus side by side, blossoming on this modest boat. I've long heard that Dongting's misty waters are quite extraordinary, and seeing them today proves the tale's true, one of them remarked. We are still on the outskirts of the lake, further in, as we near the lake's heart, the mists grow even denser, another said. Sadly, despite such marvels, this place remains mundane, with no spirit vein buried beneath, no concentration of spiritual energy. If there were spiritual energy here, it would have long been claimed by the major sects or powerful families. How could they allow the likes of us to tour such a place? Many cultivators, upon witnessing Dongting's enchanting sights, would assume there must be some mystical secret or treasure of immortal fate hidden within, wasting time scouring the waters, only to come out empty-handed. Such jokes abound, and soon no one bothers coming here to waste their time. Only novices to the cultivation world, naive to everything, fall for the traps set by deceitful peddlers, coming here in search of immortal fate. Haha, surely Brother Song isn't referring to us. Of course not, our purpose here today is to enjoy the scenery, not to chase after some immortal fate. Still, you never know, something interesting might happen. Indeed, even though this place lacks spiritual energy and isn't favored by cultivators, it is considered unusual and secluded to ordinary martial artists. Many so-called experts of the martial world hide here to seek immortal fate. I've heard that not long ago, someone claiming to be a fisherman appeared here, teaching martial arts. Experts of the martial world, no matter how proficient, are still mortals. If they truly had potential, they would have been discovered by searching immortal envoys and sent to cultivate in the major sects. Who would then bother learning martial arts with limited power and prospects? Miss Tai, with your exceptional talent and unique gift, you must not become obsessed with so-called martial arts. The true path lies in chi cultivation and cultivation. You needn't be so verbose. I've heard Miss Tai has already obtained a searching immortal order from the Green Jade sect. She just needs to wait for the immortal gate to open in September, and she can attempt entry. Given Miss Tai's aptitude, it's certain she'll become a disciple of the Green Jade sect, came another voice. The Green Jade sect, ah. Speaking of the Green Jade sect, we must mention Brother Zhang. Is it true that you are soon to be recruited by the Tianxia sect? Is that even a question? Everybody knows Brother Zhang is extraordinarily gifted, with exceptional fortune. Not only is his cultivation profound, but his comprehension is also remarkable, a natural seedling for a formation master. The Tianxia sect, being a grandmaster of the array path, naturally wants to recruit such a talent. Oh, you flatter me. The three men chatted and laughed, the two martially dressed men lavishing praise, while the scholar in green seemed pleased, subtly showing off his background. From the corner of his eye, he frequently glanced at the woman beside him. However, the woman in white, cool as a lotus blossom, did not react at all. Her gaze fixed on the mysterious mists of Dongting Lake, her thoughts uncertain, she didn't utter a single word, causing the scholar some embarrassment. Thankfully, the woman in palace clothes covered her smile, graciously offering a way out. Don't be so merry, gentlemen. Miss Tai has come here to pursue her enemy and intends to execute that villain here. Make sure not to get so lost in your amusement that you let the scoundrel escape. Ah, Fairy Yang can rest assured. Although we aren't very skilled, capturing a lowlife who chanced upon immortal fate is still well within our grasp, one of the men in martial attire assured. Exactly. Fairy Yang, if you don't trust us brothers, don't you trust Brother Zhang? Asked the other. Without boasting, just consider this dark iron boat, a mid-tier magic artifact. Energized by Brother Zhang's late-stage chi cultivation mana, it's powerful enough to shatter mountains and cleave valleys. What could a scoundrel with a stroke of immortal fate possibly do against that? This dark iron boat is still a defensive magic artifact. I've heard that Brother Zhang also possesses a Zhengjin sword that was forged from a flying sword embryo and has already ranked among superior magic artifacts. When activated, even Foundation establishment cultivators would have to avoid its edge. Exactly, exactly. That commoner is nothing but a mortal, without any foundations or inheritance. Whatever immortal fate falls into his hands would be like casting pearls before swine, and he will never amount to anything. Miss Tai, rest assured, once Brother Zhang takes action, he will surely capture him with ease and avenge you. The two began to flatter extravagantly once again. Seeing this, the scholar couldn't help but feel pleased, but still humbly said, "You two brothers flatter me too much. What I have is no flying sword, just a failed sword embryo. Though it has some might, it's far from matching a Foundation establishment cultivator. Having followed me for many years, to this day, it has only slain an evil cultivator in the later stages of chi cultivation. An evil cultivator in the later stages of chi cultivation. Brother Zhang is truly Brother Zhang, we are ashamed in comparison. Turns out we have underestimated Brother Zhang, how shameful." Hearing this, the three sycophants hurried to keep up, making the scholar's smile even brighter. However, the lady in white still showed no reaction. This made the scholar somewhat embarrassed, and the others had no choice but to change the subject. "Have you heard that in recent times, there's been a Jiao dragon appearing in Dongting Lake?" "Really? Is that so?" "Yes, many fishermen have seen it. That day in the foggy parts of the lake, a dragon's roar shocked the sky, audible for miles around. Then came thunder that shook the heavens, and the shadow of a golden dragon appeared, soaring and frolicking amidst the clouds above the lake, lingering for a moment before vanishing without a trace. This. While discussing the rumors from a few months ago, the three of them were somewhat astonished. Only the scholar was unconcerned, shaking his head and saying, "Ignorant mortals, it's nothing but rumors built upon rumors. How could a dragon, a divine beast of supreme honor, appear in the mortal realm? Perhaps it was a Jiao dragon. Even if it was a Jiao dragon, it could be on par with great golden core cultivators, even nascent soul ancestors. How could it dwell in Dongting Lake, which doesn't even have a spirit vein? In my opinion, it was just a temporary cloud and rain, a rainbow phenomenon, accompanied by thunder. The common people, not knowing the cause, have spread rumors. It's not surprising. That makes sense. Brother Zhang is indeed experienced and knowledgeable." Amidst their conversation, the small boat ventured deeper. In the depths of Dongting, the mist enshrouded everything, reducing visibility to an extreme low. Zhang Guanghua waved his paper fan and said to the woman named Tai Zener clad in white, "Miss Tai, do you know where that scoundrel is hiding?" Tai Zener then turned her gaze back. "That villain was hit by my palm, which contained my azure blue fragrant powder. Even diving into the water won't block it. As long as he is within 1,000 zhang, I can detect his whereabouts." "Good." Zhang Guanghua nodded. "My dark iron boat can travel tens of thousands of miles a day, moving freely. At most, in 3 days, we should be able to search all inside and outside Dongting Lake." Seeing this, Tai Zener bowed slightly. "Thank you for your aid, Brother Zhang. Hey, between you and me, there's no need for such formalities." Zhang Guanghua smiled and spurred the dark iron boat forward, venturing into the mist. After all, being a mid-tier magic artifact, it boasted impressive defenses, and there was no need to worry about hidden reefs or other hazards. After careening about for a moment, Zhang Guanghua frowned and brought the dark iron boat to a halt. "This. Brother Zhang, what's wrong?" Puzzled looks were cast by everyone. Zhang Guanghua frowned, staring ahead. "That small island, there's something strange." "Strange? What kind of strange?" Everyone looked in the direction he indicated, only to see a desolate island, standing alone out there, seemingly nothing out of the ordinary. Zhang Guanghua shook his head, said nothing, but waved his fan to produce a fierce gust of wind. Whoosh! The tangible wind swept across, causing the illusory scenery to ripple like reflections on water. "This. A formation." The crowd gasped in surprise as they finally recognized what it was. An illusion array. Just a single layer. Zhang Guanghua tapped his folding fan against his palm, smiled lightly after making a silent assessment of the difficulty, and said, "It seems a fellow cultivator has settled here." After speaking, he looked around. "Gentlemen, shall we go and pay a visit?" "This." The group hesitated, unable to make a decision. "Don't worry, gentlemen, we are not those vicious robbing cultivators, we're just going to take a look. If indeed it is someone from our own circles, then let's pay them a visit. If it is an evil demon, then it will be time to slay demons and eradicate devils." After saying this, Zhang Guanghua turned to Tai Zener. "What do you think, Miss Tai?" "Brother Zhang speaks the truth." Tai Zener nodded, looking coldly at the island shrouded in illusion. "Perhaps the enemy I seek is hiding right there." "Good, then let's go take a look." Seeing Tai Zener agreeing, Zhang Guanghua didn't bother asking for anyone else's opinion and directly urged the dark iron boat toward the illusion. One should not be so reckless when facing a formation. However, the person responsible for this rudimentary illusion array in this place devoid of spiritual energy doesn't seem like someone with profound cultivation. Therefore, there was no need to be overly cautious. The dark iron boat charged, piercing through the mirage-like scenes, and discovered an island of moderate size on the lake. By the side of the island, there was also a boat, clearly indicating someone lived there. Zhang Guanghua's eyes sharpened, and without a word, he flew the dark iron boat up into the sky, heading straight for the island. The flying boat ascended, giving them a high vantage point, immediately revealing the entire island with its attention drawn to a field of golden, ripe grain. A farm. Zhang Guanghua's eyes narrowed, he maneuvered the flying boat above the fields, and with a gesture, a spike of rice flew up into his hand. "Is this spirit rice?" Zhang Guanghua looked at the white jade grain in his hand, then down at the fields below ripe for harvest. his eyes glinting with a sharp light. In the mundane world, to be able to grow spirit rice. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Unless... Immortal fate. Treasures of immortal fate, it must be treasures of immortal fate. His mind raced to a conclusion, and a barely concealable joy rose in Zhang Guanghua's eyes. Immortal fate, true immortal fate. To cultivate and harvest spirit rice in this land devoid of spiritual energy, could it be the work of mere mortals? Let aside mortals, even common cultivators couldn't do this, unless they were willing to shatter spirit stones and use the powdered stone as fertilizer. Zhang Guanghua didn't believe anyone could be so extravagant. So he was certain, behind this field of spirit rice awaiting harvest, there was a stroke of immortal fate, a treasure. A treasure of immortal fate that would soon be his. What, cultivators? Which cultivator would shrink away in the mundane world to farm? Did they have some serious illness in their head, or was there a problem with their body? Only the immortal fate men, those both fortunate and unfortunate, would undertake such bizarre endeavors. Therefore, Brother Zhang, this must be the handiwork of an immortal fate man. Such an opportunity should rightfully belong to Brother Zhang. Meanwhile, the other three had come to the same realization and immediately congratulated Zhang Guanghua, making clear their lack of intention to contend for it. Haha, since it's an opportunity, let's share it. Zhang Guanghua laughed, then with a serious tone added, first, let's search the area to see if the immortal fate man is here, then we'll harvest the spirit rice in the field. I see there's another area that seems to be a medicinal field, you must be very careful not to damage the spiritual herbs. Yes. Seeing Zhang Guanghua, a chi cultivator in the late stages, willing to share a piece of the cake, everyone was suddenly motivated, even the aloof Tiziner was eager to try. Zhang Guanghua wasted no more words, the mysterious iron flying boat descended to the ground. The group stepped out of the flying boat, he swept his fan, and the several zhang long flying boat shrank to the size of a palm, which he then tucked into his sleeve. Let's go. Zhang Guanghua stowed away the magic artifact and led the group toward the central cabin on the island. Just then, screech! A cry pierced the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. Chapter 69, Furious Killing. Screech! Amidst the cries, a golden eagle swooped down from the sky, its might carrying the wind and clouds as it swept towards the people, its claws sharp enough to tear tigers and leopards. Be careful! All of them were cultivators with extremely fast reflexes and promptly activated their defenses. The palace-garbed woman and Tiziner immediately crushed jade talismans, forming two green jade light shields to protect themselves within. Zhang Guanghua was even more casual, with a flick of his folding fan, mana was urged forth, forming a protective spirit light not weaker than the two women's. Only the two men in sturdy clothing were a bit slower to act, frantically urging the talismans in their hands, and lastly managing to conjure up a spiritual light defense. And the target of the golden eagle was also them, with a wingspan of several meters, it came sweeping in with even stronger might, its golden hooked claws directly smashing through one man's light shield, piercing his flesh and shoulder blade, and snatching him into the sky. Big brother! Seeing his elder brother being carried off by the golden eagle, the remaining man in black was filled with shock and rage, and quickly turned his gaze towards Zhang Guanghua. To think there's a spirit monster here. That treasure is no trivial matter. Zhang Guanghua, looking at the golden eagle about to fly off into the distance, lit up with excitement, but also a hint of doubt. He swept his folding fan, sending several gang winds that condensed into sharp blades chasing after the eagle. Screech! But the golden eagle, with a flap of its wings, was incredibly swift. Even while gripping a person, it did not slow down, directly soaring against the sky and dodging the wind blades. Brother Zhang! Seeing his elder brother being taken away by the golden eagle, the man in black couldn't help but shout out again. Zhang Guanghua's eyebrows furrowed, and he was about to take out the dark iron boat to chase after it. But unexpectedly, whoosh! An arrow flew, the powerful projectile breaking the air. Zhang Guanghua's gaze sharpened, his mana surged, and the spirit light instantly thickened. Bang! The powerful arrow split the air, its force tremendous. It shattered upon the light shield, causing the once solid spirit light to tremble and flicker. The power of this arrow was evident. A master! A shock surged in Zhang Guanghua's heart, and he could no longer care about the man in white taken by the golden eagle. Mixed with shock and anger, he looked towards the direction from where the arrow had come. however. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew rapidly, like a torrential pear blossom rain, one arrow following the next, each faster than the last, instantly turning the sky into a shower of locusts covering them all. Bang! 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 The rain of arrows fell, the powerful projectiles bombarding them. The arrows, already strong and enforced with Gang Yuan, had a terrifying penetrating power, and even the jade talismans and spirit light shields began to crack under the onslaught. As the spirit light shattered layer by layer, their protective measures were on the verge of failing. Zhang Guanghua's gaze focused, his mana from the late Qi cultivation stage surged, even his plain green robe emanated light, forming a double defense to withstand the rain of arrows. On the other side, Tai Zener crushed yet another verdant jade talisman, and amidst the flickering green light, a set of green jade battle armor emerged, protecting her entirely and resisting the barrage of arrows. Both had their own methods. But the palace-garbed woman and the man in black didn't have such potentiality. Bang! 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 The arrows flew with fierce intensity, bombarding the two who struggled to maintain their spirit light shields, their eyes filled with terror as they looked toward the source of the arrows. In front of them, by a rice paddy, stood a striking figure, a man of impressive martial bearing stepping forward. In his hands, he held a bow, an excessively large one, its body entirely black, like iron yet like bamboo, its string as thin as silk, taut to the extreme but also appearing incredibly tough, emanating an intimidating sense of power. He strode forward, seemingly emerging from the rice fields, with a bamboo quiver, no, it should be called an arrow barrel on his back, filled to the brim with arrows, at least 100. 100? Or even several hundred. The two didn't know, but looking at the dense cluster of arrows in the barrel, their hearts were filled with fear and even more despair. Brother Zhang! In their terror and desperation, they wanted to cry for help. But unexpectedly, Zhang Guanghua was equally stunned. He saw the imposing young man, his aura fierce, drawing the bow and shooting arrows, advancing towards them with deliberate strides. It was clear that with each step he took, the speed and power of the arrows increased. Step by step, the distance between them rapidly closed, the tempest of arrows grew more intense, more ferocious. Arrows were drawn like lightning, raining down like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, several arrows pierced the air, streaking like a string of beads, hitting with precision. Bang! The spirit light shield shattered at the impact, the man in black's eyes wide open with extreme shock and anger, yet he could do nothing but fall to the ground unwillingly. As the man in black fell, the palace-garbed woman followed suit, pierced by 3 swift arrows through her spirit light, her body tumbling down. Sister Yang! Zhang Guanghua showed no response, but Tai Zener cried out in alarm. But the next moment, she regretted that cry. Because that shout caught the attention of the man, who then drew a terrifying iron arrow from the quiver on his back. A terrifying iron arrow? Yes, a terrifying iron arrow. What kind of iron arrow could be described as terrifying? 6 feet in length, completely black, made entirely of refined steel, an iron arrow with golden eagle feathers. This was not just an arrow, it was a bolt for a ballista. How could a bow use such an arrow? If it were someone else, or another bow, Tai Zener might still have doubts. But seeing this man, and the great bow in his hands already drawn to the limit, Tai Zener harbored no doubts and dared not to have any. Green jade armor. Without any hesitation, Tai Zener crushed the last jade talisman immediately. Buzz! In an instant, a bright green light shone forth as the jade armor materialized around her, forming the most perfect defense. But Tai Zener dared not rely on this to recklessly fight back, instead, she turned and ran, using her movement technique to confuse her pursuer's line of sight. However, Su Yang's gaze was cold and detached as he knocked a steel arrow, drawing the bow to a full crescent. He didn't know who these people were, how they had discovered this place, or even what their intentions were. But none of that mattered now. Their actions had directly threatened his survival. So, they had to die, right now, all of them. A small sound, a pathetic cry of a bow's frame and string under unbearable tension. But Su Yang, heedless of the potential breakage, pulled with fury to the limit and then released the arrow. Swoosh! Such an arrow flew, breaking through the air. At the same time, Tai Zener, who was still making use of her movement technique in a desperate evade, felt an indescribable terror, a sense of utter hopelessness as if there were no escape from heaven to earth. She couldn't escape, she couldn't escape. Brother Zhang, save me. In a moment of terror and despair, she too chose to call for help. But before she could finish speaking, there came a bang. Spurt. The green jade armor shattered, and a shadowy light pierced through her. Tiziner's body trembled, disbelievingly she lowered her head, only to see in front of her the green jade spirit armor hold and shattered, revealing a deep, pitch-black and dark red wound, an arrow-inflicted gash that seemed bottomless. Thud. A corpse fell to the ground, life extinguished. On the other side, Su Yang tossed aside the damaged bow that could no longer be used, raised both fists, and struck out like a thunderbolt. Boom, boom, boom. With the speed of lightning, his fists exploded with ferocity. First to strike, first to land, each punch carried the might of a thunderbolt, each blow had the force of 10,000 caddies. They struck the Jengjin sword, sending sparks flying and light scattering. Bang! The final blow landed. The unfinished Jengjin sword was sent flying by a punch, pitted and twisted, returning miserably to Zhang Guanghua's hands. This. Seeing his treasured flying sword pitted and nearly ruined, Zhang Guanghua's pupils shrank, struck with utter terror. You are at the third stage of complete cycle, no, you've broken through the fourth stage of physical training. Damn it! Startled by the unexpected development, Zhang Guanghua snapped out of his shock and, too distraught to grieve, he took out his dark iron boat and prepared to escape. He couldn't understand, for the life of him, why someone with the physical training of the fourth stage, comparable to a perfect chi refinement expert, would hide away in a world devoid of spiritual energy, farming land and raising eagles. Was he insane, or was the world insane? Did this fellow not fear his cultivation regressing, no hope for foundation establishment? It made no sense at all. But now was not the time to think about these things. Flee, flee at once. Zhang Guanghua urged his mana, poured it into the dark iron boat, ready to activate this mid-tier magic artifact and fly far away. But beneath the earth, Su Yang sank his stance, drew up the Gang Yuan within his body, and tapped into the forces of heaven and earth. Martial path condensing spirit, unity of heaven and man. In a split second, the winds and clouds changed, lightning streaked by, and a dragon shadow roared into existence, winding and circling around his body. Holding the dark iron boat and witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Zhang Guanghua was dumbstruck for a good while before reacting. Swearing furiously in his mind. You motherfucker are supposed to be a body cultivator, what the hell is this thing? Utterly frightened, unable to speak further, Zhang Guanghua's face turned ashen. In a frenzy, he pushed his mana, enlarging the dark iron boat rapidly, carrying him as he flew into the sky. However, roar! With a dragon's roar that shocked the heavens, Su Yang brought his palms together, gathering the power of heaven and man. A dragon shadow intertwined with lightning bolts screamed forth, slamming towards the fleeing dark iron boat in terror. Aboard the flying boat, Zhang Guanghua turned his head in shock and rage at this scene, intending to reroute the mana from the travel speed array pattern to fully activate the dark iron boat's defensive array pattern, but it was already too late. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the dragon collided in fury, assisted by thunder and lightning, shattering the dark iron boat on the spot, exploding into a spectacular firework display above the small island. After the fireworks, debris fell, among them a notably intact corpse. Because it was the only thing that remained whole. Chapter 70, Harvest. After the great battle, this small island returned to tranquility. Su Yang bent down, picked up the great bow, and looking at the clearly cracked bow with its lost elasticity, he shook his head helplessly. This bow was now junk. It pained him a bit because it was his proudest creation in the recent years. The bow was made from ink bamboo that was tougher than steel but as flexible as green bamboo, and the bowstring was taken from a spirit monster-level dragon-kind fish. Moreover, with the enhancement of his craftsman skills and after spending a year and 3 months, he had finally completed it. With such a dark iron bow coupled with armor-piercing arrows forged from 100 refined steel, empowered by his Yuan skill, and the augmentation of skill traits such as unfailing accuracy and the 9-star continuous beads, even a martial arts grandmaster or a reborn demon beast would perish under its arrow, without a chance of survival. The woman who summoned the green jade spirit armor was the perfect example. She was strong and the green jade spirit armor was formidable, but still, it couldn't withstand his fatal arrow. Unfortunately, such arrows could only be used once, otherwise, the dark iron boat and Jengjin sword of that green-robed scholar might have been salvageable. Such a pity, such a pity. Su Yang shook his head, stepped over the fragments and debris, and came to the side of the green-robed scholar's corpse. His complexion was pale, blood oozed from all 7 orifices. Although his outer appearance was mostly intact, the organs under his skin, as well as his meridians and bones, had already turned to mush. There was no need to crush his bones and scatter his ashes to ensure safety. It was just a bit disgusting. Su Yang shook his head again, bent down, and quickly stripped his spoils from the body. A green robe that was faded and significantly damaged. A small gold-embroidered bag hanging at the waist, still in relatively good condition. Beyond that, there was nothing else, even the flying sword from earlier was nowhere to be found. After searching him, and then others, Su Yang acquired 3 differently styled small bags and some various trinkets, talisman stones, jewelry, and such, their purpose unknown to him. The main finds were still the 4 small bags. As a transmigrator, he hadn't eaten pork, but he'd seen pigs run. If he wasn't mistaken, these 4 small bags must be the standard equipped storage bags of immortal fate men. But how to open them? Su Yang tried to pull the bags open by force, but nothing budged. It wasn't that he lacked strength, he just felt that any further force could rip the bags apart. Brute strength wouldn't work. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then tried to stimulate his divine intent and channel a thread of Gang Yuan into the bags. Subsequently, the bags opened automatically. Not only did they open, but they also established a mental link with Su Yang, allowing him to see inside the storage bags. It was a tiny space about a square foot, surrounded by chaotic streams of air. He could reach in or simply will it, and items within autonomously came forth, quite convenient. Is this a storage bag? The laws of space are indeed miraculous. Su Yang, like a child with a new toy, began to place various items into the storage bag and take them out again, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a while, he calmed down, put everything away neatly, and picked up the 4th storage bag. It was the green-robed man's storage bag. With a thought of divine intent, he channeled Gang Yuan. But this time, the storage bag didn't open on its own. Su Yang frowned, for he sensed a spiritual imprint on this bag. A spiritual brand? A password lock? Su Yang hesitated for a while, then stimulated his divine intent to wash away the spiritual imprint on the storage bag. It wasn't difficult, and in just a moment, the spiritual brand on the storage bag was erased by his divine intent. The storage bag then opened, revealing a space 5 square feet in size, several times larger than the other storage bags. Not only was the space larger, but there were also more items inside. Aside from the nearly scrapped Jengjin sword, there were many things Su Yang couldn't name. Well, essentially, Su Yang couldn't name any of the items. What do you expect? He wasn't a cultivator, so naturally, he had no idea what these things were used for. But no matter, he couldn't understand, but someone else could. Screech! With a cry, a golden eagle swooped down and dropped a blood-stained, scar-covered man before Su Yang. It was the very white-robed man that had been captured earlier. Cultivators are indeed cultivators. Even though his body was pierced by the golden eagle's claws, going right through his shoulder blade, he was still conscious. Now, lying on the ground, instead of crying out in pain, he tried to get up and flee for his life. Only to be flipped over by a smack of the golden eagle's wing, he rolled right in front of Su Yang. Su Yang paid no attention to him, arranged the storage bags in front of him, and then without looking up said, "I have some questions for you." The man glanced at the 4 very familiar storage bags on the ground, then sneakily caught a glimpse of the several corpses around him as well as the wreckage of the dark iron boat and immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground like smashing garlic. "Senior, please spare my life, we were blind and ignorant, and disturbed your cultivation. I am willing to be your servant for all eternity, to atone for my sins." Silence. A cold shout interrupted his words. Su Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, his face cold and detached. "I'm not in the mood for chatter right now. I ask, you answer. If not, you die." The man fell silent under such direct and domineering words, then gritted his teeth and said, "If the senior has any questions, this lowly one dares not refuse to answer, but please promise to spare my life. Otherwise, I'd rather die than reveal a single word." Having said that, he looked up with a bit of confidence. The senior has obtained this immortal fate but still wanders in the mortal world, which suggests you haven't entered the cultivation world yet. Although this lowly one is of little merit, I still know a lot about the various matters within the cultivation world and affairs of the world. As long as the senior makes a heart demon oath to spare my life, I will surely. He was cut off abruptly, unable to continue. Why did he stop? Because he noticed that the immortal fate man with a terrifyingly powerful strange treasure was looking at him with a very odd expression. Could it be pity? Pity for what? After feeding the fish, Su Yang, having washed the blood from his hands, returned to his dwelling with 5 storage bags. 99% of people in the world cannot endure severe interrogation, unless their cultivation reaches the condensing spirit realm, allowing their spiritual will to overpower the physical body and suppress all pain and stimuli. This man was not that 1%, and his cultivation had not reached such a realm. So, he quickly confessed, disclosing everything he knew, holding nothing back. There was no helping it, although the method of torture wasn't Su Yang's preference. Having been around for so many years and having been an emperor in 2 lives, he had inevitably picked up some techniques. After dealing with this minor character, Su Yang returned to his cozy little house to sort out the sequence of events and his gains from the battle. The whole affair was actually not complicated. These people had no relation to him and didn't even know of his existence. This time their venture into Dongting Lake was to assist a woman named Tai Zener in slaying an enemy. It's indeed curious that Tai Zener, the sole survivor of the Iron Lion gang after her parents and several brothers known as the 8 Roaring Lions were killed by traitors, managed to encounter a stroke of luck while on the lam. She became a cultivator, entered the Immortal Cultivation World, and eventually returned to the Iron Lion gang to seek revenge for her family. Unexpectedly, the traitor also turned out to be an immortal fate man with a strange treasure, and during their fierce battle, although he was ultimately no match for her, he managed to save his life and escape into Dongting Lake. Left with no other choice, she had to call on friends and recruit a group of fellow cultivators to help, including Zhang Guanghua, a late-stage qi cultivation expert, to search Dongting Lake and pursue the enemy. But they did not find the enemy. Instead, they stumbled upon his hideout and ended up being annihilated in the process. The world is indeed unpredictable. But this had nothing to do with Su Yang. Her ordeal merely provided him with some information. Immortal fate men are indeed fat sheep. But that does not mean immortal fate men must necessarily be at odds with cultivators. Immortal fate men can very much become cultivators. And sometimes, cultivators can also become immortal fate men inadvertently. In the end, it all boils down to strength. If you're weak, without sufficient background, and in possession of precious treasures, you're an innocent person with a guilt-inviting treasure, open to attack and murder by anyone as an immortal fate man. On the other hand, if you're strong and well-backed, even if you started out as an immortal fate man, acquired various fortunes, and possessed strange treasures, you could still proudly be a cultivator since no one can defeat you, or the cost of attacking you does not justify the gains. In short, the identities of immortal fate men and cultivators are not fixed, and there are no marks to prove that one is indeed an immortal fate man with great treasures. This means that Su Yang can now enter the cultivation world as long as he doesn't reveal too much, and others will at most see him as an enigmatic loose cultivator rather than an immortal fate man on the rise with precious treasures. Of course, robbing cultivators are an exception. To those ruthless bastards, as long as they can rob, and succeed in robbing, that's their immortal fate. So, can I go to the cultivation world now? Sorting through the information he had acquired, Su Yang felt an urge to act. But he quickly subdued the thought. His strength was not weak. Zhang Guanghua and Tai Zener were both in the late stages of qi cultivation, and the remaining 3 were at the middle stage, yet, against him, they couldn't last a few moves. Such strength was already enough to get by in the cultivation world and even flourish there. Su Yang also intended to venture out and see more, gather information, and broaden his horizons. But not just yet. Knowing oneself and the enemy assures victory in every battle. His understanding of the cultivation world and cultivators was still insufficient to act hastily. While he might be able to cope with rootless loose cultivators off the beaten path, if he encountered the direct disciples or even the elders and sect masters of major immortal gates, he would clearly be no match for them. The first step in entering the cultivation world is to contact cultivators, understand cultivation, and become a cultivator. Now, the means to understand cultivators and the cultivation world lay before him. Opening up all 5 storage bags, he took out everything, and carefully sorted and arranged the items by category. They could roughly be split into 4 categories. The first was cultivation skills, various cultivation skills and a collection of miscellaneous knowledge. The second was consumables, such as talismans, medicine pills, spirit stones, and other daily necessities for cultivators. The third was magic artifacts and equipment, like Zhang Guanghua's Zhengjin sword, Tai Zener's green jade sword, and that palace-dressed woman's peach blossom fan. Mostly, they were low-grade magic artifacts, only the green jade sword was a mid-grade artifact. Zhengjin sword was indeed a high-grade artifact, but sadly, it was nearly destroyed by his lightning thunderbolt fist. Apart from these conventional items, there were also special items beyond the ordinary, such as that slightly familiar jade pendant, which was a trial token issued by a sect called the Green Jade Sect. Any cultivator possessing it could proceed to the Green Jade Sect to undertake trials, and upon passing, they could become a disciple of the Green Jade Sect. For Su Yang, this item was somewhat useless, but if sold, it could still fetch a good number of spirit stones. Chapter 71, Cultivation. Apart from the Green Jade Order, there were some items that even the man in white could not recognize, nor did he know their uses, which Su Yang classified as special items. They had no use for the time being, so he decided to leave them for later. As for magical artifacts, were they of any use? He had a few, but not many. The superior quality Zhengjin sword was already scrapped, the medium quality green jade sword was of average power, and as for the inferior quality artifacts, there was no need to mention them. They were junk, unusable, and couldn't be sold casually, since they were stolen goods. Although these few individuals were loose cultivators also had their foundations and backgrounds, especially Zhang Guanghua, a late-stage qi cultivation shrimp who had quite a network within the cultivation world. If he were to be labeled as a robbing cultivator for these stolen goods, that would be more loss than gain. Despite the fact that the cultivation world follows the law of the jungle, even encouraging the pursuit of immortal fate men, robbing cultivators were still severely cracked down on by all major sects and markets. Once wanted, they would become targets for everyone, with everyone entitled to strike down on them. This is also understandable. Even though cultivators follow the principle of the survival of the fittest, forces such as sects, markets, and families also need order, which allows for continuous business and trade. Robbing cultivators plundered, which meant disrupting the order of these major powers and smashing their rice bowls, essentially cutting their leeks, so naturally, they couldn't be tolerated. Therefore, without any special abilities, it's better not to engage in robbing cultivation. It's no joke being on the wanted lists of major powers. Although the artifacts weren't very useful, this trip wasn't entirely fruitless. Various consumables like spirit stones, talismans, and medicinal pills added up to the value of several hundred inferior spirit stones. If the 5 storage bags were included, it would easily be over 1,000. 1,000 spirit stones, nearly enough to buy half a foundation building pill. Indeed, murder and arson provided a golden belt. Being a robbing cultivator was a quick way to make money. Death comes just as quickly though. Su Yang shook his head, dismissing the entirely untempting thought from his mind and turned his attention to the final spoils of war. Cultivation skills. For Su Yang, these were the most valuable spoils of war, which could help him directly understand the cultivation world and cultivators, as well as aid his own advancement and power increase. Knowledge is power. Su Yang took a jade slip and began reading it with divine intent. The Qi cultivation system of cultivation shared many similarities with the 2 systems of martial arts and body training he had researched, yet they were not entirely the same. Qi cultivation involved cultivating nature's spiritual energy and required a special qualification called spiritual root to enter the threshold of cultivation. The first realm of cultivation was the Qi cultivation realm. Qi cultivation had 12 levels, each with 3 levels making a checkpoint, which could be divided into the early, middle, late stages, and perfect Qi refinement. In the early stage, one cultivated internal breath. In the middle stage, one cultivated true Qi. In the late stage, one cultivated mana. At perfect Qi refinement, one cultivated the perfect Qi refinement. Internal breath, true Qi, and mana were easy to understand, corresponding to the inner strength, true Qi, and Gang Yuan of the martial path system. But what did perfect Qi refinement mean? Actually, it was not hard to understand. It was the limit of condensing spirit, the Grand Master realm of the spiritual state of mind. After achieving perfect chi refinement in chi cultivation, one's body, divine soul, and mana needed to be perfect, and only then could one attempt to reach the foundation establishment realm. Therefore, the cultivation system and the martial path system corresponded in this way. Martial path inner strength equates to early stage chi cultivation. Martial path true chi equates to middle stage chi cultivation. Martial path true gang equates to late stage chi cultivation. Martial path condensing spirit equates to perfect chi refinement in chi cultivation. Martial path creating a golden core equates to cultivation's foundation establishment. According to this correspondence, Su Yang should be considered as a cultivator at the perfect chi refinement stage. But while that's the theory, in reality, it doesn't work quite like that. From the very beginning of chi cultivation, at the internal breath realm, cultivators start absorbing nature's spiritual energy for their practice, and their cultivation techniques generally include methods for cultivating the divine soul. Therefore, whether it's the divine soul or body, or the internal UN mana, cultivators are superior to martial artists of the same realm. According to that man in white, even an early-stage chi cultivating cultivator could effortlessly cross realms and pin down an opponent who is at the mid-stage chi cultivation and a true chi martial artist. With impressive artifacts or spells, they could even challenge those at the late-stage chi cultivation and true gang martial artists, spanning two realms. Such is the dominance of a cultivator. According to this logic, a martial artist with 4-realm condensing spirit might very well be unable to defeat a late-stage chi cultivating cultivator. But this only applies to ordinary martial artists. Su Yang does not fall into this category. The martial scripture is profound. Even without nature's spiritual energy, the martial arts cultivated are not inferior to the magic techniques of cultivators of equal realm. His combat skills might also be on par with or even superior to magic techniques. Plus, as the founder of the martial scripture with traits such as unity of heaven and man and martial path communicates with God, along WTH his dual cultivation of both the internal and external path martial path internal and body training external when all these advantages are combined, he should not worry about challenging others across realms. Others challenging him across realms? They likely don't know the meaning of death. Therefore, Su Yang now fully qualifies to regard himself as a cultivator at the perfect chi refinement stage. Although he's on par with cultivators at perfect chi refinement, it doesn't mean that these cultivation techniques have no value to him. On the contrary, these cultivation techniques are of great significance. They represent a system of chi cultivation in cultivation. Though the martial scripture is exquisite, Su Yang is neither arrogant nor satisfied with his current state, nor will he confine himself to his present achievements. He intended to absorb the strengths of other systems, integrating them into the martial scripture, enriching its potentiality. In time, the martial scripture might transcend the mundane, becoming marvelous and stunning, evolving into the world-shaking divine demon martial arts. Who says one cannot practice martial arts while cultivating immortality? Celestial martial arts are still martial arts, divine martial is also martial arts. So, these cultivation techniques are very important, containing methods for cultivating nature's spiritual energy and divine consciousness. After integrating and thoroughly understanding them, the martial arts scripture will indeed be able to advance further and become divine martial cultivation. However, after reading through the various technique jade slips among the spoils of battle, Su Yang then invoked the power of his divine soul to perform inside view and eventually discovered a little problem. He did not have a spiritual root. Not even a bit, he was a true and thorough, complete mortal. This was not surprising, as the major powers had always had searching immortal envoys walking the earth. If he had the qualifications of spiritual roots, he would certainly have been discovered early on and sent to the cultivation world to cultivate, rather than fishing on Dongting Lake for decades. No spiritual roots, what to do? Nothing can be done. At least the techniques of the cultivation world cannot be done. Their stance is one, no spiritual roots, don't cultivate, otherwise, it's like a eunuch going to a brothel, full of desire but powerless to do anything but stare. This was a big problem. But for Su Yang it wasn't really a problem. No spiritual roots, don't cultivate? Then he simply wouldn't cultivate. What he valued most was the application of nature's spiritual energy and the cultivation of divine soul and divine thoughts in the cultivation techniques. Although both were centered around the spiritual roots, the great paths are varied, but all lead to the same destination. Su Yang could transplant their philosophies and create his own martial path to cultivation or use some other organ to replace the spiritual roots. According to the descriptions in cultivation techniques, the spiritual roots are similar to the danshan, both are hidden within the body. Although invisible and intangible, they definitely exist. Since they exist, there must be ways to transplant, replace, stimulate, or create them. Su Yang didn't believe a living man could be choked to death by urine. So, the issue of spiritual roots wasn't an issue. After finishing with the technique jade slips, Su Yang turned his gaze to those miscellaneous books. These miscellaneous books were varied, some were jade slips, some were books. Su Yang picked up a jade slip and explored it with divine intent. Then, he backed out with a speechless expression on his face. Truly a mixed bag, there were even dynamic erotic pictures. Unfortunately, the drawings were very ordinary, not even comparable to those of Great Tang or Great Zhou. Cough cough, back to the main topic. After rummaging through the pile of miscellaneous books, Su Yang finally found some relatively valuable things. First was a travelogue, a travel journal of the cultivation world, recording the customs and geography of various places. Next was a map, marking the topography and the distribution of powers in the cultivation world, even indicating information about the powers. Last was a primary understanding of array formation. A formation book? No, not really a formation book, just an introduction to the most basic knowledge about formations. Although there are said to be 100 arts in cultivation, the ones that truly flourish are just a few: formations, alchemy, artifact refining, and talismans. An array master sits at the top of the hierarchy, with the highest status, strongest power, and most revenue, truly invincible. The only downside is the potential to go bald. Unfortunately, formations are very hard to learn. The beginning is hard, the middle is harder, the latter part even more so, and the end as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But that still doesn't negate the strength and prestige of an array master. The value of the inheritance of array knowledge always surpasses that of alchemy, talismans, artifact refining, and other skills. Su Yang also wished to become an array master. For an array master, the most difficult task is learning. Formations are difficult to learn and even harder to master. Many array masters neglect their cultivation in favor of studying complex formations, and before they even master the formations, they meet their end. But this was not a problem for Su Yang, who tiered nothing more than learning and had more than enough time. Even if his understanding was poor, his aptitude weak, and his talent for formations lacking, he could still forcefully accumulate success over time. Not to mention, he had the attribute panel and skill traits. For him, the way of formations was like a fish in water. Unfortunately, this was merely a basic introduction to formations and not a real formation book, containing only a few common formation explanations and some basic knowledge, without the real methods for setting up formations. Maybe I should consider buying one. After all, I have quite a few spirit stones, and a beginner-level formation book shouldn't be too expensive, right? Su Yang stroked his chin, quickly forming a plan. No time like the present. Su Yang opened up the map, beginning to select a target. To buy things, naturally, one looks for a market. But not just any market will do. You have to consider the type of goods, the market's specialty, but most importantly, the strength of the market, business reputation, and the distribution of robbing cultivators, these critical, life or death details. Fortunately, the map was clearly marked. Soon, Su Yang found the most suitable market for himself, based on his own conditions. The White Dragon Island Market, located on White Dragon Lake, was a market built on a lake island. He could get there via a tributary of the Dongting water system, ensuring he could enter the water at any time to play to his muddy water Jiao Dragon strengths. Moreover, the power levels around the White Dragon Lake Market and the surrounding cultivation world were generally lower, with Foundation establishment cultivators being the backbone, and it was unlikely for Golden Core Masters to appear. Those overseeing the market were also at the Foundation establishment level. With no Golden Core Masters appearing, only Foundation establishment, and being on a lake island, as long as he avoided traps and formations, he was confident he could escape unharmed. So, why not go have a look? It would also be a good opportunity to lay low. Those 5 cultivators had connections, and now that they were all extinguished at Dongting Lake, who knew what trouble that could stir up? And so it was happily decided. Off to White Dragon Lake. Chapter 72, Market District. Although he had already decided to go to White Dragon Lake, Su Yang couldn't just abandon his old nest here without any care and leave. There were many things to pack, and Su Yang certainly did not want to let others benefit from his hard work. First came the spirit rice. He picked up the sickle and started harvesting again, collecting all the mature white jade rice and yellow jade rice, threshing and packing them, and stuffing them into several storage bags. It must be said that with storage bags, many tasks became much more convenient. Unfortunately, the tiers of these storage bags were not very high, and the storage space was extremely limited. Su Yang also had quite a bit of stock that he couldn't pack up and take with him. Looks like I'll need to find more storage bags when I get the chance, or get a magic artifact with more space for storage. Su Yang shook his head and took out all the white jade rice that couldn't fit in the storage bags, preparing to feed the eagles and the fish, allowing these little creatures to eat their fill. Eat up, eat up. After this meal, who knows when the next will be. Watching the birds feast heartily, Su Yang shook his head with a smile and turned towards the fish grounds. In the fish grounds, he also poured several bags of white jade rice into the water. After a group of enlightened fish had eaten their fill, he said, "I'll be gone for a while. Hide yourselves well and don't get caught by outsiders. Meanwhile, help me look after the fish and don't just think about eating all the time." After speaking, he did not wait to see if these fish with limited spirit wisdom understood. He just opened all the net cages. Although he possessed the Dragon King's command trait, the intelligence of those ordinary fish was far too low, making them very troublesome to control, and he could not stay in the water all the time. Therefore, he eventually decided to use net cages for breeding. Now that he was leaving, he had no idea when he would return, nor did he know if anyone would come to the island. To prevent his fish grounds from disaster and his fish from harm, Su Yang decided to temporarily release them back into the lake. Anyway, he had the Dragon King's command. When he returned, a single order would bring 100,000 fish obediently back. The fish grounds were handled this way, and so was the electric eel farm. Those electrifying little guys were excellent for cultivation practice, and how could Su Yang allow them to fall into the hands of others? Therefore, Su Yang personally went down to the lake, found a hidden spot as their temporary den, and expended his cultivation to further enlighten the electric eel king and a few spirit monsters, enhancing their spirit wisdom and strength. Only then did Su Yang feel at ease to leave. After the spirit rice was collected and the fish had been arranged, the last things to deal with were the eagles and the medicinal fields. The spiritual medicines in the fields had only been growing for a few years, not mature enough to harvest and of no use. Su Yang could only hope fortuitously that the dam cultivators had some principles and would leave those underage herb seedlings untouched. As for the eagle flock, after much deliberation, Su Yang finally decided to take only the golden eagle with him on the road. Laolio, along with the newly advanced peacock, were tasked with leading the birds to migrate elsewhere, to hide away and wait for his return from White Dragon Lake. Why does this feel a little sad? It's all the fault of those bastards who can't do anything right. But in the end, it's still because I'm too weak. Looking at the deserted island with birds and fish scattered around, Su Yang shook his head, dispelling the discomfort in his heart. Having finished preparing, Su Yang didn't bring anything else with him, just dressed ordinarily, carrying several storage bags, and plunged into Dongting. Screech! The golden eagle cried out and took off, soaring into the sky, proceeding alongside him. Thus, 3 days later. White Dragon Lake. This lake was also within the borders of Liang country, covering an area even greater than Dongting and known for its thousandly white dragon scenic beauty. Countless poets and scholars from ancient to modern times have lingered here, leaving behind their immortal writings. There were even rumors that in the center of the lake lay a white dragon immortal sanctuary where immortals appeared, with escape lights and sword shadows crisscrossing, yet without a trace to be found, drawing many seekers of immortals in the path to wander about, yearning to enter but failing. Is this a large-scale formation? It's just an ordinary illusion array, separating the realms of immortals and mortals, preventing mortals from entering and absorbing nature's spiritual energy from within. Although it covers a large area, because it has spiritual energy, this array hardly consumes anything to isolate the outside world, preventing mortals from entering to absorb nature's spiritual energy. When you do the math, it's quite a profit. No, this illusion array is only the surface, inside there must be another formation gathering spiritual energy. In the lake, Su Yang, who had already digested the primary understanding of array formation, immediately noticed the extraordinariness of the market at White Dragon Lake. This made him even more excited, and he immediately swam into the range of the formation. It was distinctly noticeable that within the range of this formation, the earth Yuan Qi was much purer. Although it could not compare with Blackwater River, let alone the Blackwater Forbidden Area, it was far superior to the mortal world. Su Yang, swimming in the water like a dragon, travelled several more tens of li before finally spotting an island ahead. It was an exceedingly vast island where Su Yang could feel the active spiritual energy miles away, with clouds and mists swirling around the island like jade belts or jiao dragons, continuously enveloping the land and showing no signs of dissipating. The spectacle was the result of dense nature's spiritual energy reaching a certain degree of concentration, a miracle and a vision on its own. The concentration of spiritual energy on White Dragon Island was comparable to that of the deep waters of Blackwater River. No wonder it could sustain Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, and he leaped out from the water. Using his cultivation to dry his clothing, he subsequently treaded across the lake's surface towards the magical island. The island had a main gate, the only entrance, guarded by 4 White Dragon Island disciples in white robes wielding swords on both sides. The entry fee is 1 spirit stone, one of the guards said, seeing Su Yang, who arrived empty-handed and with an unremarkable cultivation level. He collected the spirit stone in a matter-of-fact way. Su Yang didn't waste words, paid a spirit stone, and received a wooden token before entering the island. Cultivators, seizing the essence of heaven and earth, encroachants on the mysteries of the sun and moon, rely on spiritual energy to practice. Spiritual energy is sustenance, it is strength, it is hope and the future. Therefore, cultivators seldom stay in the mortal world for long, because there is no spiritual energy there, which is of no help to cultivation. Staying too long can even cause their cultivation to regress, just like people suffering from malnutrition without food. Such an important resource naturally needed to be controlled. Those places abundant in spiritual energy had long been occupied by major forces. Loose cultivators wanting to enter must pay spirit stones, or else they would be driven away or even killed on the spot. Like White Dragon Island, entering the island required paying a spirit stone, allowing one to stay for a day. After a day, if one could not find shelter, they would have to leave on their own, otherwise, the enforcement team would drive them out. Therefore, the industries like renting cave mansions and selling cave mansions in the markets were always booming. The cultivation realm is vast, but residence is not easy. However, it doesn't have much to do with me. With a smile, Su Yang stepped into the market. They're said to be cultivators of the Immortal Cultivation World, but they're in fact not much different from mortals. In the marketplace, noise and clamor were everywhere, cries of hawkers echoed back and forth, and the variety of trades and stalls were dazzling. Although Su Yang had just entered the Immortal Cultivation World, he knew well that the hearts of people in this world were treacherous. Hence, he had already disguised himself with disguise concealment and simulated the mana aura of a cultivator with divine intent Gang Qi, now presenting himself as a cultivator in the mid-phase of Qi cultivation. Not too high, not too low, perfect for fishing. Would the honored guest need guidance? Honored guest, I'm most familiar with White Dragon Island. My ancestors for 8 generations have been from White Dragon Island, I could certainly guide the honored guest. Senior, I only ask for 1 spirit stone. I'll take only half a piece. At the entrance of the marketplace, some people loitered. As soon as they saw Su Yang's novice appearance, they immediately surrounded him. Su Yang smiled and randomly chose 1, you'll do. Thank you, honored guest. Seeing this, the rest sighed but did not insist. They were mortals whose ancestors had been cultivators, allowing them entry into the Immortal Cultivation World, but they lacked spiritual roots and couldn't cultivate. Their work involved serving as guides, earning spirit stones to contribute to their families. Spiritual root, a single spiritual root, determined the fate of so many people? Is this the honored guest's first time on White Dragon Island? The young man Su Yang picked spoke up readily. Su Yang smiled, correct, do you have any recommendations? If it's recommendations, there are plenty. The young man smiled cautiously, asking, it depends on the honored guest's needs, whether to earn spirit stones, or to buy and sell goods, talismans, magic artifacts, pills, or if you seek cultivation techniques. Different shops offer different things. Su Yang was interested, then let's start with earning spirit stones. Earning spirit stones, huh? The young man looked Su Yang up and down and then continued, there are many ways to earn spirit stones. If one's cultivation is profound and strength formidable, good at fighting, one could take on the commissioned tasks of White Dragon Island, which are quite rewarding. If one is skilled in elixirs, talismans, or artifact refining, one could make a fortune daily. Whether it's White Dragon Island itself or the various shops, they're willing to hire pill masters, talisman masters, artifact refiners at a high price. Furthermore, the young man looked around, then leaned closer and whispered, pursuing and capturing immortal fate men who do evil is also a path. If you're lucky and hit upon a big fateful encounter with the supernatural, then you could soar to the heavens in one leap. Immortal fate men. Immortal fate, selling fateful encounter hints. Su Yang murmured to himself, his thoughts unsettled, when he suddenly heard hawking nearby, someone actually selling hints to fateful encounters with the supernatural. Turning his head to look, he saw a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a rotund figure, loudly hawking his wares. Su Yang approached, and the middle-aged man noticed him. Honored guest, might you wish to buy a clue to a fateful encounter with the supernatural? A clue to a fateful encounter with the supernatural. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man. What kind of fateful encounter clue? The whereabouts of those immortal fate men, of course. Seeing Su Yang's novice appearance, the middle-aged man's smile grew even brighter. After the honored guest buys it, go and investigate, and perhaps you'll obtain a great fateful encounter and soar to the skies in one leap. Really? Su Yang smiled, how do you sell it? Different news, different clues, different prices. The middle-aged fatty rubbed his hands together, his demeanor that of a cunning merchant. There are those that cost 1 spirit stone, those for 10, and even those for 100 spirit stones. You are free to choose. Su Yang took out a spirit stone. Let's start with one that costs a spirit stone to see. Sure thing. The middle-aged fatty accepted the spirit stone, looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice to say, to the east of White Dragon Lake, there is another lake called Dongting. A few months ago, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the lake, and a Jiao dragon stirred the winds and thunder, witnessed by hundreds of fishermen. There must be an immortal fate there. Su Yang fell silent for a while, is that it? That's it. The fatty nodded as if it was only to be expected, for 1 spirit stone, that's all you get. Sir, if you buy the 10 or 100 spirit stone ones, you will definitely get more detailed clues about immortal fate. What do you say, do you want one? No need. Su Yang decisively refused and turned away. The youth followed him, and after they had walked some distance, he said in a low voice to Su Yang, Sir, you shouldn't believe that man's words, he is a notorious scammer from White Dragon Island. A scammer? Su Yang smiled, turning back, is there anyone who sells this stuff who isn't a scammer? This. The youth scratched his cheek, then also broke into a smile. Indeed, those who sell this kind of information are basically all scammers. They establish gangs and factions in the mundane world to collect tales of immortal fate. If they had any reliable news, they would have taken action themselves long ago, rather than sell it to others. What they sell is mostly second or third hand, or even 20 or 30 times removed, and is common knowledge. It's just that you are new here. So it seems you know quite a bit as well. Su Yang smiled and took the opportunity to ask, apart from what we just talked about, have there been any other rumors about Dongting Lake recently? Dongting Lake? The youth recalled for a moment, then shook his head, no, although Dongting Lake has its peculiarities, it has been thoroughly explored by countless cultivators over the years. It's just an ordinary place with no hidden spiritual energy. It's true that some immortal fate men like to hide there, thinking they can move about unseen. But to cultivators, an area spanning 800 miles is trivial, and can be thoroughly searched with some effort. All right then. Hearing this, Su Yang didn't ask further, I'm looking to buy some items, lead the way. Yes, sir. Half a day later, Su Yang left the market and headed straight out of White Dragon Island. As for the youth. Shopkeeper, you are indeed as cunning as a fox and wise beyond anyone else. Inside the shop, the youth bowed respectfully to the middle-aged fatty selling immortal fate information. After that duet performance, he indeed let down his guard around me and followed me to several shops. Oh! The chubby shopkeeper narrowed his mung bean-sized eyes and asked, what did he buy? The youth listed them off like valuable possessions. There's the purple ink. Bamboo from the purple bamboo hall, the fish dragon sinew from White Dragon Island, some mysterious iron steel from Iron King Mountain, all sorts of materials, and then he went to Rejuvenation Hall and bought the elixir recipes for nourishing UN pills and vitality pills. The fat shopkeeper pondered for a moment. All these together must cost several hundred spirit stones, right? 415 lower grade spirit stones. The youth promptly added, he was a bit short on spirit stones, so he sold 2 or 3 magic artifacts. I saw it clear as day, he has at least 4 or 5 storage bags on him. 2 or 3 magic artifacts. 4 or 5 storage bags. The fat shopkeeper frowned. Could he be a robbing cultivator, here to fish, baiting people into a trap? This. The youth paused, taken aback, then fell silent, not daring to hastily conclude on such a serious matter. Fortunately, the chubby shopkeeper soon made a decision. Just a mid-level chi cultivation practitioner, he is most likely an immortal fate man. And even if he's really a robbing cultivator fishing for prey, in this underworld of double-crossing, who's to fear whom is not yet certain. Did you use the claiming life incense? I did. Good, not open for 3 years, but once open, good for 3 years. Let's see what kind of immortal fate I'll encounter this time. Chapter 73, Robbing Cultivator. Killing and arson for a golden belt, repairing bridges and roads leaves no corpse. Su Yang left White Dragon Island, stood on the lakeshore, and took out a mini bamboo raft. Inferior magic artifact green bamboo boat. Priced at 100 spirit stones, the main body is made of spirit bamboo, engraved with light wind array patterns, possessing a very fast escape speed, but with extremely weak defense. It can't withstand attacks from mid-chi cultivation cultivators and can only be used as a means of transportation, not suitable for battling other cultivators. Su Yang tossed the bamboo raft, and Gang Yuan replaced mana to infuse it. The 3-inch bamboo raft instantly grew in the wind, transforming into a small boat that was a zhang in length and quite broad. The methods of cultivation are indeed magical. Most magical artifacts possess the ability to alter their size, able to switch between 2 fixed states. Like this green bamboo boat, 3 inches when small, 1 zhang when large. As long as mana is infused, one can freely switch between them, but it is limited to these 2 fixed states. It can't be shrunk to 5 or 6 inches, nor enlarged to 2 or 3 zhang. This type of low-priced magical artifact can only switch between fixed states. Only high-tier magical artifacts, and even superior magical treasures, can change size at will. But it's still not bad. Su Yang stepped onto the green bamboo boat and headed straight out of the lake. Although he has not yet begun cultivation, the Great Dao is infinite, all roads lead to the same goal. Divine Intent Gang Qi and Cultivation Mana are essentially energies, special energies combining nature's Yuan Qi with the human body. Although the quality of cultivation mana is higher, as long as a martial artist has strong control and studies cultivation skills, they can completely convert their own Divine Intent Gang Qi into cultivation mana, though with some loss. For Su Yang, this was not an issue at all. Therefore, he could also use magical artifacts, and not only use them, formation, elixir skills, talisman, and artifact refining methods, all the things cultivators can do, he could do them all. Except for not having a spiritual root, there is no difference between him and a regular cultivator. Riding the green bamboo boat, Su Yang left White Dragon Island, heading out of the Immortal Cultivation World. The boat moved neither slowly nor urgently, with Su Yang neither anxious nor impatient. Fishing requires patience. He had just strolled around the market and had his eye on quite a few items, including a lower-tier array formation heritage. But alas, he was short on funds. Even if he sold all his booty, he couldn't get enough spirit stones to purchase those desirable items. Thus, he decided to play the role of a robbing cultivator for once, to see if anyone would take the bait. It is true that being a robbing cultivator is dangerous, with everyone calling for their execution and being pursued, but this is only for those who rob and plunder all year round. For someone like Su Yang, who just occasionally hits a jackpot and knows the art of disguise concealment, there's virtually no risk. The only exception would be if someone laid a targeted killing trap for him in a counter-fishing scheme. Su Yang didn't believe that someone would target him just as he entered the cultivation world. So, go ahead with the plan, and if necessary, switch identities afterward. No, that's not right. How can fishing be considered robbery? It's self-defense, a righteous action. Su Yang smiled, leaving the spirit lake, heading straight for the mundane world. Elsewhere. How is it? He's headed towards the mundane world. Can you discern any background or origins? No, he's a newcomer, never seen him before. Followed the whole way, just him alone. Seems like a real greenhorn. Let's move. Indeed, we've seen most of the robbing cultivators around White Dragon Lake, and there's an unspoken understanding among us, no one would do this kind of thing. Unless it's a mighty dragon crossing the river. But what of that? With the methods of us three brothers, even a Foundation establishment cultivator can be dealt with. What's there to fear? Considering this guy's behavior earlier, he's undoubtedly from the immortal fate men, carrying treasures and spending lavishly. He has already attracted quite a bit of attention in the market. If we don't make our move now, others might beat us to it. Alright then, let's go. Having left the Immortal Cultivation World and returned to the mundane realm, Su Yang finally understood why cultivators were unwilling to stay long in the mundane. Malnutrition and regression of cultivation were part of it, but the other part was the thin yuan qi of the mundane, which would greatly reduce the fighting power of cultivators. A spell cast in the cultivation world with full force of mana would unleash its full power. In the mundane world, without the aid of nature's spiritual energy, the same amount of mana would only yield 1/3 of the original power. According to the records in the cultivation travel record, there are even deathlands in the world, environments worse than the mundane world. Although the mundane world lacks high-grade spiritual energy, low-grade yuan qi is still present. But those deathlands lack even yuan qi, they are true origin spirit deserts, forbidden zones for cultivation. To this, Su Yang felt somewhat curious. If I get the chance, I might actually go. Boom! Before he could finish his thought, a sudden change occurred. A torrent of water beneath exploded like thunder, heavily slamming into the bottom of the green bamboo boat, causing the fragile boat to burst into pieces and scatter. Su Yang flipped and rose, flying back several zhang, landing and taking several steps across the water's surface while looking around in shock and doubt. At that moment, a figure burst out from the waters. It was a burly middle-aged man with coarse hair and a beard. Abruptly bursting from the water, holding a fishing spear, he laughed wildly. "Kid, how do you like the Kuei water thunder from Grandpa?" Su Yang's face darkened, and without responding, he plunged back into the water. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, the burly man laughed instead of being surprised. "As I thought, just a little greenhorn." With that, he leapt, diving into the water as well. This world is one of struggle. Whether a sheep or a wolf, one must fight. This was also reflected on White Dragon Island. The cultivators who came to trade in the White Dragon Island market were mostly capable of water combat, skilled in the water battle method or water escape technique, able to rely on water to escape in critical moments. Everyone thought the market of White Dragon Island was quite safe. But they didn't know that the robbing cultivators around White Dragon Island, in order to adapt to the competition and to establish a footing within the robbing cultivator realm of White Dragon Island, had all diligently practiced the technique of water battle and water escape, with each being a master of water combat. Entering the water in front of them was not just making a fool of oneself by displaying one's slight skill before an expert, it was seeking one's own death. Such amateurish behavior was definitely that of an immortal fate man. With the last of his doubts cast aside, the burly man with streaks of muscle picked up his harpoon and plunged into the water like a black fish, chasing straight after his target. Two others converged from either side, one a round-shaped, golden-skinned fatty and the other a skinny youth, akin to a stick of bamboo. "Big brother, third brother, that kid is just bluffing. Let's move quickly and not let the fat sheep escape." With a kick, the big man activated his mana, and in an instant, the water surged, wrapping around him as he chased after him hastily. The two companions also employed their methods. The fatty's body suddenly swelled, moving through water like a golden toad, his speed astonishingly fast. The bamboo pole-like youth spat out a black sword, merging man and sword, rapidly escaping through the water, equally lightning fast. The three were none other than the notoriously infamous robbing cultivators around White Dragon Lake, the three scourges of White Dragon. Each had reached the 10th level of Qi cultivation and had also practiced body training skill, achieving perfect Qi refinement with a body fully refined. Together, they could even hold their own against Foundation establishment cultivators, and possibly even escape unscathed. How else could they have the ability to be robbing cultivators? "Haha, you stinking kid, swim all you like, but can you be faster than the five?" Elements escape technique. Let me show you the methods of a cultivator. The second of the three scourges, the burly man, laughed wildly and employed the water escape technique, catching up to Su Yang in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Su Yang, who'd been darting away like a fish, suddenly turned around, countering with a palm strike. The big man's eyes focused sharply, his harpoon piercing forward, carrying the power of the water, colliding with the opponent's palm strike, resulting in a stalemate. Immediately thereafter, the other two arrived at the battlefield, forming a siege that quickly encircled Su Yang. Big brother, third brother, this kid has some skill. Seems like he's encountered great fortune, be careful. The palm exchange just now had given the big man a hint that something was wrong, prompting him to immediately warn his companions. Kill. The fatty, resembling a golden toad and bizarre in appearance, didn't waste words and spat out a beam of golden light, launching an attack towards Su Yang. The bamboo pole-like youth likewise pushed his black sword forward, like a venomous snake biting from behind. The burly man threw his harpoon, which turned into a sharp black light, accompanied by the mighty force of the rushing water, heading straight for Su Yang. Each employed their own methods. But amidst the water, Su Yang raised his hand, instantaneously utilizing Tai Chi, with the Fighting Scroll's ultimate move emerging once again. Chi 3000. In a flash, a pair of black and white fish chasing each other's tail appeared, influencing the surrounding currents to form whirlpools. Within the whirlpool, Tai Chi rotated, the yin and yang energies embodying the lore of the 3000, causing the three magic artifacts' brilliance to collapse instantly, revealing their true forms. A golden bead, a harpoon, and a black sword. What? Seeing the other side wield Tai Chi, instantly retracting their magic artifacts, all three were stupefied on the spot. What kind of spell was this? A moment of doubt was followed by shock. Something's not right. This is trouble. Run quickly. The trio suddenly came to their senses, not bothered about their magic artifacts, they spurred their mana and turned to flee. What is most important for a robbing cultivator? Its perceptive ability. A robbing cultivator with poor insight not only dies quickly but also miserably. Although they had misjudged their opponent this time, it wasn't too late to mend the fold after a sheep is lost. As long as there is life, there's hope. Flee! 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 Fear and panic fueled their flight. But how could a fisherman possibly let go of a fish that had taken the bait so easily? Within the depths, Su Yang stepped forward and submerged while unleashing divine intent, connecting heaven and earth. The surrounding water pulled into forming a tornado whirlpool. Muddy water Jiao Dragon. Unity of heaven and man. Along with the martial path Yuan skill, the strength of divinity. In an instant, the tornado formed, the whirlpool raging and spiraling violently, clenching onto the movements of the three. This is bad. Big brother. The trio cried out in alarm, exerting their full strength into their escape techniques, but the water spirit energy, once so compliant to their commands, now seemed like a different entity, not just refusing to respond to them but also opposing them, pushing them away, forcibly dragging their bodies inch by inch toward the tornado whirlpool. What is this? Divine will guiding mana, controlling Yuan Qi. He's at the perfect Qi refinement level, he's a perfect Qi refinement cultivator specializing in spells. We must work together to activate the golden toad, otherwise we'll all die under his spells. Realizing the truth, they were more horrified than ever. The leader of the three scourges, the middle-aged fatty, let out an angry shout and then spat out a beam of golden light. It was a completely golden toad. All three urged their mana into the golden toad. Erg! Mana surged, and the golden toad bellowed, swelling 100-fold in an instant to become a 30-foot behemoth that swallowed the trio in one gulp. The very next moment, a tornado struck, the vortex expanding. The golden toad was too slow to evade and got swept up in it. Gurgle gurgle. Bang. 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 The violent rotation of the deep water tornado shattered beams of golden light. Meanwhile, above the lake. What's going on? This commotion doesn't seem like the work of those three. It looks like the three scourges of White Dragon have met their match this time. A match? This ruckus, it's not just a match, it's like an iron bastion. I knew it, in this day and age, where can you find a true novice? They're all old demons pretending to be novices, tricking and trapping. Could it be that some Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't stand it anymore and took matters into their hands to deal with those three scoundrels? Watching the violently churning 100-yard-wide tornado vortex, everyone peering both openly and in secret couldn't help but be astonished. Such uproar, such a spectacle, wasn't this what you'd expect when a Foundation establishment cultivator makes a move? Lucky for us, it was the White Dragon's three scourges who stepped on this landmine, otherwise. At this thought, many felt a secret chill, filled with lingering fears. At that moment, boom! A massive explosion occurred, the vortex burst, and the tornado spewed out an angry torrent in which a glint of gold could be seen. It was the Golden Toad. It's that fatso's Golden Toad. A supreme-grade defensive magic artifact. To be ruined to such an extent. The spectators' pupils contracted, their eyes revealing horror. Only to see the Golden Toad tumble out from the raging torrent, cove wounds, its body riddled with cracks, not knowing what sort of Deva's blows it had suffered that brought this defense-oriented supreme GRA artifact to the brink of destruction. As the onlookers were still in shock, with the Golden Toad still in mid-air, another angry wave exploded from within the vortex. Boom! As the wave exploded, a figure flew out, stepping into the sky in pursuit of the Golden Toad, fists flashing like lightning as they furiously bombarded it. Thunder driving lightning lifting skill. Lightning Thunderbolt Fist. Bang! 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 Boom! With thunder and lightning roaring, punches raining down wildly, under the continuous heavy strikes, the already severely damaged Golden Toad, pushed to its limits, finally couldn't withstand any more and exploded thunderously into pieces. The Golden Toad burst apart, the three men were flung out, faces pale and spitting blood. "Senior, please spare us. We are willing to submit." Their magic artifact broken, sharing its fate, heavily injured, the three could only beg for mercy in hopes of survival. However, the newcomer paid them no heed, fists flashing like lightning, they thundered out, bolts of electric light like dragons fleeing in terror, striking the bodies of the three men. Bang! 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 Three explosive sounds were heard, akin to a splendid fireworks display bursting open in the sky. Struck by lightning, their flesh blown to pieces, 3 Chi cultivation 10th level, body perfected robbing cultivators didn't even get to leave last words before they were struck by lightning through their bodies, their internal organs became charred mush, while their heads and orifices emitted wisps of blue smoke. The 3 scourges of White Dragon dead. The bodies of the 3 fell, sinking into the water. Su Yang leaped high, akin to an ascendant dragon returning to the sea, plunging into the roiling waters and vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the end, the battlefield fell silent, leaving behind only a myriad of astounded spectators. Staring at the lake still turbulent, yet empty of any figure, it took a long while for people to snap back to reality. This senior really acts in an unconventional manner. Punishing the wicked and evil without leaving a name, such high righteousness. What high righteousness, isn't this just smashing and grabbing then making a getaway? You shout louder and call him back, see who's making a getaway then. Exactly, with incidents like robbing cultivators, can you even call it robbery? That's called demon exterminating and guard of the Deo. This senior cultivates the Thunder series, so fearsome, so fearsome. Thunder and lighting are the key elements between heaven and earth, they can command everything in the 3 realms and the 9 regions, subjugating all spells, all divine skills, all bodily abilities. As such, those who cultivate thunder techniques are called the kings of spell cultivators, their combat power even surpassing that of sword cultivators. Among combat practitioners, the sword Deo is supreme. Among spell practitioners, thunder and lightning reign supreme. We cultivators traverse against the heavens, fearing nothing, the only dread being thunder and the heavenly tribulation. Those who cultivate the Thunder series command the forces of heaven and earth with human might, every single one an invincible battle-strong figure. Meeting such an end at the hands of such a person, the 3 fiends didn't die unjustly, not even in the slightest. Chapter 74, Trading. The following day, Su Yang entered White Dragon Island again, maintaining his previous appearance but revealing his cultivation. Perfect Qi refinement. From the 10th to 12th level of Qi cultivation signifies a state of completion, with 3 barriers, the physical body, divine soul, and mana. Although Su Yang had just broken through the 4 barriers and recently stepped into the realm of martial path condensing spirit, he had already reached the Grandmaster realm of perfect completion. For him, the three barriers of perfect completion posed no obstruction whatsoever. His body had undergone rebirth through the body training skill. His divine soul was already complete, aided by the Heshi Jade and 1,000 years of accumulation from his previous lives in Great Zhou and Great Tang. As for mana, he possessed the profound martial arts scriptures, the thunder and lightning tempering skill, various skill traits and the nourishment of foods. When all these aspects were combined, it took Su Yang only 3 months after his promotion to reach the condensing spirit ultimate realm, corresponding to perfect chi refinement. In White Dragon Lake, where only one Foundation establishment cultivator openly resided, a cultivation of perfect chi refinement was sufficient to dominate. Not to mention, he was also a Thunder Series cultivator. Thus, Su Yang unusually decided to make a high-profile appearance. After killing the 3 scourges of White Dragon, he entered the marketplace of White Dragon Island with his previous identity to prepare for the sale of the 3 scourges' treasures in exchange for spirit stones. Such an action seemed somewhat inconsistent with his usual style. But, in fact, it was not. The reason Su Yang had lived as a commoner and laid low for more than 20 years was because his attribute panel couldn't be upgraded by adding points only through time accumulation. Also, the issue of the immortal fate men was delicately interconnected, triggering a chain reaction at the slightest touch, so he acted with extreme caution. After all, with no capital to operate with initially, the margin for error was far too low. Now the situation was different, he had the strength, the capital, the ability to protect himself, and some understanding of this world. An event like that involving the immortal fate men was unlikely to happen to him again. After all, the loss would not be worth the gain. Given the strength he currently displayed, below Foundation establishment he had few competitors, and above that level, it would be a mutually destructive battle. Which brain-addled Foundation establishment cultivator would risk their life in a desperate struggle with a Thunder Series spell cultivator of perfect chi refinement, especially one specialized in thunder skills? What for? To challenge his mighty thunder skill, only to face a potential self-destruct? Or because they think he has strong connections and will seek revenge? In this world, everything hustles for profit, and cultivators are no different. Unless there is a vendetta as deep as the ocean or an enormous benefit to be gained, no Foundation establishment cultivator would risk their life in a desperate fight with a 12th layer thunder lightning magic cultivator. It simply wouldn't be worth the loss. If they win, they gain nothing. These practicing thunder skill folks usually have a self-destruct trick up their sleeves as a last resort, ensuring that anyone who fights them not only fails to obtain any spoils but also gets blasted with blood. If they lose, even less needs to be said. They would create a formidable enemy and endless trouble for themselves. Without any deep-seated grudges, which Foundation establishment individual would be so foolish? Therefore, in the short term, Su Yang could freely enter and leave the White Dragon Island marketplace and openly sell the spoils of the 3 scourges of White Dragon. There was virtually no risk. So, Su Yang came. He acted with caution, not out of timidity or paranoid fantasies that the whole world was against him. He would still undertake normal, rational activities that were well within his control and which he deemed secure. Upon entering White Dragon Island, he did not seek a guide but headed directly to the tall tower at the center of the marketplace. White Dragon Tower, a property of White Dragon Island itself, was also the largest store in the marketplace, buying and selling a range of items including, but not limited to, cultivation techniques, magic artifacts, elixirs, talismans, intelligence, and various heritages. In short, they sold everything, bought everything, and their reputation was quite good, since they were a Foundation establishment power. No sooner had Su Yang walked into White Dragon Tower than a woman came to greet him. A distinguished guest graces our doorstep with his presence. The woman greeted him with a smile and a bow. I am Yun Yan, the manager of White Dragon Tower. May I know the esteemed name of our guest? Su Yang responded indifferently, my name is Shi Jian. Ah, so it's Senior Shi. The woman smiled charmingly and gestured, as our honored guest, Senior, please come upstairs to the reception. Su Yang nodded and headed straight for the second floor. Clearly, he was not surprised by this treatment. On the other hand, everyone in the lobby was left exchanging glances, filled with confusion and doubts. Not until the 2 figures ascended to the second floor and vanished from sight did someone venture to speak out. That person is the Thunder Lightning Mana King who killed the 3 scourges of White Dragon yesterday. Shi Jian? I've never heard of this name. Could he be a big shot from another region? It's said that his thunder skills are exceptional. Even that supreme-grade magic artifact that protected the body of the three scourges was shattered by him. That golden toad was a defensive-oriented supreme-grade magic artifact with the ability to leap through water and space. The three scourges once escaped a Foundation establishment cultivator's pursuit with it, but it fell into his hands yesterday. Thunder skills are formidable. They control the pivotal forces of heaven and earth, the ultimate among all skills. They overpower everything in the martial path, whether it be cultivating skills or divine skills, magic artifacts, or spiritual treasures. If it belongs to this world, if it still resides within the three realms and the five elements, then it is overcome by thunder and lightning. Otherwise, why would we cultivators fear the celestial thunder tribulation so profoundly? With his perfect chi refinement and as a thunder series cultivator, probably no one can compete with him below Foundation establishment level, and above that, he could fight to the bitter end. No wonder some people jokingly call him the Thunder Lightning Mana King. Manager Yunyan was so respectful to him. Does White Dragon Island intend to recruit him? Most likely, considering the current situation on White Dragon Island. Truly enviable. If only I could practice the thunder skill, that would be wonderful. Cultivating the thunder skill, how luxurious of you. Do you possess a thunder spiritual root? That is an anomaly among spiritual roots, 1 in 10,000. Without a spiritual root, don't even think of cultivating. The heritage of thunder skills is priceless, while a thunder species spiritual root has a price but no market. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, but it had nothing to do with Su Yang. Following the woman upstairs, they arrived in a quiet room. This is spiritual tea, a special product of Spirit Rain Mountain. Please enjoy, esteemed guest. Yunyan brewed a pot of spiritual tea and respectfully poured him a cup. Su Yang accepted without hesitation, raising the cup to drink. I'm here to do business. The statement seemed somewhat abrupt. But Yunyan was no ordinary individual, she instantly understood the subtext and immediately smiled. This humble girl understands. What does the senior require? White Dragon Island will spare no effort to satisfy. The words White Dragon Island were slightly emphasized in her speech. Su Yang smiled and without further ado, he pulled out 4 storage bags and placed them on the table, asking, how many spirit stones can these fetch? Allow this humble girl to inspect them first. Yunyan reached for a storage bag, her divine soul scanning its contents, and quickly came to a conclusion. Golden Toad, a supreme-grade defensive magic artifact, shattered into pieces. Material recycling value of 300 spirit stones. Golden Toad Bead, a high-grade offensive magic artifact, largely intact, valued at 1,300 spirit stones. Black Dragon Fork, a high-grade offensive magic artifact, largely intact, valued at 1,100 spirit stones. Mysterious Water Sword, a high-grade offensive magic artifact, largely intact, valued at 1,100 spirit stones. Green Jade Sword, a medium-grade offensive magic artifact. Black Dragon Nail, a medium-grade offensive magic artifact. After appraising, Yunyan set down the first storage bag and said to Su Yang with a smile, the total comes to 5,923 inferior-grade spirit stones. Given the bulk, I'll round it up to an even 6,000 spirit stones. What do you think, esteemed guest? Su Yang nodded, that's acceptable, quite fair. Our White Dragon Island always prioritizes fairness and honesty, no deceit to young or old. Yunyan smiled, then took the second storage bag, finding it full of consumable items such as pills and talismans. Su Yang timely remarked, I don't recognize all these pills and talismans. Please appraise them first before we discuss the sale. Yunyan cast a glance at him, then understandingly set about appraising the items. This is a yellow bud pill, which replenishes mana and accelerates cultivation. This is a chi restoring pill, which replenishes yuan chi and heals injuries. This is a detoxifying pill, which can expel toxins and purify the body. This is a mysterious water pill, containing mysterious water power, useful for those practicing water-related cultivation techniques or for water element spiritual pets. This is Kuei Water Thunder, crafted from the energy of Kuei water. Though not a true thunder technique, it has explosive effects, especially in water combat, greatly enhancing its power. This is. As expected of the chief steward of White Dragon Tower, she swiftly appraised all the various pills, talismans, and consumables in the storage bag. Su Yang nodded and kept all the pills that could aid in cultivation and enhance his prowess, as well as some defensive talismans. He pushed everything else forward and said, "Sell all of these." "Very well." Seeing this, Yunyan simply smiled, not surprised. Indeed, there was no need for surprise. The force of Thunder skills was such that he didn't need any other offensive means. Keeping pills that helped in cultivation and improved cultivation, as well as some defensive talismans, was enough to show confidence in his own mastery of Thunder skills. It also suggested he was a solitary cultivator, dedicated to arduous practice. Otherwise, for these consumables and previous various magic artifacts, even if not for personal use, it would have been a good choice to bring them back for his family, sect, or subordinates. There was no need to trade them away. These pills in total are worth 336 spirit stones. After setting aside the pills that improved cultivation and defensive talismans, there wasn't much left, certainly not as much as the previous magic artifacts. Robbing cultivators, those with strength, indeed amass riches through plundering, but they can't just plunder without any expense. Once spirit stones are obtained, they must be quickly converted into combat power. Hence, robbing cultivators invest heavily in magic artifacts, as this directly affects their work efficiency and safety. Take the 3 Scourges of White Dragon, who had a supreme grade magic artifact, 3 high-grade magic artifacts, as well as numerous medium and inferior grade magic artifacts. Their wealth was comparable to a typical Foundation establishment cultivator. This demonstrates just how lucrative their line of work is. Of course, the risks are great too. And now, that trio is finished. Yunyan picked up the 3rd storage bag and then showed a look of surprise. "What is this?" "Just a bit of spirit rice I grew myself." Su Yang smiled, "Please assess." "I didn't expect the senior to be skilled in agriculture." Yunyan in turn became more relaxed and assessed, "This is white jade rice, a tier 1 spirit rice, beneficial for enhancing chi blood and strengthening the physique, totaling 5,600 pounds, valued at 560 inferior grade spirit stones. 10 pounds per spirit stone, that's not bad." Su Yang nodded and then brought out some yellow beam rice, "And these?" "This is..." Yunyan took one look and was astonished once more. "This is yellow beam rice, which aids the divine soul and is a special type of spirit rice occurring from a mutation of white jade rice. The fair price per pound is 10 spirit stones. If the senior is willing to part with it, I can offer 12 spirit stones per pound." 10 spirit stones per pound. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then said, "We can cooperate again in the future." "That is acceptable." Hearing this, Yunyan didn't show much concern, and reached for the 4th storage bag to check its contents, finding an assortment of miscellaneous items. "Is this the Searching Immortal Order of the Green Jade Sect? This is a seed of the Green Snake Vine. This is an identity jade token of a disciple from Red River Valley. This is a passage order from our White Dragon Island. These robbing cultivators, they are unfilial." Looking at the various items in the 4th storage bag, especially the identity tokens of the disciples of White Dragon Island and their passes, Yunyan's face also grew unsightly. But she quickly adjusted her emotions, swapped back to a smile, and looked at Su Yang. "These miscellaneous items are worth 1200 spirit stones." "That's fine." Su Yang nodded his head, showing no interest in haggling. "A total of 8,200 low-grade spirit stones." Yunyan quoted the price. "Does the senior wish to sell them all?" Su Yang nodded, "Sell them all." Yunyan was not verbose. "All right, I will have someone fetch the spirit stones." "No rush." Su Yang shook his head, "I want to buy some things as well." "Oh." Yunyan was not surprised and asked with a light laugh, "What does senior wish to purchase?" "Some elixirs that can enhance cultivation, as well as some elixir recipes and materials. If there is a complete pill master inheritance, that would be the best. Additionally, I want spiritual farmer inheritances, spirit plant seeds, and array formation inheritances, formation flags and plates, and other related items." Su Yang looked at Yunyan, "Do you have them?" "Pill master. Spiritual farmer. Formation master." Yunyan looked at Su Yang, her eyebrows knitting slightly. The knit brows were not because White Dragon Tower didn't have these items, but because she didn't expect Su Yang to want these things. In her estimation, this Thunder Lightning Mana King would surely be a cultivator who is deaf to matters outside his window and who wholeheartedly cultivates the laws of heaven and earth. Or to say, all thunder cultivators and sword cultivators would be such ascetic practitioners. Among warriors, the sword Dao is supreme. Within mage cultivators, thunder and lightning reign as king. What defines a sword cultivator or a thunder cultivator? One who cultivates sword techniques, nurtures the flying sword, and has no other pursuits beyond this path is a sword cultivator. By the same logic, one who practices thunder series and has no pursuits beyond this is a thunder cultivator. Both these cultivation methods require specialization because they are too powerful. Without it, it is difficult to achieve greatness. Some extreme sword and thunder cultivators, in order to master profound sword techniques and powerful thunder series, even forsake their own foundational progression, the enhancement of their realms and cultivation. From this, one can see the difficulty of being a sword or thunder cultivator. Behind the ability to shatter 10,000 paths with a single sword or annihilate 10,000 Daos with thunder lies the ceaseless hard cultivation, day and night, with great perseverance and dedication. With such cultivation methods, even the most basic foundation and realm become difficult to maintain. How can one afford to be distracted by other arts? Therefore, thunder and sword cultivators are extremely pure ascetics. In the early phases, they focus solely on cultivation. Only when they have reached an exceptionally profound realm and possess sufficient lifespan and vitality could they possibly spare attention to secondary pursuits, such as alchemy or painting talisman. But the man before her wanted a pill master inheritance, then a spiritual farmer inheritance, and in the end, even the array formation was not overlooked. What is he planning to do? Engaging in so many arts, including the so-called foremost among 100 skills, the uniquely difficult array path. Is he abandoning his thunder techniques, not advancing in his realm anymore? Yun Yan couldn't figure it out. But Su Yang, clearly, was not going to explain, do you have them or not? These, naturally, we do. Though very curious, Yun Yan didn't dare to ask further out of respect for the privacy valued in the immortal path, and could only answer, our White Dragon Island has been in operation for many years. Collectings from pill masters, talisman masters, artifact refiners, and formation masters are all available. Additionally, we have collections for farming, brewing, beast taming, and other unconventional skill inheritances. Very well. Su Yang nodded and pushed forward a list he had prepared beforehand. Bring me one of everything listed here. Yun Yan took the list and her curiosity grew, but she did not ask further. Although we have many inheritances, they are mostly first tier. Does Senior want them all? Su Yang nodded. Everything on the list, if it's not repeated, I want it all, and the various materials too. Well, all right. Yun Yan stood up. Senior, please wait a moment. Su Yang closed his eyes and quietly waited. He knew that acting like this would attract much curiosity and suspicion. But it didn't matter. He intended to use the identity Shi Jian only once, and after purchasing these items, he planned to leave without a fuss. Their curiosity, their suspicions, none of it had anything to do with him. As for whether White Dragon Island would take action because of this, unless they could immediately summon a great golden core cultivator, there was no logical reason for them to attack a thunder cultivator of perfect chi refinement over such peculiar behavior. There would be no benefit, only harm to their own reputation. Without a single advantage, it was something they definitely wouldn't do. In this world, there are people who are willing to take risky deals, but there are none who conduct business at a loss. Soon, a subordinate brought over a storage bag. Yun Yan pushed the storage bag towards Su Yang. The items Senior requested are all here, totaling 7,853 spirit stones. Let's offer a discount, 7,500 spirit stones. You have 700 stones left over. Please check and count them. Su Yang nodded and began inspecting the items. Quickly. There's no problem. Then let's conduct the transaction. Shortly, the two completed the transfer of items within the storage bag. The deal was settled, clean and clear. Su Yang also stood up. Then, I will take my leave. Senior, please wait a moment. Yun Yan hastily stopped him. Chapter 75, Invitation. Su Yang cast his gaze down and looked at the woman. Is there something else? Although she also had the cultivation of the 10th level of Qi cultivation, when he swept his gaze over her, Yun Yan was startled and hurriedly said, Senior, please don't misunderstand. There's something White Dragon Island would like to discuss with you. After speaking, she pushed forward a storage bag. Su Yang looked at her for a while before picking up the storage bag to check it and finding that it was full of spirit stones. Yun Yan smiled and said, "These 3,000 spirit stones are the bounty for those 3 robbing cultivators. Senior has acted heroically, eliminating demons to guard the Dao, and has removed a scourge for our White Dragon Island. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it. I would be disrespectful to refuse." Upon hearing this, Su Yang did not say much and directly accepted the 3,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, Yun Yan's smile grew even broader. "In addition, there's another matter I must inform Senior about." After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands. "Come in." As she spoke, the door was pushed open, and 2 disciples of White Dragon Island led a pale-faced youth inside. Su Yang glanced at him, his expression unchanged, and turned his gaze away. Yun Yan said with a light laugh, "This person is a pawn of the robbing cultivators. Yesterday, he led the way for Senior with malicious intentions. Our White Dragon Island has already destroyed their den, leaving only this one. How he should be dealt with is entirely up to Senior to decide." The youth was pale and struggled to direct his gaze towards Su Yang. "Senior, I was also forced into this. I ask for your magnanimity, please spare my life. Your matters have nothing to do with me." Before he could finish, he was cut off. Su Yang's expression was indifferent. He didn't even look at the youth, only saying to Yun Yan, "Just get to the point." Senior is indeed decisive and efficient. Yun Yan smiled, gestured for the 2 to take the youth away, and then put on a fragile and overburdened expression, "Although Senior has just arrived, you must have heard quite a few rumors outside, haven't you?" Su Yang remained indifferent, giving no response. Yun Yan didn't care and continued, "Although many of the market rumors are baseless, they are not entirely without cause. In recent years, White Dragon Island has indeed been unable to suppress the situation. Otherwise, these robbing cultivators wouldn't be so rampant as to dare to attack White Dragon Island disciples in secret." Su Yang's expression did not change, but he weighed her words in his mind. Previously, it was said that although robbing cultivators were extremely lucrative, their situation was difficult, for they were looting from the mouths of various major powers. Therefore, they were universally condemned and had to live like rats, scurrying about in hiding. Given that, why were the 3 scourges of White Dragon so boldly brazen, committing robbery in broad daylight right outside White Dragon Island? Could it be that White Dragon Island did not care? They truly did not care. More than a decade ago, rumors circulated that the elder of White Dragon Island, the great cultivator in the later stage of Foundation establishment, was nearing the end of his life and no longer had the strength to take action and maintain control. Although within White Dragon Island there was a junior island master at the early stage of Foundation establishment, the early and late stages of Foundation establishment were 2 different concepts. He could only defend White Dragon Island and was somewhat powerless concerning matters outside the island. He didn't even dare to leave the protection of White Dragon Island's grand formation because there were many enemies of White Dragon Island. Previously, they were deterred by the Elder's late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. Now, as the Elder's life was nearing its end, only a junior at the early stage of Foundation establishment remained. Once he left the island, he would surely be targeted for assassination by formidable enemies. Hence, White Dragon Island increasingly found it difficult to maintain control. Robbing cultivators grew bolder and more audacious, not only robbing cultivators outside the island but even targeting disciples of White Dragon Island who ventured out. The 3 scourges of White Dragon were an example of this. If this situation continued to develop, it wouldn't be long before the White Dragon Island market would lose its customers and eventually be forced to close. This was the outcome White Dragon Island's enemies and competitors wanted to see. This is the norm in the cultivation world. A powerful cultivator can lead a family or a force to great strength, but also to weakness and even destruction. After all, cultivators have a limited lifespan and cannot live forever. Speaking of lifespan, Su Yang had also discovered something else: the lifespan of cultivators in this world was unexpectedly short. Yes, short. Su Yang found out after some investigation that the cultivators of this world were indeed a group of short-lived beings. How short-lived? The lifespan of those at the Qi refinement realm, even at its peak, was merely 200 years. The lifespan at the peak of Foundation establishment was only 300 years. At the Golden Core realm, even a patriarch could only live for 500 years. Only those at the nascent soul stage with great divine powers could have a lifespan of 1,000 years. If this wasn't short-lived, what was? Keep in mind that in the world of Great Tang, Su Yang, after merging the longevity Ju, the heavenly demon strategy, the mercy sailing sword scroll, and other top martial arts to further transform and enhance his martial arts scripture, had a longevity that far exceeded the cultivation techniques of this world. A grandmaster martial artist at the condensing spirit ultimate realm, in terms of the cultivation realm, was only comparable to a cultivator at the perfect chi refinement stage, yet he possessed a lifespan of 300 years, on par with a foundation establishment cultivator. As for those who had entered the Ko-Dao realm, the martial artists who had attained that level didn't even need to be mentioned. Their cultivation corresponded to foundation establishment cultivators, but their lifespan was 500 years, on par with a golden core patriarch. Why is it that cultivators can't outlive martial artists? Is the cultivation technique inferior to the martial path technique? No, in terms of both the body and divine soul or the internal Yuan mana, the quality of a cultivator is higher than that of a martial artist. Su Yang speculated that the reason cultivators in this world had such short lifespans was not due to the problem of cultivation techniques, but rather, it was an issue with the world itself. There was something wrong with this world. Not just the cultivation skills, but the martial arts scriptures were the same. Cultivating martial arts scriptures in this world did not increase one's lifespan as much as in the world of Great Tang. Why? Su Yang could not be sure, perhaps it was due to the world level. With a higher world level, the constraints on lifespan were stronger, and there might even be a heavenly Dao consciousness that suppressed these cultivators. Perhaps, given his current weak strength and low level, Su Yang did not dare to jump to conclusions. In any case, cultivators in this world simply had short lifespans. But Su Yang was an exception. Although the martial arts scriptures were also suppressed by the world and their life-extending capabilities were far inferior to those in the Great Tang world, it did not affect Su Yang too much. Now, at the condensing spirit ultimate realm, he was comparable to a perfect chi refinement cultivation, possessing 350 years of life, surpassing the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator. Why? Because the main reason for his longevity was not only due to the martial arts scriptures but also skill traits. Extending life, eternal youth, and founder of martial scripture, these skill traits either directly increased his lifespan or enhanced the effects of martial arts scriptures, which indirectly extended his lifespan. Martial arts scriptures were suppressed by the world, but skill traits were not. This cheat granted Su Yang all abilities and effects that were unimpeded by the world, even breaking through the normal rules of the world. For example, the planting skill. Normally, in the mundane world, it was impossible for ordinary plants to transform into spirit plants, but Su Yang could cultivate spirit rice from ordinary rice in the mundane world by enhancing the seeds through his planting skill optimization. There was also cultivation. Due to the issue with spiritual roots, the efficiency of martial arts scripture cultivation was far inferior to that of cultivation skills, but with various skill traits, Su Yang's cultivation efficiency of martial arts scriptures could rival or even surpass cultivation skills. It not only bridged the gap in techniques but also the disadvantage of spiritual roots. This demonstrated the strength of these skill traits, and the terrifying nature of the attribute panel. The level of this cheat might be even higher than he imagined. Attribute panel, what exactly is it, what secrets does it hide, is there a conspiracy, any dangers? Su Yang had once questioned this, or rather, he always had such doubts. But questions remained questions, he did not obsess over them, nor did he become maniacal and resist the attribute panel or discard the skill traits. They were his foundation for survival, regardless of what was involved behind them, any secrets, conspiracies, or plots, he had to rely on this power for now. Abandoning it would be the most foolish thing to do. The right choice was to utilize its power, but not to rely entirely on it. Just like the martial arts scriptures, they were achieved through the attribute panel and skill traits, but they were also a product of Su Yang's own hard work. Even without the skill traits, they would still be martial arts scriptures, not vanishing into thin air, losing all effects. That was a digression, back to the main point. The island master of White Dragon Island, his lifespan was nearing its end. If the situation on White Dragon Island could not be suppressed, to prevent the market from closing, the only solution was to enhance strength. There were many ways to enhance strength, but the most direct and quickest was to bring in outside help. Let's not beat around the bush. With a smile, Yun Yan cut to the chase, may I dare to ask if Senior is a loose cultivator, or if you already belong to a sect or family?" Su Yang's expression remained unchanged as he coldly responded, "What difference does it make if I'm a loose cultivator or attached to a sect? If Senior already belongs to a sect, then we naturally would not presume to disturb you." Yun Yan shook her head, revealing her intention, "But if Senior is a loose cultivator, then I, on behalf of White Dragon Island, sincerely invite Senior to join us. White Dragon Island is willing to offer Senior the position of Law Enforcement Elder, where you can cultivate with the benefits of a spiritual vein cave mansion, and receive various tributes every year. Should you achieve meritorious deeds, you may exchange for treasures from our stores." Upon hearing this, Su Yang straightforwardly replied, "I appreciate the kind offer, but I am accustomed to being as free as a cloud and wild crane, and really do not wish to be restrained. Farewell." Having said that, and not caring about Yun Yan's reaction, he bowed and headed for the door. "Senior." Yun Yan intended to retain him, but seeing his determination, she halted her steps, a bitter smile appearing on her face. She truly wished to recruit this person to join White Dragon Island. After all, he was a thunder cultivator with perfect chi refinement. In terms of combat power, he was no less than a Foundation Establishment cultivator and even surpassed some Foundation Establishment cultivators who were not adept at fighting. If he were to join and become the law enforcement elder for White Dragon Island, leading teams to clear out nearby robbing cultivators, the market of White Dragon Island would surely be able to continue its operations. Regrettably, the man was resolute and unmoved. However, it was also understandable. The current situation on White Dragon Island was not just an issue with robbing cultivators, it involved pressure from many enemies and competitors, already tangled up in the disputes between Foundation establishment forces. Without enmity or incentive, a Foundation establishment cultivator would naturally not risk attacking a perfect chi refinement thunder cultivator. But if it involved a cultivation market, the enormous benefits were enough to tempt a Foundation establishment cultivator to take the risk. The man saw things clearly and therefore would not stumble into danger. About this, she was helpless, she could not coerce him against his will. "Well then, we might as well lie low for a while, wait for the island master's cultivation to advance, then repave those families in kind. Fortunes shift and change, which family can remain evergreen for an eternity?" Chapter 76, Return. 1 year later, at Dongting Lake. "I've returned." Standing at the bow of a black canopied boat, Su Yang looked out over the vast and misty waters of Dongting Lake, his eyes filled with nostalgia. A year ago, he had rejected the invitation from White Dragon Island, decisively leaving that place of conflict. Afterward, he did not return directly to Dongting Lake but instead traveled to other regions, touring Liang country. He made his presence known both in the ordinary world and in the realm of cultivation. Through this, he had also clarified the general situation in Liang country. First of all, the cultivation world of Liang country was dominated by 3 major golden core sects, namely Tianshu sect, Green Jade sect, and Medicine King Valley. Among them, Tianshu sect was the strongest, recognized as a grand master of the array path, with several golden core experts, and it was said that their old ancestor had reached the perfect gold core realm, potentially breaking through to achieve nascent soul at any moment. The Liang country's royal family stemmed from the bloodline of Tianshu sect's founding master. Although the founding master had long since passed away, as long as the Tianshu sect's legacy endured, the royal family would remain the sovereign rulers of Liang country. Beneath the 3 major sects were various foundation establishment forces, with varying strengths, but none posed a significant threat to the hegemony of the 3 sects. The competition amongst them was fierce, and the situation on White Dragon Island was a common occurrence. Below the Foundation establishment forces were the Qi cultivation loose cultivators, lacking the capacity or the right to exist independently, as Qi cultivators didn't qualify or possess the ability to occupy lands rich in spiritual energy. Qi cultivation practitioners who wanted to cultivate had no choice but to attach themselves to Foundation establishment forces, join sects, serve in families, or rent cave mansions in the marketplaces, earning spirit stones to maintain their cultivation, which was highly challenging. Su Yang continued his low-key tour of the cultivation world while scattering opportunities among the ordinary people. He took on many more disciples, further spreading the martial arts scripture, enhancing the effects of his teaching skills. Of course, there were risks associated with such indiscriminate recruitment of disciples, namely that their characters couldn't be guaranteed without his constant oversight and guidance, potentially fostering ungrateful ingrates who might betray him, their master. However, it didn't matter. He was using false identities and disguises. Losing one layer of disguise simply meant he had another to fall back on, so basically no one could find him, and even if they did, they posed no threat. After all, when it came down to it, all problems were, fundamentally, matters of strength. His current power was sufficient to support him in many endeavors. Spreading martial arts all over was still not feasible, but taking some disciples and teaching some martial arts was entirely meritless, without any pressure. Therefore, his actions grew bolder and bolder. Apart from personally taking disciples under his wing, he also distributed secret manuals, instructing thousands in various disciplines, which again slightly increased the speed of his cultivation. Beyond teaching, during this year, he used Zhuangzhoumendi to, with a tenfold time difference in the Blackwater River, thoroughly research the pill master, spirit plant, beast taming, and some unique skill inheritances he had obtained on White Dragon Island. Now, apart from array formation, he had more or less mastered all other skill inheritances. It must be said, array formation was indeed very difficult to learn. Even with the accumulation of 2 lifetimes and scholarly brilliance, coupled with the never-forget after-reading ability to immediately grasp and creatively apply new knowledge, learning the array path was still extremely challenging, and he had not yet mastered it. And this was only a first-tier array formation inheritance corresponding to the Qi refinement realm. Considering the second-tier foundation establishment arrays, third-tier golden core arrays, fourth-tier nascent soul arrays, and even the fifth-tier divinity transformation great arrays, one could only guess how long it might take to study them. But it didn't matter, he had Zhuangzhoumendi, and no matter how esoteric the path of array formation was, he could conquer it bit by bit with time on his side. If the tenfold time disparity of the Blackwater world was not enough, he would switch to other worlds. 1,000-fold or 100-fold success was only a matter of time. Thus, he was not in a hurry, traveling through Liang country and wandering the Blackwater in spirit. So it was that after a year had gone by, he who had traversed Liang country returned to the familiar Dongting Lake. Indeed, he had considered settling down somewhere in the cultivation world. Although he did not rely on spiritual energy to cultivate, having it was still better than not, right? But in the end, after much thought, he dismissed the idea. Qi cultivators could not occupy lands rich in spiritual energy, they could only attach themselves to foundation establishment forces, either seeking shelter with a family or joining a sect. This was unacceptable to him as he needed a great deal of private space for farming and development. Joining a force would inevitably lead to being monitored, and if his extraordinary abilities were exposed, it would bring a whole host of problems. Of course, he could consider establishing his own power. With his current combat strength, he could even face foundation establishment cultivators, and if he was willing to struggle, taking a small piece of spirit land was not impossible. But, what's the point? For a small piece of spirit land, to engage in mind games and deception with those foundation establishment forces? Wasn't that tiring? Su Yang had clear self-awareness and action plans. His foundation was not a territory, but the attribute panel, skill traits, Zhuangzhoumendi, and thousands of worlds. Wasn't mastering these more valuable than any spirit land? It was like when he used to be a fisherman. Was he only fit to be a fisherman? No, if he wanted, he could ascend gradually without appearing exceptional, join a gang, or enter a martial arts hall. But why didn't he do it? Because the risk was not proportional to the reward. Joining a gang meant dealing with those above and below him, and occasionally having to fight fiercely with others. Joining a martial arts hall meant involvement in the conflicts of the martial world, equally perilous. It was better to be a fisherman, although at the bottom, because it was stable. He could have ample time to practice skills and accumulate traits, gather strength, and expand his capabilities. Similarly, even though spirit land was desirable, the entanglements of various interests were too many and did not compare to the ease and freedom of the mundane world. There was no way a foundation establishment cultivator, in their right mind, would come to compete with him for a piece of ordinary land. At most, some Qi cultivators desiring immortal fate would come along, which he could easily handle. Therefore, he returned to Dongting Lake, his Dongting Lake. Dongting Lake remained unchanged, the same Dongting Lake as always. As the boat entered the lake, clouds veiled and fog enshrouded, the mist on the water growing thicker. But Su Yang was well practiced and directed the blackwood boat beneath his feet straight toward his lair. This blackwood boat was also a magic artifact, a superior quality evasion-type magic artifact, one of the storeroom treasures of the three scourges of White Dragon. The artifacts he had acquired through underhanded means were mostly sold, with only this blackwood boat and a green shirt being kept. This wasn't because he couldn't use magic artifacts, on the contrary, besides the fighting scroll, the martial arts scripture also included the soldier scroll, which specialized in the art of using weapons. If he had divine weapons, his combat power would be even greater than with the fighting scroll. According to Su Yang's plans, the soldier scroll should develop in a direction similar to a sword cultivator's sword technique, practicing the sword technique, nurturing a flying sword. With the technique activated, the sword would come forth and all laws would be annihilated, the true grace of a sword cultivator. Su Yang had cultivated the Thunder series. If he were to also cultivate sword technique and combine them into the Thunder sword technique, there would be few who could withstand him in the same realm. Unfortunately, none of those magic artifacts were flying swords. Although it didn't have to be a flying sword, the soldier scroll was not limited to the sword Dao. Su Yang considered that the current fighting scroll could already meet the combat needs. After all, the priority was always cultivation, so in the end, he still sold those magic artifacts. Magical artifacts used as boats, their speed extremely fast. It didn't take long before he returned to the familiar place. Looking at the lonely desolate island, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The formations weren't broken. It seemed that for the past year or so, no one had set foot on the island. The deaths of Zhang Guanhua and those 5, hadn't they attracted any cultivators to investigate? Could it be that they were all orphans? Or seeing that even a late Qi cultivation practitioner like Zhang Guanhua had fallen, people were afraid to come here lightly? Su Yang couldn't be sure, but having his place unspoiled was a good thing regardless. The blackwood boat surged with dark light, passing through the illusion of water-moon mirrors, and immediately the scenery cleared up. "I'm back." Su Yang smiled, sprang into the air, shrank the blackwood boat, and stored it in his storage bag. It's worth mentioning that now he, the proud owner of countless storage bags, large and small, over 20 in total, was more 9-bagged than the 9-bags elder himself. There was no helping it. Traveling for over a year, it was inevitable to encounter those who were courting death, plus the hoarded privacies of the 3 scourges of White Dragon Island. His storage bags were bound to be abundant. 1 year's time, harvest aplenty. Back on the island, Su Yang smiled and called out to the golden eagle following close behind, "Go, call all of them back for me." Screech. Having followed Su Yang for a year and received many enlightenments, the now demonized golden eagle cried out, soaring into the sky as if declaring the king's return. Su Yang shook his head and went to the abandoned fishery to the west, put away his green shirt magic artifact, and with a leap, dove into the water. A moment later, the water boiled as various alien beasts and spirit monsters of the fish species led the shoals of fish to gather and return to the fishery. Under the Dragon King's command, all fish returned. Compared to a year ago, these alien fishes were noticeably thinner, and the number of the shoals had also decreased. There was no helping it, Su Yang hadn't been here for a year. The breeding skills couldn't take effect, plus there was no spirit rice like white jade rice to feed them. Remaining in this Yuan-Chi sparse mortal world, decline was inevitable. Luckily, Su Yang was back, and none of it was a problem. Allocating management tasks, rebuilding the fishery, Su Yang let out a light chuckle and once again dived into the lake. Soon, he arrived at a hidden spot at the bottom of the lake. There, thousands of electric eels gathered with a golden-bodied, lightning-flashing electric eel king amongst them. Seeing his return, the swarm of electric eels boiled with excitement, with the electric eel king swimming around him, coiling around his body and crackling, releasing a year's worth of grievances, resembling a few 100-pound child, but one equipped with 100,000 volts. All right. Su Yang laughed, took out a bottle of pills, and threw it directly to it, then threw several bags of white jade rice from his storage bag. "Eat up, then let's start planting after you're done." Moments later, Su Yang, accompanied by the swarm of electric eels, returned to the eel farm on the east coast of the small island. Screech. By then, the golden eagle had also led a host of alien beasts and birds of prey back, with Laoliu and the peacock notably among them. "You've all gotten skinny." Looking at the overly excited flock, Su Yang shook his head and threw out a few more bags of white jade rice. "I'll make an exception today, eat your fill." After petting the birds and pacifying their emotions, he finally headed to the medicinal garden. In the medicinal garden, the spiritual medicines that had been planted before were all intact, not picked by anyone nor eaten by insects. It seems that even when I'm away, the skill traits of my abilities still have some effect. Su Yang thought to himself, then took out a bag of crystalline powder from his storage bag and poured it into the medicinal field. This was spirit stone powder. It could effectively promote growth and enhance the medicine age. Of course, doing so was rather extravagant and might even be counterproductive. But there was no choice. This spirit stone powder was the result of when Su Yang took down some rubbish robbing cultivators and accidentally blew up the people along with their storage bags, turning the spirit stones and magic artifacts inside to ash. With no other use, they served as fertilizer. This spirit stone fertilizer wasn't in abundance, it could only be supplied to the medicinal fields and not the rice fields. It didn't matter, Su Yang had other fertilizers. He turned and walked into the rice fields, where the land was overgrown with weeds, and some rice stalks already bore grains which, upon peeling, turned out to be white jade rice. In his absence, spirit rice had actually grown in this field autonomously? Could it be the effect of the planting skills? No, it was the effect of the fertilizer. A year ago, after the harvest, he had buried some fertilizer in the ground. These spirit rice plants had sprouted right where the fertilizer was buried. Cultivators' bodies were treasures through and through, valuable even after death. When Su Yang had visited several cultivation black markets in Liang country, there were quite a few who bought the bodies of deceased cultivators. The stronger the power, the higher the price. But he didn't sell because he needed them to. Su Yang took out a storage bag, poured out several large chunks of ice, which were frozen bodies. Among them were unmistakably the three fiends of White Dragon Island. Then, he took out a mid-tier magic artifact level hoe, began digging the ground, plowing the field, applying fertilizer and planting, burying all these bodies into the rice field to serve as fertilizer to enhance soil fertility. With such high-quality fertilizer, the next rice harvest was sure to be bountiful, yielding more exotic and excellent spirit rice crops. Chapter 77, Goal. After tilling the field and working the land, he returned to his freshly cleaned cabin and prepared himself a feast to refresh and cleanse away the dirt. Well fed and content with wine, he returned to his bed, instinctively pulling the blanket over himself. Su Yang was about to sink into a deep slumber again. This time, he had set two goals for himself. First, in the dream world, explore the Black Water Forbidden Area to find the Divine Mansion Divine Seal mentioned by the giant turtle. Second, in the real world, break through the condensing spirit ultimate realm and step into the tier comparable to Foundation establishment, known as Embracing Core. Exploring the Black Water Forbidden Area required no specific technique, merely the endurance of time. In the reality of over a year and a decade in Black Water, Su Yang continued his exploration. Although he still found no clues, he believed that perseverance would pay off eventually, for heaven rewards the diligent. On the contrary, the real challenge was breaking through the condensing spirit ultimate realm and mastering Embracing Core Deo. In the Great Tang world, Su Yang had already broken through once, successfully embraced the core, and entered the fifth realm. However, that breakthrough was achieved through a shortcut, leveraging the vast essence provided by the evil emperor's relics. It was not through his own strength but with the aid of external forces that he broke through the bottleneck, and it was not reproducible in reality. How to achieve a normal breakthrough? Based on Su Yang's experience in the Great Tang world, including that of Song Ke, Shi's Hixuan and some successors, as well as the descriptions and practices of Foundation establishment in the cultivation techniques of this world, the breakthrough should be like this. To step into the fifth realm, whether for the martial path condensing spirit or cultivation chi refinement, one must first cultivate the foundation of the fourth realm, the flesh, divine soul, and inner yuan to perfection. Su Yang had already met this condition. He was a grandmaster of condensing spirit, with dual cultivation in body training. His flesh and divine soul were both accomplished, and as for inner yuan, his martial arts scripture techniques combined with skill traits had long since reached fruition. Once the body, divine soul, and inner yuan are perfected, one can attempt to break through the realm. The method of breakthrough is quite simple: fusion. The flesh, divine soul, and inner yuan must be merged into one, seamless and flawless, to step into the fifth stage of cultivation, be it martial path embracing core or cultivation foundation establishment. This concept is also hinted at in the names of the realms. Martial path embracing core is not about condensing a golden core, but embracing the danshan, implying that a martial artist's cultivation has reached internal and external perfection, flawless and complete like a world of its own, embracing the danshan, the heart of this world, within itself. Cultivation Foundation Establishment describes the process more accurately, tri-element integration to establish the foundation of the path, merging internal and external into one, forming the internal world of cultivation. The future golden core, nascent soul, and even the purple mansion primordial spirit, will all be nurtured based on this foundation. Therefore, the key to breaking the barrier lies in fusion. With successful fusion, one accomplishes martial path embracing core and cultivation foundation establishment. But the question is, how to fuse? There are two methods. First, self-cultivation, letting fate decide, refining the flesh, divine soul, and inner UN to their limits and allowing them to fuse on their own. When the mind and spirit intersect and the Dharma body unites, the three elements become one, naturally breaking through to the fifth tier. Second, seeking external assistance to achieve one's own goal, consuming spirit pills or treasures of heaven and earth to lend a powerful external force to help merge the three elements and ultimately break through to the fifth realm. The first method needs no explanation, relying half on strength and half on luck. The latter is different, depending on one's wealth, background, and methods. In the cultivation world, there exists a pill called Foundation Building Pill. Solo breakthroughs, left to fate, carry enormous risks. If successful, all is well, but if not, the clash of the three forces can at best result in a deviation and an uncontrollable burst of mana, which recoils against the flesh and divine soul, destroying the foundation of one's cultivation. At worst, it can lead to a fatal explosion, obliterating both body and soul. The foundation building pill not only helps the three forces merge but also prevents the clash that could occur upon a failed merger, avoiding uncontrollable mana that can ruin the foundation of cultivation. It is an essential spirit pill for anyone seeking to establish their foundation. In the Great Tang world, he had seen many grandmasters at the peak of condensing spirit die from exploding bodies because they failed at embracing core and Ko-Deo. Even with his cultivation and medical skills at the time, he was unable to save them, or rather, there was simply no time for rescue. If there were foundation building pills, then the number of experts in the Great Tang who could embrace the core, Ko-Deo, and break through the broken void would definitely be more than just Song Ke, Shi's Hixuan, and the few that came after. This shows the importance of the foundation building pill. Reality is not a dream world, and in this aspect, no mistakes can be tolerated. Unless a skill trait effective in this situation is revealed, Su Yang will definitely need to take a foundation building pill as a safety measure against failure. But the problem was, where would he find a foundation building pill? Although the price of a foundation building pill in the marketplace was mostly around 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, the listed price was one thing, how they were actually sold was another. These pills were not directly sold in the marketplace of foundation establishment powers. They had to wait for major auction events to possibly be presented for auction, where competition was fierce. Starting bids at 2,000, and the final transaction price was usually around 4,000 to 5,000 or sometimes even surged to 7,000 to 8,000. Golden Core powers did have them for sale in their marketplaces, but they were similarly expensive. Moreover, around the marketplaces of Golden Core powers, there lurked a large number of robbing cultivators. They might not rob other items, but foundation building pills. This was still the lowest quality foundation building pill, which could only ensure that if foundation establishment failed, the tri-element conflict would not destroy one's foundation. To purchase good or even superior quality foundation building pills, which could effectively support tri-element integration, one would need more spirit stones, and it would attract even more attention. For a Qi cultivation cultivator who had reached full circle, seeking these items was far too dangerous. Even for thunder cultivators, there were no exceptions. Fortunately, Su Yang already had a strategy. If buying was not safe, how about making them himself? Could he craft foundation building pills? Yes, absolutely. Although it's called a foundation building pill, it is still technically categorized as a Tier 1 Qi refinement level elixir. Theoretically, a Tier 1 pill master could also make foundation building pills, but the success rate would be extremely low. Materials for foundation building pills were exceedingly precious, and a single failure would be costly, not to mention for a Tier 1 pill master, even Tier 2 pill masters would be significantly impacted. Therefore, it was generally only Tier 3 pill masters who could stably produce foundation-building pills. This was also why the marketplaces of major golden core powers could sell foundation-building pills directly. Without the backing of golden core powers, how could they afford to employ a Tier 3 pill master? But none of these were problems for Su Yang. A low success rate? Just keep practicing. As long as he kept practicing and refining his technique, then even as a Tier 1 pill master, he could increase the success rate of crafting foundation-building pills. After all, he had Zhuangzhou. The differences in the flow of time and the resources from various worlds could fully support his production of foundation-building pills. Moreover, he could also attempt breakthroughs in dreams, accumulating experience time after time, improving the foundation establishment success rate. He didn't even need to refine pills in the real world. He could simply utilize the resources in the dream world to craft the foundation-building pills, or find treasures such as the evil emperor's relics, and then use the power of his divine soul to transfer them back. Either way, he could achieve his goal. It's truly said, in dreams, one can find a beauty's grace, in dreams, comes a house of gold. So, without a doubt, he would continue dreaming, for in dreams, he had everything. Chapter 78, Earth Deities. 3 more years have passed in slumber, dreaming for 30 years. Within the Blackwater River, amidst the Forbidden Zone. Dim green light flickered, coursing through the black waters. Indeed, it was a Jiao dragon, a green Jiao with 4 claws and 3 toes, scales and armor draping its form. Its body stretched 19 fathoms, its girth exceeding 3 fathoms, fishtail merging with serpentine posterior, its hide shimmering with the luster of pearls and jade. It bore the authentic visage of a Jiao dragon, utterly devoid of falsehood. Su Yang had lain dormant for another 3 years, within which 30 years of dreams unfolded, bestowing yet another transformation upon the green fish. Now embodying the fish dragon triple transformation, it had successfully acquired the form of a Jiao dragon and its strength surged tremendously. Throughout these 30 years within the Blackwater River, besides its continuous cultivation, expanding the water army, and exploring the Forbidden Zone, it also delved into the arts of elixir skills, talisman, array formation, and the crafts of spiritual plant cultivation, beast taming, and artifact refining. The accumulation of time yielded prominent results. Presently, he had fully mastered these inherited skills, including the most profound methods of array formation, achieving the rank of a first-tier pill master, talisman master, artifact refiner, array master, spiritual plant farmer, beast tamer, and various other distinct abilities. The 100 Arts of Cultivation, entering the initial path. Moreover, with his relentless exploration of the Blackwater Forbidden Area, he attained new discoveries. As expected, there is an array formation within this forbidden area capable of confounding directions and bewilder sense. No wonder over the years neither the giant turtle nor my water army could find any clues. All were obstructed by the array formation and could not penetrate deep into the Forbidden Zone. Now, with the nourishment of Blackwater spiritual chi, the powerful transformation from fish dragon, and significantly enhanced divine soul's strength, combined with my mastery of first-tier array formation, I managed to discern and break through the illusions of this array formation. Su Yang murmured to himself. The Jiao dragon cautiously swam and carefully explored the depths of the Blackwater Forbidden Area. One must be vigilant. There remains one question. Vet without an answer. How did the Blackwater River god die? Does the Blackwater River still harbor hidden perils? All remain unknowable. Therefore, Su Yang must explore with caution to avoid any potential dangers. Exploring prudently, advancing carefully, the already dense black water grew progressively thicker, even solidifying into substantial chunks, with many block-shaped black water crystals sinking to the riverbed. Could that be spirit stones? Indeed, they were spirit stones, seemingly condensed from aggregated spiritual energy, the medium-quality ones at that. Had the Blackwater spiritual chi become so dense that it started forming medium-quality spirit stones? If he delved deeper, might there be supreme-quality spirit stones or even the legendary top-grade spirit stones emerging? Could there possibly be a supreme-grade spirit vein in this place? With doubt and anticipation, Su Yang continued to venture deeper. Moments later, the black water began to clear, and the view suddenly opened up. There was no more black water here, only an ancient and solemn palace made of black crystalline structure remained. Su Yang stepped forward to investigate, noticing inside the palace various scattered items, numerous weapons, and assorted turtle shells and crab carapaces, which appeared to be remains. Indeed, they were remains, the remains of the aquatic clan. Not just any aquatic beings. Su Yang swept his tail towards a turtle shell, finding its hardness surpassing even that of the giant turtle. This seemed to be the exuviae of a demon beast, possibly even from a Foundation establishment demon cultivator. Not just one, but scattered all around, the ground was littered with turtle and clam shells, shrimp tips, and crab claws. The troops under the command of the former Blackwater River god? How did they end up in this state? Had they suffered some great disaster? Su Yang furrowed his brows, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to continue his exploration. Venturing deeper into the residence, within the main hall, from a distance he spotted an enormous throne. The throne was also composed of black crystal spirit stones, upon which sat a skeleton with a crown on its skull, wearing a dragon robe, its flesh decayed to dust, revealing a humanoid skeletal structure, its pale hand still clutching an engraved seal, a damaged and worn-down mysterious black seal. Is this? Gazing at the skeleton, Su Yang felt a surge of uncertain astonishment. Undoubtedly, this skeleton seated upon the throne must be someone of no ordinary status, very likely the Black Vader River god himself. But, why had it been reduced to this state? Su Yang did not believe the Blackwater River god was born of the human clan, for both the throne it sat upon and its skeletal remains were far larger than the normal human form. If Su Yang's guess was correct, this Blackwater River god must also originate from a different race, it's just that its strength and cultivation had reached the transformation realm. What is transformation? Within the demon cultivation realm, chi blood, flesh, bones, rebirth, followed by creatures equivalent to Foundation establishment with a demon body, and equivalent to golden core with transformation. Rebirth into a demon. Foundation establishment forms the body. Golden core allows transformation, nascent soul declares sovereignty. Was this Blackwater River god merely a golden core stage big demon who had achieved transformation? Of course not, those turtles, lobsters, and crabs outside could very well be of the Foundation establishment tier or even the golden core transformation tier. How could the Blackwater River god merely be at the stage of golden core transformation? Its humanoid skeletal remains did not signify that it was at the golden core transformation stage, but merely indicated that at the very least, it was a golden core caliber big demon. He could be a nascent soul demon king, or even an immortal lord at the divinity transformation level above that, it's also possible. This was also the reason why Su Yang felt such unease and uncertainty. How could such an entity turn into a mere skeleton? You must understand that in the Temple of War God, even the remains of Guangqinzi possessed the ability of the broken Vajra, uncorrupted for 1,000 years, lifelike as ever. Now, the existence of this Blackwater River god, a figure among the ranks of the immortal gods, had actually turned into a skeleton, unable to preserve its physical body? What did this indicate? Su Yang couldn't say for sure, but he had a guess in mind. The reason Guangqinzi's remains in the Temple of War God remained intact and lifelike for 1,000 years was that before his death or corpse resolution, his complete Earth Yuan skill had not dispersed, being fully condensed within his flesh, thereby preserving it without decay or corruption. Yet this Blackwater River god, despite being far more powerful than Guangqinzi of the Great Tang world, suffered extremely severe injuries before death, not only making his demise certain and beyond recovery but even preventing the preservation of his physical body intact. After death, his divine power dissipated, his flesh turned to dust, leaving behind nothing but this skeletal remnant. What kind of existence, what kind of injury, could drive an immortal god to such a plight? Su Yang fell into silence for a while before swimming forward and swirling his tail around the seal held in the skeleton's hand. The divine seal. How the river god died, Su Yang did not know, but he had not forgotten his purpose because of it. He wanted the Blackwater divine seal. Whoosh! The flick of his tail caused a slight touch, which the skeleton could not withstand. The crown on its head and the dragon robe over its bones disintegrated into dust and dispersed with the wind. Su Yang was somewhat taken aback, staring at the ashes of the Blackwater River god that were once bones and at the seal still wrapped around his tail, his expression one of astonishment. But, after all, he was a fish that had weathered great storms. Soon, he regained his composure, looking at the scarred seal. He pondered for a moment and then activated his divine intent. Divine intent turned into thought, probing into it. Suddenly. Boom! A torrent of information exploded forth, rushing into Su Yang's mind. Even with his current level of cultivation, his divine soul was thrown into disarray by this torrent of information, sending him tumbling down in the hall. His Jiao dragon body shrank into a ball, convulsing violently, the pain extraordinary. God, God, God! Heavenly Spirit, Earth Aura, Human God. Heavenly beings are immortals, earthly beings are earth deities, human beings are gods. Heavenly Court, Emperor. Fengdu, Underworld. Four Seas, Dragon Palace. Heavenly immortals cultivate the heavenly Dao, earth deities cultivate the earth path, human gods receive incense offerings. Divine Seal, Divine Seal. After an unknown stretch of time, that surging torrent finally subsided, dissolved and integrated into his consciousness. Su Yang opened his eyes, steadied his trembling Jiao dragon body, and looked at the seal entangled in his tail, his expression a mixture of complexity and surprise. That torrent of information was not a remnant soul seizing his body, but rather a legacy of cultivation techniques, specifically, the cultivation methods of an earth deity. According to the description within it, there are three paths of cultivation in this world. Those who cultivate the heavenly path become heavenly immortals, those who cultivate the earth path become earth deities, and those who cultivate the human path become human gods. This divine seal was none other than an earth ghost divine seal, the Blackwater River God's Earth Ghost Divine Seal. Both heavenly immortals and earth deities generally derive their power from nature's spiritual energy, the only difference being that heavenly immortals cultivate the heavenly spirit, earth deities cultivate earth aura, while human gods absorb human incense offerings and the faith of the masses. Without discussing other cultivation methods, as there are no related legacies in the Divine Seal, it only covers this earth deity cultivation method. The so-called earth deities are the gods of a land, establishing a connection with a place through their divine seal, becoming the earth deity of that place, then nurturing a spirit land. The stronger the spirit land, the higher the status. There are many ways to enhance spiritual energy, such as sorting out the earth vein, changing geomancy, cultivating various animals and plants, establishing a natural ecosystem, and cycling between heaven and earth. All these can effectively enhance spiritual energy and elevate Earth UN. The Blackwater River was originally just an ordinary river until the Blackwater River God was bestowed the Blackwater Divine Seal by the Heavenly Court, becoming the earth deity of this place. After thousands of years of effort, it transformed into the extraordinary Blackwater River seen today by building the Divine Mansion, sorting the earth vein, and adjusting the geomancy. An earth deity can protect a region, transforming an ordinary place into a realm as beautiful as the immortals' abode. This is what is meant by the saying, mountains are not esteemed for their height if they harbor immortals, waters are not esteemed for their depth if they harbor dragons. One can see the capabilities of an earth deity. Some powerful earth deities are even able to transform land into territories, realms into small worlds of cave heaven blessed land, achieving longevity equal to the heavens. As long as the foundation of cave heaven blessed land remains intact, the earth deity can be undying and indestructible. Why did the Blackwater River God die? Because he was too weak. Though he was also an earth deity, he had not reached the stage of transforming land into territory to elevate the Blackwater River into a spirit land, let alone the ability to transform territory into realm, turning the Blackwater River into a small world of cave heaven blessed land. So he died, gravely injured by someone, with terrible wounds. He drained all the Earth UN spiritual chi from the Blackwater River, even the aquatic soldiers and generals he had painstakingly nurtured, absorbing their spiritual energy until they perished. Even that was not enough to preserve his life, and in the end, he died of his severe injuries, his spirit and form both extinguished, leaving behind only this Blackwater Divine Seal. The Earth Ghost Divine Seal, out of the ordinary. Even though the Blackwater River God had perished, this damaged Divine Seal still operated autonomously, regulating the Blackwater River's earth vein and geomancy, gathering Earth UN spiritual chi, and healing itself. As such, over millions of years, the Blackwater River that the Blackwater River God had drained dry gradually regained its former state. A large amount of Earth UN spiritual chi was drawn by the Divine Seal, converging around the Divine Mansion, turning it into the Blackwater Forbidden Area. The spiritual intentions carried within the spiritual energy were not as the giant turtle had mentioned, remnants of the Blackwater River God's consciousness but originated from the Divine Seal itself. As it sorted the earth vein and condensed the Earth UN, it naturally had a certain degree of control over the spiritual energy. Chapter 79, Becoming a God. Apart from the Earth Vein inheritance, within the Blackwater Divine Seal there was a message disclosing to Su Yang the cause of death for Blackwater Dragon Monarch. In this world, it's a world of immortal gods. With immortal gods manifesting and traversing the mortal realm, the three realms are dominated by the nine heavens supreme heavenly venerable, Qian Gao, the heavenly emperor who reigns supreme over the heavenly court above, commands Fengdu below, receives worship from the world of humans, and makes the four seas bow in observance. Under the rule of the heavenly emperor, the three realms are orderly. Heaven, earth, humans, ghosts, and gods are distinctly separated. As a territorial earth deity, the Blackwater Dragon Monarch could not ascend to heaven, but he enjoyed a few thousand years of peace in the Blackwater River. Until one day, when a blood moon hung in the sky, the demon realm invaded. The great saint of the demon realm, Mara, led a horde of demons in the invasion of the three realms. The gods of the three realms, led by the heavenly emperor, met the enemy head-on. A cataclysmic battle unfolded where gods died and demons perished. Countless heavenly immortals, earth deities, and human gods perished in that great battle. The Blackwater Dragon Monarch sustained grave injuries from a powerful being of the demon realm. Despite managing to barely escape and retreating back to his lair in the Blackwater River, he eventually succumbed to his wounds and died. This was the cause of the Blackwater Dragon Monarch's demise. In the end, how did the battle unfold, who won and who lost? Su Yang did not know, as there was no record in the Divine Seal. Yet, one could glimpse the leopard through the tube. From some of the current events, one could discern quite a few clues and signs. Did the Heavenly Emperor win? He probably did not. If the Heavenly Emperor had triumphed, repelled the demon realm's army, and resolved the crisis of the three realms, then the order of heaven and earth should have been restored by now. So why has no new river deity taken charge of the Blackwater River after millions of years? Could it be that there were so many casualties that the positions were left severely vacant, to the extent that no new deities have come to take up the position of the river god? Impossible. Divine positions, like official posts, are always sought after as long as the imperial system is in place. It wouldn't make sense for millions of years to pass, for the Blackwater Divine Seal to autonomously gather spiritual energy and form an existence such as the Blackwater Forbidden Area without any other earth deities coming to take charge of the place. So, did the Heavenly Emperor lose? That doesn't make sense either. If the Heavenly Emperor were defeated and the demon realm victorious, then the world today should be teeming with chaos wrought by demons. Yet, why has Su Yang not seen a single demon or ghost in the Blackwater River and its surrounding areas after mingling there for so many years? So, what exactly happened? Su Yang speculated that the Heavenly Emperor neither lost nor won. The result was likely both sides suffering heavy damage. The Heavenly Court was severely damaged, and the demon realm retreated. The Heavenly Emperor and Mara both incurred heavy injuries and their whereabouts became unknown, leaving behind leaderless and heavily casualties-ridden gods of the three realms. Each returned to their respective places of cultivation to heal and recover their yuan qi. This rest duration has been thousands of years. To this day, the system of the Heavenly Court has not been rebuilt, and the surviving gods have not fully recovered from their injuries. Many are still in slumber, with some possibly meeting the same fate as the Blackwater Dragon Monarch. Thus, no new earth deities have come to take over the position of the river deity of the Blackwater River. After all, even those emperor-level great deities are still in a slumber, healing. Who would bother about a minor place like the Blackwater River? For deities, time is the least valuable. Having gone through an epical war of immortals, demon gods, and divine saints, taking tens of thousands of years to heal is completely normal. So, the current situation is: am I unbeatable under the heavens again? As Su Yang grasped the Divine Seal, he came to a plausible yet not so plausible conclusion. For the time being, within the Blackwater River, indeed no one could rival him. Even outside the Blackwater River, not many could contend with him. After all, the great deities were all healing, and the lesser deities, well, it was doubtful how many were even alive. As long as he didn't stir trouble in the abodes of the great gods, there would not be too many deities in the world capable of opposing him, or so to say, free enough to do so, possibly none at all. Should he venture out for a wander, then? Naturally, the answer was, no. The primary task at hand was to study the method of the earth deity. Su Yang found this quite interesting. Heavenly immortals, earth deities, and human gods, although different, are essentially part of the same system, which is the divine god path. The cultivation of earth deities depended on locality. First, establish a spirit land, then a spirit domain, and finally, transform the spirit domain into a realm, becoming a cave heaven-blessed land. Hence, earth deities can regulate earth veins, optimize feng shui, enhance earth yuan power, and transform mundane lands into immortal spirit domains. This not only serves as the authority of earth deities but also as their cultivation method. It brings various benefits to earth deities, enhancing their combat abilities, developing divine skills, extending life, and achieving immortality. That's right, immortality. Theoretically, earth deities can live forever. As long as the increase in lifespan provided by the spirit land exceeds the depletion caused by time, earth deities could attain longevity equivalent to heaven and earth. Blackwater Dragon Monarch is one such example. As a Jiao dragon with strong bloodlines, he naturally had a lifespan of thousands of years. After becoming an earth deity, his lifespan was extended to tens of thousands of years. He died young, equivalent to a human in his 20s or 30s, which was akin to dying prematurely. Although it's uncertain whether the earth deity's method of prolonging life would be as potent if applied to the real world, Su Yang still decided to cultivate it. After all, there's no downside. If you can cultivate, why not do it? To cultivate the method of an earth deity, one must first have a divine seal. Where does one acquire a divine seal? According to the legacy information within the divine seal, it is an essence of nature, imbued with the profound truths of heaven and earth. There are only two ways to obtain it, one is through natural cultivation in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth, and the other is through the authority of an emperor to refine it. The former requires a specific cultivation method. One must find a land without a master and patiently congregate and cultivate over the years, only then might a divine seal be naturally birthed. The latter method is much simpler. All that is needed is for an emperor-level deity to divide their authority, creating a new divine seal. After taking charge of it, one becomes an earth deity. This Blackwater divine seal belongs to such category. It was formed by the East Sea Dragon King when he divided the rivers of the world, and by taking charge of this seal, one can become the river god of the Blackwater River. So the question arises, how can Su Yang obtain the divine seal in the real world? To condense it himself, let alone whether he can succeed, the consumption alone is something he cannot afford. Then, to bring this Blackwater divine seal into the real world? Impossible. This divine seal was forged by the Dragon King as a division of authority, set for one domain, and cannot be changed. Even if he transferred this divine seal to the real world, he could not cultivate the earth deity law since there is no Blackwater River in the real world. What to do then? Su Yang furrowed his brows, pondering without finding a solution. So, can I only wait until my realm rises and my strengths increase, until I have ample time and resources to condense the divine seal and then cultivate this? Su Yang looked at the Blackwater divine seal, lost in deep thought for a long time before finally deciding, never mind, I will cultivate first and see what happens. After all, accumulating experience and knowledge storage is something that one can never have too much of. This was his forte. He never dwelled on pointless things, never fixated stubbornly on problems, and least of all worried about things that were of no use. First, cultivate then see. The cultivation method of the earth deity law is very simple. It involves regulating the earth veins, adjusting geomancy, and reinforcing the earth yuan spirit qi. According to this logic, could it be that as long as the spiritual energy is sufficiently dense, the strength of an earth deity can be endlessly elevated? No, spiritual energy is only one of the standards and not the entire condition roar tne promotion or Ertun deities. The strength of a spirit land, aside from the density of spiritual energy, also depends on the natural structure of its creatures. The way of earth deities lies in nature. Just having spiritual energy is not enough, it is also necessary to nurture creatures and build civilizations, to develop them like a world, a civilization, and at a certain stage, even assimilate the incense belief of human gods. In fact, heavenly immortals, earth deities, and human gods, though they are three different developmental paths, their essence is the same system, the same road. They all belong to divine beings. The Great Way is 3,000, yet they all lead to the same destination. How much more for the same path? Whether human gods or earth deities, cultivation to the end is all the same. It's about becoming a great existence that controls a part of the world. Therefore, in the cultivation of earth deities, apart from enhancing the earth yuan spirit qi, it is necessary to nurture creatures and even develop civilizations. A powerful civilization of creatures not only aids an earth deity in conflict but also improves the luck and status of a spirit land, bringing various benefits to an earth deity. Take for instance the master of the three realms, Qian Gao, the heavenly emperor. What is the master of the three realms? It is the perfect combination of heavenly immortal, earth deity, and human god, the supreme existence of the three realms. The entire world is his cave heaven-blessed land, all capable of providing him with power, with support. The more prosperous the world, the more flourishing the civilization, the stronger his power becomes. Hence, if Su Yang wants to cultivate the earth deity law, going it alone is not advisable, bringing others along for the ascent is the right path. Continue breeding, enhancing the quantity and quality of the aquatic clan, without worrying about the consumption of spiritual energy. After cultivating the earth deity law, the more creatures belonging to the spirit land, the stronger the gathering effect of spiritual energy will be, which is beneficial for the growth of the spirit land. Also, seek out spiritual medicine for cultivation. This world has extremely high status, abundant in heavenly and earthly spiritual objects, fully able to meet the material requirements for foundation building pills. Cultivate some, send them back for reserves, and meanwhile, taking advantage of the time flow difference and the materials of this world, focus on enhancing the art of alchemy. Finally, Su Yang glanced at the Blackwater divine seal in his claw and then soared, hovering above the grand hall. Roar! A dragon's roar shook everything as waves of black water surged towards him, and 3 pieces of black water essence were swallowed by him. Black water essence, condensed from spiritual energy, is comparable to top-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones can not only be used as currency but also aid in cultivation. The higher the quality, the purer the spiritual energy, and the better the effect. It is said that one supreme-grade spirit stone can even replace the nascent soul-condensing spiritual objects, helping golden core cultivators ascend to the nascent soul realm. Although Su Yang did not have supreme-grade spirit stones, 3 pieces of black water essence, comparable to top-grade spirit stones, along with the massive spiritual energy drawn by the divine seal, were already enough to replace the supreme-grade foundation building pill and help him securely break through to the 5th realm of body training and cultivate a foundation. Establishment demon body. Yes, he was going to break through and do it now. After all, he had accumulated decades in the Blackwater River, what needed tempering had been tempered. Now that he had obtained the Blackwater Divine Seal, a breakthrough was just a matter of course. This breakthrough would also add another layer of experience for his real-world self and be greatly advantageous for future breakthroughs. Roar! Within the raging black water, a green jiao coiled, absorbing the pure spiritual energy, and underwent the fish dragon change. Boom boom boom! The Blackwater Divine Mansion trembled, and an almost tangible pressure spread, as if declaring to the creatures in the river that the dragon monarch had taken his place, and Blackwater had a master. Time marches on, years pass like an arrow, and 100 years have quickly come and gone. The Blackwater River remains the Blackwater River, yet much has changed. Lord Dragon King's procession is setting off. Gongs and drums thunder, firecrackers burst in unison as myriad common folks gather at the bank of the Blackwater River to stroll through the temple fair and worship the Dragon King. 8 burly men lift a stone statue of the Dragon King, parading it through the streets. Moreover, numerous farmers come to the fish farm, pouring down sacks of fish food. Within the waters of the river, a multitude of fish scramble for the food, including some gigantic creatures and even spirit monsters. But the people are accustomed to these sights, minding only their task of pouring down the fish food, with children watching alongside, pointing and exclaiming, their laughter unending. I wonder if Lord Dragon King will make an appearance tonight. Isn't that obvious? He definitely will. Today's the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, Dragon Rising Day, a grand day for the Lord Dragon King. How could he not join in the festivities with the people? All thanks to Lord Dragon King's blessings, there are no longer any water monsters eating people in the Blackwater River, and our surroundings enjoy favorable weather for crops. It is said that the temple hosts of the Dragon King's temple are all disciples of Lord Dragon King. Lord Dragon King has passed down numerous farming techniques, blessing us with favorable weather and greatly increased grain yields, yielding bountiful harvests year after year. Look at those men, carrying a statue of the Dragon King weighing tens of thousands of pounds on their shoulders like it's as light as cotton, no effort at all. Indeed, they all have learned immortal laws from Lord Dragon King, and will be immortals in the future. The crowd is abuzz with heated discussions. Meanwhile, within the Blackwater River, the water grows deeper, the spiritual energy thicker. Each waterway is closely guarded, with shrimp soldiers and eel dragon patrols moving back and forth. At a closer look, beneath the layers of dark water, lies a black crystal dragon palace, the divine mansion of the Blackwater Dragon Monarch. Each of the 4 gates of the divine mansion is guarded by the water army of 4 departments. At the southern gate, there stands a general with a jiao's head and human body, clad in chainmail of locked gold, wielding a trident entwined with electric light, exuding an imposing presence. It's the Electro Department's great general, Eel Dragon Jiao. At the northern gate, a general with bulging eyes and a corpulent body, balancing on a single leg, his body gleaming with golden luster, wearing only a large red cape draped behind him, fights barehanded and looks fiercely powerful. It's the Dou Department's great general, Golden Toad King. At the eastern gate, another general with a jiao's head, hissing and spitting out a long letter, appears to be transformed from snake skin, with a Xian water magic sword hanging at the waist, entrancingly seductive and captivating. It's the Dragon Department's great general, the warrior woman Bai Jiao Jiao. At the western gate, a general with black skin and a white belly, extremely corpulent, wielding a pair of 8-sided golden mallets, possessing the strength to crush waves and shatter mountains. It's the mysterious department's big belly general. Beyond the gates, within the water mansion, clam spirits act as attendants, radiant and enchanting, while the turtle minister is a chancellor, the epitome of composure. Quick, 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 you maidens, how come you are slower than this old fellow? An elder with a turtle shell and coronet urges on a group of clam spirit attendants, hasten with these dishes and drinks, do not delay the dragon monarch's enjoyment of his wine. Yes. The attendants reply in chorus, tittering as they carry the food and drinks into the hall. Within the vast main hall, a green jiao with a 9-jong long body reclines on the dragon throne in an almost human-like pose. Numerous attendants flit through the hall, pouring spiritual wine into large bathtub-sized goblets, and there are also grains of spirit rice the size of fruits, as well as roasted beef and mutton. Indeed, roasted, for fire can be kindled within this water mansion to cook food to perfection. Dragon Monarch, please enjoy. Su Yang stretches out a short claw, lifts a goblet, and drinks it all in one gulp, then tosses a few roasted and cooked beef and mutton into his mouth, chewing and swallowing contentedly before lying back on the dragon throne. As mentioned before, green fish are naturally lazy, preferring stillness over action. Instinct has a profound influence and has made Su Yang increasingly indolent and fond of pleasures, requiring periods of wine pools and meat forests every so often. When compared to his constantly arduous, diligent cultivation, it's an extravagantly comfortable existence. For this, Su Yang finds no solution, such are the instincts of the body, which he cannot fully resist. It's good enough not to be swayed by the naturally lecherous dragon nature. If one doesn't loosen up to the inherently salty fish nature, this body might well go mad with restraint. Naturally, instincts are just that, with only some influence, but not enough to completely dictate actions. In these past 100 years, Su Yang nevertheless accomplished many things. Like, how are things at the Spirit Medicine Garden? Having drunk another cup of spiritual wine and feeling slightly intoxicated, Su Yang casts his gaze downward and asks the attendant beside him. Not daring to delay, the woman promptly responds, reporting back to Master, under the nourishment of spiritual energy, there will be 3 batches of spiritual medicine ripening this month. Master, would you like to harvest them personally, or shall your disciples do it in your stead? Lounging on the dragon throne, Su Yang lazily waves a paw, you go. Yes. The woman nods, taking care to remember. She is Su Yang's foremost disciple, one of the few from the human clan in the water mansion. Over 60 years ago, a group of people suddenly arrived at the banks of the Blackwater River, chanting something about sacrificing to the Dragon King, then they threw her and several boys and girls into the river. And then, Su Yang had a group of disciples and began to make contact with the humans of this world, formally extending his influence beyond the Blackwater River. He has no plans to fight for supremacy in the world again. In this world full of immortal gods, although the great deities are mostly slumbering now, Su Yang still dares not to be too ostentatious, content to be an idle fish in the Blackwater River. Extending his influence outwards is only to probe for information and gather spiritual medicine, nothing more. Aside from recruiting and instructing these human clan disciples, Su Yang did not neglect his own strength and the development of the aquatic clan. In 100 years, he has reflected upon himself, achieved insights, created the Fish Dragon Transformation Realm cultivation technique, and with the aid of the Blackwater Divine Seal, succeeded in cultivation. He is now a great transformation demon, comparable to a golden core, with a dragon ball fully formed. On the side of the aquatic clan, since taking over the Blackwater Divine Seal, I completely gained control of the Blackwater River and was able to summon Earth UN Spirit Chi at will. Therefore, the Great Ye of Cultivation received further enhancements, leading to a steep rise in the numbers of the Blackwater Aquatic Clan, and the Water Army divisions developed swiftly. Now, there are 100,000 Water Army soldiers, divided into 4 divisions: Mystery, Dragon, Big Dipper, and Electricity. Each division's general is a Golden Core Great Transformation Demon, commanding hundreds of Foundation Establishment lieutenants with demon bodies. As for soldiers at the Demon Beast level, their numbers exceed 10,000. Golden Cores are difficult to achieve, and demonic cultivation is even harder. These 4 generals could, in a mere 100 years, become great transformation demons with internal pills, all thanks to my enlightenment. It was an enlightenment of both the cultivation skills and the authority of the earth deities. Yes, the authority of the earth deities can also enlighten and awaken, and when combined with the enlightenment traits of the cultivation skills, the dual effects overlapped to achieve such advancement. Both in terms of strength and influence, the progress was immense. Only one aspect remained stagnant. That was the earth deity cultivation method, the development of the spirit land. After cultivating, Su Yang realized just how difficult the earth deity cultivation method was. It can be divided into 5 major realms: mortal land, spirit realm, blessed land, and cave heaven. The Blackwater River currently belongs to the spirit land level, but this was not my achievement. It was the result of the autonomous operation of the Blackwater Divine Seal over the past millions of years, gathering spiritual energy and elevating the Earth UN. 100 years ago, when I took over the Divine Seal and began the Earth deity cultivation, the Blackwater River was already at the spirit land level. 100 years later, despite my painstaking efforts to improve the quality of the Blackwater Aquatic Clan by several folds, transplanting numerous spiritual objects, and even receiving offerings of incense from the common people and the willpower of the populace, the Blackwater River remained at the spirit land level. Although there are ranks within the spirit lands, the fact that 100 years of hard work failed to advance even one realm, despite many skills helping development, shows just how arduous the path of earth deity cultivation is. In fact, earth deity cultivation isn't measured in terms of hundreds of years but in terms of thousands or tens of thousands of years. The former Blackwater Dragon Monarch spent thousands of years to barely raise the Blackwater River to the superior spirit land level. However, once the demon realm invaded, the entire realm collapsed in one fell swoop, dissipating like smoke. Now that I've taken over, starting from the inferior spirit land level, 100 years of hard work has only just managed to touch the threshold of the middle spirit land. Thus, to elevate to superior spirit land and then turn the superior spirit land into a spirit realm, as well as the spirit realm into blessed land and cave heaven, it would take hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, to be successful. This clearly shows how difficult the way of the earth deities is. Fortunately, the earth deity cultivation method does not hinder cultivation progress. It is like a profession? Yes, a profession, specifically a profession called deities. The ranking of the deity profession only affects its efficacy and does not limit advancement in other areas. Theoretically speaking, even if Su Yang's earth deity cultivation method does not advance and he remains a minor river god forever, it won't prevent him from practicing martial arts and cultivation, and reaching the realm of martial true immortals. A deity's position is one thing, cultivation is another. High-ranking deities are naturally strong, but low-ranking deities are not necessarily weak. That's the logic. Therefore, Su Yang didn't care much about it and continued living his lax life. Raising fish, planting grass, occasionally firing up the furnace to refine pills, improving his skills proficiency, further researching talismans and formations, all the while maintaining cultivation at a relaxed pace as he pondered the fish dragon transformation skill. Like this, more than 100 years have passed. His alchemy had greatly improved, and now he had a 70% chance of being able to successfully create foundation building pills. A 70% chance is quite significant. It should be noted that even a Tier 3 pill master has only a 70 to 80% chance of creating foundation building pills, with 40% of that reliant on their profound cultivation, controlling it with their divine soul and mana. Su Yang, now also a golden core equivalent great transformation demon, had a 70% chance, thanks to his cultivation strength advantage, to create foundation building pills. It was time to try, and in fact, he was already trying. Periodically, he would expend his divine soul's power to transport the spiritual medicine grown in the Blackwater River into the real world. Now, the real world's reserves of spiritual medicine were sufficient for him to attempt making foundation building pills 3 times. That was the accumulation of 100 years in the Blackwater River. The harvest was vast. But there was still a regret, and that was cultivation techniques. In this world, although there were immortal gods once, that was tens of millions of years ago. Tens of millions of years ago, during the war between gods and demons, the heaven shattered and the earth cracked. Countless heavenly immortals, earth deities and human gods fell, mortals needless to say, except for those who were fortunate enough to receive the protection of great gods and escape into cave heaven-blessed lands, the rest were basically wiped out. The current human clan was entirely new, with absolutely no inheritance from the ancient immortal gods. The inheritances of those ancient immortal gods, along with the related cultivation techniques, jade slips, and audiobooks, had been destroyed in that great war. What little survived could not withstand the erosion of time. The fact that a place like the Blackwater Divine Mansion could leave behind a mansion and a divine seal was luck within luck. For 100 years, Su Yang had been dedicated to searching for immortals' cave mansions and earth deities' lost treasures, but to no avail. A few great gods' sacred mountains and Dao places he, a stateless person, did not dare to visit rashly, resulting in him not even having access to the higher tier cultivation techniques. He was still practicing a version of fish-dragon transformation that he had modified reference to his own form. This made Su Yang somewhat distressed. He lacked cultivation techniques. The martial arts scripture he had only extrapolated to the Golden Core Embrace realm. It was the same with the cultivation skills, all the cultivator techniques he had were only those of Foundation establishment, with nothing on Golden Core, let alone the methods to break through from Foundation establishment to Golden Core. These were monopolized by the Golden Core sects. To acquire Golden Core techniques, one would have to approach Golden Core sects to purchase or exchange for them. Yet, the techniques Su Yang had were all obtained from Qi cultivation cultivators, the strongest being on the level of the 3 scourges of White Dragon. How could they have the capital to come in contact with Golden Core sects? Now, Su Yang only had one set of techniques that contained the Golden Core chapters, which was the Fish Dragon transformation. This Fish Dragon transformation was created by him referencing his own Fish Dragon form. Rather than calling it creation, it was more about riding the wave and assisting its surge, naturally expediting the evolution of the Fish Dragon form. His original human body could not imitate and cultivate it at all. Hence, his primary goal now was to acquire the inheritance of the immortal gods from this world, preferably developing all the way to a Deluo Golden Immortal without having to worry about the lack of cultivation techniques ever again. However, just as Su Yang was contemplating how to find the inheritance of the immortal gods, at the bank of Blackwater River, the drums and gongs were deafening, marking the climax of the temple fair. Suddenly, a mass of Yangyun clouds surged, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. Why has it gotten dark? Could it be going to rain? Why would Lord Dragon King arrange for rain today? Everyone was astonished, looking up to see the great darkened sky covering the vault of heaven. Amidst the darkness, a bloody light could be seen, slowly taking shape, unfolding from a crescent into a half-moon, then from a half-moon into a full moon, sinister and inauspicious, casting its light over the heavens. Blood moon in the sky. Boom! In an instant, the water surface exploded, and a dragon shadow flew out of Blackwater River, rushing into the sky, staring uncertainly at that blood moon. Qiangao, thou hast lost. At the same time, in the space between heaven and earth, a voice indescribable and beyond characterization boomed, announcing to all beings of the 3 realms. I am Mara, the master of the 6 heavens of the demon realm, the great, freely wandering heavenly demon king. This world belongs to me. Chapter 80, Total Annihilation. Mara. Although Su Yang had already felt an ominous premonition, hearing this revered name still sent shivers down his spine, as if a great terror had descended upon him, leaving him terrified and his soul shattered, powerless, like a fish on a chopping block. This was unrelated to one's will or determination. It was sheer suppression due to the disparities in power and standing. Even the most resilient ant would tremble before the immortal gods and bow down in fear. Strength, position, the vast differences in the levels of life, these were not things that will or determination could overcome. That being, the one in existence, was too powerful, so much so that words could not describe his might. Even Su Yang, the black water dragon monarch, with the status of an earthly god authority and his golden core transformation, was overwhelmed, not to mention the millions of mortals gathered on both banks of the river, all of whom stood petrified, staring blankly at the red moon in the sky. The red moon hung high, and its blood light illuminated the 3 realms and 6 paths. Then the sky cracked, stars fell, and one demon god after another descended from beyond the universe. Heavenly will! From Mount Tai of the eastern peak, a sigh echoed from the underworld, followed by an earthquake that shook the mountains. The revered 5 peaks crumbled into the depths of the earth, leaving behind only a dark abyss, leading to an unknown part of the netherworld. In the vast 4 seas, the Jiao dragons roared in anger, and thousands of them followed the true dragon, spinning to open up a whirlpool in the sea, into which a crystal palace disappeared without a trace as well. Catastrophe! Above the 9 heavens, a palace rose with the wind, breaking through the broken void, and vanished into the vastness of the sky. All over the 3 realms, famous mountains and great rivers witnessed the glittering of divine lights, as one after another, deist places of practice, divine domains, blessed lands, and cave heavens became separate. Ha ha ha! Where do you think you are going? Stay! Outside the firmament, hordes of demons descended, intercepting the gods from all directions. More demon gods swung their colossal arms, casting countless seeds of the netherworld's blood sea, which transformed into Asura demon generals that fell into the 3 realms. Wash the 3 realms with blood, turn them into the blood sea, and let them join my nether river. Kill! 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 Countless Asura demon generals descended upon the mortal world, and with the red moon above, they wept netherworld blood rain. Amongst the blood rain, the bewildered people underwent horrific mutations. Kill, kill, kill! Het! Het! Hell! Those bathed in the blood rain rapidly transformed, the majority turning into demon soldiers, with only a few surviving. But this survival was no blessing, as the demon soldiers immediately began to slaughter, turning the lively festival and markets into a blood-soaked battlefield in an instant. In the sky, the green Jiao was suspended, and although its body was not mutated by the blood rain, its spirit was still in shock. At that moment, amidst his consciousness, the Blackwater divine seal suddenly vibrated, conveying a sense of tranquility. Earth deity law, natural way. In an instant, the shock dissipated, and Su Yang awoke in astonishment. But before he could act, he saw. Kill! 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 A demon general descended from the sky, standing 30 feet tall, with 3 heads and 8 arms, extraordinarily ugly and extremely frightening. Asura! The name suddenly popped into Su Yang's mind, making him realize the origin of his opponent. It was indeed one of the 6 paths of the demon realm, the Blood Sea Ashura of the Netherworld. This clan was born from the creative forces of the Netherworld Blood Sea, the males grotesquely ugly, the females beautiful, all quick to anger and fond of fighting, to the extent of extreme ferocity. This Asura demon general descended from the sky, bathed in blood. Without a word to Su Yang, he raised his 8 Asura arms, ready to launch an 8-armed dragon attack. Su Yang's eyes narrowed as he spurred the dragon ball. Lightning exploded around his body, and he became a thunderbolt that cleaved toward the demon general. Kill kill kill! The might of the thunderbolt was not to be underestimated, but the Asura demon general had no fear, shaking his 8 arms wildly and striking in frenzy, he met the force of the lightning with his bare body. What a formidable Asura demon general! His 8 arms whirling in a frenzied blow, not only did he smash the thunderbolt but also continued his assault directly before the green Jiao, displaying the might of the Blood Sea Ashura. But Su Yang was not one to be easily dealt with. His dragon tail swung out, crackling with electricity, combining the force of the Jiao dragon with that of lightning, heavily lashing the body of the Asura demon general, and striking a dazzling lightning fire across his bloody armor. Kill kill kill! Yet the Asura was fearless, growing wilder as the battle raged on. His arms in front embraced the tail of the green Jiao, while the 6 arms on the sides moved vigorously, dealing heavy blows to the body of the green Jiao, shattering the green jade scales and inflicting severe injuries. This demon's strength was even greater than that of a golden core cultivator. Su Yang's eyes focused, and he made up his mind. His body, like a huge serpent, wrapped around the Asura's body. The body of the Asura, reaching 30 feet high, couldn't be completely ensnared by the body of the Jiao dragon that was nearly 30 feet. He could only wind around him a few times and restrain the Asura's 8 arms. Yet it was not enough to completely bind him. The Asura demon general let out a wild battle cry as his demonic might surged again. His 8 arms struggled furiously, bursting forth with a terrifying strength that made the Jiao dragon's body tremble, scales shatter, and mystical yellow blood splash. If that was the case, the Jiao dragon still refused to relent, clinging desperately to the demon's body, while summoning the power of the black water earth. UN. Boom rumble. The sky darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. From within the Blackwater River, 9 dragon shadows emerged, entwining the Asura demon general like chains, pulling him down, intending to sink him into the river. It was the earthly god authority wielding the power of the spirit land to attack a powerful foe. The 9-headed black water dragon represented the power of the entire Black Vader River, the equivalent of the river unleashing its full might. Thus, as the 9 dragons tangled and pulled, the Asura demon general still wouldn't yield, standing firm against the might of the earth deities in the void. Just then, an enormous whirlpool formed in the Blackwater River, emanating the force of the Earth's polar magnet. If at that moment a human god had swept his divine sense across the area, he would have discovered an army of hundreds of mystical tortoises arrayed in a battle formation at the bottom of the Blackwater River, heedless of the cost, wielding the power of the Earth's polar magnet to ensnare the Asura and drag him down. The water army of the mysterious department, aiding with their formation, exerted the divine skill bestowed personally by the giant turtle in ancient times, the Earth UN Heavy Water. With the combined force of Earth Deity Law, divine skills, and Green Jiao's desperate fight, the Asura demon general ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and his 30-foot-tall body crashed thunderously into the water. Crack pop pop. The moment the Asura demon general entered the water, countless electric currents stirred, forming a golden electric net. The Electro Department Water Army. The lead general of the Electro Department, an eel dragon Jiao that had undergone transformation, wielding a 3-pronged fork, led 10,000 elite soldiers of the Electro Department in a battle formation. Countless currents flowed with the water, creating an electric net that enveloped the Asura demon general. Upon seeing this, the Asura demon general was also astonished. Although his murderous rage reached the heavens, he had not lost his reason, and within that violent killing, a thread of lucidity persisted. This was why he found it strange that these aquatic clan members were unaffected by the magical rain, even assisting the Jiao dragon. You see, this rain originated from the blood river of the demon realm's 6 paths, which birthed the Asuras. Even the dragon clans of the 4 seas would be bewitched by it, so what ability did these aquatic clan members possess to resist its influence? Could it be that the godhood of this Jiao dragon was above even that of the dragon kings of the 4 seas? Impossible. Then what was the explanation? The Asura demon general was baffled. However, he quickly cast aside this doubt, furiously struggling with his 8 arms, attempting to break free from his bonds. He was not suited for thinking. Whatever peculiarities this Jiao dragon had, killing was the answer. Asuras were born to kill, fighting against the heavens and the earth, never resting until death. Kill, kill, kill. The Asura roared furiously, his cries of slaughter shaking the heavens, his demon god's fighting power climbing once more. Bang! The green jade scales shone brilliantly before shattering, blood of a black-yellow hue spurting out, yet still tightly binding the Asura's 8 arms. Ignoring the pain in his body, with a peaceful gaze, Su Yang looked toward the Blackwater River. He thought of the Blackwater River that he had painstakingly built bit by bit, and his heart filled with countless thoughts, ultimately settling on a single sigh. Everyone, flee for your lives! A sigh, a thought, and in an instant, it spread all across the riverbed of the Black Vader River. Dragon Monarch! Master! The Water Army's divisions, the generals, and the many disciples who rushed over from the Divine Mansion were all shocked beyond measure by the thought conveyed. They were overcome with a foreboding premonition that caused them to shiver. Su Yang said nothing else, his thoughts commanding forces everywhere, then clenched his body regardless of his injuries to restrain the Asura's 8 arms, and the giant head of the Jiao dragon revolved, coming face to face with the Asura demon general. Not just facing each other, but pressing close. The head of the Jiao dragon pushed against the Asura's foreheads and eyes locked in a confrontation, one side cold and unfeeling, the other brimming with murderous intent. Tangible glares shot out, violently colliding in the void. Kill! In the face of the Jiao dragon's cold gaze, the Azura laughed madly, his killing intent soaring skyward, utterly indifferent to his predicament. Die! Su Yang kept his words sparse as well. Lightning flickered all around him, seeping out from within, making his 10 jong long body instantly light up. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a green Jiao into a golden dragon. Inside the belly of the golden dragon was a golden core, also crisscrossed with lightning, generating thunder spontaneously, and emanating an aura of destruction. At all costs, detonate the dragon ball. Thunder driving, lightning lifting, unleashing his full might. No, not just the dragon ball. Within his divine soul, between the sea of consciousness, a divine seal radiated brilliance. The authority of the earthly god, the Blackwater divine seal, was disintegrating and destroying itself in the sea of consciousness. Ultimately, boom! A tumultuous explosion, and a golden glow burst forth from the pitch-black depths, like the light of dawn or the luster of a pearl. Regardless of what it was, everything was destruction, devouring all that was to be destroyed. The entwined Jiao dragon Azura was consumed in an instant, vanishing into the boundless brilliance of the lightning. A sudden explosion, annihilation in all directions. 1,000 jong in range, creating a vacuum, the black water surged up, wrapping countless aquatic clan members, sweeping across all sides. Dragon Monarch! Master! Countless frantic cries, caught between the black rain and the blood, heading towards an almost desperate future. In the real world, atop his bed. Het! Su Yang's eyes snapped open, and he sat up with a start, drenched in a heavy sweat as if he had just experienced a nightmare. A nightmare? Indeed a nightmare. Mara, ruler of 6 heavens in the demon realm, the king of heavenly demons at ease. That sensation of having his spirit, soul, and consciousness completely overtaken left an extremely terrifying psychological shadow on him. Even awakening from the dream and returning to reality, he could not completely dispel it. Even though he had become part of the immortal gods in this life stream, after that ordeal, he realized that compared to those true deities and demons, he was still as insignificant as an ant, as humble as dust. The gap in stature and level could not be erased by grand words and bold speeches. Therefore, he said nothing, only sitting silently on his bed. After a long time, his heart finally settled down, and he vaguely sensed a transformation. Between life and death, there is great terror. Confronting such beings, the terror exceeds even that of life and death. This terror could become a demon obstructing one's mind but also aids in the transformation of one's spirit, and in the act of self-realization. Whether Su Yang was the former or the latter, he couldn't tell. But indeed, his heart had relaxed, finding peace. Afterward, he lowered his gaze and looked at his hand, the hand that had been clenched into a fist all along. As he spread his palm open, in the center lay a speck of crystal brilliance. This was the last gain from the Blackwater world, after the divine seal disintegrated and expended the strength of the dragon soul. In the instant of self-destruction, a fragment was transmitted back. No, to call it a fragment was an overstatement, it was merely a speck of crystal. Yet, it was this very speck of crystal that had drained him, the Blackwater Dragon Monarch, the great transformation demon of the Jiao dragon's soul. Chapter 81, Harvest. Although Zhuangzhou Mendi allows for the interchange of existence and non-existence and the transmission of various items, it is not a matter of sending whatever one wishes. One must act according to their capabilities. Take the Blackwater Divine Seal, for instance. Su Yang once entertained the thought. However, he discovered that the divine soul power required to transmit the Blackwater Divine Seal was terrifyingly vast. Even Jiao dragons at the Golden Core transformation tier could not satisfy even 1/10,000th of it. Indeed, 1/10,000th. Is the Blackwater Divine Seal truly so precious that the soul of a Jiao dragon at the Golden Core transformation tier cannot transmit even 1/10,000th of it? Su Yang did not understand at first either, but later he gradually realized it was not the Blackwater Divine Seal that was valuable, but the Blackwater River. The Divine Seal is the tangible right of the heavens and the earth. To transmit the Divine Seal is to transmit the heavens and the earth, to transmit a world. Just imagine, tearing the entire Blackwater River from the Blackwater world and moving it through transmission to the real world. How much energy would it consume to go back and forth, in and out? For a mere Jiao dragon at the Golden Core tier, being insufficient to even 1/10,000th of it is completely reasonable. So what about this bit of crystal? Is it 1/10 millionth or 100 millionth? neither. Through research, Su Yang found that to transmit the entire divine seal, which would mean transmitting the entire Blackwater River, was completely unrealistic. But by this, he also proposed a bold conjecture. If not the entire Blackwater River, just a bit of black water, or even without the black water, just an empty divine seal? Would the cost be much lower then? Su Yang had not tried, but he thought it was feasible, so in the final moments of his self-destruction, he attempted it, breaking down the divine seal, severing the right, and creating an empty divine seal. Then, he succeeded, though not completely. The right and the divine seal were one and the same, there was no such thing as empty. So after severing the right, Su Yang did not get a complete empty divine seal but only a piece of an incomplete divine seal shard. The function of this shard is. Su Yang rose, left the little cabin, and entered the medicinal field. Looking at the small island where he had been living for nearly 20 years, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose to embed the divine seal shard into the ground. As the shard entered the earth, there was no sound, and everything seemed normal, yet something was changing imperceptibly in the darkness. Su Yang had no words, only activated divine intent and entered the unity of heaven and man state. Soon after, he brought his hands together in a seal, and in an instant, the earth aura gathered like dragons, forming a point of spirit light that fell into the center of his brows. This is condensing spirit, the method of solidifying a divine seal. As mentioned earlier, divine seals came from two sources, one was the condensation of heaven and earth, and the other was the division by godhood. Condensation of heaven and earth is divided into natural condensation and artificial condensation. The former needs no explanation, but the latter requires finding an ownerless land not yet solidified into a divine seal. Using the sealing method to gather earth aura, it would take years, perhaps even centuries of continuous effort, to successfully form a divine seal. This method is extremely time-consuming, taking at least 100 years of non-stop gathering of earth aura to succeed. But now, within Su Yang's sea of consciousness, a seal floated. He had succeeded. This was the function of that bit of a divine seal shard, allowing Su Yang to rapidly solidify a divine seal. It's just a little small. The spiritual land range of this divine seal authority was just like its predecessor, only a tiny bit. How tiny is it? Just this medicinal field, this less than 50 square meters medicinal field. Heavens be merciful, even for the lowest tier earth deities holding the earth god position, the divine seal authority's spiritual land spans over 10 miles, encompassing one or more villages. For slightly higher tier earth deities, like his position as Blackwater Dragon Monarch, the divine seal authority's spiritual land is the entire Blackwater River, stretching over 800 miles just like Dongting Lake. What does this less than 50 square meters medicinal field amount to? Even a well-residing Dragon King has tens to hundreds of miles of underwater area beneath the well. Isn't his miniature version a bit too extreme? Su Yang was somewhat helpless. But soon he accepted reality and consoled himself, it may be small, but it's better than nothing. Not to mention that it can grow in the future. In this world, there should be no one else cultivating the earth deity law. With only me, it will surely develop rapidly. Although this was self-consolation, it was not unreasonable. The cultivation of earth deities relies upon the spiritual land. With proper management, the spiritual land can indeed grow. Especially in this world, without the restraint of the heavenly court or competition from godhood, as long as he could handle those cultivators and invest vast resources, the spiritual land would rapidly develop. A low starting point hardly mattered. Not to mention, he still had an external bonus. Su Yang. Lifespan, 70/350. Cultivation, condensing spirit and rebirth, internal and external training, 4-tiered realm. Pre-existing skills, eating, sleeping, breathing, cooking, fishing, boating. Disguising, knife sharpening, throwing weapons, swimming, butchering, walking, archery, reading, training in martial arts, Taoist skills, medical arts. New traits. Dreaming, Zhuangzhou Mendi, cycle of rebirth, divine travel through worlds. Beast taming, enlightening transmutation, thriving growth, dragon kings. Command, dragon monarch's grace, fish leaping over dragon gate. Formation, stone formations, mirroring moon in the water, strategy and battle formations, assisting with mystic water. Spirit plant, exotic flowers and rare herbs, cultivation of fine species, minor. Cloud rain skill, thriving growth, pest-free and fewer diseases, bountiful harvest of grains. Artifact refining, skilled craftsmanship, divine weapons and equipment, aquatic clan soldiers' armor. New skills. Alchemy, practice makes perfect, grass and wood spirit pills. Painting talisman, inspired brushwork, thunder talisman lightning spell. Earth deities, tending to earth veins, earth deity transformation, if there be dragons, the land thrives, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, clam ladies and turtle ministers, dragon department's personal army. Martial arts scripture. Innate ability, thunder commanding power. Su Yang dreamed he was a fish for just over 100 years, after which he perished in the blood moon calamity brought about by the descent of Mara. In just over 100 years, he didn't master many skills, and even fewer were transmitted back. They can be explained one by one, in appropriate detail. First and foremost are the dreaming skills. In addition to the existing Zwanzo-Mendi and cycle of rebirth, a new trait was added: divine travel through worlds. The effect of this trait is simple, it consumes the power of the divine soul to target a world for direct divine travel, eliminating the need to enter someone else's dreams and instead directly creating a body, akin to sending in an avatar. The benefit is quite clear: in the world of dreams Su Yang is even less fearful of death, as even if he's killed, he can re-enter through divine travel and start anew. The downside is the huge cost, as it requires the consumption of a large amount of divine soul power, and the damage is even more serious if death occurs during divine travel. Besides, one cannot directly choose a world, it is only possible to target worlds that have been previously visited. Because this trait emerged in the Blackwater world, previous worlds like Great Zhou and Great Tang are not included in the travel history, so for now it is only possible to designate the Blackwater world for divine travel. This means that Su Yang could indeed start dreaming again and return to the Blackwater world to check on things. But clearly, he won't do that. Are you kidding? To go back at a time like this and be killed by those Asuras again? The Blackwater world is beyond saving. The Qian Gao Heavenly Emperor has vanished without a trace, and the remaining Emperor-level deities have also fled. The Divine Realms and Cave Heaven Blessed Lands have separated from the three realms, all to evade the might of Mara. Unless the Heavenly Emperor can return, leading the gods to fight against Mara and the Demon Realms army, there is no hope for the Blackwater world. Whether the Heavenly Emperor can return, Su Yang does not know, but he has no intention of re-entering the Blackwater world, at least not now. Returning to the main topic, after dreaming, there's the new skill that replaced breeding beast taming. Enlightening transmutation, thriving growth and the Dragon King's command need no further explanation, as they're all existing traits. The focus is on the newly added Dragon Monarch's Grace and Fish Leaping. Over Dragon Gate. Dragon Monarch's Grace enhances the transformation effect on the aquatic species. Fish Leaping over Dragon Gate increases the growth and evolution efficiency of dragon species among the aquatic population, and there's even a chance for them to transcend and transform completely. This becomes a powerful tool for cultivating a water army. Su Yang was able to nurture 4 generals with Golden Core transformation cultivation and many junior officers with Foundation establishment in just over 100 years, thanks to these 2 skill traits. It's known that demon race lifespans are generally long and their cultivation progresses slowly. Reaching Golden Core transformation at a little over 100 years old is already peerless talent amongst common demon beings. This is the effect of beast taming. Next is formation. Mirror Flower Water Moon, replacing blend false with true, enhances the effect of the illusion array. Military strategy formation enables the use of soldiers as flags to enhance the combat array effect. Mysterious Water Assistance yields aid from mysterious water when laying out formations in water domains. It's not very strong, but it's passable, barely satisfactory. Following formation is the new skill that replaced planting spirit plant growth. Added traits include selective breeding, minor cloud rain skill, and bumper crop. Selective breeding and bumper crop are self-explanatory and need no elaboration. Minor cloud rain skill, on the other hand, enhances the effect of the minor cloud rain skills, strengthening the power of the spiritual rain. Each has its use and is rather good. After plant growth comes the new skill that replaced craftsman artifact refining. Among them, divine weapons and equipment and skilled craftsmanship are existing traits, with only the addition of aquatic clan soldiers' armor being new. Its function is as follows: when using aquatic materials such as turtle shells, clam shells, crab carapaces, shrimp carapaces, snake skins, fish bones, etc., to refine armor-type magic artifacts, the overall effect is greatly enhanced. These are all the added traits to old skills. Now for the new skills. There are not many new skills, only 3. Alchemy, painting talisman, earth deities. With alchemy's practice makes perfect, as long as one practices enough times, the success rate of alchemy will inevitably improve. Grass and wood spirit pills enhance the alchemy effects of grass and wood type spirit pills, including the success rate, pill yield, and quality of the pills, etc., very versatile. Painting talismans inspired brushwork is similar, effectively increasing the success rate of drawing talisman inscriptions. However, Thunder Talisman Lightning Spell is worth mentioning, as it comprehensively enhances the effect of Thunder and Lightning Talismans, and combined with the innate ability Thunder commanding power that was transferred over, Su Yang would be extremely popular if he were to make and sell Thunder and Lightning Talismans, potentially becoming a market highlight and earning a fortune without difficulty. The last Earth Deity's skill is a culmination of 100 years as a Black Water Dragon Monarch. Tending to earth veins needs no explanation, simply enhancing the effect of tending to them. Earth Deity Transformation improves the transformation effect. If there be dragons, the land thrives indicates that all dragon-related creatures within the spirit land can benefit the land, even improving the tier of the spirit land and godhood. Finally, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, clam ladies and turtle ministers, and dragon department's personal army further enhance the transformation effect on shrimp, crabs, turtles, clams, and all dragon-type fish species, in combination with the beast taming skill, allowing him to establish a formidable water army at Dongting Lake. This is what has been accumulated and gained from 100 years of divinity in the Blackwater River. Chapter 82, 10 Years. The next morning, Su Yang opened his eyes and sat up, stretching languorously. He felt invigorated all over, a sense of comfort and exhilaration he had never known before. He had slept through the night, finally resting peacefully without his usual dreams and divine wanderings, just deep and stable slumber. That sleep had been incredibly restful, clearing away any dust that had settled on his soul. In fact, there wasn't much dust to begin with. In the Blackwater world for over 100 years, except for the initial battles with creatures like the giant turtle, he had mostly been lying low, enjoying himself practicing his cultivation, refining elixirs, drinking wine, eating meat, and studying formations and various miscellaneous disciplines as hobbies. Life was simply too comfortable. It was nothing like his time in the Great Zhou and Great Tang worlds, where he had been involved in manipulative schemes and deceit. It was not only disgusting but also incredibly boring, the same old tedious issues circulating over and over. The others might not be tired of dying, but Su Yang was fed up with the killing. Rather than struggling for power in the world or living the life of a king who indulged in luxury and privileges, Su Yang much preferred to be carefree and idle, like a salted fish. Moreover, the real world was also calm and peaceful, without worry or annoyance. If possible, he really wanted to continue like this forever, to cultivate into an immortal sincerely and quietly. Unfortunately, such a wish is mostly unrealistic. This world is still one of strife. Lying low like a salted fish, avoiding the world's conflicts, one could still end up extinguished in disaster, without even the capital to flee for life, when facing calamities like the descent of Mara and the Blood Moon catastrophe. Unlike those mighty gods and emperors who, even if they couldn't defeat Mara, were able to use their great mana to break through the realm, taking their domains and cave heavens to seek refuge elsewhere. This is the consequence of lying low. Although in the situation of the Blackwater world his fate would have been the same whether he lay low or not, Su Yang was still reminded by these experiences. As a fish must strive, so must a person. Those who immerse themselves in pleasures without seeking progress will surely fall victim to catastrophe and be destroyed by it. Heaven brings forth the killing intent, stars shift in battle. Earth brings forth the killing intent, dragons and snakes rise from the land. Heavenly tribulations, earthly catastrophes, divine calamities, demon catastrophes, human disasters, monster tribulations. Looking around, killing intents abound, pushing one to desperate straits. Even if one earnestly tries to avoid it all, without contention, it can't ensure that sitting at home, disaster comes from the sky so. Gotta do what's gotta be done. Su Yang shook his head, got up from his bed, went through his usual washing routine, and then shouldered a hoe to hit the fields. In the paddy field, a sea of golden yellow awaited, another season of spirit rice ready for harvest. Walking into the field, Su Yang parted the ears of rice, like an old farmer who had toiled the land his whole life, checking on his hard-earned harvest. 100 years in black water, 10 years in reality, he had now been farming on this small island for over a decade. Thanks to various fertilizers enhancing the land's fertility and the effects of the spiritual planting skill, he had been reaping bountiful harvests year after year, accumulating an astonishing amount of spirit rice. In addition, the premium breed cultivation project was progressing systematically and thriving. Although no second-tier spirit rice had yet appeared, various effects of first-tier spirit rice were cultivated, including some unique varieties of spirit rice not seen in the market. This season, for instance, Su Yang primarily grew a kind of spirit rice called blood spirit rice, which significantly enhances the power of Qi blood, especially effective for beast clans, and is a staple food for beast tamers. This kind of spirit rice is best fertilized with the flesh and blood of alien beasts. The more it is applied, the better the effects. So, whenever Su Yang had some free time lately, he would catch birds and fish, bleed them, and use their blood as fertilizer, asking his spirit beasts to make a little sacrifice since, after all, the blood spirit rice was mainly for them to eat. Though using the blood of spirit beasts as fertilizer felt a bit like robbing Peter to pay Paul, thanks to the planting skills, the overall yields were still positive. Not to mention that Su Yang also sometimes buried bodies to enrich the soil, and the golden eagles contributed their droppings. With the multi-fold application of fertilizers, the blood spirit rice flourished magnificently, making all the investment worthwhile. Parting the golden ears of rice, Su Yang saw that the grains within looked like red pomegranates, the plump blood jade spirit rice coated by a husk, yet still faintly glowing red. Su Yang then parted another astonishingly vibrant stalk, which seemed more like a fruit tree, and plucked out a fist-sized grain of blood spirit rice. An exotic top-quality product, giant blood spirit rice. Capable of greatly enhancing the power of one's Qi blood, it had a noticeable benefit for Foundation establishment cultivators and demon cultivators alike, and it could also be used to refine second-tier elixirs like the Beast Blood Pill, a mainstream pill for demon cultivators and Foundation establishment to improve their cultivation, worth a small fortune. Unfortunately, Su Yang did not yet possess the elixir recipe for the Beast Blood Pill. "This is for you," Su Yang said with a smile, tossing the fist-sized spirit rice to the golden eagle at his side. Screech! The golden eagle cried out, grasping the spirit rice and swallowed it whole. "Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it." Su Yang shook his head, patting its steel-like feathers, looking like an old Ratner walking ms Tunsen son. 10 years might seem long to people, but to spirit monsters and demon beasts, it counts for little. While ordinary beasts typically have lifespans much shorter than those of humans, once they awaken their spirit wisdom and enter the path of cultivation, their lifespans rapidly outpace those of humans. Many Qi cultivation realm spirit monsters and demon beasts can easily live for hundreds of years, effortlessly outliving many Foundation establishment cultivators. The golden eagle was the same. Over 10 years, with Su Yang's beast taming skills and the resources lavished upon it, it had reached the pinnacle of demon beasts, comparable to a human cultivator at the perfect Qi refinement stage. Just one more step would transform its demon body, shed its oscillatory bone, and allow it to become a true Foundation establishment demon beast. To meet its cultivation needs, Su Yang had even made a trip to the market, spending a hefty sum to buy a cultivation technique suitable for avian demon beasts that could directly enter the Foundation establishment realm. Of course, Laolio and the other birds were also given this technique. Su Yang's Qi refinement cultivation had long been complete, and he was just waiting for the Foundation building pill to make a breakthrough, so over these years, he didn't mind the loss of strength and kept using enlightening spirit awakening. Now, the number of fierce birds he was raising, as well as the alien beasts and spirit monsters in the two fisheries to the east and west, has skyrocketed, with quite a few demon monsters and demon beasts emerging, among which the Golden Eagle and Electric Eel King were the prominent figures. The combat power of these demon beasts was extremely considerable, each awakening an innate divine ability, and although they dared not claim to be the match of Foundation establishment cultivators, killing a few perfect Qi refinement loose cultivators was not a problem. But this was limited to loose cultivators, the disciples from large sects and major forces were not included. Cultivation was a matter highly dependent on one's background. Cultivators nurtured by sects and supported by families were almost like a different species compared to wild, wandering, and solitary loose cultivators, with a vast difference in combat ability. As the Thunder Lightning Mana King, Su Yang could dominate among Qi cultivation loose cultivators, and even those of Foundation establishment influence had to treat him with caution. However, the Qi cultivation disciples from Golden Core sects did not fear him and even intended to contest his skills. It wasn't that Thunder cultivators weren't strong, but that loose cultivators were at a disadvantage, whether in terms of cultivation techniques or magic artifacts, in both quantity and quality, compared to elite cultivators of sect origins. If Shi Jian were from a sect background, those individuals wouldn't dare challenge a Thunder cultivator of the same realm even if they had 10 times the courage. This was the plight of loose cultivators, whose strength was inferior to that of sect cultivators except for a few with great fortunes. Fortunately, Su Yang was among that minority. Goo-goo. Goo-goo. After gobbling up the spirit rice, the golden eagle looked pitifully at Su Yang and even made a goo-goo sound, a trick it must have learned from some bird. Su Yang unceremoniously slapped it. I told you not to eat so fast, it's gone now. Watch carefully, wait until it's ripe, then you can have a few more, after all, you gave the most blood and contributed the most, he said. Goo-goo. Hearing this, although the golden eagle was disappointed, it quickly became motivated again by the grand picture Su Yang painted, flapping its wings excitedly like a child weighing over 1,000 pounds. Go, 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 out of here, Su Yang shooed it away and picked up a hoe to dig another part of the fallow field, burying a few bodies encased in ice there. Helpless, despite cultivating his moral character and remaining uninvolved with the world for 10 years, there would inevitably be the short-sighted who forced their way onto his doorstep. Over the years, he had buried many, and the topsoil was almost piling up. With no choice, he had to keep digging deeper and plan the fields properly, resting one plot while planting another, to make more effective use of the soil and take his farming undertaking another step towards success. Now, although it appeared that Su Yang was the only one laboring, in reality, there were hundreds of cultivators accompanying him silently within the ground, offering themselves selflessly. Highly meritorious hard work, no less. After burying a few new bodies, Su Yang put down his hoe, freed his hands, and began to stir the Gang Yuan within his body with divine intent. Instantly. Whoosh! Above the spirit field, clouds gathered, and rain-rich in spiritual energy fell down. Minor cloud rain skills. An essential skill for spiritual plant farmers, which Su Yang had mastered. The cloud cover was small, just barely over the rice field, but the downpour of spiritual rain was immense, already comparable to that of spirit lands when employing the minor cloud rain skill. As mentioned before, the power and effects of cultivating skills were influenced by two major factors, one was the cultivator's own mana, and the other was the external Yuan spirit of the environment. In the spirit lands, teeming with Yuan spirit, the power of cultivating skills would be enhanced. In the mundane world, with sparse Yuan spirit, the power of cultivating skills would inevitably decline. In such cases, cultivators must compensate with their own mana to perform the skills normally, at great expenditure. But now, Su Yang did not consume too much Gang Yuan mana and managed to perform the minor cloud rain skill at a normal level in the mundane world. Why was this so? One reason was that Su Yang had buried many spirit stones, arranging a spirit gathering array to enrich the island's spiritual energy. But this alone was not enough to match the spirit lands of Foundation establishment forces. So, there was a second reason, which was the minor cloud and rain trait of the spirit plant skill coming into effect. The attribute panel, skill traits, with tremendously high positions. In the Black Water world, the Red Moon Cataclysm, the Nether River Blood Sea that turned into the blood rain of the Red Moon, affected all beings in the three realms, turning them into demon objects, except for the blessed lands and domains of deities and emperors such as the famous mountains and great rivers, and the vast seas, which could resist the blood rain and remain uncompromised. Su Yang was not a great deity and could not resist the blood rain, but his nurtured aquatic clan and water army could withstand the blood rain's mutation, as could Blackwater River. As a spirit land, it went unaffected by the blood rain, still providing support to Su Yang, using the entire river's strength to assist him in a mutual destruction battle with the Azura demon general. All these were due to the effects of skill traits. The position of the attribute panel, the power of the skill traits, was not inferior to the Red Moon blood rain. This gave Su Yang a clearer understanding of the power of his external cheat. The source of the Red Moon blood rain came from the very foundation of the demon realm, the Nether River Blood Sea. Thus, even it could not mutate his spirit land or aquatic clan, showing the formidable nature of the attribute panel and skill traits. Of course, the attribute panel and skill traits, no matter how strong, still required his own power to support them. When facing the red moon blood rain, the Blackwater River could last only for a while, and once the rain accumulated and turned into a blood river, the sheer volume disparity left him helpless. Chapter 83, The Pill is Formed, Part 1. After tending to the fields, he visited the fish ponds, which had also flourished. Over a decade, the quality had transformed. Content with this development, Su Yang finally made his way to the medicinal herb garden. The garden boasted a variety of spiritual medicines, which, nurtured by skill traits combined with fertilizer and spiritual energy, had reached a medicinal age of 100 years. 100 years was quite decent, but most of the herbs Su Yang had cultivated were mundane, and a century-old medicinal age was far from miraculous. At least a millennium was required for them to transform substantially. After his contact with the cultivation world, he had purchased batches of spirit medicinal plant seeds at various markets. However, spiritual medicines grew much slower than mundane herbs. After a decade of cultivation, their medicinal age had increased by only 20 years, making them nearly useless. Su Yang was here not to harvest the spiritual medicines, but to utilize the power of this spirit land to aid in his alchemy. What pill? Foundation building pill. Su Yang opened his storage bag and took out several spiritual medicines radiating spirit light, and brimming with spiritual energy. These were cultivated in the Blackwater River, then transferred here through the power of his divine soul. He had conducted numerous successful experiments with them and could replace the materials of this world to refine foundation building pills. These ingredients were sufficient for 3 attempts. If he succeeded once, he could use the pill to break through the 5th realm and achieve foundation establishment. With his current mastery of elixir skills combined with the help of his skill traits, his success rate was around 50%. 50-50, neither high nor low. Not very stable. But Su Yang still decided to proceed with alchemy, because after a decade of accumulation and refinement under the effect of various skill traits, particularly heaven rewards hard work, he had reached the carrying limit of the Qi refinement realm. If he did not consume a medicinal pill for foundation establishment, he might lose control and inadvertently establish his foundation on his own. This was the power of skill traits. Heaven rewards hard work, and there will always be a return. No bottleneck or barrier could prevent it from working. As long as you practice, there will definitely be gains and rewards. Regrettably, heaven rewards hard work could only guarantee returns in martial practice and cultivation, not assured success in realm breakthroughs. Its principle was like watering a plant, it only focused on pouring in, not caring whether the container could handle it or not. Therefore, the risks of foundation establishment still existed, and only by consuming spirit pills could one be completely safe. Su Yang had no choice but to start the furnace and begin alchemy. Of course, he had another option, which was to refine it in the Blackwater River and then transport the finished foundation building pills here. This would ensure complete safety without having to worry about the success rate. But after weighing the pros and cons, he did not choose to do so. The cost-effectiveness was too low. Transporting a complete foundation building pill would consume a lot of divine soul power, a price much greater than transferring spiritual medicines. If Su Yang chose to transport foundation building pills, he would have to give up many skill traits and the divine seal he had been striving to attain. Was it worth giving up all that for one foundation building pill? Of course not. To him, the foundation building pill was important but not that important. His life was critical, only one chance, no room for error. But this realm, foundation establishment, what was it in comparison? Not much really. Compared to those skill traits and the divine seal related to the earth deity cultivation method, one foundation building pill really wasn't much. A person aiming for great success must plan for the moment and even more for a lifetime. So after careful consideration, Su Yang decided to only transfer the spiritual medicine ingredients and allocate his divine soul power to more important skill traits. Now, with 3 sets of ingredients, if he couldn't succeed in refining one foundation building pill, he would have to consider other options, such as attending a major auction held by the foundation establishment powers. But that was a big risk. Over the past 10 years, Su Yang had seen several such auctions, but every time one ended, it resulted in a bloodbath outside the markets. Many robbing cultivators would come to snatch the pills, and even those who were not robbing cultivators didn't mind playing the part. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would shamelessly disregard their status and engage in the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Su Yang really did not want to wade into that mire. Therefore, this time, he must succeed in refining the pills. Su Yang arranged the various spiritual medicines, then took out a pill furnace as green and lustrous as carved jade. The green jade furnace, a supreme-grade magic artifact, made from the green jade stone that is a specialty of the green jade sex mountain gate. It conveyed spiritual energy better and came with an intrinsic essence of green jade, which could slightly improve the success rate and quality of spirit pills crafted from herbs. This item had cost Su Yang 2,800 lower-grade spirit stones. One must know that when Su Yang previously sold the supreme-grade magic artifacts of the three scourges of White Dragon, he fetched just over 1,000 spirit stones per item. But this green jade furnace, also a supreme-grade magic artifact, nearly cost him 3,000 spirit stones, highlighting the enormous expense of alchemy. An ordinary loose cultivator couldn't even dream of affording it. Fortunately, Su Yang was no ordinary loose cultivator. Rise, T. Su Yang activated his Gang Yuan, transforming it into mana, and channeled it into the green jade furnace. Immediately, the magic artifact expanded upon contact with the wind and turned into a large cauldron, landing firmly on the ground. Open. Su Yang cast another stream of Gang Yuan mana, opening the cauldron in anticipation of the pill fire. Pills require fire to refine. This fire was not a regular flame, but a spiritual fire ignited by a cultivator's mana. Generally speaking, cultivators with wood-based cultivation techniques had the greatest advantage in alchemy due to their fire brimming with vitality, most suitable for refining various beneficial and restorative herbal spirit pills. Of course, cultivators of other elemental cultivation techniques could also use their mana to ignite spiritual fires for alchemy, and it wasn't necessary to only employ wood elemental spiritual fire. It really depended on the elixir skills and spiritual medicines in question. Su Yang was a mere mortal without a spiritual root. He could cultivate all elemental techniques since he was, according to common sense, not able to cultivate any. His efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy was nowhere near the standards of cultivation. However, thanks to the martial arts scripture and various skill traits, he could meet the standards of cultivation despite lacking a spiritual root. This fatal flaw had now become an advantage, enabling him to practice all elemental cultivation techniques and produce mana of any element. So is he going to use a wood-attributed spiritual fire for alchemy now? No. Su Yang brought his hands together, and thunderbolt strength roared into existence. Electric light danced like dragons, soaring and startling as it moved. Innate divine ability, thunder commanding power. While all attributes of mana could be utilized, how could they compare to the ease of using an innate divine ability? It must be said, Zhuan Zhoumendi truly had boundless creation, even capable of transmitting innate divine abilities. Su Yang's thunder commanding power was at his fingertips, as natural as an extension of his body. Boom! The thunder and lightning entered the furnace, replacing the fire used for making pills, infusing thunderbolt strength and turning the green jade furnace into a golden jade color. For thunderbolt is the pivot between heaven and earth, capable of commanding all within the 3 realms and 9 lands, not only governing destruction but also creation. Otherwise, how could Su Yang use it for both body tempering and increasing his cultivation? Similarly, using thunder techniques in alchemy can also create extraordinary effects. As Su Yang manipulated the electric energy, the golden lightning poured into the furnace, making the green jade furnace appear transparent and visible. Then, with the control of mana, the spiritual medicine took flight, autonomously hurling itself into the furnace to have its essence extracted beneath thunderbolt creation, turning into elixir liquid. The grass and wood elixir technique solidifies the liquid into pills. With Su Yang manipulating the lightning, it danced chaotically like golden snakes. It appeared less like he was concocting pills and more like he was dueling with someone. There was a sense of wild intensity, yet it flowed smoothly like the drifting clouds and flowing water, a paradoxical beauty. Ha! Once all the spiritual medicine had been inserted, the man, who was seated cross-legged, suddenly stood up, raised his hands furiously, and lightning burst forth like a dragon. Boom! The lightning, like a dragon, plunged in, and the furnace, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, suddenly lifted from the ground, suspended in midair. As the thunder and lightning danced wildly around the furnace, mana within his body rapidly depleted, but Su Yang continued to discharge the electric energy relentlessly. So it went on for who knows how long. Rumble! Another roar thundered, scattering the thunderbolts and causing the green jade furnace to crash down, shaking the entire small island. At the same moment of impact, the lid of the furnace opened, and electric light erupted, spitting out a bolt of lightning. Ha! Su Yang laughed heartily, reaching out his hand to draw in the lightning, which immediately hurtled towards his palm. Then, closing his hand, the lightning dissipated, leaving behind only a shimmering spirit light. Su Yang looked down, opened his hand, and saw a spirit pill quietly lying there in his palm. The main body of the pill was white jade in color, with golden patterns like climbing dragons on the outside, and amidst the shimmering light, flashes of lightning could be seen. It was indeed the pill born from thunder tempering skill, the supreme grade foundation building pill. This pill contained the life force of spiritual medicine and also the power of thunderbolt creation. The former could protect the body and divine soul, smooth out the violent surges of mana, prevent the adverse effects of a failed foundation establishment due to the clash of the three forces, and save the cultivator's life. The latter could enhance mana, refine the body and soul, assist in merging the power of the three forces and, upon successful foundation establishment, improve the cultivator's abilities, even directly reaching the peak of the early phase of foundation establishment. This is the supreme grade foundation building pill, made through the thunder technique. Typically, foundation building pills refined through general elixir techniques come in three qualities: low, medium, and high. Low-grade pills only save lives, while medium and high-grade pills provide some assistance and promote the merging of the three forces. But to significantly promote the merging of the three forces and enhance the capabilities after foundation establishment, only the supreme grade foundation building pill can achieve that. And such a supreme grade pill cannot be produced through ordinary elixir techniques, but only with special elixir techniques. Su Yang's thunder tempering skill is one of them. Marvelous! One attempt with the materials resulted in success, and a supreme grade pill at that. It goes without saying that Su Yang was overjoyed. He laughed loudly and stored the spirit pill in his storage bag. If he were to auction this pill, selling it for tens of thousands of spirit stones would be a breeze. If it were sought after by the scions of great sects or powerful factions needing foundation establishment, it could even fetch hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. But obviously, Su Yang would not do that, for he was not in lack of spirit stones. Having farmed for over a decade and with various patrons willingly giving him their wealth, Su Yang's net worth might not be enormous, but it was substantial. Moreover, with a continuous stream of income, there was no need to take the risk of auctioning this supreme grade foundation building pill. This one was for his own use, and if the remaining two sets of materials also yielded success, he would use them for the Golden Eagle and the Electric Eel King. If both demon beasts successfully achieved foundation establishment, he would have three major foundation establishment level forces. As long as he didn't provoke the three sects of Golden Core, he could do as he wished in the cultivation world of Liang country. A decade of accumulation finally pays off. Now, it is time for foundation establishment. Su Yang packed up the furnace and did not entertain the thought of continuing alchemy, but instead began to plan for foundation establishment. This successful pill concoction could not be attributed to luck alone, but it also involved a significant element of chance, and so couldn't be guaranteed to happen again and again. Therefore, as a prudent measure, it would be better to consume the spirit pill and complete foundation establishment first. With an elevated realm and strengthened power, the effects of alchemy would also significantly improve. After all, the quality of mana and the strength of one's divine consciousness are important factors affecting alchemy. Chapter 84, Foundation Establishment. 3 days later, after having fully recuperated and replenished the yuan qi consumed in alchemy, Su Yang, in his peak condition, prepared another banquet for himself. A very ordinary banquet. He didn't slaughter any spiritual beasts again. It wasn't that he had grown sentimental, he still clearly distinguished between companion-type spiritual pets and consumable-type spiritual beasts. The reason he refrained from killing was that he had just obtained the divine seal, and the earth deity cultivation method was in its initial stage. Every spiritual beast could aid his cultivation, enhance the spirit land, and after transformation, could become soldiers and officers like the clam ladies and turtle ministers. They were extremely precious human resources, capable of helping him nurture more spiritual beasts, cultivate spirit fields, and even straighten out the earth veins and water channels, undertaking various tasks. This is also one of the reasons why earth deities tended to cultivate subordinates. The vast spirit lands solely managed by an earth deity would become an unmanageable burden. A powerful earth deity will inevitably have many subjects and vassals, and may even form systematic establishments like the Heavenly Court, Underworld, and Four Seas Dragon Palace. For this reason, over the years, Su Yang rarely consumed cultivated spiritual beasts, eating various types of spirit rice and spirit fruits instead. This could also be considered somewhat of a cultivator lifestyle. After a fulfilling meal, Su Yang didn't linger and went straight to the East Coast fishery. At the East Coast fishery, currents of electricity swam about. Over 10,000 electric eels gathered here, including over 1,000 spirit monsters, nearly 100 demon monsters, and there was also an electric eel king of demon beast level. The electric eel king's body was golden with thunder patterns all over, with bulges on its head and tumor-like growths on its belly, showing signs of transforming into a Jiao dragon. The beast taming skill had traits like Dragon King's Grace and Fish Leaping over Dragon Gate. The Earth Deity skill had traits like Earth Deity Transformation and Dragon Department's Personal Army. These skill traits were particularly friendly towards the aquatic clan, especially those containing dragon bloodlines. The electric eels also had dragon bloodlines, and thus benefited greatly and grew rapidly. The current electric eel king, in terms of cultivation, combat power, and bloodline strength, was even superior to the golden eagle, making it Su Yang's most powerful spiritual beast. Woo woo! Upon seeing Su Yang, the electric eel king made excited sounds, echoing like the roar of a dragon. Su Yang smiled without saying much and dived into the waters. The gathering of electric eels instantly dispersed, and the ordinary eels all retreated, leaving only the alien beasts behind. Even so, more than 3,000 electric eels remained, showcasing the accomplishments of a decade's nurturing and transformation. For these excellent aids in his cultivation, Su Yang had made a hefty investment, committing far more resources compared to any other fish breed. As Su Yang submerged, 3,000 electric eels formed a battle formation under the command of the Dragon King. A real battle formation. Years ago, in the Blackwater River, when confronting the giant turtle, Su Yang had formed a water army and set up a battle formation for encirclement and suppression. At that time, however, he had not mastered formation arrays. His so-called battle formation was merely a sequential arrangement and lacked special functions. Now it was different. He had mastered the ways of array formation, though only a Tier 1 array formation, but it still possessed mysterious and miraculous powers. 3,000 electric eels formed a battle formation, all stimulating the electric currents, which instantly caused golden lights to flicker, forming a dragon shadow composed of electricity. The electric element dragon formation. Originally the mysterious UN dragon forming array, Su Yang, after mastering array formation, replaced the mysterious water power with the electric element power to modify it, enabling the accumulation of the electric element power within the array, triggering a qualitative change through quantitative change to manifest an electric dragon. Su Yang sat cross-legged in the water, positioned at the head of the dragon, and took out a foundation-building spirit pill, swallowing it. Upon entering the stomach, a tri-element integration occurred. Su Yang concentrated his mind, commanded the qi with his spirit, and merged the qi with the essence. The tri-element was the integration of 3 brilliances, jade brilliance as the essence, golden brilliance as the qi, and 9 brilliances as the spirit. When the tri-element united, the 3 brilliances converged at the crown. The essence, qi, and spirit merged as one. This was the ancient method of qi cultivation, currently referred to as the body, divine soul, and mana. Sitting cross-legged in the water, with the spirit pill in his stomach, Su Yang immediately transformed it into primordial creation force. 3 streams diverged, one for the body, one for the divine soul, and one for the mana. These 3 forces, originally from the same source, attracted each other after divergence, promoting the unity of the 3. This was the effect of the supreme grade spirit pill for foundation establishment. Crackle! At this moment, the electric element dragon formation also began to exert strength, the electric dragon raising its head with golden lights flickering, channeling the vast electric currents into Su Yang's body. With many forces converging, Su Yang sat calmly in the water. After an indeterminate period, finally, he opened his eyes. A flash of electric light in his eyes before returning to tranquility. Conversely, the energy within Su Yang's body continued to climb, quickly breaking through the limits of qi cultivation. After exceeding the limits of qi cultivation, its momentum did not stop but kept climbing. Qi cultivation perfected, achieving foundation establishment. Early stage of foundation establishment, surpassing the limit. Mid-stage of foundation establishment, also reaching the peak. He had actually broken through in one go, reaching the peak realm of the mid-stage foundation establishment. The three brilliances converged at the crown, the mysterious pass one mystery achieved. The tri-element combined, internal and external as one. The foundation of the immortal path, thus established. Smooth, exceedingly smooth, without any difficulties or obstacles. That easy? Indeed, that easy. With 10 years of accumulation and 10 years of refinement, and traits such as heaven rewards hard work, breakthroughs for Su Yang were just a matter of course. In fact, even without taking this supreme grade foundation building pill, his chance of success in foundation establishment on his own was as high as 90%. But being naturally cautious, especially since this matter concerned his life, he did everything possible to ensure a complete certainty. However, the power of the supreme grade foundation building pill was not wasted. Along with the tempering and body conditioning effects of the electric element dragon formation array, it pushed his cultivation from the initial entry of foundation establishment directly to the mid-stage. Hoo! Su Yang had just achieved a breakthrough when a humming sound emerged. The electric eel king swam excitedly towards him, its several jong long eel dragon body coiling and intertwining, rubbing its big head against Su Yang's shoulder and cheek, revealing a longing desire. Seeing this, Su Yang wrinkled his brow, but seeing how eagerly the electric eel king craved it, he still nodded in agreement. All right then. With that, he pointed a finger between its eyes and took out a bottle of beast blood pill from his storage bag. Beast blood pill, a second-tier spirit pill, was something he could not yet concoct himself. This bottle was purchased from the market. Su Yang expended his cultivation energy to perform the transformation once again and tossed the bottle of beast blood pill into the mouth of the electric eel king. Who? The electric eel king let out a long cry, swallowed the spirit pill, and then swam towards the surface of the lake. Su Yang sat in the water without chasing after it, merely watching as the electric eel king burst from the water and soared into the clouds. It was about to break through. Perhaps it was stimulated by Su Yang's aura, or maybe it was the enhancement of the breeding and earth deity's traits after Su Yang's own breakthrough, which affected the electric eel king at the very limit of the demon beast stage. Either way, it had the idea of breaking through. This thought, this desire, was incredibly strong and instinctual impulse of life. This disrupted Su Yang's plans. He had originally intended to make a second foundation building pill to guarantee a fail-safe breakthrough for the electric eel king. But plans cannot keep up with changes, and with such a stimulus, it was a natural instinct for the electric eel king to break through. Forcibly suppressing it would not only be unsightly but could also possibly leave lifelong regrets and affect future progress. Therefore, after much thought, Su Yang still nodded in assent. The moment the electric eel king emerged from the water, it soared between the clouds of Dongting, its body flickering with lightning, like gold snakes dancing wildly, yet it seemed blissfully untroubled by any pain. Crack! Pop! Swimming amidst the crackling sounds suddenly came the explosion of the lumps on its chest and abdomen, splattering a huge amount of vivid red blood. But it seemed to disregard this, still joyfully swimming among the clouds, issuing a series of satisfying cries. Who? Amidst the long cries, flesh fell away, revealing a pair of golden claws exploring outward, and the electricity shimmering around its body grew even more intense. Crack! Another strange noise exploded. It was the lump on its head bursting open, scattering flesh and blood, with a glimmer of gold light barely visible within. That was a horn, a small horn not even 3 inches tall. As a demon beast, the electric eel king's body had already reached several jong, making this small horn seem almost insignificant in comparison to its massive body, comically undersized. But no matter how small, it was still a horn. A horn emerged on its head, and with a pair of claws on its chest and abdomen, it had achieved a half-jiao body. A jiao dragon, known for having at most 1 horn, 4 claws and 3 toes. Now that the electric eel king had a small beginning horn and exploring claws, it couldn't be called a jiao dragon yet, only a half-jiao. The breakthrough was successful, achieving a half-jiao demon body. Roar! Upon achieving the half-jiao demon body, its whining turned into a dragon's roar. The electric eel king, excited, surged into the sky. It spun and swam in the sea of clouds of Dongting, with lightning crisscrossing around its body and thunder roaring, as if to announce its rebirth of shedding the old for the new. Screech! Even a golden eagle was attracted by this sight, watching the thunder Jiao electric dragon amidst the sea of clouds, feeling a mix of shock, anger, and disbelief. Well, in some time, there will be those seeking fortunes from immortals knocking on my door again, muttered Su Yang, shaking his head resignedly as he watched his spirited spiritual pet frolic. He also summoned his attribute panel. Su. Lifespan, 70/800. Cultivation, embracing core and Ko-Dao, external body cultivation of true body, 5 barriers realm, mid-stage foundation establishment. Skills, eating, sleeping, breathing, cooking, fishing, boating, disguise, knife sharpening, throwing weapons, swimming, slaughtering, walking, archery. Reading, martial training, Taoist skills, medicine, dreaming, beast taming, formation, spirit plant cultivation, artifact refining, alchemy, talisman drawing, earth deity. Martial arts scripture. Special talent, thunder commanding power. Martial cultivation 5 realms, embracing core and Ko-Dao. Body cultivation 5 realms, external cultivation of true body. Tri-element integration, inner and outer as one, cultivating true foundation establishment. Breakthrough successful. The most significant increase after the breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm was lifespan. It increased dramatically to 800 years. 800 years of lifespan has now surpassed that of foundation establishment, even surpassed that of the golden core, and is catching up to the nascent soul elite. A nascent soul cultivator, a possessor of great divine power, would only have a lifespan of 1,000 years. He has hardly entered foundation establishment yet has obtained 800 years of lifespan. If such a thing were to spread, it would drive countless cultivators mad. At this rate, reaching the golden core realm might grant me 2,000 years of lifespan, comparable to a deity transformation venerable. Regarding cultivation techniques, although the martial arts scripture is wonderful, it still falls far behind the top-notch methods of this world. My extension of lifespan to 800 years is still thanks to the attribute panel and skill traits, breaking through the restrictions of this world on cultivators and enhancing the longevity effect of the martial arts scripture. Although my lifespan is extended, it only means extended lifespan and nothing more. My combat capabilities have not been elevated to surpass the golden core or match the nascent soul. The method of longevity, and the art of Dao protection, while I see hope in the former, the latter still has many deficiencies. Su Yang murmured to himself, his understanding of his own situation clear as day. Thus, I must venture through the dream once more, both to supplement the art of longevity and to cultivate the art of Dao protection. To verify the Dao within dreams is just like this. Chapter 85, Action. 3 days later, within the little cabin, Su picked up a pen and was in the midst of drawing talismans. The pen shaft, made from green bamboo, possessed the texture of fine jade and emitted a faint luminescence. The bristles were top-quality wolf hair, firm, vigorous, upright, and pliable. His strokes flowed like dragons and snakes, exemplifying stability and exuding a grand and imposing aura. The green jade pen, a mid-tier magic artifact, was priced at 800 spirit stones and also produced by the Green Jade sect. As one of the 3 sects of Golden Core in Liang country, the Green Jade sect had a distinctive feature: they were adept at crafting with green jade. This was because the sect controlled a large piece of spirit land, Green Jade Mountain, within which lay a 3rd-tier supreme-grade green jade spiritual vein. Nourished by this spiritual vein, the Green Jade sect's mountain gates were abundant with spiritual objects. Their material was top-grade, whether for alchemy, artifact refining, or talisman making and formation setting. The Green Jade sect had been able to thrive for 1,000 years, still in its prime, and this had a lot to do with their resources. Green Jade series pills, talismans, and magic artifacts were extremely popular in the cultivation world of Liang country, and Su Yang had acquired a fair number of them. One could see him writing fluidly, finishing a talisman in one go. The power of thunder and lightning condensed at the tip of his pen, and in a flash, he had drawn the talismanic symbols on the paper, which still flickered with traces of electricity. This was the 1st-tier spirit talisman, the small thunder talisman. Over the 100 years at Blackwater River, Su Yang had completely mastered the 1st-tier talisman technique and acquired the ability to draw talismans. Now, coupled with the thunder commanding power, divine skill and the assistance of his skill traits, his creation of the small thunder talisman seemed effortlessly elegant. He achieved a high success rate of 70%, and his products were of excellent quality. The small thunder talisman was already the strongest attacking spirit talisman among first-tier talismans. Because it required the invocation of thunder and lightning powers, it was notoriously difficult to make, and ordinary talisman masters didn't dare attempt it, fearing a complete loss. Su Yang's success rate for making talismans was as high as 70%, and his small thunder talismans, thanks to the effects of Thunder Series talisman, were even more potent than the ordinary ones. The small thunder talisman, already the most powerful in the first tier, was enhanced by Su Yang's skill trait to a degree that its power was comparable to that of the general second-tier attacking talismans. At the cost of the first tier for the power of the second, and being part of the Thunder Series talismans, with this ability alone, Su Yang could earn a large sum daily and collect countless spirit stones. Very good. Su Yang was very satisfied with this and stored the 1753rd small thunder talisman as an important part of his fire power reserve. If one's cultivation isn't enough, fire power will compensate. More than 1,000 top-quality small thunder talismans might not explode a golden core cultivator to death, but severely injuring a perfect foundation building or breaking a second-tier formation was not an issue. This was also part of Su Yang's decade of accumulation. Su Yang put away the talismans, along with the spirit ink, talisman paper and talisman pen, then took out a sickle from his storage bag and headed for the field. Although he had decided to restart his dream cultivation practice, he needed to settle some real-world matters first, such as harvesting the season's spirit rice, sowing new seeds, visiting the market to replenish cultivation supplies, buying pills, spirit ink, talisman paper, and so on. He needed to take care of these matters before he could restart his dream practice with peace of mind. In the field, Su Yang brandished dual sickles, employing his martial arts scriptures fighting scroll techniques. He moved swiftly, blades flashing with cold light, and within a short period, he had harvested several acres of spirit fields. Afterward, he applied the spiritual farmer technique to thresh the rice, yielding 3,200 caddies of blood spirit rice, 350 caddies of large blood spirit rice, and over 2,000 caddies of rice husks fit for feed. Su Yang stored all the spirit rice into his storage bag and then summoned the golden eagle, tossing it a large blood spirit rice. Watch the house well. Goo goo goo. The golden eagle excitedly caught the blood spirit rice in its beak and humanely waved its wings at Su Yang. Without further words, Su Yang released the magic artifact, the black wood boat, transformed his Gang Yuan into a spell, conjured an escape light, and vanished into the clouds of Dongting in the blink of an eye. White Dragon Island. Compared to more than a decade ago, this cultivation world's market had declined considerably. But decline or not, it still upheld the market framework. There had been rumors of the White Dragon Island market closing down due to pressure from enemies and rivals several years ago until the island master had made a breakthrough to the middle period of Foundation establishment, showcasing his cultivation to the public, allowing the business to resume. Though the middle period of Foundation establishment couldn't compare with the latter stages, it was enough to support a market. The enemies and rivals of White Dragon Island no longer dared to press too hard, as fortunes could change. If they oppressed White Dragon Island today, they themselves could be suppressed by White Dragon Island tomorrow. Going too far would mean cutting off their own retreat. The cultivation world, like the martial world, wasn't just about fighting and killing. It was also about human relations and the survival of the fittest, but within a set of underlying rules and tacit agreements. At the White Dragon Tower, Su Yang arrived with purposeful strides. Confronted by the welcoming manager, he directly asked, "Where's your steward?" With a smile, the manager bowed and said, "The steward is currently in discussion with the island master. I've already sent someone to notify him. Please, senior, have a seat and tea on the second floor, and the steward will be here shortly." Su Yang said no more and went straight to the second floor. Seeing this, everyone in the hall wasn't surprised. That senior has come again. Thunder Lightning Mana King, Shi Jian. It's said that this man practices thunder and lightning techniques with incredible combat power, on par with Foundation establishment cultivators. Really? A mere chi cultivator daring to clash with a Foundation establishment cultivator. Others might not, but he is a Thunder Series spell cultivator. If he really fights for his life, even Foundation establishment must avoid his edge. If it weren't so, how could he have dealt with White Dragon Tower so many times and still remain unscathed? Everyone knows this man is wealthy, even considered a tycoon, yet no robbing cultivator dares to target him. Strong power truly deters the petty. I wonder when he will break through to Foundation establishment. I've heard that Yun Yan, the steward, is on excellent terms with him, even to the point or contemplating a parthirsing. The crowd whispered among themselves, filled with gossip and rumors. Thus, a moment later, Senior Su Yang's visit brings glory to White Dragon Tower. Yun Yan rushed over, with a charming and gentle smile on her face, but when she saw Su Yang, her heart shivered. Has this man made a breakthrough? Although the aura he emitted was still that of the 12th layer of Qi cultivation, a vague sense of danger still raised suspicions in Yun Yan's heart. Su Yang, however, didn't care about that, pushing forward a few storage bags. The usual rules, take a look. Yes. Yun Yan also collected her thoughts, calmly and quietly began to inspect the storage bags. Whether this person had made a breakthrough or not was irrelevant to her. With the current situation of White Dragon Island, they could only do business honestly and could not afford to damage their reputation. Otherwise, the consequences and costs would be unbearable for any of them. White jade rice, yellow beam rice, blood spirit rice, green bamboo rice, jade spirit rice, totaling 7,800 jin. The total price is 3,652 lower grade spirit stones. Yun Yan, looking at the various types of spirit rice brimming in the storage bag, her eyes flickered, but she did not say much more, moving on to the second bag for inspection. Mysterious Turtle Shield, a mid-tier defensive magic artifact, crafted with expert technique, brand new and unused, without any damage. In terms of defense, it can even compare to supreme-grade magic artifacts, priced at 1,500 spirit stones. Green Scale Armor, a mid-tier defensive magic artifact, crafted with high skill, also brand new and unused, without any damage. Truly a fine piece, priced at 1,200 spirit stones. Phantom Cloud Bead, a mid-tier concealment magic artifact, also a fine and new product, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Mysterious Thunder Bead, a supreme-grade offensive magic artifact, created with the dual elements of mysterious water and thunder lightning. A fine piece among fine pieces, priced at 2,500 spirit stones. Yun Yan, observing the various magic artifacts in the storage bag, and then casting her gaze towards Su Yang, said with a smile, Senior's magic artifacts are of increasing quality. Unfazed, Su Yang replied indifferently, what, can't handle them? Senior jests. Although White Dragon Island cannot be considered a major power, we can still handle a batch of magic artifacts. Yun Yan shook her head, giving her quote, the total price for this batch of magic artifacts is 13,563 lower grade. Spirit stones. Su Yang glanced at her and asked, while I was walking in the market, I noticed that the prices of various pills, talismans, and magic artifacts have risen quite a bit. Has something happened? I was just about to discuss this with you, Senior. Yun Yan nodded and said soberly, rumor has it, the 3 sects of Golden Core in Liang country are planning to join forces to explore the 100,000 mountains. They're also planning to recruit cultivators from all sides, offering various treasures for exchange of military merits. Foundation building pills are quite common, as well as supreme-grade magic artifacts and even spiritual artifacts, not to mention Golden Core skills. The 3 sects of Golden Core. The 100,000 mountains. Su Yang furrowed his brows. The 100,000 mountains, a perilous region bordering the cultivation world of Liang country, were said to harbor 100,000 demon beasts, including Foundation establishment demon generals and even Golden Core demon kings. Cultivators often ventured there seeking mysteries and adventures, with varied fates. Some were devoured by demon beasts, while others encountered fortuitous opportunities. In short, the 100,000 mountains were rich in resources, a large piece of fat meat. The 3 sects of Golden Core had each made moves towards it, wishing to exploit the 100,000 mountains, but in the end, they were repelled by the Golden Core demon kings within the mountains. This time, with the 3 sects of Golden Core joining forces to open up the region, and even recruiting cultivators while offering various treasures as rewards for military merits. What were they planning? Su Yang was unclear. But it didn't matter whether he was clear or not, he certainly wasn't going to wade into this muddy water. So, with the looming battle, the prices of pills, talismans, and magic artifacts naturally soared. On the other hand, the prices of materials that cannot be immediately transformed into combat power have declined. After all, once the 100,000 mountains are opened, a large amount of materials will emerge, impacting market prices, Yun Yan explained, watching Su Yang closely, observing his reaction to this information, especially noting his lack of interest in foundation building pills, which further confirmed her suspicions. So she immediately said, "At White Dragon Tower, we conduct business fairly, without deceiving either the young or the old. Senior's collection of artifacts is of fine quality, and if you wait to sell them later, their prices will surely increase significantly. No need." Su Yang shook his head, speaking calmly, "Let's trade at the current market price. Senior is generous." Upon hearing this, Yun Yan smiled, "If that's the case, White Dragon Tower won't let Senior suffer a loss. We'll increase the price by an additional 10% on top of the market rate. Additionally, would Senior like to purchase materials? The prices of materials have dropped considerably, and it would be a good deal to stock up now." "All right." Su Yang nodded, pushing forward a list, "Order double the amount of each type of material on this." "Understood." After completing the transaction, Su Yang did not linger and left White Dragon Island, heading straight for Dongting Lake. Although he had no intention of getting involved with the chaos of the 100,000 mountains, the activities of the three sects of Golden Core and the foreboding atmosphere in the cultivation world of Liang country still left him feeling uneasy. Therefore, he decided to return to his island for a closed-door retreat, keeping away from this whirlpool. He would wait until after the matter was resolved and everything returned to calm before coming out again. After all, in these past 10 or so years, through his use of pills, talismans, artifact refining, and various outputs from farming and breeding, he accumulated quite a fortune. The resources required for his cultivation filled storage bag after storage bag, and even if he avoided the cultivation world for decades, it wouldn't affect his own progression. So, he decided to go home, sleep, and dream. Chapter 86, Scholar. That night, near the end of summer, there was a hint of chill in the air, the aura of autumn gradually emerging. Inside the somewhat dilapidated Ma family ancestral hall, a few youths on night watch sat at the entrance, chatting casually and sporadically. How could it be, someone just vanishes into thin air? Exactly, the clan spends so much money every year to feed and take care of him, all in the hopes that he'll pass the exams and bring honor to our ancestors, right? And yet, this lad, out of nowhere, just disappeared. The old master from the private school said that the lad's essays were written exceptionally well, he was certain to pass the examinations this time and become a Tongsheng. In the future, becoming a Zioki or even passing the Juran exams was within reach. Who would have thought that he would end up? It's really odd. I saw him just the other day, hearty and full of life. How could he just be gone all of a sudden? Could it be that he encountered some ghostly fox or spirit monster that stealthily drained him of his yang energy? What ghostly fox or spirit monster? Don't scare me, lad. You might not believe it, but I've heard that these ghostly foxes, they fancy young and tender scholars with delicate skin and tender flesh the most. Yes, yes, yes. It's said that if they take a fancy to someone during the day, at night they'll transform into beautiful women and stealthily engage in pleasures with the men. There's even a fancy term for it, what's it called? Adding fragrance to the sleeves. If they have their way with you a few times, let alone a frail scholar who can't lift a load or do manual labor, even we robust farmhands would exhaust all our yang energy and meet our death. That doesn't make sense, though. If these ghostly foxes feed on people's yang energy, why go after frail scholars? With their effeminate looks, those dandies are all show and no substance. How much yang energy could they have? Tell me about it. They should be coming after us. Like me, for instance, I wake up every morning full of vigor, my yang energy is as potent as it gets. Wouldn't that be far better than those useless pretty boys? You never know, they might just fancy that kind. Pa, I reckon it's all hogwash made up by those scholars, which is why only they have all the fun, while us honest farmhands have to rely on our own two hands. If some ghostly fox beauty really showed up at my door, I'd make sure she couldn't get out of bed. Oh, please, you. The group of youths delved deeper into ribald humor, carelessly joking around without regard for the situation. Only an old man stayed out of the fray, taking a sip from his wine bowl on his own. After the rowdy group of youths settled down, he finally said, "You lads have no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Do you truly think those tales of ghostly foxes are false? This. The youths looked at each other, their faces a mix of shock and uncertainty, as they watched the old man. 8 masters, what do you mean by that? Are you saying there really are ghostly foxes and spirit monsters in this world? Why don't you say it a bit louder? 8 masters glared at the man and scolded, boys, remember this, you can eat your fill, but mind what you say. As the saying goes, the gods are watching from 3 feet above. When it comes to matters of gods and ghosts, it's best to respect them from a distance. This. Seeing him so serious, the youths felt somewhat intimidated, though one of them, brave due to his inexperience, persisted. 8 masters, don't frighten us now. If there really were ghostly foxes that sucked out people's yang energy, then why go after the fair-faced scholars specifically? Wouldn't our yang energy as farmhands be much stronger? Emboldened by this, the others joined in the taunting, that's right, that's right. If they're not after yang energy and just fancy good looks, then what's there to be afraid of with those ghostly foxes? I'd be more than happy for them to come over and be my wives. What do you lot know? 8 masters gave the youths a disdainful glance. Those ghostly foxes go after scholars not just for their life force but also their literary aura. Curious, everyone asked, what's a literary aura? I'm not too clear on the details myself. 8 masters shook his head, but according to what the old folks used to say, scholars who read a lot and have good knowledge emit a kind of literary aura. The spirit monsters benefit greatly from absorbing it, so they prefer targeting scholars. Only after the scholars have disappeared do they go after youths like you, sucking away your yang energy. Seeing him speak so gravely, the youths exchanged glances, becoming somewhat frightened. 8 masters, don't scare us. Yeah, exactly. I think that lad must have had some acute illness that struck him dead. Right, the corpse I saw had a twisted face and body, he surely died of a fit, like from the falling sickness. The group quickly agreed, steering the conversation away from the topic of ghostly foxes. 8 masters replied with a cold laugh, now you know fear, huh? From now on, keep your lips tight. Also. As he spoke, he glanced back at the ancestral hall before asking them, do you know why the clan leader asked me to stay up with you lads to watch the corpse? This. The youths looked at each other, all puzzled. 8 masters shook his head, speaking ominously, people who die such violent deaths are suffocating with resentment, unable to expel it from their throats. If we're not careful, it might. It might what? The crowd swallowed hard, anxious eyes fixed on him, out with it, say it. Turn into a reanimated corpse. 8 masters gave a grim smile, showing his yellow teeth, do you know what a reanimated corpse is? Whoosh. Before he could finish, they heard a noise behind them. 8 masters turned rigid, frozen in place. The youths were also startled, and as they lifted their heads and looked toward the sound, their expressions turned to horror. Pointing behind 8 masters, their mouths gaped wide open, unable to utter a word as they stood there, trembling like leaves in the wind. 8 masters, seeing their reactions, shuddered and shouted, damn brats, stop it already. You trying to scare someone to death in the middle of the night? The corpse is reanimating. Before he could finish, the youths screamed and turned on their heels, bolting out the door. 8 masters' body jerked abruptly as he slowly turned his head, only to see that in the hall, the person who had been lying on the funeral plank had now eerily risen to a seated position. This caused 8 masters to instantly turn deathly pale, and with a softening of his legs, he sat down on the ground. Then, in a panicked scramble, he propped himself up and ran out, tumbling and crawling. A corpse, the corpse has turned. Someone come quick, help me. Inside the ancestral hall, sitting on the horizontal board, Su Yang's eyebrows were tightly knit, one hand pressing on his temple, feeling a piercing pain in his head, and his memory was completely confused, as if someone had split open his skull and torn apart his soul. What's going on? What had befallen the original owner of the body that he'd suffered such severe injuries that even the power of his divine soul that came through the dream of the butterfly couldn't completely soothe his wounds? Su Yang sat on the horizontal board, his hands clutching his head, his fingers tightly pressing on his temples in an attempt to alleviate the pain, but it was to no avail. Having no other choice, he disregarded the surroundings and directly started to practice the martial arts mental skills. In the real world, cultivation skills generally included methods to cultivate the divine soul. Incorporating these into the martial arts scripture, Su Yang finally remedied the significant flaw in the cultivation of the martial path, where it was difficult to cultivate the divine soul before condensing spirit. The intense pain in his head now suggested it was not merely a physical injury, but rather a wound to the soul. Su Yang's transformation through Zhuangzhoumendi wasn't a typical seizure of another's body, he received not just the body but also the soul, meaning the injury that caused the original owner his death also affected him now. Su Yang clutched his head, silently practicing the martial arts scripture, not knowing how long it took before the intense pain in his mind gradually subsided. Ha! By then, he was drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen, looking as if he had been fished out from water. At the same time, a fragmented, chaotically jumbled flow of memories surfaced in his mind. His name was Ma Wenke, a local of the North City in Jinhua Mansion within the Jiangzhou region. Orphaned at a young age, he was a lonely and destitute child, but fortunately, he was bright and sharp, seemingly born to study. Therefore, he was nurtured by the Ma clan and was allowed to study with the clan. He also received monthly rations for his excellent performance. He knew opportunities were scarce and was even more diligent, living by the maxim let not the noise of the world disturb the focus of one's scholarly pursuits. He hoped to pass the exams and make a name for himself. In this way, he worked hard and eventually grew up to take part in the imperial examinations. But unexpectedly, on the eve of the county test, What happened then? Su Yang didn't know. He had died, but he didn't know why or how. He didn't even have the memories leading up to his death, as if a piece of his soul had been torn out and taken away. This caused Su Yang's brows to furrow tightly, his heart uneasy. Though lacking memory information, he was still certain that the original owner's death was no accident. It was murder. Someone had deliberately harmed him. Now that he had come back to life, the adversary would know and would not be willing to let go. They would surely find an opportunity to strike again. Considering the original owner's chaotic memories and the peculiar injuries on this body, the murderer undoubtedly possessed extraordinary powers. Therefore, his current situation was very dangerous. The opponent could strike at any time, and as a frail scholar incapable of fighting, he had no power to resist or defend himself. What to do? Su Yang's brows were knotted in worry, momentarily without a strategy. It wasn't that he lacked wisdom or cunning, rather, the current situation was a clear case of the enemy being in the light and himself in the dark. In this scenario of vastly unequal information, even a wise man can do nothing without rice, much like a skilled woman is helpless without the necessary ingredients to cook. First take one step at a time, and if worse comes to worst, I'll have to change my appearance and flee, temporarily avoiding this place of conflict. Eventually, Su Yang could only make such a plan and struggled to prop up his weary and weakened body to leave the ancestral hall. Just at that moment. Quick! Surround this place! Don't let him escape! A large crowd with torches in hand rushed over, enclosing the ancestral hall tightly. Su Yang halted his step and looked outside. He saw a line of people with spears and shields cautiously entering the ancestral hall and shouting to him from a distance. Wenke, is that you? Su Yang looked at them and quickly grasped the situation. He then called out, "It's me, clan leader. I'm not dead, nor have I turned into a zombie. Please don't panic and watch out for accidents." He can still talk. He really didn't turn into a zombie. Is the dead man alive? Perhaps it's a talking corpse. Let's try again. If that doesn't work, we'll just burn him. Hearing this, the members of the Ma clan were still somewhat uneasy and dared not approach. Finally, it was the clan leader who said, "Well, Wenke, it's not that we don't believe you, but with something like this. Anyway, please bear with us, just stay put, and we'll come back for you when it's light out tomorrow." "All right, no problem." Su Yang nodded his head without further words, "But could you throw me something to eat? I'm a bit hungry." "No problem, just wait." Chapter 87, Evil Era. 3 days later, within a simple thatched cottage, wisps of cooking smoke rose into the air along with the fragrance of rice. By the stove, Su Yang, who had cleared himself of suspicions of corpse transformation, removed the lid of the pot and scooped out a full bowl of coarse rice, with slices of cured meat buried within. The melting fat infused with the rice, releasing an even more enticing aroma. Su Yang picked up his chopsticks and didn't bother to go elsewhere, simply sitting by the stove to eat. In no time, a large bowl of rice mixed with cured meat disappeared into his stomach. After eating, he didn't wash the dishes, but put down his chopsticks and went into the yard to practice a set of boxing techniques on the spot. His movements were like a fierce tiger and a swimming Jiao dragon, with his fists carrying the momentum of wind and thunder, truly grand and powerful. This was a supreme skill from the martial arts scripture, recorded in the power scroll called the thunder-driving lightning lifting skill. The technique originally stemmed from the concept of heavenly thunder tempering and was rather rudimentary, not very useful in practice. Only after Su Yang, with his fish dragon form, acquired the divine ability of thunder commanding power, and thoroughly understood the nature of thunder and lightning, did this technique evolve and transform, becoming a formidable and risk-free divine skill. It eliminated the dangerous flaws of heavenly thunder overbearing the mind, turning one to ash, and allowed a practitioner to gradually master the power of thunder and lightning with a step-by-step approach. Externally, it could refine the body using the body training method. Internally, it could enhance the inner Yuan, accomplishing the prowess of the martial path. It was a supreme skill that integrated two systems, cultivating both internally and externally. According to Su Yang's conception, when practiced to a certain degree, this skill could even seize the creative forces of heaven and earth, cultivating the thunder commanding power divine ability, and mastering the power of lightning without the need for transfer from Zhuangzhou Mendi. But this was not the main reason why he was practicing his boxing at the moment. The thunder-driving lightning lifting skill was also part of the martial arts scripture system, combining internal and external cultivation, suitable for practice while sitting as well. The reason Su Yang chose dynamic moving pile cultivation with boxing rather than static meditative pile practice was due to inadequate conditions for the latter. Static pile, that is, meditation, involves sitting still and circulating internal breath, which not only requires a significant level of internal cultivation for control but also depends on certain external conditions, such as the power of Heavenly Earth Prime Spirit. Only by absorbing the Heavenly Earth Prime Spirit or swallowing spirit pills to transform external forces into nourishment can one ensure that the efficiency of static pile cultivation outweighs that of dynamic pile cultivation. Having just arrived in this world, and only taking over this body for 3 days, where could Su Yang have developed such internal cultivation? Not only could the internal conditions not be met, but the external requirements were also difficult to fulfill. In Su Yang's perception, this world, this realm, can only be described in 2 words. Barren. Utterly barren. Forget the world of black water where gods and Buddhas flooded the skies, this place didn't even compare with the Great Zhou or Great Tang, nor with the mundane world of his real body. In Great Zhou and Great Tang, as well as the mundane world where his origin body resided, there might not be nature's spiritual energy, but there was still ordinary Yuan Qi. This world was different, not only was there no pure spiritual energy from nature, but even the ordinary Yuan Qi was incredibly scarce. Yuan Qi is fundamental to everything, the result of its scarcity is a barren world. This barrenness is reflected in many areas, most notably in the quantity, quality, and lifespan of living beings. According to the memories of the body's original owner, which Su Yang sorted through in the past 3 days, as well as information gathered from books and subtle inquiries, this world truly was in a state of extreme scarcity. Not to mention other aspects, just look at life expectancy. People in this world generally lived very short lives, with most only reaching 50 or 60 years at most. Take the Ma clan as an example. Su Yang had covertly looked through the family records. Over a dozen generations spanning several hundred years, there were fewer than 5 members who lived past 60 years of age. This was not normal at all. While it is true that the average lifespan in ancient times was very low, mostly in the range of 30 to 40 years, that was largely due to war and poverty reducing the population, skewing the average downwards, rather than the actual lifespan of ancient people being so short. In Great Zhou, Great Tang, and in the origin body mortal world, as long as one did not engage in life-draining hard labor such as smithying, ship propping, or tofu selling, an ordinary person, absent illness and disaster, could easily live to 70 or 80, or even over 100 years old. But in this world, it wasn't possible. Even if someone lived a life of luxury, spared from illness and calamity, it was still challenging to live past 60. Why? Simply put, Yuan spirit was scarce, the land was infertile, and the world was harsh. Whether considering the innate source or acquired supplies, there was a severe deficiency, naturally limiting lifespan. The issue of native lifespan aside, the quantity and quality were the same whether it was humans, animals, spirits, or even plants, and all things of nature. They all existed in a severely barren state, with short lifespans, few in number, and low in quality. This was the impression this world, this realm, had made on Su Yang. Barren. Impoverished. Arduous. This reminded him of two major hypotheses from Taoism and Buddhism. The end times of evil age. The five turbidities and evil world. In the end times, the UN spirit is silent, and all laws are extinguished. Amidst the five turbidities, human lifespan greatly diminishes, with centenarians being rare. In this age, in this world, there must surely be a rise in evil skills, and the world must great disorder. Whether the world was in disorder, Su Yang did not know. But based on what he had encountered so far, this world indeed existed in such an end times of evil age condition, with sparse UN spirit and a barren land, which was very unfriendly to cultivators like him and to ordinary people alike. Fortunately, he had mastered a variety of skills, not solely relying on spiritual energy for cultivation. If it had been a cultivator from the real world, transported to this world, they would have been absolutely helpless, becoming unable to cultivate and effectively a cripple. Without spiritual energy, what could they possibly cultivate? Even for him, the lack of spiritual energy was a severe handicap and interference. While the martial arts scripture does not rely on nature's spiritual energy, it cannot create energy out of nothing and replace it. All things abide by the law of conservation of energy. The martial arts scripture might not use nature's spiritual energy for cultivation, but it still must rely on ordinary yuan qi as well as food for nourishment, absorbing nutrients to foster oneself, and thus become powerful. It's not possible to conjure something from nothing, cultivating supreme divine skills by merely breathing in the northwest wind. That would be utterly unreasonable. Nature's spiritual energy was scarce, and all creatures were malnourished. Having just arrived, he had no ample resources to sustain himself, so his cultivation was naturally greatly affected. How much nutrition could that bowl of coarse rice and that piece of cured meat possibly provide? It was hardly enough to support static pile cultivation. He could only get moving, practice dynamic pile and throw punches, digesting the nutrition from the food and converting it into qi blood, distributing it throughout his body to marginally enhance his cultivation. It was extremely difficult. As for this, Su Yang currently had no good solution. If his divine soul were strong enough, transmitting the various skill traits from his origin body, he could break through the world's restrictions, disregard the scarcity of nature, and accelerate the practice of martial arts scripture. But this if was not realistic, as his current divine soul cultivation level was nowhere near transmitting those advanced and efficient skill traits. He could only rely on himself. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. Facing the current plight and unknown enemies, he had no good countermeasures either. He could only explore step by step, attempt little by little. After completing a set of boxing, his body's qi blood boiled, and it had indeed improved quite a bit. Since the body's original owner was murdered, Su Yang urgently needed the capability to protect himself, and after clearing his suspicion, he withdrew his meager savings to purchase some meat and grains as nourishment for martial training. Unfortunately, his savings were so meager that the grain and meat he purchased were only enough for 3 days, and the meal he had just eaten was the last. Thus, the effect of the martial training wasn't too strong, just barely managing to reach the level of an average adult. There was no helping it, the original owner was a weak scholar who couldn't perform physical labor and had been in a sub-health state for a long time. It was already quite good that 3 days of training had brought him up to par with an average person. Su Yang returned to his room, took out the 4 treasures of the study, ground the ink, laid out the paper, picked up the brush, and began writing, producing splendid writings in no time. In this world, there were many odd characters, phenomena, and tales. For example, the development of the way of literature. In a world where nature was impoverished and all things struggled to grow, resources were limited. People's clothing barely covered their bodies, their food was insufficient, and hardship was the norm. Logically, in times of such hardship, the way of literature should be even harder to pursue because schooling consumed a lot of resources. The 4 treasures of the study and books of classics were all valuable items that common families could ill afford. But this world was different. The items related to literature were sold at ridiculously low prices. Whether it was the 4 treasures of the study or standard printed books, the price was so low that even common folk could easily afford them. Take the original owner, Ma Wenkei, for instance a poor scholar with deceased parents, alone and unsupported, his livelihood entirely dependent on the clan's charity. Even so, his home had plenty of books, lacking none of the four treasures of the study, and even possessing a few spare sets. This clearly didn't make sense. There must be a cause for any wind that blows. Anything unusual must have an underlying reason. There must be a reason for this. As for what that reason was, Su Yang still wasn't very sure. But one can deduce the whole from a part. In such a poor world, the prices of literary items were so cheap that even commoners could practice literature and stand out. With a hint of "the world learns literature, everyone is like a dragon." This reminded Su Yang of his own deeds in Great Zhou and Great Tang. In Great Zhou and Great Tang, he gathered the wisdom of all beings to deduce martial arts scripture and executed policies such as public land ownership, emancipation of labor, and improved productivity with an iron fist. These policies allowed the common people to live without worry about food and clothing, providing ample resources and time for them to practice martial arts and strengthen themselves. At that time, the prices of meat, grain, paper, books, medical herbs, and other materials related to the martial path were all driven down by his policies of improving production, price monitoring, strict prohibition of market manipulation, and universal access, benefiting everyone. For this, he killed many people, a great many people, causing countless merchants, nobles, and influential clans who could not bear the changes to attempt his overthrow time and again, only to be slain en masse, leaving fields of corpses in their wake. One could say that the martial path's golden age in Great Zhou and Great Tang was created on a foundation of the blood and corpses of countless opposing interest groups, forcibly established by his unparalleled martial prowess and iron-fisted governance. Honestly, such a system wasn't an appropriate strategy for governing a country because it severely contravened human nature. If anyone else had attempted it, they would have been overthrown by various powers and met with national ruin and personal disaster. It was only because of him, possessing peerless martial prowess to suppress the world, dominating all under heaven, combined with various skill traits and a group of nearly fanatical disciples and followers, that he was able to suppress dissenting hearts from all sides and push forward the policy of spreading martial path throughout the world. Even so, there were still those who dared to court death by standing in his way. This indicated how difficult it was to implement this approach. It touched on too many interests. Unless there was an overwhelmingly powerful force to support it, such a policy would never succeed. Now comes the question. Great Zhou and Great Tang, with the martial path spread throughout the land, had him as the driving force behind it. What about this world? Who was the one promoting the way of literature, allowing merchants and nobles, great clans and academies of various doctrines to not monopolize the ladder of literature, not reap the considerable profits, and to sell literary items so cheaply that even common folk could pursue education and realize such a prosperous era for literature? Who was it? Su Yang did not know. But he was certain that behind it, there must be an extremely powerful force, an extraordinary transcendent power. Only a force beyond the mundane could suppress human nature, personal gain, and compel those interest groups to make such a painful concession. How powerful was this transcendent force? Su Yang still did not know. But, using his own spreading martial path throughout the world as a reference, Su Yang was sure that this power must either be a supremely strong individual who could suppress all and sweep away everything, or an interest group that won the hearts of many and was the trend of the times. The former could use personal great power to suppress collective dissent and force the world to follow his will. The latter would be a scenario where all major powers and groups had a common interest, resulting in a cooperative trend. Is it the former, or the latter? Chapter 88, Sudden Realization. Whether the former or the latter, it didn't matter much to Su Yang at the moment. It only confirmed one thing for him, that this world harbored transcendent powers, incredibly potent transcendent forces. This was evident from the time flow in this world compared to the real world. The time flow in this world was 100 times slower than that of the real world. 100-fold time difference. Although it was less than the 10-fold difference of Blackwater World, it was higher than the 365-fold difference of Great Zhou and Great Tang. After numerous dream butterfly experiences, Su Yang had speculated that the difference in time between dreams and reality might be related to the world's level. At least it was one of the deciding factors. The higher the level of the dream world, the stronger the power, the smaller the time difference with the real world. In the Blackwater World, where gods and Buddhas are ubiquitous, the time difference is only tenfold. For the mundane martial path of Great Zhou and Great Tang, it's 365-fold. The 100-fold time difference of this world was enough to prove that its world level was higher than that of Great Zhou and Great Tang. Let's not speak of Great Zhou. In the world of Great Tang, there exists earthly Yuan Qi, methods of martial training that allow one to enter 5 realms of the martial path. Here, the Yuan spirit is scarce, and the heavens and earth are lacking, yet its world level is actually higher than that of Great Tang. Interesting, truly interesting. Su Yang had become quite interested in the cultivation methods of this world. The methods of cultivation, regardless of their systems, all cannot avoid the fundamental principle of provisions. Just like the foundation of technology is energy, every cultivation system needs provisions as its foundation. For cultivation Qi cultivation, Yuan spirit is needed. Martial path body training also requires provisions. An energy source is a necessity. Therefore, what kind of energy source, what kind of provisions, does this world's transcendent system rely on for its cultivation methods? Heaven and earth Yuan spirit, impossible, it's too impoverished. Flesh and blood provisions also need the support of Yuan spirit, the resources are similarly scarce. What could it be? Su Yang still didn't know. But you can infer the whole picture from a part of it. By examining the various phenomena of this world, one can discern some clues. For instance, the way of literature here is illogically prosperous. Could it be that this is a Confucian Tao world where studying can cultivate overwhelming righteousness and writing alone has the power of divine skills? Possible. But Su Yang stopped writing, glanced at the article he had personally penned, and slightly furrowed his brow. With the accumulation of knowledge from 2 worlds, a scholar of heaven and earth, he was no longer the ordinary transmigrant but a grandmaster who had mastered knowledge through the ages and practiced the 3 teaching sect. Although in Great Zhou and Great Tang he had twice destroyed temples, eradicated Buddhism and Taoism, suppressed Confucian Gate, and swept through Qinkan, that didn't stop him from practicing the 3 teachings and delving into the profound mysteries of their scriptures, becoming an expert in Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. In worldly terms, his Taoism, Buddhist law, and Confucian cultivation were all top-notch. Even if holy monks and great scholars were to debate scriptures with him, he could argue them to the point of being utterly defeated. He had no trouble reading any rare Daozang texts, Buddhist scriptures fluently, and could craft exquisite articles and famed masterpieces with ease. He also perused the original host's collection of books and examined this world's various classics and texts, which were quite sophisticated, but they were not the methods of the immortal gods. With his current Confucian cultivation, the poetry and articles he wrote were in no way inferior to those written by the great scholars. Yet, there was no response. Absolutely no reaction. Exquisite articles, bereft of any flair. Famed masterpieces, without any phenomena. These were his original pieces of writing. And the previous articles and poems that he hadn't bothered to think too deeply about, simply plagiarizing, also showed no anomalies, nor did they bring him any cultural Qi benefits for cultivation, completely inconsistent with his understanding of the Confucian Taoist cultivation skills. Was his method of writing incorrect, or was there some other reason? Su Yang frowned, crumpled the exceptional article fit for a top scholar into waste paper, and threw it into the furnace beside him. Then, he picked up his brush to write again. This time, he didn't write poetry or articles, but rewrote Buddhist scriptures. The Diamond Sutra, the Surangama Sutra, the Infinite Life Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, the Heart Sutra. He couldn't copy that much, but he chose famous chapters from Buddhist tablets, classified as advanced scriptures in Buddhism, along with some Buddhist doctrines that he had understood and integrated. Setting aside the fact that he had twice eradicated Buddhism, academically speaking, these were in no way inferior to the scriptures he had looked up in the past few days, and technically, they were much better. But, still no response. Su Yang's brow furrowed as he threw another sheet of paper into the furnace and began writing the Daozang scriptures. Sorting through the original host's memories and his discreet investigations these past few days, Su Yang noted that though the way of literature was prevalent in this world, it wasn't the sole domain of the Confucianism. Taoism and Buddhism thrived as well, with the 3 teachings all enjoying a period of prosperity. If indeed there was a mighty force behind the flourishing way of literature, then the 3 teachings of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism couldn't be overlooked. Now that the literary path was flourishing and the 3 teachings of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism were thriving like never before, if there truly were transcendent cultivation methods, they must be related to the three teachings. However, why? A Taoist scripture was completed, yet still there was no response. So-called cultural qi is not formed through scriptures alone. Su Yang's gaze sharpened as he put down his writing brush and threw the newly completed scripture into the furnace. All things have a source, nothing comes from nothing. Objects of literature and ink are merely vessels, not the root cause. Naturally, they cannot provide me with power. If those magnificent writings, timeless masterpieces, and scriptures of Buddhism and Taoism possess extraordinary power, then something must have become their energy source, infusing them with power. What could it be? Excluding the most basic heavenly earth prime spirit, there is only one possibility left. Incense, belief, the will of the masses, the power of the divine soul. The cultivation sustenance of this world is the belief in incense, the power of the divine soul amassed by the masses. The so-called cultural qi of Confucianism and Buddhism and Taoism all come from the belief in incense and the power of the divine soul gathered by the masses, turning falsehood into truth, transcending the mundane. Therefore, a poem, an essay, a scripture of Buddhism or a Taoist canon, no matter how well written, are meaningless unless they spread in the world, absorbing the public's willpower. Only then can they turn decay into wonder, obtaining extraordinary power. This is the method of cultivating the true through the false. Therefore, in this world where the way of literature thrives, the driving force behind it are the cultivators of the world, with the three teaching sect working together to promote literature, harvesting the world's incense and the public willpower as sustenance for their own cultivation. All this talk of cultural qi of Confucian Tao and Buddhism and Taoism, when put plainly, are all methods of divine soul cultivation. One can see the whole by observing a part. In an instant, Su Yang connected all the information, all the clues, and came up with an answer. Once this answer was deduced, the entire affair, all intricate doubts, were all thoroughly resolved. In this world, where yuan qi is scarce, the only way to cultivate is to gather the power of all beings. The ways to gather the mass are twofold, one is to collect their flesh and blood, and the other is to collect their souls. But they cannot be taken directly, because that is eating human flesh and sucking human souls, undeniably the method of the evil path, unacceptable to the world, unsustainable in the long term. To maintain a continuous flow like a slow stream, the only way is religious cultivation and incense offerings, refining the power of the divine soul of the masses to serve as sustenance for one's own cultivation. This is the righteous way of cultivation in this world. Therefore, the literary path in this world can prosper, and objects of literature and ink can be so common, because behind them the entire cultivation realm is the backing. Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism all need the way of literature as a vessel to collect the belief of the masses, the incense of the people. Beautiful writings and timeless masterpieces have no magic in themselves, but due to the Confucian Taoist cultivation skills, once they spread throughout the world and are studied by many, they can turn decay into wonder, gaining extraordinary transcendent power. Cultivating the true through the false is precisely this. Not only articles and poems, but other scriptures of Confucianism, as well as those great scholars, were all originally ordinary mortals. The reason they could transcend was that they practiced Confucianism and received the support of the divine soul empowered by the belief of the masses. After understanding this core principle, many of Su Yang's doubts were immediately clarified. Why are there legends of ghost foxes and spirit monsters in this world that like to seek out scholars to consort with? Because scholars belong to the Confucian system, with the power of the gathered divine soul, the cultural qi within them. This is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of spirit monsters, which is why entities like ghost foxes love to enchant scholars. Actually, not only scholars but also young Taoists and monks are their targets for enchantment and consumption. The power of the souls of all beings is an extraordinary sustenance, already forming a system. The cultural qi of Confucianism seeks fame, for with fame one can become a cultivator of Confucianism, thus being endowed with cultural qi, ascending above ordinary people. In the clan records of the Ma clan, among the few who lived past 60, without exception, all were literati with official titles, and at least all of them held the title of Juren. The lower title of Xiuzi was not enough. So, the method of cultivation in this world is to study those timeless Confucian classics, to draw cultural qi from them, or to take the civil examinations to acquire an official title granted by the government. With this, one can also gather cultural qi. Of course, releasing one's works for the world to read can also accrue a significant amount of cultural qi. But these require time, an extremely long accumulation of time to build a reputation known to the world and sincerely worshipped, only then can one gather enough cultural qi. Although this is the righteous way of cultivation, it is far too slow. The most direct, fastest way is to consume humans. Those spirit monsters and evil cultivators must very much like to eat those abounding in cultural qi, even consuming great scholars and grand cultivators, as well as the court's appointed officials, and even the dragon qi of the emperor, all of which can elevate one in a single step. Su Yang sorted through the context, inching closer to the truth. Was my original body coveted by a spirit monster, dead from having its cultural qi drained? No, that's not right. The original owner had not yet taken the official exams, not even passed the preliminary county-level exam, not having achieved even the status of a child scholar. Where would he get any cultural qi to attract a spirit monster? Moreover, if a spirit monster were to drain the cultural qi, it would also drain life and yuan qi, thus the cause of death should have been due to exhaustion of vital essence, turning into a dried corpse, whereas the original host died from a severe injury to the soul. Wait. The soul. Su Yang's eyes focused, and he suddenly awoke. Evil cultivators. His thoughts were still unsettled when suddenly. Strike this effigy's head, let it burst open and collect the soul. Strike this effigy's body, let it be torn apart and worry for its life. Strike this effigy's feet, let nails pierce them so it cannot walk. Strike this effigy's back, let it toil like an ox and horse without rest. In the depths of the darkness, with chant upon chant, a hoarse and shrill curse entered Su Yang's mind. Chapter 89, Curse Killing. The voice was extremely hoarse and pierced with a night owl's sharpness, stabbing into Su Yang's mind like steel needles. Su Yang only felt a sudden throb in his temples on both sides, as if a great terror of life and death descended upon him, followed by a severe pain in his head. Ah! Even he, caught off guard and subjected to such intense pain, couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Bang! His body then involuntarily staggered back, disrupting tables and chairs, and he toppled heavily to the ground, limbs convulsing, his facial features twisted, as if enduring immense agony. Pain, pain, pain. Indescribable, intense pain. It felt as though his soul was being pierced by steel needles, creating excruciating pain that penetrated his skull and mind. Amidst the agony, the sound of cursing resonated repeatedly. Although it carried a heavy local accent, Su Yang heard every word clearly, as if they were being carved into his very soul and flesh with a chisel. Strike your little head, let it split open and your soul be collected. Strike your villainous body, let it be torn apart and your life filled with worry. During the curse, it seemed as if he saw a white-haired old woman with claw-like withered hands, holding a red-soled white shoe, forcefully slapping it against a straw figurine. 3 silver needles were stuck in the figurine's head, and a small piece of red paper was affixed to its chest, with the words Jinhua North City Ma Wenke written on it. The old woman, holding the embroidered shoe, chanted incessantly, cursing without pause. Each time she cursed, she slapped the shoe down hard on the straw man's body. Ah! With each smack of the shoe, Su Yang's pain intensified, and he writhed violently on the ground, eventually crashing into the bed and clutching his head fiercely. A martial path grandmaster, who had gone through 3 lifetimes and 1,000 years of trials, now appeared so helpless. So helpless indeed. Because this pain was acting directly upon his soul. It was not the pain of the body, but the torment of the mind, of the soul. It didn't go numb, nor could it be suppressed by force of will. Each wave was so vivid, so intense, that it was impossible to combat by mere determination. Bang! The embroidered shoe struck again, making Su Yang feel as if his head was exploding, with blood and brain matter boiling and spewing forth. Ah! Another scream, and Su Yang clutched his head, hastily circulating the martial arts mental skills. Faced with such an attack on the soul, a spiritual curse, physical resistance was useless. Only by running the martial arts scripture and relying on divine soul cultivation method was there hope to resist. However, bang! The embroidered shoe struck down again, hitting the straw figure's head, causing Su Yang to feel as though his own limbs were spasming and twisting. His neck, shoulders and the bases of his legs felt as though they were being pulled apart by immense force, about to tear open. Under such torment, even the strong Su Yang was in agony, his face turning pale, his body sweating profusely, as if struck by a deadly illness, almost biting off his own tongue. At this moment, strike your little feet, let them be pierced by nails with nowhere to go. Strike your little back, let you be used like an ox or a horse with no rest." The old woman's curses grew even more severe. After beating the figure's head, she turned it over, and there was another piece of red paper on its back, bearing the birth date and other details of the original Ma Wen-Kei. Then, the embroidered shoe struck heavily down on the straw figure's backbone. Bang! Su Yang felt as if he had been struck a heavy blow, collapsing onto the bed, his back as if pierced by iron chains through the shoulder blades, dragging him mercilessly, with both feet in such pain as if thousands of steel needles and iron nails were piercing through. Evil skills. Curse skill. Ah! Su Yang bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, exerting force and biting it off, bursting into a spray of blood in midair. Puh! With the tip of his tongue bitten off and the blood spattered, his spirit was momentarily roused, dispelling some of the agony. The demon sex blood burst skill brutalized the body to unlock a burst of chi blood potential for a moment. This was a secret of the martial path, not a cultivation wonderful skill, nor did it have the power to break curses. But such an eruption of bodily chi blood did provide some stimulation to the soul, barely allowing Su Yang to claw back control of his body. Regaining control, Su Yang didn't dare delay. Bracing himself, he rolled out from under the bed with a cleaver, and then stumbled through the door. The perpetrator who had harmed the original owner had finally come to finish the job. Who was the enemy? Su Yang did not know. But one thing was for certain, this person was undoubtedly an evil cultivator. In this world, they practice cultivating skills under the guise of real cultivation, using the power of the souls of all beings as nourishment for their cultivation. Given that, one could imagine the extensive use and development of the power of the soul. Su Yang was sure that in this world of cultivators, curse skills were the mainstream in magical duels. This evil cultivator was no exception, casting evil skills and curse skills from afar, hoping to kill Su Yang through the air. What to do? Su Yang didn't have many options. In the realms of Great Zhou and Great Tang, he had no experience with such skills. While the Black Water world was teeming with gods and Buddhas, he had only acquired the earth deity cultivation method and no other heritage. As for the cultivation methods of the real world, the real world cultivators, who relied on various divine and spiritual skills for combat, didn't lack curse skills, but Su Yang had not encountered them so far. Therefore, he had no method to dispel or break the curse, and could only resort to the most simplistic approach. Kill. If he could kill the person who cast the curse, then he might have a sliver of hope for survival. Grasping the firewood knife, he stumbled out of the thatched cottage. His hair bun had long since come undone, his face contorted in extreme pain, pallid as death, with fresh red blood lingering around his lips. His clothes, torn and disheveled, soaked through with sweat, made for a ghastly sight. Wen-Kei, you, this. Quick, go call the family head. Someone help, come quick, he's turning into a corpse again. The Ma family members living nearby, upon seeing his condition, were scared witless, panicking and fleeing. He, however, could not afford to attend to that, clutching the firewood knife as he stumbled towards the outskirts of the village. He did not know where the caster of the curse was hiding, but after being cursed, it seemed there was a sensation guiding him, faintly pointing him in a direction. Su Yang, in this moment, could not afford to think too much. He could only act like a dead horse being used as a living one, heading towards that direction as his only option. And so, he stumbled out of the Ma family village, exerting the last of his strength to hurry along. Finally. Peach. Blossom. Mountain. Su Yang's body shuddered, he stopped in his tracks, staring ahead at the mountain that was neither tall nor short, blanketed in peach blossoms, and clenched his teeth tightly. Smash, smash your petty human head, scatter your soul to the winds, forever at peace. AHH. Su Yang screamed in agony, blood spurting from his mouth, as he fell back onto the ground. After a few convulsions, he drew his last breath. In this manner, a short while later, within Peach Blossom Mountain, a pink miasma drifted in, and amidst it, several ethereal figures could vaguely be seen giggling as they came to Su Yang's side and lifted up his corpse. Whoosh! A light breeze blew, dispersing the miasma, leaving behind no trace of the frolicking figures or the corpse. Not even the bloodstains were left, just a desolate and eerie empty mountain path. In the real world, Su Yang sat up, his eyes as still as an ancient well, as he silently raised his hand to massage his temples. He was dead. Just as he reached Peach Blossom Mountain, the excruciating pain of his soul, which he had briefly suppressed through the secret demon sect method by stimulating his chi blood, erupted once again. It was even more violent and terrifying than before, shattering his consciousness. Thus, he died, under the curse-killing skill. Regarding this, Su Yang harbored no resentment or rage. After all, for him, it was merely a journey of Zhuangzhou dreaming he was a butterfly, just the beginning, with no attachments. Death meant little, it was no big deal. The death of Ma Wenke was insignificant. What was important was, that world. Divine Soul Cultivation Method, cultivating the real through the illusion? Curse-killing skill, claiming lives from afar? Su Yang found these very intriguing. After 3 lifetimes and a millennium of accumulation, his cultivation technique was quite complete. He cultivated both externally and internally according to martial arts scriptures, perfectly flawless. Even the divine soul cultivation of the prior 4 realms had been supplemented by cultivation skills. But he was still very interested in the cultivation system of that world. Firstly, the foundation, the divine soul cultivation method. Methods to cultivate the divine soul do exist in the current world of cultivators, but their principle mostly relies on using highly purified nature's spiritual energy to nurture the soul, or some evil skills that directly devour living souls to strengthen oneself. Although useful, these methods are not particularly ingenious, at least the cultivation skills that Su Yang currently knew of were like this. In that world, the cultivation method that harnessed the power of the souls of all beings, and cultivates a real divine soul through the strength of their collective intentions, reminded Su Yang of the human god skill in the black water world. Perhaps there was some common ground between the two? If he could obtain this cultivation method and then breed a host of spirit beasts to worship him, continually supplying the power of their divine souls, wouldn't he gain another cultivation accessory, one meant for divine soul cultivation? If, in the future, the earth deity law and the human god skill could be combined, he might even aspire to the way of heavenly immortal and become a supreme deity like the heavenly emperor Qian Gao, turning an entire world and countless beings into the foundation of his own cultivation. A grand prospect. So, engage divine travel, re-enter this realm. Peach Blossom Mountain. Het. Su Yang chuckled coldly, closed his eyes, and lay back down to sleep. Divine travel through worlds, location-based teleportation. As long as he had entered a world once, he could set his location for divine travel. There was no need to dream like Zhuangzhou again, nor to inherit someone else's life. He could directly expend the power of his own divine soul to form an avatar. The strength and physical condition of the avatar were determined by the amount of divine soul power invested by the original body. If there was enough divine soul power, he could even create an avatar indistinguishable from his original self. Of course, that was just a hypothetical. It was not feasible because Su Yang did not possess enough divine soul power to create an avatar equal in cultivation to himself. With his current divine soul strength, after using divine travel through worlds, he could at most create a mortal avatar without any cultivation, and the original would need to recuperate for some time to recover the expended divine soul power. The cost was tremendous. But Su Yang was willing to pay it. This world was highly significant. Aside from the unique divine soul cultivation method, he was also very interested in its curse-killing skill. The curse-killing skill, targeting the divine soul, was difficult to guard against. This was one of the current shortcomings of the martial arts scripture. It had not incorporated any curse skill, neither for attack nor for defense. This experience of dying had made Su Yang realize the power of the curse skill. Even if he didn't use it for combat, it was still necessary to cultivate it for self-protection. Only in this way, when he encountered another expert in this field in the future, would he not be as helpless and passive as he was today. Chapter 90, Peach Blossoms. 10 years later, Peach Blossom Mountain. Atop Peach Blossom Mountain was Peach Blossom Taoist Temple. Within the temple resided the Peach Blossom Immortal, the Peach Blossom Immortal who planted peach trees. Within North City County, everyone knew of a mountain called Peach Blossom Mountain. Atop the mountain was a temple called Peach Blossom Taoist Temple, and within the temple lived a cultivator renowned as Peach Blossom Taoist. This Taoist was a well-known true cultivator within North City County, whose Taoism could drive away evil and exorcise ghosts, whose single spirit talisman could eliminate illness and save people, and who also had the ability to vanquish demons, conjure fertility, and more. The local people within miles praised his meritorious deeds. On this particular day, boom! The clouds were dense, the rain poured heavily, and with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, heaven and earth were shaken. Within the closed-door Taoist gymnasium, in a hidden chamber secluded from view, a Taoist sat on a mat with his eyes tightly closed, his brow slightly furrowed. The man wore the supreme pure hibiscus crown on his head and donned pink peach blossom robes. His brows slanted upwards like gallant sword strokes, his nose stood like a lofty ridge with a handsome philtrum, his cheeks adorned with whiskers like a noble gentleman, and his wide mouth framed in cinnabar red lips truly resembled a true cultivator of the law, a paragon of immortal grace and elegance from a respectable family. He was none other than the master of Peach Blossom Taoist Temple Peach Blossom Taoist. Boom! Another thunderclap struck like a shatter of the heavens, terrifying in its awe. Even though the chamber was built deep within the Taoist temple, protected by numerous brick walls, it could not fully shield the sound, causing Peach Blossom Taoist's body to tremble slightly. Behind him, at each of the three sides, stood a locust wood rack filled with jars and pots, sealed with yellow talismans, emanating an eerie aura. Facing the roaring thunder, the many jars on the three wooden racks trembled, and from within them came faint crying sounds. Seeing this, the seated Peach Blossom Taoist furrowed his brows tighter, feeling uneasy, and immediately closed his eyes to make his calculations. But soon he opened his eyes again, shook his head with a sigh, and abandoned this futile endeavor. Divination involved the secrets of heaven, which was not something a petty evil cultivator like himself could master. It was one thing to deceive others and ghosts on normal days, but now, was he going to deceive himself as well? Yet, without this fruitless effort, his heart truly felt uneasy, filled with inexplicable fear. Could it be that someone is scheming against me, wanting to harm me? Peach Blossom Taoist's eyebrows tightened as he secretly speculated, but then he immediately dismissed the thought, no, as a humble Taoist who lives in seclusion, not stirring up troubles, who would bother to make life difficult for me? Could it be, my identity has been exposed? It should not be, it should not be. Damn it, every time I encounter a thunderstorm, I am always so restless. The evil path cultivation method really has many defects and hidden dangers. The thunder terrifies, the ghosts dare not emerge, and I lose my sight and hearing from the outside. It is time to find a few disciples to act as divine guard generals to fill this void, otherwise, I will surely be taken advantage of by others in the future. Peach Blossom Taoist sat on his meditation mat, startled by the deafening thunder outside the temple, and his heart throbbed with fear, while he also secretly contemplated and planned for the future. Thunder and lightning are the pivotal mechanisms of heaven and earth, holding the greatest power and manifesting the utmost authority. When thunder rolls, all evils retreat, and no malevolent spirits dare to offend. As an evil cultivator, a specialist in the ghost path of evil cultivation, Peach Blossom Taoist's greatest fear and concern was thunderstorm weather. During thunderstorms, the continuous crashing of thunder encapsulated the grandeur of the universe's power, forcing the hordes of ghosts to only shrink within the yin altar and not dare to poke their heads out, lest they risk having their underworld souls shattered by the thunderous sound. Not to mention the underworld ghosts beneath him, even he, the Ghost Lord Taoist, could only shrink within the Taoist temple, hidden deep inside the secret chamber, or else he might also be terrified by the thunder to the point where his evil skills would go berserk and damage his soul. This was the inherent defect of the evil path cultivation method. Though it could lead to rapid advancement, it came with numerous hidden dangers, taboos, and was shunned by society. If it wasn't for this, Peach Blossom Taoist would not have holed himself up in the insignificant North City County to play the role of a well-behaved Taoist. If his identity as an evil cultivator were exposed and it drew the attention of Taoist, Buddhist, and Confucian gate masters, with his current level of cultivation, he would face more danger than fortune. Therefore, he stayed hidden within Peach Blossom Mountain, secretly rearing ghosts and practicing his skills. He had already kept a low profile. But why still feel uneasy? Peach Blossom Taoist could not understand. Over the years, he had always been amiable towards others, staying away from disputes and encountering nothing particularly unusual. Nothing unusual? Peach Blossom Taoist frowned at the thought. If there were any bizarre and abnormal occurrences throughout the years, he had indeed experienced one. That poor scholar from Ma family village had a birth date and time that matched his own, a type of spirit material so rare to come by, that in a moment of weakness, he cast a spell to confine the scholar's soul, intending to refine it into a personal underworld ghost. Unexpectedly, after the soul was confined, the scholar came back to life, and even the soul he had seized inexplicably lost one spirit and two souls. Feeling uneasy, he had no choice but to make another move, summoning the 3 aunts and 6 wives, 9 ghosts, and casting a curse to assassinate the man. To his surprise, this frail scholar who couldn't even pass the district examination endured the first round of assassination curses from his 3 aunts and 6 wives, 9 ghosts, and even found his way to the base of Peach Blossom Mountain through his spiritual connection. The 3 aunts and 6 wives, 9 ghosts, his proud mastery, required finding nuns, female Taoist priests, fortune-telling women, and then finding matchmakers, brokers, and other 6 types of wives, who are killed during the yin hours to refine into underworld ghosts. Only then could he create the 3 aunts and 6 wives, 9 great underworld ghosts. These 9 ghosts could bewilder people, capture souls, cast spells, and place curses with many evil skills, and being female ghosts, they were extremely yin and terrifying. For such 9 ghosts to cast their spells and curse a mere mortal, it should have been as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. Yet unexpectedly, the first assassination attempt had not succeeded. How could that weak scholar, who didn't even have the scholar status, withstand the curse of his 3 aunts and 6 wives, 9 ghosts? When something out of the ordinary happens, there must be something demonic at play. He was startled at the time and summoned the 9 ghosts again, finally managing to kill the man at the mountain base. This was the most extraordinary event he had encountered in recent years. Saying it's recent, but it's also been over 10 years. The scholar's bones have long since turned to ash. Could there still be any trouble lingering? Peach Blossom Taoist's eyebrows were tightly knitted, his mind unsettled. Just then, boom! Another thunderclap exploded, causing the heart of the Peach Blossom Taoist to skip a beat. In the aftermath of the shock, the secret room's door. Boom! With a loud bang that shook all directions, the tightly shut door of the secret room blasted open, and amidst the dust and smoke, a figure burst in. The Peach Blossom Taoist's pupils constricted as he immediately rolled to evade, while simultaneously casting a talisman. Bang! A figure soared in, thrusting a sharp sword directly at him, clashing with the light and feathery talisman. Instantly, yin qi exploded like thunder, violently catapulting him away. However, the intruder's qigong was exquisite, and his movements were masterful. Even though he was blown away by the fierce yin qi, with just a twist and somersault, he landed steadily on the ground. On the other side, the Peach Blossom Taoist, who had flipped off his meditation cushion, stood up and coldly sized up his opponent. The other party looked like a young man, clad in mysterious armor, a sword on his back, and a great bow slung behind him, an imposing figure, majestic as a mountain, fully displaying the martial might of a martial artist. Who are you to dare invade my Peach Blossom Taoist temple? The gaze of the Peach Blossom Taoist sharpened as he spoke, and suddenly, he threw a jar. Bang! The jar, resembling an urn for bone ashes, fell to the ground, and immediately an underworld ghost flew out, shrieking as it lunged towards the newcomer. The intruder, without a word, took a gourd from his waist, poured it onto his sword, and instantly a stench of blood and filth assailed the senses. Heavenly morning glory! Black dog's blood! Trifling tricks! The Peach Blossom Taoist's nostrils flared as he instantly identified the smells, and he let out a scornful laugh, his fear vanishing at once. Had the intruder been a true cultivator of Taoism or Buddhism, or a renowned scholar of the Confucian path, he might have had some fear. But this was just a martial artist, someone who knew no spells, who dared to violate his Peach Blossom Taoist temple relying on some filthy substances. Did he truly think him to be a novice evil cultivator that only raised little ghostly children? The underworld ghost flew out, shrieking as it pounced to attack. The intruder's long sword was stained with filth, fighting against the tangible and intangible underworld ghost, and for a moment, it seemed they were locked in a stalemate. Humph! Seeing this, the Peach Blossom Taoist was even more composed and walked aside saying, "You chose a good time to attack. On an ordinary day, with your meager abilities, you wouldn't even be able to reach Peach Blossom Mountain, let alone have the fortune to witness my tactics." Having said this, he reached for a small stand, preparing to cast his spell. But unexpectedly, shriek! The sword light flashed, the dark chamber suddenly brightened, and the tangible and intangible underworld ghost was cut in half by the sword, emitting a pitiful shriek before collapsing and dissipating. The eyes of the Peach Blossom Taoist constricted, suddenly feeling uneasy. Turning to look at the intruder, he had already taken the great bow from his back, with an arrow nocked, the bow drawn full circle. At the tip of the arrow, a yellow talisman rolled down and unfolded. You! Before he could finish speaking, the talisman arrow shot out, heading straight for the peach blossom Taoist. Bang! With an explosion, yin qi burst forth, forming a formidable defense. Within the yin qi, the peach blossom Taoist stepped out, throwing the half-broken arrow shaft onto the ground, and looked coldly at his opponent, just approach, Aparamita Heart Sutra Talisman. Before he could finish speaking, he was struck dumb with horror. For the person in front of him had notched another arrow, fixed with a talisman. Lightning flickered, and it whistled as it tore through the air. The peach blossom Taoist had his eyes full of dread, and with no time to evade, was struck by the talisman arrow's force. Boom! There was a loud explosion, the thunder shattered, the surging yin qi instantly turned to ashes, and the peach blossom Taoist was slammed into a corner of the wall, his hand desperately covering his chest, trying to condense yin qi at any cost to suppress the thunderous power of the arrows shot into his body. However, the rampaging lightning was unstoppable by the yin qi, which turned to ash, making the pain even more unbearable. Thunder Talisman! You! The face of the peach blossom Taoist turned deathly pale, his expression twisted. He ignored his own code of martial ethics and in a rage, used the last of his strength to sweep everything off the stand, including the yin altar. Bang 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 bang! Instantly, the yin altar shattered, ghostly energy surged, and countless underworld ghosts howled as they charged out, among them 9 elderly ghostly figures with the clearest shapes and most intense yin qi. They were the 3 aunts and 6 wives, 9 ghosts. Go! The peach blossom Taoist fell to the ground, ignoring how dangerous the thunderstorms were, thunder rolling ominously outside. He channeled all his power into commanding the underworld ghosts, determined to annihilate his foe on the spot. However, Su Yang's hands flickered, lightning intertwined, and 2 small thunder talismans appeared in his palms. With the added force of lightning bolts, he lunged forward, striking with his bare hands into the horde of ghosts, unleashing havoc. Chapter 91, Taoist Scriptures. The situation has progressed to this point, and the outcome is no longer in doubt. As an evil cultivator of the ghost path, the peach blossom Taoist was indeed formidable, especially with the 3 aunts and 6 wives' 9 ghosts' powers. Even a high-ranking individual of the righteous path amongst Taoists without specific countermeasures would likely be no match for him. But alas, what led to his rise through evil skills also led to his downfall by the same. In a thunderstorm, the awe of heaven and earth prevails. Even for the 3 aunts and 6 wives' 9 ghosts, their abilities are reduced to a fraction of their power, completely unable to unleash any of their tricks. Under such conditions, when faced with Su Yang, who was empowered by the small thunder talisman and executed the lightning thunderbolt fist, the outcome was predictable. Boom! Su Yang threw a punch, and the thunder roared like a rampaging dragon. An old woman with stark white hair couldn't dodge in time and was instantly vaporized into ash, not even able to let out a wail. Another of the 3 aunts and 6 wives' underworld ghosts was blasted to ash by the thunder, severely affecting the ghost lord's divine soul. The peach blossom Taoist trembled, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. The remaining yin qi in his body went out of control, violently reverberating throughout his flesh and even his soul. The backlash of evil skills was terrifying indeed. Die! Another punch was thrown, and with the might of lightning and thunder, the last of the 3 aunts and 6 wives' ghosts was obliterated. AHH! The peach blossom Taoist screamed and fell to the ground. From the arrow wound in his chest, a copious amount of yin qi burst forth, with glimpses of rampant thunder and ravaging electric currents. After a spasm like this, the Taoist also turned to dust and smoke. In the end, only a set of clothes and a duster were left on the ground. Once the Ghost Lord died, the remaining underworld ghosts immediately tried to flee, but where could they go during a thunderstorm? They had no choice but to shrink back into the yin altar, begging for mercy in complete terror. Mage, spare our lives, Mage, spare our lives. We were controlled by the peach blossom Taoist's evil skills, and we had no choice but to obey him. Mage, spare our lives, we are willing to serve you as our master, to go through fire and water, nothing will be too much to ask. Please, spare us. Humph. Faced with the cries and pleas of a group of underworld ghosts, Su Yang coldly snorted without saying a word, but he did not strike them down again. Woo! It was also time for the 2 spirit talismans stuck to the center of his palm to disintegrate into ash and fall off on their own, dispelling the terrifying power of thunder and lightning, which made all the underworld ghosts hiding in the yin altar heave a sigh of relief. Su Yang remained expressionless, taking strides toward the remnants left by the Peach Blossom Taoist. A gentleman may take revenge after 10 years. Having the ability to travel through numerous worlds and return to this one, he did not rush to avenge his previous life with his mere mortal cultivation. Instead, he lay dormant, accumulating strength while secretly investigating Peach Blossom Mountain and the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple. After lying dormant for 10 years, he not only accumulated some power but also figured out the foundation of the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple. Thus, he launched a sudden attack, taking advantage of the right time and place, and successfully killed his enemy, avenging the murder of his body. Indeed, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Su Yang came to the site of the Peach Blossom Taoist's remnants and found that only the supreme pure hibiscus crown and the pink peach blossom robe were preserved. All other garments had perished along with the Peach Blossom Taoist. Su Yang squatted down and lifted the robe only to discover a pouch lined inside containing 3 scroll scriptures. Whatever material these 3 scriptures were made of, they remained intact despite the Peach Blossom Taoist being struck by thunder talismans and electric arrows, and with yin qi uncontrollably ravaging his body, destroying flesh and clothes to ash. Only the Taoist garments and magic artifact were left undamaged, indicating that these scriptures were certainly no ordinary items. Su Yang, not in a hurry to leave, started to examine them on the spot. The 3 scriptures included the Supreme Cave True Spirit Cultivation Scripture, the 9 Heavens Responsive Thunder Sound Universal Transformation Heavenly Venerable Jade Shu Sutra, and Xianming True Person's Ghost Controlling Method. Taoist Skills. Evil Skills. Su Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Supreme Cave True Spirit Cultivation Scripture needs no further explanation. It is a Taoism cultivation method that allows one to cultivate Taoist mana, recognized as a canonical classic in Dao Zhang. Taoist scriptures are categorized into 2 main types, those for cultivating the way to immortality and those for protecting and battling on the path. This scripture is of the former type, for cultivating mana, strengthening Taoist cultivation, enhancing one's foundation, and seeking immortality. In this world where divine souls can practice cultivation through borrowed means, cultivating this method does not require spiritual energy, nor does it require a spiritual root. One simply needs to study the Taoist scriptures, recite them daily, and over the years, mana can be cultivated. Seeing this, Su Yang frowned. Although this method could be practiced, it did not align with his initial pursuit of the way, nor did it match the purpose of his divine travels in this world. What interests him in this world is the divine soul cultivation method that allows for the practice of cultivation through borrowed means. This scripture is merely a product of the divine soul cultivation method, a result of the Taoist tradition cultivated over many years by millions of believers, offerings, and worshipping, not the foundation of the divine soul cultivation method. It can only cultivate mana in this world. In another world without the practice of cultivation through borrowed means, it would revert to its original nature, becoming a mere ordinary book no matter how much it's studied, useless. Therefore, it is not what Su Yang ultimately seeks. What Su Yang desires is the root of the cultivation practice of this world, the divine soul cultivation method that can transform mundane books into Taoist and Buddhist scriptures. Only by obtaining such a mana point, could he apply the Taoist skills of this world to other worlds. However, a method that relates to the fundamental secrets of cultivation, arguably the biggest secret of this world, clearly isn't something a mere evil cultivator could possess. It seems one would need clues from the core inheritance of the 3 teaching sect. Su Yang shook his head, taking this scripture and then turning his attention to the remaining 2 scrolls. 9 Heavens Responsive Thunder Sound Universal Transformation Heavenly Venerable Jade Shu Sutra. This is Taoist skills. Dao Protection Combat Skills. Su Yang flipped through it right there, and after a short while, his eyes lit up with delight. This set of Dao Protection Combat Skills was actually a rare Thunder series combat skill, including not only the most basic Thunder commanding power, but also various Thunder sigils, talisman, and curse spells. Such as Thunder Summoning Talisman, Thunder Inviting Talisman, Falling Thunder Talisman, 5 Thunders Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Fire Thunder Talisman, as well as Yin Thunder Talisman, Yang Thunder Talisman, Gathering Thunder Talisman, Transforming Thunder Talisman, along with 5 Thunders Protective Spell, 5 Thunders Ghost Annihilation Spell, 5 Thunders Sha Breaking Spell, 5 Thunders Demon Destruction Spell, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spell, and so on and so forth. In summary, this was a very complete set of Thunder series combat skills, containing various wonderful uses of thunder. It could be used in combat and offense, for protection and defense, to avert disasters and solve difficulties, to gather thunder and transform electricity, and even to combine the power of the 5 elements and the 4 laws, invoking the lightning of the 5 elements, the thunder of the 4 laws, and casting spells such as ghost subjugation, sha breaking, and demon slaying, using various targeted methods to activate thunder to obtain even more powerful restraining effects. This delighted Su Yang immensely. Although in the real world, due to the limitations of the spiritual root, thunder methods are in a state of available but unvalued and unwanted, resulting in a low price, that only applies to ordinary thunder methods, low-tier thunder methods. But for something like this fully systematic high-tier thunder series as in 9 Heavens Responsive Thunder Sound Universal Transformation Heavenly Venerable Jade Shu Sutra, the value is definitely high, not something you can buy with spirit stones. The techniques of gathering and transforming thunder contained within it, along with the 5 thunders protective techniques, could even tackle heavenly tribulations, making their value for high-tier cultivators immeasurable. Most importantly, this thunder series differed from the previous Taoist scriptures, as it was not about the divine soul borrowing the falsehood of cultivation to achieve success, but a genuine spell that could be directly used in reality and various worlds. To Su Yang, this was not surprising. The reason this world relies on the power of the divine soul to borrow and fake cultivation is because the world is poor in resources and sparse in prime spirit, lacking the sustenance to support cultivation. Hence, it is necessary to find another path and substitute the power of the souls of all beings for the power of the heavenly earth prime spirit. But the problem of resources only affects cultivation techniques, not cultivating skills. Cultivating skills, like a cannon, as long as you provide it with ammunition, with energy, it can harm your enemies. It doesn't care how you obtained the ammunition, as long as it meets the specifications, as long as it can be fired, it will shoot. Therefore, it is a true method that can be directly applied to reality and other worlds, driven by sufficient mana, no matter whether this mana was cultivated through divine soul, spiritual energy, or converted from some other power, it does not matter, and does not affect it. This made Su Yang feel as if he had found a most precious treasure. Even though in the real world those ignorant cultivators see him, Thunder Lightning Mana King Shi Jian, as a mysterious and powerful thunder cultivator, he knows his own matters. How could he count as a thunder cultivator? Not knowing a bit of thunder cultivation techniques, he solely relied on the innate divine ability to command thunder and show power. Oh, and there was also a small thunder talisman, but strictly speaking, that is talisman skills, not thunder series. The real thunder series, that's in the 9 Heavens Responsive Thunder Sound Universal Transformation Heavenly Venerable Jade Shu Sutra. All the wonderful uses of thunder are in there. Compared to before, Su Yang was truly unworthy of the name Thunder Cultivator. It was like an ignorant wild monkey finding a rod of thunder but only knowing how to swing it like a stick, never truly unleashing the power and subtlety of thunder. I've benefited greatly indeed. Su Yang muttered to himself as he solemnly stored the scripture in his bag. Just obtaining this genuine scripture on thunder was enough to make his divine travels in this life worthwhile. It was unknown where Peach Blossom Taoist had found his fortune to obtain such a proper thunder series scripture. Fortunately, the man was an evil cultivator, a ghost path cultivator, who dared not practice this method, or else Su Yang would have had no chance of overcoming him today. It's all about timing and fate. Su Yang sighed softly, turning his attention to the last scroll. Xianming True Person's Ghost Controlling Method. Just by reading the title, one could tell that 9 out of 10, it was an evil skill. But techniques have no moral alignment, and power no righteous or evil nature, it all depends on how the cultivator uses them. Therefore, Su Yang was not averse to it and began to read. This scripture was not made of paper nor woven from golden silk. Instead, it was crafted from some kind of leather, soft to the touch as if caressing a woman's skin, fine and smooth. Within the lines, there was a chilling ghostly energy and a formidable malice, a decidedly evil method and object. The text was Taoism, except it was the Taoism of the evil path. It could cultivate mana, advancing Taoist cultivation, but the methods of cultivation were too cruel, requiring the consumption of human blood, flesh, and souls, not only damaging the harmony of heaven but also unaccepted by the world. There were many hidden dangers, many taboos, easily suppressed by various righteous Taoist methods. The Peach Blossom Taoist, who had been vanished, was the perfect example. Full of yin chi mana, facing Thunder's righteous methods, even with higher Taoist cultivation, he was powerless to resist. Su Yang would not abandon the righteous path to practice such a problematic evil skill. So, he overlooked the evil cultivator's methods and focused solely on the ghost enslaving skills. Within the scriptures, the ghost enslaving skills were not as impressive as the previous Thunder series scripture, but they still contained numerous spells, talismans, and sigil techniques. For instance, the 3 ants and 6 wives 9 ghosts, partners in crime 2 ghosts, and learn scholarly command 5 ghosts, increase life and damage fate 2 generals, as well as various underworld soldiers, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors, and methods for refining and commanding ghost gods. Besides, there were exorcising ghost talisman, ghost subjugation talisman, ghost collecting talisman, ghost sending talisman, soul hooking talisman, soul stealing talisman. Many sigils related to controlling ghosts were recorded. There were also the 5 ghosts transportation technique, 5 ghosts wealth attraction technique, 5 ghosts life stealing technique, 5 ghosts misfortune transformation technique, and spells like 9 ghosts soul searching spell, 9 ghosts body division spell, 9 ghosts life healing spell, 9 ghosts life extension spell, soul snatching spell, and so on and so forth. Also included were crafting methods for yin altar, magic artifact, soldier tomb, command flag, and other ghost path objects. Although it's not as good as the Thunder series genuine scripture, it's still a method against enemies. Su Yang muttered to himself as he also stored this scroll into his bag. Chapter 92, Increase and Loss. 3 days later, at Peach Blossom Mountain. Atop Peach Blossom Mountain lies the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple, within which resides the Peach Blossom Immortal. It's said that here upon this mountain resides a true cultivator, truly a marvelous abode of the Taoist way. Last time at this Peach Blossom Taoist Temple, the Taoist bestowed upon me a dose of immortal elixir that proved miraculously effective upon my return. No wonder, Brother Zhang, you've recently been so full of vigor, slaying all comers at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. So it was the Peach Blossom Taoist's divine elixir that you had. Such a fine thing, and you didn't share it with us good friends sooner? You must be punished for this. All right. Tomorrow, I'll treat you at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Is that okay? Ha ha ha. A group of reckless young masters, accompanied by their house servants and attendants, were climbing up Peach Blossom Mountain for pleasure, until they arrived at the gates of the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple. Cough cough. Upon seeing this, the handsome young master in the lead lightly coughed, reminding his companions, be a bit more serious. The Peach Blossom Taoist is a true cultivator who holds the law. We cannot be disrespectful. If we displease the Taoist. Don't worry, we understand. Hearing this, the group restrained their frivolity slightly and tidied up their clothes before entering the temple. But no sooner had they stepped through the gates than the whole party was rooted to the spot in shock. This. Inside the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple, the courtyard was laid out with stacks of yellow talismans and sealed jars surrounded by a ghastly aura. There were also several undecayed corpses and fully skeletal remains on the ground. The carefree young masters had never seen such a horrifying sight. After being stunned for a moment, they finally came to their senses and, in a panic, scrambled and tumbled out of the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple. And so, a day passed. The following day, at noon, a procession climbed the mountain in a rush. Leading them was an official, followed by a group of constables. Accompanying them were a monk and a Taoist, both outsiders in their own right. The group made haste up the mountain and into the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple, where they saw the yin altar bone cups, the corpses and skeletons, and a pink peach blossom garment on the ground. This. Has the Peach Blossom Taoist met with misfortune? Was it an attack by demons, or a haunting by ghosts? The officials looked on at the corpses and skeletons with unease, while the monk and the Taoist paid more attention to the piles of yin altar bone cups and the pink peach blossom garment. Yin altar bone cups? Reeking of ghostly chi. Certainly the work of a ghost demon, evil cultivator. Was the Peach Blossom Taoist secretly harmed by a demon? That can't be right. If a demon had come to secretly harm the Peach Blossom Taoist, why would they leave these items behind? The monk and the Taoist exchanged glances, both full of doubt and uncertainty. At that moment, creak. With the sound of a door opening, a person emerged from the inner hall. He wore a tall hat, his robe covered with a black veil. His sword-like eyebrows were akin to a tiger's wings, and his piercing eyes glinted with a severe light. His middle-aged face had temples touched by frost, yet he did not show his age. A beard as graceful as willow leaves flowed elegantly, yet he bore no hint of the ethereal bearing of a Taoist sage, displaying instead a formidable aura of swift and decisive action that made one's heart tremble and feel the pressure. As he opened the door and stepped out, the assembled group was startled. The head constable beside the official felt the stimulation of the man's powerful presence and unconsciously drew his blade halfway. Seeing this, the monk and the Taoist were also taken aback, but as cultivators above the ordinary, they quickly composed themselves and watched the newcomer with wary eyes. He, on the other hand, paid no heed to them and stepped into the courtyard facing the gathered officials, the monk and the Taoist. This place's peach blossom Taoist was a ghostly demon, an evil practitioner, he declared. He has been slain by me. With that, he pointed his two-fingered sword-like gesture. These yin altar bone cups and corpses are the evil works of witchcraft unearthed from within this temple. Then, turning to the crowd, he spoke in a cold voice, I, a wandering cultivator, have come here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, slaying this demon. From now on, Peach Blossom Mountain and the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple shall be renamed Mount Jiliai and Mingxiao Taoist Temple. Does anyone object? This. The people looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. The monk and the Taoist narrowed their brows, filled with doubt and disbelief. What's the matter? Su Yang swept over them with a cold gaze. Do you all believe I am unfit to occupy this Taoist sanctuary? As he spoke, beneath his robe, thunder and lightning swirled like dragons, startling everyone. This thunder magic. Seeing this display, the pupils of the crowd constricted, and the monk and the Taoist were horrified. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense and at a standstill. In the end, it was the official who broke the silence. Taoist master, please hold back your divine skills. The official chuckled lightly and stepped forward to diffuse the tension. I have long felt that both the Peach Blossom Taoist Temple and the Peach Blossom Taoist were odd and eerie, unlike the benevolent sort. To find out he was an evil cultivator, masquerading as a genuine Taoist true man, and now for you, master, to have slain him and are willing to station yourself here to deter demons and evils, this is indeed a blessing for the people of North City. Having said this, the official saluted with cupped hands and inquired with a smile, may I ask for your respected name and the place of practice, Taoist master? Su Yang remained indifferent, stating coldly, I am Shi Jian, a loose cultivator. So, it is Taoist Shi Jian. Despite his aloof demeanor, the official didn't mind and continued with a smile, Master Taoist, by slaying the demon and taking over this Taoist temple, you protect the safety of these lands, and for that, you are indeed a blessing to the local people. I will immediately report back, and have this mountain renamed Mount Jiliai, this temple as Mingxiao Taoist Temple, and henceforth, it will be recognized as your sanctuary. Then turning to the monk and Taoist, he asked, Master White Mountain and Daoist Green River, what are your views on this matter? This. After exchanging glances, they looked at Su Yang again, then bowed in unison. We have no objections. This peach blossom demon hid so deep, it is only thanks to Daoist friends' penetrating vision that we weren't caught in its scheme. Whether we live or die is of small consequence, the catastrophe it could have brought upon the common people is what truly matters. Your actions, Daoist friend, are of immeasurable merit. It is only right for you to enter this mountain. Their words were not flattery but clarification and detachment. Although they did not know the origins of the person before them, the display of thunder skill alone was enough to prove his identity. After all, thunder skill is the most revered among the various methods of Taoism, encompassing the pivot of heaven and earth and holding the greatest authority. It is vehemently opposed to all evil path cultivation methods, except for some deviant thunder, demonic thunder, and sinister thunder spells. Thus, thunder skill is the hallmark of a true practitioner of the Taoist path, the pillar of the righteous path. The thunder and lightning he had just summoned were of pure energy and formidable power, certainly not the thunder of trickery and evil. He was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure of the righteous path. Although he claimed to be a loose cultivator unwilling to disclose his sect, this did not affect his status as a thunder cultivator of the righteous path in the slightest. His slaying of the Peach Blossom Taoist was an act of exorcising demons and guarding the Dao. As local cultivators, they could not only find no fault in him but also needed to quickly dissociate themselves, especially since they had had dealings with the Peach Blossom Taoist. While not extensive, their interactions were not insignificant. If they didn't clarify and the other party suspected them of being evil cultivators, what then? It is known that thunder cultivators act swiftly and decisively, abhorring evil as if it were their sworn enemy, and ready to strike at a moment's notice. They certainly did not wish to clash with such an individual. Then it is settled, said Su Yang, without further comment. He waved his hand, and thunder roared, lightning like fire, shattering the yin altar, bone cup, and skeleton on the ground into ash. Witnessing this scene, everyone was startled and filled with even greater reverence. Truly pure thunder skill. This person's strength must not be underestimated. If that peach blossom Taoist really was a ghost path evil cultivator, dying at his hands was destined. Having this person in North City County is also a good thing, at least, he can suppress the arrogance of that old demon from Orchid Temple. The White Mountain Monk and Daoist Green River were secretly alarmed but kept their composure as they bid farewell to the crowd and left. Su Yang didn't see them out and soon returned to the temple. This world, although not as overrun with deities and Buddhas as the Blackwater world, is not to be underestimated. The transmissions of the three teaching sect, the various powers, and the multitude of demons, evil spirits, and hidden dragons and crouching tigers are all present. In such a world, it's impossible to establish a firm foothold without an official identity. That's why Su Yang staged this whole play to occupy Peach Blossom Mountain as his Daoist ground under the identity of Shi Jian, avoiding later accusations of being a demon or an evil path cultivator when recruiting disciples and expanding his influence, which would attract the suppression of high-ranking figures from the three teachings. Additionally, with such an identity, he might gradually join the Taoist sects and strive for the core divine soul cultivation methods. Of course, that was for later. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. In the secret chamber, Su Yang sat on a meditation cushion, with three Taoist scriptures laid out before him. The Supreme Cave True Spirit Cultivation Scripture needs no further mention, for it is a true scripture of Taoism. To cultivate the mana and Taoist cultivation of this world, one must study this scripture and practice diligently day and night. The Nine Heavens Responsive Thunder Sound Universal Transformation Heavenly Venerable Jade Shu Sutra is a true scripture for thunder skill, capable of greatly enhancing his power to guard and battle for the Dao. Since it is a righteous way of cultivation, there are no shortcuts to rapid success. One can only rely on their own foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the thunder skill. Therefore, there wasn't much to be said about these two matters, it was all about enduring. On the contrary, the Xianming True Person's ghost controlling method offered several shortcuts. In the world of Taoist cultivation, there are 6 major realms, namely Taoist children, Taoist man, Taoist mage, true man, and true monarch. According to Su Yang's understanding and comparison, Taoist children, Taoist man, and Taoist correspond to the 3 realms of inner Yuan in the martial path, the early, middle, and late stages of Qi cultivation respectively. There was nothing much to say about these, as they were all about diligently practicing Taoist methods to increase Taoist cultivation, divine soul. The 4th realm, the mage, corresponds to the martial path condensing spirit, completion of Qi cultivation, where one can cultivate a yin soul and cast curse spells. The 5th realm, the true man, for martial path golden core practitioners who have established their foundation, can project their yin soul out of their body, so that even in death, their spirit does not perish. The 6th realm, the true monarch, correlates to levels beyond golden core, where practitioners can transform yin into yang and travel from the North Sea to Kangwu in a single day. The Peach Blossom Taoist was a mage, who had already cultivated a yin soul, capable of casting a variety of curse spells, undeniably strong. Unfortunately, born from an illegitimate line and being an evil cultivator, he was caught by Su Yang at an opportune time and subdued with the power of thunder, which obliterated him completely. If he were a cultivator from a proper lineage, with Su Yang's current state of being at a mere 3rd realm of martial path true gang, he wouldn't have been able to touch him. Too bad, this if does not hold. The Peach Blossom Taoist is dead. But the ghost enslaving skills he left behind have something extraordinary about them. Although the Thunder series is powerful, it requires a foundation. Without 100 or 80 years of arduous cultivation, one shouldn't even dream of seeing results. This ghost enslaving skill is different, though, offering many shortcuts and various wonderful uses. Now, Su Yang had his eye on a specific technique involving underworld soldiers and ghost generals. Increase life and damage fate to generals. This skill requires the malevolent souls of underworld soldiers as the base, preferably the souls of generals who died on the battlefield. Once captured and fed with a large number of evil spirits, when a certain level is reached, they can be refined into the Increase Life General and the Life Shortening General, also known as the Increase and Decrease 2 Generals. The Increase and Decrease 2 Generals only kill and do not save. By slaughtering evil ghosts and devouring them, they can grow rapidly, and they can even provide their own yen to their master through the Increase and Decrease method, enhancing their master's mana, boosting their master's Taoist cultivation, and even extending their lifespan. The benefits are numerous. However, the drawback is also clear: it is extremely easy to lose control. Since a general's soul is naturally unruly and is the most ferocious of underworld souls, after being refined into the Increase and Decrease 2 generals and consuming millions of evil spirits, they essentially become an embodiment of evil. If something goes wrong and they can't be controlled, the 2 generals will become great ghost kings and turn on their master. Therefore, without sufficient power to suppress them, one should never cultivate the Increase and Decrease 2 generals, or else it is tantamount to giving away one's life. Like the Peach Blossom Taoist who had the sense to understand this, he would rather spend time and effort to gather the 3 ants and 6 wives, the 9 ghosts, than cultivate the more powerful and beneficial Increase and Decrease 2 generals for fear of losing control and being devoured by them. But Su Yang had no such worry. With just the methods from Xianming True Person's ghost controlling method, he might not be able to suppress the Increase and Decrease 2 generals, but what if he added the 9 heavens responsive thunder sound universal transformation heavenly venerable Jade Shu Sutra to the mix? Let them rebel and see what happens? Therefore, Su Yang decided to find a way to refine the Increase Life and Damage Fate 2 generals. At the same time, he would study the Taoist scriptures, diligently practice the Thunder Series 3-pronged approach. In this way, before long, he would be able to acquire a significant fighting force and securely establish himself in this world filled with demons and strangeness. Chapter 93, Gun. Despite deciding to focus on all 3 tasks at once, adopting the identity of Shi Jian to cultivate techniques and command underworld ghosts on the mountain, there were still many tasks to attend to below the mountain that were not urgent to the moment. Su Yang removed his disguise, restored his original appearance, and left Mount Jilei for the county town of North City. Flatbreads, freshly baked flatbreads. Crisp pears, freshly picked crisp pears. Make way, don't block the road. Selling plasters, hereditary good plasters, I guarantee they'll cure your headaches and fevers in a day. Within the county town, upon the streets, there were bustling crowds everywhere. There were also carriages and horses like dragons, flowing endlessly, all radiating a sense of prosperity and vitality. This was North City County Town, North City of today. At this moment, a young scholar who had just returned from studying abroad entered the town. Li Jiwen. Truly, it is Li Jiwen. Sword Minister sir, you've returned. Brotherly, we haven't seen you for days, where have you been? Could it be that you've been out on a scholarly journey? Such a refined matter, and you didn't inform any of us. It's early indeed. I was just saying this morning I felt a twitch in my eyelids, turns out I was about to meet a VIP. Sword Minister sir, when will there be new editions of Records of Great Zhou Martial Ancestor and the Record of Martial of Tang? Go on, all that fighting and killing, what's there to see? Better to write more about Dream of the Red Chamber, 7 Fairies, and Bai Sahen. Young Master Liuxian, why don't you write another storybook like those? All of us sisters are eagerly waiting. Li Jiwen, just draw me a picture, or write a few words if you can't. My girl hasn't eaten or drank for days. She says if she can't see the calligraphy and paintings of Master Li, she might starve herself to death. You wish, who doesn't know that Li Jiwen's poetry and painting are unparalleled, his talent towers above all, and a single piece of his calligraphy is worth a fortune. Every day outside Li Mansion there are countless people waiting to pick up any scrap of his brilliance. What makes you think you're worthy of asking him to write for you? Upon Su Yang's return, people greeted him along the way, and exclamations of wonder never ceased. As for Su Yang, he merely nodded in response and did not pay them much attention, heading straight for his home. Watching his receding figure, the crowd discussed him even more, each with their own attitude. Is that Li Jianchen, Li Liuxian? Isn't it just him? Humph, he's conceited about his talent, yet he hasn't even become the top scholar, and he's already got his eyes on his forehead. Conceit is not without foundation. They say that from childhood, his scholar examinations at the academy, county, and prefecture levels were always outstanding, and during the provincial exams, he seized the crown in one fell swoop, earning the title of Gun. Even Mr. Wen Yuan and the provincial examiners were full of praise for his essays, saying he had the makings of a top scholar, and might even make the history books by achieving the top spot in 3 consecutive exams. If there's a bushel of talent in the world, then Li Liuxian has taken 8 scoops of it. Not only that, but it's said he's also extremely skilled in the art of calligraphy and painting. Not just as a poet and painter, he's a master calligrapher, and even excels in music theory. His skill at playing the zither is mesmerizing, turning the world upside down. In North City, Jinhua Mansion, and even throughout the Great Chen dynasty, countless ladies are smitten by him, unable to eat or sleep. It's said he loves writing novels and storybooks. He has published many works, including Records of Great Zhou Martial Ancestor, The Record of Martial of Tang recounting the blood and wind of the martial world, Legend of Swordsman of Shushan, Legend of the Sword Immortal describing the cultivation world and the ways of immortals. Then there are Dream of the Red Chamber, 7 Fairies, Bai Sahen, tales of lovelorn men and women entwined in love and hate, leaving readers' hearts wrenched, tossing and turning sleeplessly, night after night, waiting for his new releases. Whether it's young women waiting for marriage, hard-working farmers with faces to the soil and backs to the sky, or swaggering mavericks from the martial world, even scholars engrossed in studying, they are all eagerly awaiting his next book, to start a new volume, to write a new chapter. Sword Minister, you old thief, update already. The discussions were many and varied, mostly filled with admiration and respect. But there were also voices of disagreement. Humph, talented he may be, but he lacks the backbone of a true scholar. Exactly, we scholars have read the sages' books, we serve the emperor and the country above, and bring peace to the people below. Only such use of our learning doesn't betray our studies, yet this man is fixated on side-path left-way pursuits, truly ignorant, wasting his time. That's right, poetry is but a minor skill, and fine arts are merely a pastime. What compares to the sages' books and the main road of righteousness? This man's infatuation with his diverse hobbies will surely cause him to be discarded by the main path. When the time comes for the imperial exams, don't even think about winning the top spots. Don't just talk about winning the top spots, he might even fail the exams. After all, human energy is limited, and yet he indulges in painting and calligraphy, loses himself in the zither's melody, and enjoys writing those novels. How many heads and arms does he have? Is he an immortal, capable of the method of avatar, the divinity transformation? It's said he's also proficient in the ways of medicine and martial arts. He's opened a medical clinic and a pharmacy in town, named Security Hall and Bajalin. He treats patients daily, and every day a bunch of shameless women go to him for treatment. It's simply enviable, but it's a disgrace to scholars. A scandal to scholarship, a beast in scholarly robes. About that, keep your voice down. He's not only a dual talent in literature and martial arts, but his swordsmanship is also incredibly sharp. Recently, a brute tried to rob people outside the town, only to be killed by him single-handedly, leaving a complete mess. Even the constables from the county yamen knelt down and begged to become his disciples. Guess why there have been so many fewer bullies in North City in recent years? All because they provoked him, and then one by one they disappeared. At this point, the critical voices paused for a moment. Yet some were still indignant and refused to back down. Afraid of what? As scholars, how can we possibly fear his lascivious power? Exactly, wealth cannot corrupt us, power cannot bend us. What does it matter if he knows martial arts? In broad daylight, with the universe so clear and the sun and moon so bright, would he dare disregard the law and senselessly draw his sword to kill? Humph, I've heard that every so often, he leaves the city without a trace, potentially harboring some unspeakable secret. Long has been the rumor that this fellow is not human, but a spirit monster in disguise, a millennia-old ghost beneath human skin. Otherwise, how could a man of such young age possess such learning? It's beyond what mere talent can explain. Right, he's definitely not human, absolutely not. Enough with the nonsense. If he isn't human, how could he take part in the imperial examinations? Do you think Mr. Wen Yuan and the other examiners are just for show, allowing a demon to enter the examination grounds, and even selecting him as the top scorer? Indeed, Li Jiayuan Su Yang's periodic departures from the city are for tending the fields on his estate outside. Though a scholar, he never forgets the importance of agriculture. Unlike you lot, who neither work nor know the grains, living off others' toil, parasites, the lot of you, and still you claim to be scholars. Do you even understand the toil behind every grain on your plate, let alone compose poetry about it? It's only us bystanders speaking. If it were those villagers who've received Li Jiayuan's Su Yang's kindness, or those infatuated with his poetry, paintings, music, and stories, as well as the pupils from his clinic and school, they'd flay you for trying to tarnish Li Jiayuan's Su Yang's name with such slander, turning black into white. Go on, get out. We don't want your business. A scholar, what are you good for, Tui? Dressed up animals, disgraces to the literati. If you don't leave, I'll call the authorities. Do you believe that? The county magistrate and the head of constables, they're all good friends with Li Jiayuan Su Yang. Let them find out how you recklessly gossip, they'll throw you in jail and give you a good flogging with 80 blows. Get out of here, quick! Don't foul the air with your nonsense. If word gets out that someone here is conspiring against Master Li, how am I supposed to keep this tavern open? Leave now! We sisters refuse to serve you, leave now or we'll have you castrated. But within moments, the chatter turned to argument. Many scholars were chased out of taverns, eateries, and even brothels, with dirt-streaked faces and in utter disarray. Good, good for you, Li Sword Minister Li Jianchen. Feigning virtue, buying people's hearts. We disdain to associate with you. Let's go, stop talking. If we continue, they'll start throwing rotten eggs. This is an insult to culture, an insult to culture. Ow, who the hell threw that brick? That's a stale steamed bun, you fool! Brother Zhang, help me, these people have gone mad. One by one, they fled in distress, and chaos ensued. Yet all of this had nothing to do with Su Yang, he had already returned to his mansion. Young master! Teacher! My lord! Master! The interconnected courtyards of 4 sections made up the estate of the Li mansion today. Inside, there were numerous bold servants, clusters of maids, and many more plain-clothed clinic disciples and vigor-wearing martial hall followers, along with family guards safeguarding the place and warrior instructors, who all bowed respectfully upon Su Yang's return. My lord, there have been no disturbances in the city these past days, only that the county magistrate left with the head of constables for a while. It's said that an incident occurred at Peach Blossom Mountain, the details of which are still being investigated. As per your instructions, we've acquired 2 more estates outside the city for planting medicinal herbs, which should suffice to meet the current needs of the security hall and Baijilan. The martial instructor has returned from Jinhua Mansion, bringing news that the ghost realm of the Orchid Temple has expanded again. Even during daylight, it's ominously grim, and nearly 100 people have vanished there recently. Not even official decrees and blockades have been effective. There are rumors in the streets that the emperor's health is worsening by the day, and the struggle for succession is intensifying. It's rumored that Taoism intends to offer longevity medicine in hopes of securing the position of state preceptor. Word has it that a great figure from Buddhism is expected to come and suppress the specters of the Orchid Temple. Su Yang returned to the study, with the steward following to report the recent situation in the city. Su Yang listened, while picking up a brush and creating an exquisite painting. 10 years ago, using his ability to divine travel through worlds, he had re-entered this world, not by inheriting someone else's body, but by manifesting a separate incarnation from his divine soul. After that, he did not resume using the identity of Ma Wenkei. Instead, he arrived in the North City County as Li Jianchen, claiming to be a student from afar. It was the later period of the dynasty, and the household registration management was extremely chaotic. Coupled with some of his tricks, blending in was a breeze. However, this time he did not, as he had in the Great Tang, directly align with a powerful family, use his medical skills to gain their support and protection, then open a clinic, recruit disciples, and grow his influence. That approach worked in the world of Great Tang, but not here. This world had supernatural forces, and many difficult diseases were more than just medical mysteries. His medical skills, though peerless, were ultimately mundane. Unless he used the life scroll, there was no way to treat those special diseases. And the powerful families did not need him for treatments, as Taoism and Buddhism had their methods. If the high masters from these sects were helpless, his mundane medical skills were even less useful. That path was blocked from the very beginning. Even if it wasn't blocked, he couldn't just casually open a clinic and vie with other powers for medical interests. Someone would certainly target him. After all, in this world, with its extraordinary curse skills, invisible assassinations were commonplace. Without a significant backing, any overreach was bound to be met with lethal retaliation. Thus, he chose a different path and sought another form of support. That was the imperial examination. In this world, the heritage of the three teaching sect was flourishing mightily. Confucian Gate, being one of the three, had unmistakable strength. More importantly, because Confucianism borrowed the appearance of cultivation, it greatly promoted the way of literature. The examination system had been established and was free from the control of any one person or family, highly ensuring fairness. Additionally, the thresholds had been lowered. Once you attained an official rank, you'd be recognized as a disciple of the Confucian Tao and naturally protected by the Confucian system. To put it simply, it was like a coalition of interests, representing the benefits of all members, thus sustained by everyone involved. Therefore, Su Yang resolutely joined the imperial examinations. With his own literary accomplishments, he succeeded in becoming the top scholar of the county exam, earning the title of Gun. This was the advantage of having supernatural power. When it came to the supernatural, fakery was difficult. If you had real talents and learning, you were bound to stand out. Although in this world's mana points, borrowing the appearance of cultivation, theoretically, even a pile of dung, as long as it had enough believers, could transcend the ordinary and become genuine, holding mystical power. But there was a problem: how do you make someone believe in it? Who would worship a pile of dung? The methods involving divine souls, borrowing the appearance of cultivation, could not be faked. One had to truly believe for it to be effective. Therefore, Confucian Gate pursued great talents and timeless masterpieces, exquisite writings, rather than promoting worthless works. Because only the former could convincingly win people's faith, effectively borrowing the appearance of cultivation. The latter, even if promoted by the power of the entire nation, was unlikely to be effective. Even if it was, the cost wouldn't be worth the gains. Thanks to his real talents and learning, Su Yang took the imperial examinations, gained an official title, and directly became part of the Confucian system. He even caught the attention of several great scholars, and his future prospects were limitless. With this, he not only gained the aid of cultural qi to improve his literary and martial skills but also the support of Confucian Gate. He successfully opened a clinic, a martial arts school, a butcher shop, and a rice shop in North City County. He recruited disciples, amassed wealth, and furthermore bought manors and farmlands outside of the city to cultivate and breed as supply reserves. With a scholarly rank and the augmentation of literary fortune, ordinary evil demons and witchcraft could hardly harm him in secret. Being part of the Confucian system, with mutual interests, both the academic forest of scholars and the gates of officialdom accepted him, leaving others powerless to ostracize him. Therefore, Su Yang could establish himself in North City County, stabilizing his foothold and expanding his power without being killed by others due to conflicts of interest. This was the benefit of having a powerful background. However, success hinges on Xiaohe, as does failure. Being a titled scholar was an advantage but also a burden. While it shielded him from many troubles, it also attracted more. This was also why, after accumulating only 3 pass realm cultivation after 10 years, Su Yang sought revenge against the Peach Blossom Taoist. He urgently needed to enhance his power. Chapter 94, Visitors. Su Yang, Li Liuxian. Lifespan, 28/150. Cultivation, practicing true gang, external muscle bone training, internal and external 3 pass realm. Skills, eating, breathing, sleeping, walking, planting, animal husbandry, archery, martial arts, medicine. Literary path, calligraphy and painting, poetry and prose, playing the zither with matchless skill, storytelling, immersive experience. Martial skills, martial arts scripture. Talent, control of electricity. In this world, the way of mana relies on the imitation of cultivation, with the 3 teaching sect as the foundation. Among them, Taoism and Buddhism focus on cultivating mana, which is straightforward. They receive the faith and offerings of incense, using them as nourishment to enhance their Taoist cultivation and divine soul, thereby cultivating internal yuan mana. Confucian Gate, however, is slightly different. It cultivates cultural qi, and the means of receiving the power of the divine soul are not through incense and faith, but rather through official ranks and positions, literary brilliancy, and talents. Nevertheless, the cultural qi cultivated also has the wondrous use of mana. Thus, among the three teachings, which is the strongest and which is the weakest? Taoism is the strongest, followed by Buddhism, and Confucianism is the weakest. If it were the mundane world, surely the Confucian gate, which holds the channels to official ranks that highly overlap with influential families, would be the strongest. But this is not the mundane world, it is a world of gods and spirits, detached from the ordinary, where power is everything. Taoism, with the longest heritage and deepest potentiality, is undoubtedly the strongest. Next is Buddhism, which also receives incense faith, has profound potentiality, and a long heritage. Confucianism, on the other hand, has the shortest history and thinnest foundation. And although it has the way of cultivation through cultural qi and attracts scholars from all over the world, it does not match the pure faith and rich incense, making it the weakest among the three teachings, falling behind both Taoism and Buddhism. Unless one acquires official ranks, the speed of cultivation through Confucian literary methods will be extremely slow. Not to mention others, let's talk about Su Yang. Over the past decade, he not only attained the title of Gun but also became famous throughout the world for his calligraphy and painting, poetry and prose, music, and his skill in playing the zither. He even started writing novels, turning them into plays, which spread among the people and became extremely popular, earning him astonishing traffic and wealth. But what of it? The accumulation of cultural qi is still slow. Because after a millennium of the three teachings managing the world, a concept has taken deep root in people's hearts. All are inferior, only the scholarly are exalted. Calligraphy and painting, poetry and prose are merely minor amusements. Stories and plays cannot even rise to the level of elegance. Only the sacred scriptures can pave the grand road, enabling one to attain official ranks and ascend directly to the heavens. Therefore, despite doing so much, the cultural qi benefit Su Yang brings is still inferior to official ranks and titles. In fact, even with official ranks and titles, the speed of cultivation through Confucian methods is extremely slow, and the life-prolonging effect is very poor. Those great scholars are without exception elderly men. This world operates as such, with the righteous paths of cultivation progressing slowly because they can only absorb the believer's faith and the power of the divine soul bit by bit. Without the accumulation of time, everything is empty talk. Unless one takes the shortcut of the evil path and devours the flesh and soul of living beings. Among the righteous ways of cultivation, the Confucian literary path is the slowest to progress. If Su Yang were to focus solely on the Confucian literary path, he would have to enter the capital for exams and seek official ranks. Then, he would step into the political arena, enduring the turmoil of the court. Only after wading through this for 2 or 3 decades might he have a chance to become a great scholar. If it were normal times, it wouldn't matter, he has plenty of time and patience, and 2 or 3 decades of accumulation is nothing. But it is not normal times, it is the end of the dynasty, an extraordinary moment. Above, there are intense political struggles, and below, strife in the martial world. Rebellions arise in various localities, and chaos spreads in all directions. There are also evil spirits, demons, and malevolent ghosts running amok. With the ever-changing landscape, crises abound. With his current fame in the literary path, along with his wealth and property, who knows how much trouble he will attract? Those powerful warlords and would-be usurpers, will they spare him, a man of great renown in the world? And the evil spirits and demons, will they pass up a rich source of cultural qi, beneficial to their cultivation? The powerful on all sides are covetously eyeing his assets and life, wishing they could divide and devour him. This is the burden of great fame. Yet, one cannot simply discard such renown as it is tied to the way of cultivation. Having no choice, Su Yang can only find ways to enhance his own strength to cope with various crises. To strengthen himself, one way is through martial arts scriptures. Although after using divine travel through worlds, his divine soul was exhausted, very weak, and unable to transfer abilities such as founder of martial scripture, he could still practice skills himself and break through the limitations of heaven and earth to some extent. In addition, he opened a clinic, started a private school, and bought a large amount of farmland for planting and animal husbandry. Although he cannot yet cultivate rare flowers, exotic grasses, or alien beasts due to the lack of high-level skill traits, common grains and meats still suffice as nourishment to meet the demands of early-stage cultivation on the martial path. With this, plus the aid of cultural qi, he has managed to increase his cultivation to the 3-pass realm in 10 years. He also substituted cultural chi for mana to refine a few small thunder talismans as a lifeline. But this is still not enough, far from enough. When a nation is on the verge of collapse, there must be monsters. Nowadays, the world overflows with all kinds of demons, ghosts, and all manner of spirits running amok. Not to mention other places, let's talk about Jinhua Mansion, where there resides the ghastly ghost realm Orchid Temple. Su Yang did not know if this was the Orchid Temple he remembered, nor if it housed Nai Xiaoqian, Ning Kechen, Yan Chixia, or the Demon Tree Grandma, but he knew this place was very dangerous, so much so that even the Taoist experts and Buddhist masters within Jinhua Mansion were at their wits' end with it. The government was powerless as well, unable to exterminate the evils within Orchid Temple and could only seal off the area to prevent living souls from entering, but to little effect as people still disappeared from time to time. This speaks to the horror of Orchid Temple. North City County also lay within the boundaries of Jinhua Mansion, neither too far nor too close to Orchid Temple. As someone deeply coveted by demons and ghosts for his cultural chi treasure trove, Su Yang's situation could be said to be very dangerous. It would not be surprising if some creatures wished to feast on him. Su Yang had thought about leaving, to avoid this dangerous place, but after investigating, he realized that the whole world was the same. Demons were rampant everywhere, and the three teaching sect was not powerful enough. Although moving away might help him avoid Orchid Temple, wherever else he went, he would face another Orchid Temple. Avoidance was meaningless. Only by enhancing his strength could he face everything. Therefore, he diligently practiced the martial arts scripture and the Confucian Tao's literary laws, while also seeking the cultivation methods of both Taoism and Buddhism. However, unlike Confucian Gate, Taoism and Buddhism had not established a civil examination system, they relied on incense and faith for the collection of divine soul strength. Visiting them, Su Yang could only be a believer, providing them with faith. Want to start practicing? Sorry, your background is unclear, and without an introduction, you're not accepted. Even if you're accepted, you must undergo a 10 to 20 year assessment, starting from the very bottom as Taoist children, handing out tea, delivering water, serving the teachers. Only after diligent and hard-working service was their hope to acquire a complete mana point. This left Su Yang facing repeated setbacks until he had no choice but to take a risk and cause trouble for the Peach Blossom Taoist. Otherwise, with his disposition, it was highly likely he would have waited until the Peach Blossom Taoist was old and on the verge of death, or even after his light had gone out, to make a move against Peach Blossom Mountain. This was also why Su Yang prepared to refine the increase and decrease two generals. The current situation was unstable, and his own safety precarious. He had to enhance his strength as soon as possible to face the chaotic dangers of a troubled world. But the progress of the righteous path's methods was too slow. Reluctantly, he had to practice the arts of the evil skills to enhance his combat abilities with the help of ghosts. Of course, it was just skills, not laws. Skills are not inherently good or evil, nor do powers possess inherent morality. It all depends on how the cultivator wields them. As long as he did not cultivate evil laws that changed his nature, even practicing evil skills would not affect his status on the righteous path, nor would he be restrained by the righteous way of cultivation, like the Peach Blossom Taoist who was full of taboos and defeated before the battle even began. In the span of a thought, a colored ink painting came into being under his brush. "My lord, this is..." The butler glanced at it and showed a surprised expression. What he saw was neither landscape nor beauty, but evil ghosts. Picture of the night walk of 100 ghosts. Among the 100 ghosts, the three generals stood out the most prominently. One general with a green face, fierce teeth, and a savage mouth held a steel fork in the left position. Another general with a red face exudes a chilling aura, his fierce eyes and eyebrows performing an ominous dance as he held an iron chain in the right position. And another general, with an obscure form shrouded in darkness, difficult to discern, sat firmly in the center. Night walk of 100 ghosts, increase and decrease two generals. Su Yang applied a dot with his brush to the center of the forehead, bestowing two glowing red eyes. "This one shall be the chief general." "This, my lord's creation, is truly fantastic." The butler, though bewildered by the painting of 100 ghosts, did not dare to say more and could only offer a flattering clap. "Ha!" Su Yang laughed, setting down the brush. "After the ink dries, have it mounted. I have someone to give it to." "Yes." The butler nodded, not asking further questions. Just then, "Master." There was a knock on the door, and Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Come in. Immediately, the door opened, and a young scholar in a blue robe entered the study. Master, there is someone asking to see you. Oh. Su Yang smiled, intrigued. Who is it? This. The disciple hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and said, I do not know, but by the look of it, it may not be human. We saw that he was out of the ordinary and did not dare to make a decision ourselves, so we came to ask for your guidance, Master. Interesting. Hearing this, Su Yang was not surprised but chuckled lightly. Please take them to the parlor. Yes. The disciple replied and left the study. Not human. The butler frowned, looking at Su Yang. Shall we call people back? No need. Su Yang shook his head with a light laugh. Such polite company, as the hosts, how can we be impolite? This. Yes. Let's go. Chapter 95, Academy. Elder gentlemen, please enjoy the tea. The young master will be here in a moment. In the living room, a maidservant presented a fragrant cup of tea. There's no hurry, no hurry. Atop the guest's seat, an elderly gentleman with white hair stroked his beard and smiled. Li Jiayuan is a busy man, it's only right for the likes of me to wait. He was clad in brocade robes, resembling a wealthy officer, and despite his white hair and ancient years, he did not show signs of twilight years. Instead, his face was ruddy, full of life and vigor as though he belonged to a family of immortals. Behind him stood another figure, a young girl in red, her petite frame hidden beneath a large red cloak, with even her face mostly concealed by a fur-lined hood, its color unclear. An elderly and a young person, one seated and one standing, waited a moment like that until someone finally entered the room. To have esteemed guests visit and not greet them from afar, how impolite of us! A light laugh sounded throughout the room. The elderly gentleman turned around, following the laughter, and saw a young man stepping in gracefully, devoid of the frailty of scholars. Instead, he emanated an aura of valor and bravery. Li Jiayuan. The elderly man immediately rose to his feet, greeting with a smile. It's I who doesn't deserve such a reception from Li Jiayuan. It is an honor simply to enter your abode. You flatter me, elder. Please, take a seat. After you, Ji Yuan. Su Yang grinned and took the seat of honor, casting a glance at the girl beside the old man, then quickly redirected his attention to him and directly inquired, May I know your esteemed name, elder? I apologize for the sudden visit and lack of introduction, my apologies. The elder stood up, clasping his hands together and said, My surname is Xin, commonly known as Huangxi, and this is my daughter, Shizi. So it is Elder Xin. Su Yang nodded, then chuckled and asked, May I inquire as to the purpose of Elder Xin's visit? I dare not deceive Li Jiayuan. Old man Xin laughed, straightforward as ever, I have indeed come here to seek a favor. Oh! Su Yang's eyebrows raised slightly, showing no surprise. Please speak, elder. Old man Xin observed Su Yang, then glanced again at the young girl beside him with her head bowed low, before returning his gaze and inquiring with an unexpected light chuckle, I've heard that Li Jiayuan has not yet taken a wife. Su Yang gave him a look, then shook his head, I have no such intentions yet. What a pity, then. Old man Xin shook his head with a sigh, then swiftly changed the subject, Ji Yuan, what do you think of my daughter Shizi? As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. The young girl shuddered slightly as if bashful but still reached out to lift her hood. One could see she was about 14 or 15 years of age, draped in a brightly colored red cloak that nevertheless did not seem vulgar or flamboyant, but instead exuded a lively and ethereal charm. Underneath the red cloak was a gown of white, with a belt of gold-threaded jade wrapped around her waist, graceful and delicate. She was like a delicate bud on the verge of blooming, showing a hint of stubbornness within her tenderness truly alluring. She lifted her head, biting her red lips slightly, eyes filled with shyness. She seemed ready to meet his gaze but quickly became flustered and lowered her eyes, nervously giving a curtsy. Shizi pays respects to the young master. A beauty in her modesty is always a sight to cherish. However, Su Yang cast only one glance at her before turning away. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Old man Xin smiled, does my daughter Shizi meet Ji Yuan's standards? Su Yang looked at him, then shook his head, Elder, please speak frankly. Li Jiayuan speaks straightforwardly indeed. Despite such words implying rejection, old man Xin wasn't discouraged, he clasped his hands together and said, "No use beating around the bush, and I dare not deceive you, young master, we are not beings born of human essence, instead, we belong to the race of spirit monsters." "Your sincerity towards others is commendable, elder," Su Yang nodded, seemingly not surprised. Seeing this, old man Xin also nodded inwardly. In this world, ghost gods were manifest, and demons roamed freely. The existence of spirit monsters, though perhaps an earth-shattering secret to the common folk, meant little to the upper echelons. To those who had reached a certain level of understanding, interaction with such beings was natural. This man had achieved the title of Gun, a scholar of the Confucian Gate, and knowing about the existence of otherworldly beings was only to be expected. If he had panicked, screaming talk not of ghosts and spirits like those indigent Confucians, old man Xin would have been disappointed that he had misjudged and chosen the wrong individual. Seeing that Su Yang remained unfazed, old man Xin began to narrate his own origins. "I am of the fox lineage, living in seclusion in Yellow Mountain. Although we might be categorized as spirit monsters, we do not practice demonic and evil skills, nor do we harm the natural order or the innocent. Instead, we devote ourselves to practicing Buddhism, seeking no quarrel with the world. However," old man Xin let out a deep sigh and continued gravely, "when the world fell into chaos and demons ran rampant, we aspired to live in seclusion, yet calamities repeatedly came knocking at our door. This has forced my family to flee far away, leaving Yellow Mountain in search of refuge. But in these times, where in the world are there no demons and evil spirits preying upon innocents? We, the kind spirit monsters, are coveted by demons and eyed by evil cultivators. Each one watches us like prey, longing to seize our flesh, souls, mana essence, to use it in their practices and enhance their Taoist cultivation." A bitter expression crossed old man Xin's face. Even the venerable practitioners of the righteous path from both Taoism and Buddhism often carry biases against our kind. The extremists would strike down any spirit monster they encounter, indifferent to whether we have perpetrated evil. In this way, although the world is vast, there seems to be no place for my family. After moving from Yellow Mountain, troubles continued to pursue us, forcing us to keep moving to avoid them. Unexpectedly, it led to even more tribulations, and we even incurred the wrath of a particularly formidable enemy. Old man Xin sighed, "I have lived for over 200 years, and my time is coming to an end, death holds no fear for me. However, beneath me and my wife's knees are many children. If we were to pass away, they would be left destitute and vulnerable, likely to be bullied incessantly. Therefore, these past years, my wife and I have been marrying off our daughters, hoping to find them a refuge." Speaking, old man Xin turned his gaze towards the red-clad young girl at his side. "The first 13 daughters have already found families to take them in, the only one left is Shizi who hasn't been entrusted to anyone yet. Hence, I came here to ask if she could be married to Li Jiwen. She needn't be the main wife, being a concubine would suffice, as long as she has a place to exist." As he finished speaking, old man Xin stood up and, to Su Yang's surprise, began to kowtow deeply. "I beseech Li Jiwen to have pity on my young girl and, out of great kindness, take her in." "Elder, you must not do this." Su Yang shook his head, raising an empty hand gently, true gang energy invisibly emanating to support the elder's body. Feeling the invisible true gang, old man Xion's expression subtly changed, but he quickly regained his composure and stood up. "Li Jiwen, with your unparalleled genius and literary grace, you are destined to be a top scholar in the future. With such honors to your name, demons and evil spirits will surely retreat. Although my enemy is formidable, they would not dare to harm a hair on your head. My wife and I would do everything possible to lead it away, ensuring it does not trouble you." After speaking, he looked earnestly at Su Yang. "What does Gun think?" Su Yang observed him in silence. He finally understood the other's intention. In this world, divine soul methods, under the guise of the unreal, cultivation is not only practiced by humans but also by spirit monsters. However, most spirit monsters prefer the rapid advancement offered by the evil path cultivation method over the slow progressing righteous way of cultivation, devouring human blood, flesh, and souls, along with their mana essence. Such spirit monsters are known to the people as demons and evil spirits. Yet, there are spirit monsters that do not follow these dark shortcuts but cultivate according to the righteous Dao. These monsters can be considered kind. However, being kind does not necessarily lead to good fortune. In fact, the standing of kind spirit monsters is quite awkward. Since they practice the righteous Dao, which leads to slow progress and pure mana, they are seen by other animalistic demons as walking spirit pills, beneficial to consume and without the risk of retaliation or pursuit by high-ranking individuals from Taoism or Buddhism. Human cultivators aren't much better than demons, with those from the evil path often being even more brutal, all of them wanting to capture these spirit monsters for consumption and to strengthen their own cultivation and Taoist practice. Righteous Daoist cultivators also harbor prejudices, subscribing to the idea that those who aren't part of their clique have ill intent, often scorning these spirit monsters. Some extremists even follow a policy of killing all demons and monsters on sight, without regard for good or evil or the righteous or evil path. Thus, the situation for kind spirit monsters is very difficult. In times of peace, with demons lying dormant, they can seclude themselves from the world. But when chaos reigns, with demons running rampant, they become hunted spiritual medicine. The Xian family's foxes are such kind spirit monsters. With the chaos of the world and demons running amok, they were forced to leave their ancestral home of Yellow Mountain, fleeing desperately from one place to another, yet still coveted by all kinds of demons, and in the end, they incurred the wrath of a terrifying enemy. To avoid disaster, they had no choice but to marry off their children, seeking shelter for them. Thus, they came to him, the renowned Li Jiayuan. This was not surprising. Although he had not demonstrated great strength to the outside world, with the literary talent he had shown, it was almost certain that he would achieve the honors of a top scholar in the future. The title of top scholar had significant meaning within the system of Confucianism. Though not on the same level as a great scholar, it was enough to deter common demons and monsters, and with the backing of Confucian Gate, protecting a small fox was easily manageable. So, was he to agree? In the face of old man Xian's anxious and hopeful gaze, as well as Miss Xian Shizi's nervous and shy look, Su Yang shook his head with a light smile and said, "I don't mean to hide anything from you, elder, but I have no interest in fame or a political career, and I won't be taking part in the imperial examinations anymore. I'm afraid the honors of a top scholar are not in my future." This. Old man Xian stood rooted to the spot, surprised and uncertain. However, Su Yang lowered his gaze and looked at Miss Xian Shizi, who was also at a loss, and smiled, "I intend to engage in educational work, transforming my private school into an academy to admit numerous students. If the elder is willing, let this young lady enroll. With the educational aura of the academy, ordinary demons will surely not dare to offend. In addition, I have some connections in North City, Jinhua Mansion, and with scholars of Jiangxi. They are all friends of mine. Master White Mountain from Mana Bright Temple and Daoist Green River from Qingping Taoist Temple also share a certain affinity with me. If the elder trusts me, Li Liuxian, why not settle down here in North City?" Su Yang looked at the two, smiling lightly as he said, "I guarantee absolutely no one will trouble you." This. Upon hearing this, old man Xian was even more astonished and unsure of what to do. Su Yang did not press or push for an immediate answer. He indeed wanted the Xian family's foxes to settle down, preferably with the whole family in tow. But it wasn't because Miss Xian Shizi's beauty had stirred his heart, rather, these kind spirit monsters were of great use to him. He wanted to raise these foxes. As mentioned before, there are two ways to cultivate skills, focusing on quantity and focusing on quality. There's no need to discuss quantity, it is a matter of time accumulation and continuous practice. Quality also needs no explanation, which is to perform as perfectly as possible. If these kind spirit monsters were to swear allegiance to him, it could drastically improve the quality of his breeding skill, yielding high-level traits, enhancing his fighting power, and aiding his cultivation. Therefore, he hoped the Xian family would settle down, ideally bringing along all their relatives, 7 aunts and 8 uncles. He could provide for their basic needs and even pay them a monthly allowance for raising them. What, an enemy? Who cares? With a debt so large it doesn't weigh one down, there's already an orchid temple nearby, a few more demons and ghosts wouldn't make any difference. Anyway, he doesn't care. A school. Enrollment. This. Although the conditions Su Yang offered were very enticing, old man Xian still hesitated. Li Jiayuan, isn't this approach too ostentatious? If it draws the attention of our enemy and harms the innocent, how could I bear it? A tree wishes to stay still but the wind keeps blowing, some things are unavoidable. Better to face them head-on. Su Yang smiled, saying composedly, the philosophy of my school is to teach without discrimination. As long as one is kind and righteous, whether human or demon, all may study in my school. Whoever comes to trouble us, is my enemy, and I will show no mercy. This. The final 4 words, carrying a sharp edge, startled old man Xin, who looked at Su Yang with a mixture of surprise and awe. After a long while, he finally exclaimed in admiration, everyone says Li Jiwen is not only matchless in poetry and painting, but also in literary and martial skills. I had my doubts before, but now I see it was like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well and not recognizing Mount Tai. With that, he gave Su Yang a bow. Given this, I entrust my daughter to Li Jiwen. After he finished speaking, he turned to the girl beside him, Shizi, from now on, Li Jiwen will be your husband. You must serve him well, in life never parting, in death never abandoning. Father. The girl's gaze trembled, then she nodded, turned to Su Yang and, with a shy voice, greeted, Shizi has seen her husband, my lord. No need for such formalities. Su Yang shook his head, lifting his hand in a gesture, and helped her up, as you join my school, you become my student. And as for old man Xin, do you truly wish not to stay in North City? Old man Xin shook his head and said with a bitter smile, our enemy is extremely formidable, I dare not involve the young master. If my daughter has a home to settle in, that is enough for me. Having said that, he opened the 3 brocade boxes on the table. These humble gifts were intended to be Shizi's dowry, so now let them be a contribution to the school. Su Yang looked over and saw that all 3 brocade boxes contained books. Ancient books full of classical charm and cultural qi. Treasures of ink and culture, where cultural qi gathers. Reading them aids cultivation, all are invaluable. Upon seeing this, Su Yang also sighed, these gifts are too precious. Old man Xin smiled, please accept them, sir. Very well. Su Yang nodded, not refusing any further, then turned his gaze to the red-clothed girl, you're called Shizi. The girl nodded, yes. Su Yang smiled again, asking, that is your nickname, do you have a formal name? This. Shizi glanced at old man Xin. Old man Xin caught the implication of the question, and immediately began stroking his beard and laughing, a wild fox from the hills has no formal name. Shizi also lowered her head and said, since childhood, my parents and sisters have all just called me Shizi. Su Yang nodded, in that case, what if I give you a name? Very good. Very good. Old man Xion's eyes lit up with a smile, and he quickly agreed, aren't you going to thank the young master? Shizi was also somewhat surprised, Shizi thanks the young master. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then said, Yun means beautiful jade, and since a beautiful woman is like jade, let's call you Xin Yun, shall we? Xin Yun. Shizi repeated the name softly, and after savoring it, her joy intensified, thank you, young master, for the name. Su Yang nodded, then turned his eyes back to old man Xin, if the old gentleman is unwilling to stay in North City, I will not coerce him. If in the future there is any need, feel free to seek me out. Should I be able to help, I will not decline. Thank you, Li Jiwen. Old man Xion's eyes sharpened, and he spoke earnestly, with my daughter having found such a destination, even if I enter the netherworld, I could smile at rest in the afterlife. After speaking, he turned to Miss Xin Shizi, Shizi, would you see your father out? Father. Tears welled up in Miss Xin Shizi's eyes, filled with worry. Yet, facing her father's gaze, she dared not speak more and could only see him out. Su Yang stood in the hall, watching the 2 leave. A short while later, outside the Li mansion. That's enough, you should stop here. Old man Xin stopped walking and looked at Xin Shizi, who was tearful like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Shizi, from now on you belong to another's family. Don't be so willful, don't throw tantrums anymore. Father. Xin Shizi stared at her father, unable to help crying out, I still want to be with you and mother. Don't say such headstrong things. Old man Xin shook his head, speaking firmly, this Li Jiwen is truly a gentleman and possesses extraordinary skills. In the future, he's destined for great things. Serve him well and you will be blessed. As for your mother and me, we're 1,000-year-old foxes, what's there to fear? Don't worry, those demons and ghosts can't trouble us. But what? You don't want to? Old man Xin looked at her, feigning surprise as he asked himself, that's strange, when we moved, who owned that large box of poetry collections, storybooks, and portraits? And who was crying and insisting not to throw them away? At these words, the girl's face flushed red, and she stood there, at a loss for what to do. Well. All right, your dreams are fulfilled, your desires met, what more could you want? Don't play coy when you've gained an advantage. Old man Xin shook his head, sighing, it's good that he intends not to pursue fame and officialdom, the current age is turbulent, the capital especially full of hidden dangers. It's better to stay away. Enough said, let's leave it at that. Go back now. After I deal with those matters, your mother and I will come to see you. Oh right, I have yet to speak in detail with him about our enemy. When you have a moment alone with him, you must tell him everything. It will help bring the two of you closer. Understand? Understood, understood. Why are you stuttering? Affairs of the heart are the very nature of man. Now that you've got a head start into the Li mansion, you must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if some other vixen comes along, how could a little girl like you compete against that? Oh, if only I'd had your sisters instruct you more. Father. 3 months later, outside the county town, a new academy opened. Is this the Guo Bei Academy? Li Jiayuan truly has a mind that wanders beyond the skies, as elusive as an antelope hanging by its horns. Impossible to fathom. Exactly, at a time like this, instead of rushing to the capital to take the exams, he opened an academy. What is he thinking? Does he not want his fame and status anymore? Could it be that he is not confident about this imperial examination, so he's delaying it for now and will take the exams in the next session? Get real, he's just scared. Having earned the title of Gun, he's been distracted by other matters, even tinkering with writing novels and storytelling books, wasting his talents for nothing. Afraid that he won't achieve high ranking if he goes to the capital, he's simply chosen not to go. Keep your voice down, we're outside the city, and there's no rotten cabbage or stinky eggs here, but those people will throw stones. Whether he ranks high or not, for him, it's all the same. You wouldn't know, but a few days ago when the academy started, people with status from Guo Bei County, Jinhua Mansion, even from Jiangshi, came one after the other. Those who couldn't attend sent representatives with gifts. His influence in Jiangshi scholarly forests, the sea of learning, the political scene, and literary circles is simply terrifying. That's not all. I've heard that even cultivators from remote places and esteemed individuals from Buddha's way have close ties with him. Not to mention several Taoist temples and monasteries nearby. The Taoist leader from Mount Jiliai's Mingxiao Taoist Temple at Peach Blossom Mountain even sent a grand gift to congratulate him. Mount Jiliai's Mingxiao Taoist Temple? I heard that the Taoist there is a fierce practitioner of thunder skills. Just half a month ago, he personally eliminated a gang of demons disguised as bandits. The commotion could be heard thundering 100 li away. Is young Master Liuxian's network really so terrifying? Outside the academy, onlookers of all stripes were discussing heatedly. Inside the academy, each classroom was bustling with activity. In one corner of the classroom, Miss Xin Shizi sat upright, waiting for the teacher to call roll. Today, she had changed into a green gown, dressing as a man. A beauty like jade, just as a gentleman should be. Though exceedingly handsome, she didn't stand out in the current classroom. Because Zhu Yingtai. Present. Li Yingtai. Present. Liang Yingtai. Present. Zhou Wenjun. Meng Wenjun. Zhou Wenjun. Feng Suhen. Lu Suhen. Zhang Suhen. Bai Suhen. Watching the students below, who were very handsome and as splendid as a multitude of flowers, the teacher calling roll couldn't help but put down the register and said, "The academy doesn't forbid women from studying, what are all of you doing?" Hee. Teacher, what are you talking about? We disciples don't quite understand what you mean. Where's Li Jiayuan? Isn't he supposed to be teaching this class? I'll die if I don't see Sword Minister. Haven't you seen the syllabus? Young Master Liuxian only teaches music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the martial arts of archery and horsemanship. He is not teaching this class. Anyone wanna trade books? I've got a new copy of Peony Pavilion, willing to trade for romance of the Western Chamber. Silence, silence. Looking at the giggling young ladies below, the teacher stood firm, tapping the desk with a ruler, and said, "Since you've entered the academy, you must follow its rules. If anyone is stubborn and refuses to be taught, they will be expelled from the academy, never to be admitted again." Upon hearing this, the noisy crowd instantly quieted down, sitting properly like obedient children. Alas! The teacher shook his head, unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse, but continued with the roll call. Soon, the class ended, and the students were set free, instantly forming several groups. Auction. Auction. An authentic portrait of Li Jiwen, lifelike and vivid, for just 10 silver taels each. 10 taels? Why don't you go rob someone? Don't buy from this fraudster, my portraits are even better, and they're only 8 taels. To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. I have a relative who serves as a maid in the Li mansion, I couldn't be clearer about Sword Minister's dietary preferences. 5 silver taels for each piece of information. You swindlers! I'm already studying at the academy, I don't need these side path left way tricks. With my natural beauty, the position of Madam of Li Mansion will definitely fall into my lap. Mirrors for sale. Mirrors for sale. 1 coin each, take a good look at yourselves. Watching the boisterous young female scholars, Miss Xin Shizi sat quietly in the corner, not saying a word, but feeling a sense of superiority in her heart. These people are too lowly, not even through the gate of Li Mansion and already dreaming big dreams. Among the thousands of students at the academy, how many noble women and charmers are there? How could the young master possibly notice them all? Not like her, who was already near water and could first enjoy the moon's reflection. Xin Yun. You're the little fox from the Xin family. Her thoughts were still unsettled when a group of handsome young masters surrounded her table, eyeing her with eager intensity. Miss Xin Shizi was startled and looked up, only to be even more frightened. You all. What you? A group of them promptly cut her off. Let's cut to the chase and speak plainly. This one's from the Shui family's small serpent, this one's the rabbit from the Bai family, this one's the pheasant from Peach Mountain. We are the Guo Bei Academy Evil Spirit Alliance. Now we're setting some ground rules with you. First, you're not allowed to casually approach young Master Liuxian. Second, you're not allowed to absorb young Master Liuxian's cultural qi. Third, you're not allowed to absorb young Master Liuxian's yang energy. Fourth, you're not allowed to tempt young Master Liuxian with demon arts. Fifth, you're not allowed to be alone with young Master Liuxian. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 3 rules? Mind your own business, I'll dictate as many as I want. In short, you're not allowed to seduce young Master Liuxian, and most certainly not allowed to absorb his cultural qi or yang energy to harm his health. Especially you, little vixen. You fox spirits are best at seducing men. If we catch you having any improper designs on the young master, get ready to be made into a fur coat. Chapter 96, Withering Prosperity. 3 years, 3 more years, and another 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had gone by. Inside Jinhua Mansion, outside North City County. In the wilderness, amidst a cluster of mountains, a secluded wild observatory of Fox-chan, Zen, lied hidden. Named Dry Prosperous Mountain. Dry Prosperous Taoist Temple. Dry Prosperous Taoist. Within the wilderness and the mountains, in a pavilion, 2 figures watched with cold eyes. It turned out to be a monk and a Taoist, both outsiders of the world. If any devout followers of Taoism and Buddhism were present, they would recognize their identities as reclusive experts from Jinhua, true cultivators of Taoism. Master White Mountain of Mana Bright Temple. Daoist King He from Qingping Taoist Temple. The 2 stood in the pavilion, coldly observing the dry prosperous Taoist temple. This pavilion was situated a good 10 li, Chinese mile, approximate 0.5 kilometers, away from dry prosperous mountain. Given the twists and turns of the mountainous terrain, one could not climb to a high vantage point to overlook all the mountains. Logically speaking, it would be impossible to spot the dry prosperous Taoist temple hidden amidst the cluster of mountains. But these were 2 great experts of Taoism, and of course, ordinary reasoning did not apply to them. The 2 stood within the pavilion, their eyes shimmering with spiritual light, peering into the location of the dry prosperous Taoist temple from afar. Dry prosperous monster. Such evil cultivators tarnish the reputation of our Taoist sects. Daoist King He's expression was icy, tinged with anger. White Mountain Monk clasped his prayer beads. This person is a notorious evil cultivator, having roamed Jiangnan committing atrocities for many years. With brutal methods, he acts with impunity, eluding the law. No one has been able to hold him accountable. In recent years, he has even moved to Jiangzhou territory, taking refuge in Jinhua Mansion, and still, no one can do anything about him. It's all because he relies on the power of that orchid old demon. Daoist King He spoke coldly. The powerful cultivators of Jinhua Mansion are now stationed around Orchid Temple, to prevent the Orchid Ghost Realm from expanding. They cannot afford to act rashly, or else how could they have tolerated his brazen behavior? White Mountain Monk also sighed. This monster has roamed here with some schemes in mind, perhaps related to the old demon inside Orchid Temple. He might be attempting a diversion, a strategy of crying in the east and striking in the west. Our fellow cultivators must not act rashly against him. Daoist King He's eyes held anger. It's infuriating that our Taoist cultivation and mana are insufficient compared to several fellow cultivators. Otherwise, we must have torn down his evil temple. White Mountain Monk shook his head. This monster's abilities are not ordinary. He has cultivated a spell, the Spirit Eye's mysterious light of the Taoist righteous path. It allows him to investigate all matters under heaven, including the past and future, even to inquire of ghosts and gods, communicate with the yin and yang, possessing some capability of heaven view earth here. Moreover, his spies are scattered throughout these mountains. 3 years ago, subduing Dragon Abbot of Mana Bright Temple temporarily left Orchid Ghost Realm with the intention to sweep away this dry prosperous Taoist temple. However, the monster detected it in advance, and by the time action was taken, he was already gone. Subduing Dragon Abbot refused to let the tiger return to the mountain and led the temple monks in pursuit for 3 months, but still returned empty-handed. This emboldened the monster to act even more wildly. Indeed cunning. White Mountain Monk sighed softly, full of helplessness. Heaven view earth here. Daoist King He snorted coldly. Such an art of great divine power, how could an evil monster like him manage to cultivate it? After speaking coldly, helplessness was evident. The Spirit Eye's mysterious light is indeed a righteous skill of our Taoist sect, capable of investigating the 3 realms. I don't know how this monster got hold of the skill, but he has cultivated it, and with the many spies he has in these mountains, it truly isn't easy to bring down his dry prosperous Taoist temple. It certainly isn't easy. White Mountain Monk nodded, then turned his gaze towards the distant sky. Let us hope that Brother Shi's action today can eradicate this monster, otherwise, if he continues to cause harm, countless innocent people will suffer. Brother Shi. Daoist King He also turned his head, looking in the direction of North City. Since he destroyed the 100 Ghosts Taoist 5 years ago, Brother Shi has not made a move. Now, 5 years have passed. I wonder to what realm his Thunder series has advanced. Certainly extraordinary. White Mountain Monk smiled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted this dry prosperous Taoist temple, nor would he have asked us to come and watch. Indeed, indeed. Daoist King He nodded, with Brother Shi overseeing. Not to mention North City, even Jinhua and the whole of Jiangzhou province have been much more peaceful in recent years. This dry prosperous monster acts with unrestrained malice, truly thinking no one can control him. Today, he will see the prowess of a true cultivator of the righteous path. As the words fell, a sound was heard. Boom! A clap of thunder, a bolt from the blue. Instantly, the sky darkened, and Yangyun clouds gathered, layer upon layer obscuring the heavens. Rumble. Clouds collided, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and in a blink, torrential rain poured down, enveloping the wilderness and the mountains. Daoist King He stroked his beard, squinting as he observed the changes in the heavens and earth, murmuring, Brother Shi's technique of cloud cover and rain, his thunder commanding power, has become increasingly divine. I can barely discern any traces of the spells at work. No, this isn't the spell of cloud cover and rain, the thunder commanding power, it's in harmony with the natural weather. As he spoke, his fingers inadvertently pulled and broke several strands of his beard. Hearing this, White Mountain Monk also showed a look of surprise, his eyes gleaming with spirit light as he observed the natural patterns. This, formed entirely by nature, the thunderstorm came on its own with hardly any trace of spells. It seems Brother Shi has calculated the natural weather, knowing that a thunderstorm would arrive, that's why he chose today to strike at the dry prosperous Taoist temple. With the advantage of timing and conditions, he's already seized the initiative. White Mountain Monk first expressed admiration, then smiled, that dry prosperous monster is a spell cultivator using evil skills. Under the frightful power of the world's thunder, most of his evil power will likely be stripped away. Those ghosts and spirit monsters scattered in the mountains, those puppet paper figures, will also lose their efficacy, effectively blinding his external senses. Adding to this, the thunder and rain are naturally formed, without any discernible traces of a cultivator's spell casting. Even if that dry prosperous monster has mastered the spirit eye's mysterious light, and might have an instinct for danger, he would never expect someone to take advantage of the natural thunderstorm to strike. Marvelous, marvelous! The White Mountain Monk exclaimed in admiration repeatedly. Taoist Man King He also nodded in agreement. This dry prosperous monster, using the heretic methods, has hastily achieved his cultivation, reaching the state of yin soul leaving the body, comparable to our Taoist true men. His mastery of evil skills is indeed formidable, but in thunderous weather, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Taoist Man King He smiled coldly, the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth are terrifying. Not to mention him, a demon of evil, even we, the righteous skills true men of Taoism, dare not let our yin soul leave our bodies and practice at such times. If we cannot let our souls leave our bodies to practice, how is he different from us? A demon of evil will always be a demon of evil. Most of his cultivation is illusory, accompanied by many taboos. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been chased and forced to flee in a sorry state by the subduing dragon abbot that year. Today, with Brother Dao taking action, you will surely defeat him. Between their conversations, both men were all smiles. Meanwhile, in North City County, Mount Jilai. Inside Mingxiao Taoist Temple, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A mana altar stood tall, with command flags arranged in 2 columns on either side. On the altar, incense was burned, and yellow talismans were pasted all over. A man stood in front of the altar, with his long hair bound in a high crown, covered in a dark robe, holding a peachwood sword in his hand. He scattered a handful of thunder-summoning talismans, stepping in the Big Dipper formation, reciting the divine movement curse intent and calling upon the wind and rain, commanding thunder and brandishing lightning. It was indeed, the true man's divine skills were revealed as he initiated the ritual of Taoism. 9 Heavens Responsive Mansion, Supreme Jade Pure King. Transformation fills all directions, discussing Taoism sitting among the 9 phoenixes. Holding the golden Ruyi, proclaiming the Jade Shu treasure scripture. Those unaligned turn to dust, the decree is swift as wind and fire. In command of the 5 thunders, governing the heart across the 3 realms. Greatly kind and saintly, supreme and profound in Tao. Disciple respectfully invites 9 Heavens Responsive Thunder Sound Universal Transformation Heavenly Venerable, to decree the thunderous and jade pure realm ennobled gods and generals. Summoning the 36 Thunder Generals. First summon the 12 Heavenly Thunder Generals, Thunder General of Divine Loftiness, Thunder General of 5 Directions, Thunder General of Traveling Wind, Thunder General of Traveling Rain, Thunder General of Traveling Clouds, Thunder General of Spreading Bounty, Thunder General of Traveling Ice, Thunder General of Traveling Loftiness, Thunder General of Flying Sand, Thunder General of Harvesting, Thunder General of Subduing Demons, Thunder General of Swallowing Ghosts. Then summon the 12 Earthly Thunder Generals, Thunder General of Correcting Virtue, Thunder General of Punishing Evil, Thunder General of Social Decrees, Thunder General of Rice Cultivation, Thunder General of 4 Seasons, Thunder General of Averting Disasters, Thunder General of Gathering Toxins, Thunder General of Assisting the Endangered, Thunder General of Healing Diseases, Thunder General of Great Ascension, Thunder General of Inspecting Heaven, Thunder General of Observing Earth. Lastly, summon the 12 Human Thunder Generals, Thunder General of Gathering Plague, Thunder General of Capturing Toxins, Thunder General of Averting Misfortune, Thunder General of Eliminating Calamity, Thunder General of Breaking Calamity, Thunder General of Destroying Temples, Thunder General of Confining Mountains, Thunder General of Subjugating Tigers, Thunder General of Striking Tigers, Thunder General of Annihilating Corpses, Thunder General of Piercing Barriers, Thunder General of Managing Souls, Thunder General of Cleansing Oddities. The order of Thunder Generals carries out swiftly, as fast as wind and fire, should not be delayed. Wherever the blessing descends, there will be spears, and where the thunderous voice resonates, there will be numbers. If it should be dry, let it be dry, if rain is needed, let it rain. Go. With that incantation, as the sword raised its spirit light, a talismanic decree shot straight into the heavens. At that instant, boom! A thunderous sound resonated, and the world shook as the lightning flashed and the thunder roared. Amidst the wild storm, it seemed as if celestial generals had received their orders and departed. At the same time, atop dry prosperous mountain, within dry prosperous Taoist temple. This thunder, something's not right. On his meditation cushion, a Taoist man abruptly opened his eyes, full of shock and skepticism. His heart pounded with trepidation, as if he were struck by an alarming bell, echoing ceaselessly. Someone is out to kill me secretly. The dry prosperous Taoist's eyes narrowed, as he promptly got up and bowed towards the altar. The spirit light of heaven, the spirit light of earth, let the light open before me, profound and entering the mirror. I invoke the Supreme Elder Lord with utmost urgency as if it were a decree. Open. Having hurriedly recited the incantation, the dry prosperous Taoist shouted aloud. The spirit light in his brow flashed, splitting open to reveal a talismanic script. Then, he lifted his right palm and covered it with his left, grinding them together as if grinding ink or wiping a mirror. In just a moment, a spirit light began to form and transformed into a profound scene. This was indeed the righteous technique of Taoism, the spirit eye's mysterious light. The dry prosperous Taoist, with spirit eyes open upon his forehead and holding the Xuan Guang mirror in hand, took just one glance and saw in the mirror the vast thunder and lightning. As the thunder dispersed, it revealed a mountain, a view, a path, an altar. It was Jinhua Mansion, North City County. Mount Jiliai, Mingxiao Taoist Temple. Thunder Lightning Mana King Shi Jian. I did not seek trouble with you, yet you have come to provoke me. Humph! Having seen the face of his foe, the dry prosperous Taoist sneered angrily, a mere mage still not versed in the out-of-body stage, do you really think your Thunder series is formidable enough to fight beyond your realm? Today, let me show you the might of a true man and the art of leaving the body. Having said that, he put away the Xuan Guang mirror and started to perform a ritual at the altar. However, boom! The thunderous noise echoed, reverberating with a roaring shock. Before the altar, the dry prosperous Taoist who was about to exercise the incantation trembled, as if struck by lightning, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his mouth bled a tinge of bright red. How is this possible? Even if you practice the Thunder series, the human soul and Yin God are fragile. During stormy weather, you absolutely do not have the ability to leave your body. Not to mention that you have not yet entered the state of leaving the body. The power of your Yin God and the art of your curse should not possess such might. What is going on? What is happening? The dry prosperous Taoist's face turned ashen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his eyes filled with horror, and he descended into chaos. He could not help but be dismayed. Just now, he had opened his spirit eyes and initiated the profound gateway to ascertain the origin of his adversary and discovered it was merely a mage, which had greatly assured him. Although he was an evil cultivator and his strength greatly reduced during thunderstorms, this restriction only applied to his external offensive capabilities. Being a genuine evil skills true man who had entered the fifth realm and was capable of yin soul leaving the body, he might not be able to attack or curse others during a storm, but within the sanctity of his own lair and before his altar, he should have more than enough power to protect himself. Thereupon, having a mage of merely the fourth realm coming to engage in a magical confrontation was tantamount to asking for humiliation, wasn't it? Even the mightiest Thunder series cannot bridge the vast divide between a four-realm mage and a five-realm true man. Lacking both mana and Taoist cultivation, even with the advantage of favorable timing and geography, the force of thunderstorms stands little chance against his protective skill. This was the crux of the dry prosperous Taoist's confidence. But now, boom! A thunderclap exploded, instantly blanking his mind. The dry prosperous Taoist's body trembled, his crown shattered out of nowhere, leaving hair disheveled and blood flowing from his mouth, despite no physical assault. No, this can't be possible. 5 Thunder Boom, Divine Punishment, Destruction of Heaven and Earth. 5 Thunder Destroying God Spell. How could such a curse spell, cast by a mere mage, achieve such terror? Its mighty power even challenges my dry prosperous life and death skill. Such might, were it not for a 5-realm true man casting the spell while out of body, would be insurmountable. Why? Could the heavenly eye fail, the mysterious light be mistaken? Impossible, impossible! Before the mana altar, reeling from the 5 thunder-destroying god spell, the dry prosperous Taoist's crown splintered, his hair wild, muttering like a madman, unable to fathom where the failure occurred, where the error lay. At that moment, boom! Thunder resounded, a massive quake, the might of heaven and earth itself burst forth upon the dry prosperous Taoist's yin soul and spirit. 5 thunder-destroying god spell. A thunder series curse-killing skill. 5 thunder boom, divine punishment, destruction of heaven and earth, summoning the power of cosmic thunder to strike the divine soul from the shadows. Its power far surpasses the 3 and 6 wives 9 ghosts claiming lives and seizing souls curse. It is one of the absolute curses of Taoism's thunder series, only a Taoist true man could cast such a spell. Once cast, the spell becomes 5-fold thunder, consecutively assaulting the opponent's yin soul and spirit. If performed during a thunderstorm, resonating with the thunderclaps in the sky, its power would be further amplified. Ordinary true men, lacking strong defensive skills or protective methods, can only meet with demise and scatter like smoke and dust. Is the dry prosperous Taoist ordinary? He is unordinary, in fact, he is below that, a spell cultivator of evil skills, a false true man inflated by pretense. Although he has the dry prosperous life and death skill sustaining his body and the spirit eye's mysterious light skill for avoiding calamities, he is still unable to fend off the 5 thunder-destroying god spell, meticulously prepared by his adversary. At this very second, 5 thunder boom, annihilating the soul, leaving his mind blank, his yin soul racked with unbearable pain, his physical body suffering from the backlash, mana spiraling out of control, evil chi erupting violently, beads of sweat rolling off him until his robes were soaked. Boom! Pft! Another thunder strike, another shockwave. The dry prosperous Taoist spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed on top of the mana altar, teetering on the brink of life and death. At life's sharpest edge, there's no room for reserve. The stunned dry prosperous Taoist, ignoring the mana rampaging within, struggling to stand, bit his tongue, and spewed a mouthful of blood onto the mana altar. Ancestors save me! Blood sprayed, staining the altar, activating a clay effigy consecrated upon it. It trembled, releasing a divine light into the dry prosperous Taoist's forehead. This was the heritage of potentiality, the method of ancestral salvation. With great effort, the dry prosperous Taoist propped himself up to a sitting position. Simultaneously, the clay deity atop the altar split asunder, and 3 indistinct yin spirits emerged, forming a trinity to shield the dry prosperous Taoist. This was the protective echo of ancestral true men of the dry prosperous lineage left behind, portions of their yin spirit, sustained by mana as daily offerings, summoned in times of crisis to save a disciple's life. While the 5 thunder-destroying god spell was dreadful, the dry prosperous Taoist was, after all, a 5-realm true man whose yin soul had exited the body. Coupled with the legacy of his lineage and the protection of ancestors, even the 5 thunder-destroying god spell could not vanquish him in an instant. Curse skills have a tremendous cost, and the 5 thunder curse skills all the more so. Even a Taoist true man with yin soul out of body cannot cast such spells in succession, lest their divine soul sustains major yuan qi damage, hindering future advancement and reducing their life essence and longevity. The dry prosperous Taoist refused to believe that a mere spell cultivator could continuously deploy thunder curses strong enough to shatter his vital protective methods. If only he could endure the onslaught of this 5 thunder-destroying god spell, he would escape certain death. And as the dry prosperous Taoist exerted his entire strength, desperately defending against the 5 thunder-destroying god spell. Atop Mount Jiliai, within Mingxiao Taoist Temple. Humph! Su Yang snorted coldly, stowed his magic sword, and channeled his mana. Thunder flashed, a calamitous cloud formed, soaring from Mingxiao Taoist Temple, heading straight for dry prosperous mountain. Chapter 97, Anomaly. In the mountain wilderness Taoist temple, wails echoed, not even the sound of thunderstorms could completely drown them out. In the pavilions, upon hearing this noise, the White Mountain monk and Taoist King He were both filled with shock and uncertainty. It's that demon's agonized wails. Could it be that Taoist brother Shi has succeeded? No, the demon Qi has not dissipated, the evil Qi has not vanished. Inside the Taoist temple, mana still persists, that demon has not yet met his demise. Even with brother Shi's thunder series and the aid of the right time and place, could he still not take down that demon? The out-of-body true man is indeed no ordinary figure, we should also start our mana altar to lend brother Shi a helping hand. Today, we must bring down his dry prosperous Taoist temple. Amidst their astonishment and doubt, they were about to start the mana altar to provide assistance. But at that moment, they saw rumbling. In the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, amidst the raging wind and downpour, a vast expanse of heaven and earth suddenly revealed a silhouette, riding the Yangyun clouds toward us, unimpeded by lightning or touched by the storm, with feet stepping on the dark ominous clouds and a body moving with the shocking dragons of lightning, as if the divine monarch of the thunder department had descended to the world. Indeed. Brother Shi. The two stopped in their tracks, their faces full of astonishment. But quickly, they realized and exchanged a wry smile, saying, "It seems we've underestimated Brother Shi's divine skills." Saying so, they withdrew and continued to be spectators. In this world, cultivating skills with the divine soul as the foundation, come together as a multitude. Therefore, the focus of cultivation is also on the divine soul. 4 realm mages must condense their soul into a yin soul, which enables them to perform various cultivating skills. 5 realm true men must possess the ability to perform skills with the yin soul out of body, to utilize even more profound mana points. As for the ultimate beings of this world, the 6 realm true monarchs, they must transform yin into yang, achieving a yang god that fears not the thunderous power or fierce winds, so as to roam the North Sea in the morning and Kanggu in the evening. The fundamental skills focus on the divine soul, hence the art of combat also has an inextricable connection with the divine soul. Cultivators of this world, righteous or evil, all regard curse skill as the mainstream for battling with skills. This is true for both the White Mountain monk and Taoist King He. However, this Shi Jian fellow Daoist is an exception. Ever since he slew the Peach Blossom Path and took over Peach Blossom Mountain, renaming it Mount Jiliai Ming Xiao Taoist Temple and making it his own cultivation ground, he frequently took action, sweeping the demon and ghostly beings across North City County. Having cleared North City County, he moved on to Jinhua Mansion, clearing out the Orchid Ghost Realm and various other special areas, leaving no demons, ghosts, malevolent spirits, or numerous evil path cultivators unslain. Unless facing a formidable enemy, he rarely resorted to curse-killing skills, instead choosing to doorstep with sword in hand or even bare-handed, his thunder and lightning fiercely unbridled, a veritable combat maniac. Did the dry prosperous Taoist think that surviving the thunder-summoning curse-killing would let him escape calamity? In Jinhua Mansion, who wouldn't know that the Ming Xiao Spell King of the thunderous Mount Jiliai in North City possesses not only the ability to conduct rituals, but also the power to slain enemies with his sword, his combat skills no less formidable than his ritual skills? Indeed, after a round of Thunder Series curse slaying, he came riding the clouds, sword in hand, knocking on doors. Therefore, there was no need for the two of them to lend a hand. Today was bound to be the day of downfall for that demonic dry prosperous path. Rumbling. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and heavy rain poured. A Yangyun cloud descended from the sky, ragingly charging into the dry prosperous Taoist temple. At the same time, inside the dry prosperous Taoist temple, the dry prosperous Taoist's brows twitched as he opened his eyes, which were full of bloodshot streaks and radiated pain and exhaustion. He had resisted. With his true man's yin soul, exhausting all his sex potentiality, he ultimately endured that 5 thunder boom, the divine spell of annihilating God. But before he could rejoice in his post-calamity survival, a mighty enemy stormed into his dry prosperous Taoist temple, borne on wind and thunder. This is too much to bear. You have your rituals and the 5 thunder divine spell, that's tolerable. The thunderstorm gives Taoist me no advantage against you. But to dare to be so bold, to come alone into my dry prosperous Taoist temple. Do you truly think my life's Taoist cultivation and abilities are no more than paper mache and hot air? Come meet your end. The dry prosperous Taoist shouted, leaping up from his mat, heedless of the thunderstorm outside his temple. He lifted his blood-stained sword and ignited dozens of yellow talismans before the altar, which were instantly reduced to ashes. Suddenly, the Taoist temple shook, the earth cracked open, and dozens of red wooden coffins surfaced, covered in cinnabar yellow talismans. An overwhelming yin qi and pressing evil qi emitted from them. Arise! With a shake of his sword, the dry prosperous Taoist opened the dozens of coffins as numerous corpse bodies stood upright. In the legacy of the dry prosperous path, there exists a formidable corpse refining skill. For many years, the dry prosperous Taoist practiced evil, wandering through the various provinces of Jiangnan, secretly harming many martial world experts with his evil skills and collecting their bodies. By dedicating day and night to the sacrificial refinement, he accrued dozens of corpse bodies nearly as powerful as four-realm demons. Even the renowned Buddhist monk with decades of reputation in Jinhua Mansion, Master Fulong of Phwa Temple, dared not fight him alone. He would need to bring a group of disciples, 18 temple monks, to pursue and battle him. That old Fulong Baldy, with his true man cultivation, still didn't dare to face me alone. You, a mere four-realm mage, dare to charge into my dry prosperous temple by yourself. The dry prosperous Taoist sneered coldly, and with a boost of his evil skills, the corpse bodies formed an array. However, Su Yang rode the clouds, flew down swiftly, and landed directly inside the dry prosperous Taoist temple, amidst the corpse body array. Dozens of corpse bodies revived, each comparable to a four-realm demon, filled with an accumulation of yin qi and evil qi, extremely malicious. Such a corpse body array, with the yin qi and evil qi soaring into the sky, would be a perilous challenge even for a five-realm true man without extraordinary means. Yet, Su Yang had no fear, drifting into the array, and with a raise of his hand, he fiercely threw. At that instant, countless yellow talismans flew out, all inscribed with cinnabar scripted seals, amid the convergence of thunder and lightning. The dry prosperous Taoist's pupils immediately shrank. Thunder summoning talismans, thunder inviting talismans, thunder dropping talismans, thunder gathering talismans, as well as wind thunder talismans, fire thunder talismans, yin thunder talismans, and yang thunder talismans, thunder generating talismans, and thunder destroying talismans. Talismans upon talismans, all of them thunder talismans. With that throw, he actually cast out over 1,000 thunder talismans, including those for summoning and inviting thunder, for dropping and gathering thunder, as well as those representing yin and yang, life and death, the 5 elements and 4 laws. Although they weren't of high grade, their sheer number and top-notch quality meant that when over 1,000 thunder talismans were explosively activated, that scene was something to behold. Boom boom boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, the earth shook, and the formation created by congealed yin qi and evil qi was directly blasted through by the violently erupting thunder and lightning. Amidst the thunder and lightning, one figure stood out, like a divine monarch of the thunder department descending upon the world, sword in hand, as the bolts of lightning surged with his command. Boom! 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 Sword qi soared like rainbows, and the lightning coursed like dragons, exploding upon the bodies of the refined corpses, with dozens of them falling in an instant. Ugh! Seeing this, the dry prosperous Taoist started to exclaim in shock, but the backlash of his connected cultivating skills hit him first, causing his body to shudder, as he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? You, a mere four-realm mage, where did you get so many thunder talismans? Just who in the world are you? The dry prosperous Taoist, disheveled and spitting blood, was already somewhat delirious. He couldn't understand, just couldn't comprehend why things always developed beyond his expectations. He had opened his heavenly eye earlier, invoked the mysterious light, and clearly discerned the background of the newcomer, merely a four-realm mage, a loose cultivator at that, not a direct descendant of the righteous Taoist teachings, and had been residing in North City County for the past 10 years. How could he possibly employ the 5 thunder-destroying god spell, normally only wielded by true men of the Taoist gate righteous skill? It would have been understandable had it been the 5 thunder-destroying god spell alone, perhaps attributable to his outstanding talent and a divine soul unlike ordinary people, allowing him to cast spells beyond his realm. But what about these thousands of thunder talismans? Thunder series skills are difficult to cultivate, and thunder talismans are hard to create. How did you, a four-realm mage, acquire thousands of thunder talismans? How much mana and spirit from mages and true men would need to be drained to refine these? Forget calling you a four-realm mage, even true men among the righteous Daseim lineage of the 5 realms may not possess such wealth and potential. Just who are you? The dry prosperous Taoist was seriously injured, filled with shock and rage, his mind descending into madness, increasingly beyond his own control. But Su Yang did not care for any of that, his sword drawing thunder, a startled thunder dragon sweeping away, eradicating the remaining refined corpses one by one. Boom! The thunderous sounds echoed, lightning wreaked havoc, shattering the last refined corpse into ash. Ugh! The dry prosperous Taoist's body trembled once more, another mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, his vitality rapidly fading, his flesh withering as though it were rotting wood. Who? In the next instant, the rotting wood turned to ash, leaving only his robes collapsing to the ground. But this was merely an illusion. You won't get away. Su Yang's eyes gathered the thunder, and with a sweep of his hand, he grabbed toward an unseen area in the void. In the void, in an area invisible to ordinary people, a frenzied underworld soul, paying no heed to the outside world of flashing lightning and torrential rain, attempted to flee and escape. An out-of-body yin soul. In the world of cultivation, the divine soul is paramount. A 4-realm mage can refine an underworld soul. A 5-realm true man possesses even greater out-of-body abilities. Even if abandoning the physical shell, they can become a ghost or demon and can even seize another's body to live another life extremely formidable. But as formidable as they are in strength, they are just as vulnerable. Exposure to sunlight scorches them like fire, the wind cuts like a knife, immersion in water numbs with extreme cold, thunderous roars shatter the soul, and if they fail to find a host in time, the underworld soul will scatter and disintegrate. Thus, moving about during a thunderstorm is tantamount to certain death. But at this moment, the dry prosperous Taoist had no choice but to escape, his underworld soul fleeing for its life. Being struck by lightning would be preferable to falling into the hands of this man. However, Su Yang grasped firmly, and 100 yellow talismans flew out, striking directly at the underworld soul of the dry prosperous Taoist. Suddenly, the spirit talismans flashed with brilliant light, transforming into chains and hooks among various kinds of torture devices, fastening onto the dry prosperous Taoist's soul, securely locking his spirit and underworld soul. They were ghost-collecting talismans, designed specifically for underworld souls and evil ghosts according to the Xianming True Person's ghost-controlling method. Though they were not as numerous as the previous thunder talismans, they still amounted to 100. Collect. With 100 ghost-enslaving talismans suppressing, coupled with the daunting thunder from heaven and earth, even the out-of-body underworld soul of a true man couldn't resist. The dry prosperous Taoist could not even let out a wail before Su Yang swept him into his sleeve. With that, the battle came to an end. Within the dry prosperous Taoist temple, the evil aura gradually faded. Outside, the rain continued pouring, lightning flashing, thunder roaring, unabated even as the battle concluded. This was only natural. The thunderstorm had not been summoned by Su Yang's spells, but was a natural weather occurrence on Earth. He merely took advantage of the situation, and it would not stop simply at his whim. Su Yang waved his sleeve, collecting the scattered remains, then entered the grand hall of the Taoist temple. Arriving at the mana altar, he began to loot the spoils of battle. A short while later, having packed everything into his bag, Su Yang didn't linger, turning to leave the dry prosperous Taoist temple. He rode the thunder cloud, heading straight for a pavilion in the mountains some 10 miles away. Chapter 98, Yin Mountain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, the fierce wind was accompanied by torrential rain. How could a small mountain pavilion provide shelter? On any ordinary day, it would have been a complete mess. But a mountain need not be high if it is inhabited by immortals, a pavilion need not be large if it embodies the Tao. White Mountain Monk and Taoist King He stood in the middle of the pavilion, smiling gently, waiting in silence. After a short while, amidst the raging storm, a thunder cloud arrived, revealing the figure of a true monarch. Su Yang waved his large sleeve and collected his magic artifact before landing in the mountain pavilion. The two of them immediately went forward to greet him. It's been a few years, Brother Dao's divine skills have advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, we should rightly address you as our senior. Thanks to our senior for ridding Jinhua of a great evil. Brother Dao's merit is boundless. The two moved forward, with Taoist King He joking freely and White Mountain Monk praising with compassion. Both Daoist friends flatter me too much. Such monsters are intolerable by the world, I merely took advantage of the situation. Su Yang smiled, choosing not to accept their address as senior and continued to refer to them as Daoist friends. In the way of cultivation, the advanced practitioners lead the way. 20 years ago in North City, only 3 true cultivators possessed magic skills. They were the two of them and Peach Blossom Path, all 4 realm mages. Latterly, Peach Blossom Path was slain by Su Yang, revealing his identity as an evil cultivator, and Mingxiao Taoist Temple replaced Peach Blossom Taoist Temple as one of the 3 great law enforcers of North City, standing alongside Mana Bright Temple and Qingping Taoist Temple. At that time, Su Yang had already shown strength that faintly surpassed theirs, but due to similar realms, they continued to address each other as Daoist friends, albeit more respectfully. As time went by, Mount Jiliai's Mingxiao Taoist Temple gradually grew in influence, continuously sweeping through the demons and evil spirits in North City and even the entire Jinhua mansion, raising the pressure on Mana Bright Temple and Qingping Taoist Temple day by day. Faced with Su Yang's ever-increasing power and remarkable battle achievements, the two could only change their address to Brother Dao. Now, 20 years later, in North City, there's no longer mention of the three cultivations standing in equal fame, only Mount Jiliai's Mingxiao Taoist Temple uniquely flourishing. The name of the Thunder Lightning Mana King, Shi Jian, resounds through North City, Jinhua, and even the entirety of Jiangxi Province. With the renowned status of Mount Jiliai's Mingxiao Taoist Temple at such a height, Mana Bright Temple and Qingping Taoist Temple no longer feel the pressure because the gap is too wide, and there is no way to catch up, so they simply calmed their minds and quietly waited for this Brother Dao to make a breakthrough and honor him as their senior. Today, he commands the wind and summons the rain, wields lightning with unbeatable force, and effortlessly took down the evil cultivator Dry Prosperous Taoist, who had wreaked havoc for many years. Regardless of whether his realm has advanced, such ability alone suffices to discuss matters on an equal footing with true men. Therefore, their change in address to senior is also a matter of course. But Su Yang did not adopt this posture and continued to interact with them as equals, addressing them as Daoist friends. Brother Shi truly has a straightforward nature, we have been overly contrived. Please. The two were not those given to pretenses, and not dwelling too much on this, they invited Su Yang to be seated with a wave of their hands. Please. Su Yang smiled, sat down with the two of them, and with a sweep of his sleeve, brought out a tea set. This is the new season's Thunder Peak Mist Sprout, please taste it, my two Daoist friends. The two exchanged a glance, both letting out a wry smile. We were invited to come here, yet we've not accomplished anything, and still, we are enjoying Brother Shi's immortal tea, we are truly ashamed. I am not as immensely skilled in cultivating techniques as Brother Shi and possess nothing worth mentioning, but allow me to enhance the atmosphere with a censer of incense. Taoist King He chuckled, and with a flick of his sleeve, a censer appeared, from which a trail of incense rose, refreshing the heart and mind. Qingping incense. If Daoist friend is so humble, then how could I, this poor monk, dare to present this simple array of fruits and vegetables? White Mountain Monk shook his head and drew forth a collection of fruits and vegetarian dishes, and instantly, the table was filled with an array of items not commonly enjoyed by the mundane world, all spiritual objects of the immortals. In this world, although UN energy is sparse and the world is barren, this does not mean there are no spiritual objects that come into being. The Divine Soul method uses the false to cultivate the true and can be applied to the cultivation of living beings, and naturally can also be used to cultivate various spiritual objects. For example, the array of fruits and vegetarian dishes displayed by White Mountain Monk is the famous Mana Bright Temple Vegetarian Feast, each serving infused with the genuine and pure spiritual essence of Buddhism, beneficial to consume, comparable to spirit pills and miraculous medicine. And the Qingping incense of the Taoist King He, which is the unique spiritual object from Qingping Taoist Temple, helps focus the mind and aids cultivation. It is said that daily use can also increase the strength of the spirit and achieve the power of outer body experiences. For ordinary mortals, these are indeed spiritual objects of the immortals. Of course, Su Yang's contribution was equally impressive. This Thunder Peak Mist Sprout tastes even more sublime. Not only is the spiritual energy pure, but it also carries an essence of thunderbolt creation. Brother Shi's divine skills are beyond our reach. Thunder Peak's immortal tea is truly unrivaled. As the two of them tasted the tea, all they could do was express their admiration. It's just a small spiritual tea, how could it be worthy of being called by the immortals? Su Yang shook his head and laughed, enjoying the drink with the two of them. So it was that outside the pavilion, lightning flashed and thunder rolled, and the rain poured down, while inside, incense was burned, and tea was enjoyed in contented leisure. The three cultivators drank together, the conversation flowing freely. Taoist King He replaced wine with tea, raising a cup to Su Yang. Brother Shi, today you've eliminated that monster, removing a great blight from Jinhua Mansion, thus upholding the reputation of our Taoism. It's truly admirable. Please. White Mountain Monk also said, over these years, Brother Shi has purged a horde of demons, rectifying the atmosphere in North City, Jinhua Mansion, and even the entire Jiangxi province. You've greatly diminished the arrogance of demons and evil spirits, preventing them from running rampant. It's indeed a boundless merit. Exorcising demons and exterminating evil spirits, carrying out the will of heaven, is the inherent duty of a cultivator. How can I take credit for it? Su Yang shook his head, then sighed, alas, my mana is inadequate, and my Taoist cultivation is modest. I can't handle Orchid Temple and can only let such ghosts from the ghost realm cause harm to the world. Orchid Temple. Upon hearing this, both were solemn. That Orchid Ghost Realm communicates with the netherworld. Inside are countless demons and spirits that have been entrenched there for nearly a millennium. Many great individuals have come, including true cultivators of Taoism, but in the end, all were powerless against it. Nowadays, the world is unpredictable, and demons are rising all around. Evil spirits run rampant, and the ghost realm is also expanding. True monarch Changrong from White Cloud Taoist Temple personally came to Jinhua, and together with the true men from both Buddhism and Taoism, they were barely able to restrain it. The two sighed, looking at Su Yang again, Brother Shi, your Thunder series is extraordinary and the bane of demons and evil spirits. Once you achieve the status of a true man or true monarch, you will surely annihilate this realm and sweep away all those evil spirits. Su Yang smiled, understanding their intentions. Rest assured, I have no intention of entering that Orchid Temple right now. That's good. Relieved by his words, both breathed a sigh of relief. The Orchid Ghost Realm was no ordinary place, an alternate dimension where yin and yang converged, not only inhabited by thousands of evil ghosts but also backed by an old demon that has reigned supreme in the netherworld for 10,000 years, untouchable. If not for this, true monarch Changrong from White Cloud Taoist Temple would have joined forces with other true men to have already eradicated this ghost realm, instead of letting it harm so many until now. The old demon was formidable. Even a heavenly master from Taoism had no power to suppress it. In fact, they were at a disadvantage, only able to situate themselves outside the ghost realm, in the world of the living, to check its expansion. Only with the emergence of a heavenly master to suppress that 10,000-year-old demon could Orchid Temple be dealt with. Otherwise, it would remain as such. But was it that easy to become a heavenly master? Considering this, both shook their heads silently. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Taoist King He quickly changed the subject. I've heard that there was a disturbance at Hundred Ghosts Forest some time ago. White Mountain Monk said with a serious expression, indeed, roughly half a year ago, a Taoist who called himself Yin Mountain entered Hundred Ghosts Forest and occupied the chaotic burial mound. There, he enslaved ghosts and practiced his cultivating skills as part of his training. He had a multitude of underworld soldiers and powerful ghost generals under his command, quite formidable indeed. Oh! Taoist King He turned to him, so, monk, you've met him. I haven't met him, but we've exchanged a few blows. White Mountain Monk revealed a bitter smile, I was no match for him. I couldn't even enter Hundred Ghosts Forest and was defeated by his ghost generals. That powerful. Hearing this, Taoist King He was also surprised, isn't that similar to the Hundred Ghosts Taoist from before? Hundred Ghosts Taoist, also known within Jinhua Mansion as an evil cultivator who occupied the chaotic burial mound of Hundred Ghosts Forest, a place dense with buried corpses and condensed with yin and sinister energy. He practiced a very formidable skill of enslaving ghosts, with over 100 evil ghosts under his command. While not as strong as the dry prosperous Taoist, he was among the more powerful four-realm mages. Mana Bright Temple and Qingping Taoist Temple had previously joined forces to attack Hundred Ghosts Forest, but ultimately, they were no match for Hundred Ghosts Taoist with the home ground advantage and were forced to retreat. Having no other choice, the two asked Su Yang for help from Mount Jilei, and relying on his thunder prowess, they finally executed the Hundred Ghosts Taoist. However, Hundred Ghosts Forest's chaotic burial mound contained countless buried corpses, and the accumulated yin and sinister energy made it a land of death, which the three could not transform in a short period of time. They could only seal it temporarily, waiting for the yin and sinister energy to dissipate on its own. But unexpectedly, before the yin and sinister energy faded, a Taoist skilled in enslaving ghosts and practicing his skills, Yin Mountain Taoist, appeared. I fear he is more formidable than the Hundred Ghosts Taoist. White Mountain Monk said with a bitter smile, Yin Mountain Taoist's ghost enslaving skills are extraordinary. He even developed two powerful ghost generals named Increase Life and Damage Fate. These were especially terrifying. On the day I went to investigate, I was defeated by the Increase Life General. Increase Life and Damage Fate Generals. Taoist King He's gaze intensified, visibly alarmed, I've heard these two generals are exceptional, considered the epitome of malevolence among ghosts, relentless killers that feed on evil and consume ghosts, advancing rapidly in cultivation. In the future, they could even become ghost kings or ghost emperors, rivaling true men and true monarchs. Indeed. White Mountain Monk nodded, his face conveying his ordeal. I don't know how long Yin Mountain Taoist has cultivated these two generals. Although they are still ghost generals, their mana surpasses mine, and they are not restrained by my Buddhist law. I was utterly defeated and forced to retreat by just one increase life general. There are different levels and strengths of cultivation among ghostly beings. A ghost general is equivalent to a 4-realm mage. A ghost king is comparable to a 5-realm true man. A ghost emperor even surpasses a 6-realm true monarch. If even you are no match for him, then those increase life and damage fate generals must have reached the extremity of the ghost general realm. Taoist King He looked gravely concerned. Increase life and damage fate are the most malevolent generals among all kinds of ghostly beings, nearly impossible to control. The Yin Mountain Taoist who has cultivated such generals must certainly have reached the 5 realms, ascending to true man status, otherwise, he could not possibly suppress them. The Yin Mountain Ghost Path, a 5-realm true man. Increase life and damage fate, 4-realm wickedness at its extreme. Added to that, his force of numerous evil ghosts and underworld soldiers. His Taoist King He inhaled sharply. This Yin Mountain Taoist might be even more problematic than the dry prosperous monster. White Mountain Monk nodded with a wry smile. It seems likely. This Taoist King He appeared uncertain and then turned his gaze to Su Yang who was listening quietly by their side, not speaking a word. Brother Shi, what do you think? Chapter 99, Power. Me. Faced with the gazes of the two, Su Yang smiled playfully. Actually, some time ago, I met this Yin Mountain Taoist. Oh. Is that so? White Mountain Monk and Taoist King He looked at Su Yang with some surprise, but they quickly came to terms with it. If the changes in the 100 Ghosts Forest were known to White Mountain, how could he, renowned in Jinhua for his exceptional abilities, the King Shifa, not know? Taoist King He asked curiously, Brother Shi, how does that Yin Mountain Taoist's skills compare to yours? Hard to say. Su Yang shook his head and said with a light laugh, I did not cross hands with him. Oh. White Mountain Monk and Taoist King He exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. After 10 years of acquaintance, they knew well the nature of this brother Dao. He loathed evil, eliminated demons, never showed mercy, and was fearless. Unless he faced an entity like those from the Orchid Ghost realm, there was virtually no evil spirit that could make him back down. Now, he had met with that Yin Mountain Taoist and there had been no conflict, no fight? Could it be? Although the Yin Mountain Taoist practices ghost-controlling techniques, that's all there is to it. Su Yang shook his head, interrupting their speculation. He only practiced the ghost-enslaving skills and did not delve into the evil path. On the contrary, his cultivation techniques are indeed from Taoist true scriptures, with Taoist mana that is extremely pure. He has definitely not practiced any of the cruel and extreme evil cultivation techniques, therefore, he is not an evil cultivator. This. Upon hearing this, the two were somewhat astonished and weren't sure what to think. Eventually, White Mountain Monk was the first to recover. No wonder that day he only ordered the Increase Life General to fight me and did not let the Increase and Decrease two generals attack together. After winning, he stopped at the right moment, merely driving me out of the 100 Ghosts Forest without delivering a deadly blow. It turns out he does not share the same nature as those from the Ghost Path. It's good he's not an evil cultivator. Relieved by this, Taoist King He also breathed a sigh of relief. They did not doubt Su Yang's words. The ways of cultivation and the art of Dao protection are inseparable, yet distinctly different, and not the same thing. Moreover, in this world where cultivation is focused on the divine soul, ghost souls and underworld spirits are also valuable resources for spiritual practice. Therefore, practitioners of ghost enslaving skills are not uncommon, with loose cultivators being particularly numerous. Let's not even mention those impoverished loose cultivators without resources. Even within the two doors of Taoism and Buddhism, there are many experts who employ ghost-controlling techniques. Hence, one cannot simply brand someone an evil cultivator for employing ghost control. If so, what about the legion of divine guard generals within Taoism and Buddhism? Whether one is an evil cultivator or not depends on the cultivation technique, not the skills used. As long as one does not practice the evil cultivation techniques, does not consume human flesh and soul, does not harm the natural order, and does not bring calamity upon the living, then even if they practice ghost enslaving skills, they cannot be considered evil cultivators. On the contrary, I've also looked into this man's background. He's a loose cultivator. 10 years ago, once his cultivation skills matured, he began to wander the Jiangnan region, specializing in killing evil ghosts and demons, feeding those spirits to the increase life and damage fate to generals. Although he sometimes harms living people, those are immensely evil individuals, whose deaths are insignificant. After all, the increase and decrease to generals are only suited to feed on evil ghosts. Consuming ordinary underworld souls is more harmful than beneficial. Su Yang said with a light laugh, therefore, not only is this man not an evil cultivator, but he's also a pillar of talent for the righteous path. Though they had accepted the fact that the man was not an evil cultivator, hearing Su Yang give such high praise and even calling him a pillar of talent for the righteous path still left White Mountain Monk and Taoist King He quite doubtful. However, Su Yang didn't care what they thought and dropped another bombshell. Truth be told, Yin Mountain Taoist brother and I admire each other greatly and share similar aspirations. After exchanging the ceremony of brotherhood with 8 bows, he is my brother and I am his junior. Henceforth, Mount Jiliai's Mingxiao Taoist Temple and the 100 Ghosts Forest's Yin Mountain Mansion Taoist Temple will be branches of the same lineage, sharing the same spirit, flourishing together, and declining together. What? This statement nearly knocked White Mountain Monk and Taoist King He off their feet, as they looked incredulously at Su Yang. It was indeed unbelievable. They were well aware of Su Yang's divine skills, with his Thunder series techniques being extremely sharp. Not to mention among loose cultivators, even among the legitimate heirs of the Taoist righteous sects, such talent was very rare. He was indeed a prodigy. And such a figure had sworn brotherhood with a ghost-controlling loose cultivator? It truly was unimaginable. But, reflecting on the usual conduct and behavior of King Shifa, both eventually came to terms with it. Although Brother Shi from Mount Ji was vehement in despising evil and eliminating demons, never sparing them, he was not stubbornly dogmatic or unreasonable. On the contrary, he was clear about good and evil, readily helped others in justice, and his thunderous methods were reserved only for ghosts, demons, and evildoers, never harming the innocents or muddling right with wrong. Back when he took over Peach Blossom Mountain, he seemed somewhat ruthless and fierce, but that was because they had dealings with Peach Blossom Path. Once they proved their innocence and cleared any suspicion, he personally apologized without letting his high cultivation status get in the way. This allowed the 3 of them to cultivate together and form a deep bond of friendship. Not to mention the 3 of them, in Jinhua, and throughout the Jiangzhou region, among the righteous Daoist cultivators, aside from those hypocritically righteous ones, who doesn't respect his character. The Mingxiao Taoist temple that loathes evil, the King Shifa who eagerly champions justice, who in the Jiangzhou region does not know, who is not aware. And it's not only the people, even among demons, he only eliminates the vicious and never harms the virtuous. Not to mention anything else, let's talk about Li Jiyiwen's Guo Bei Academy. Every true cultivator in Jinhua Mansion knows that in recent years, Guo Bei Academy has harbored a great many unusual spirit monsters. But has he ever visited Guo Bei Academy to slay demons and exorcise evil? Never. Why? Because the demon spirits in Guo Bei Academy are all kindly spirit monsters that do not harm human life, much less cause misfortune to the masses. Thus, he naturally wouldn't make a move against them. He not only refrained from acting but also provided them with protection. Many cultivators who wished to bother those demon spirits at Guo Bei Academy were persuaded eloquently to turn back by him. Furthermore, those evil cultivators who harbored ill intent and wanted to use kind spirit monsters to practice their techniques were, without exception, annihilated by his Thunder series skills reduced to ashes and smoke. One can see how high his moral standing is. Although he practices Thunder series skills and despises evil as an enemy, he is by no means an uncompromising cultivator who kills indiscriminately without differentiating between right and wrong. If the Yin Mountain Taoist is indeed as he says, then it's only natural for him to become sworn brothers with him. Taoist King He chuckled, Brother Shi truly has a passionate nature. White Mountain Monk also nodded, the matter of the 100 Ghosts Forest was my lack of caution. I shall visit Senior of Yin Mountain in the future to offer my deep apologies with a birch as penance. There's no need for that. Su Yang waved his hand and said gently with a smile, Brother Dao of Yin Mountain is magnanimous, such small matters will surely not weigh on his heart. Besides, he's currently engrossed in his austere cultivation in the forest of 100 ghosts, harnessing evil ghosts for his techniques. It's best if we do not disturb him. Having said that, he reassured them, when we have free time one day, I'll act as a matchmaker and invite him to join the two of you for a gathering. Over drinks and happy chatter, we will naturally dispel any past misunderstandings. That. All right then. Upon hearing this, White Mountain did not persist. Please convey my apologies on my behalf, Brother Shi. Su Yang nodded, of course. Only Taoist King He slightly furrowed his brows, hesitating to speak. Brother Shi, there is a matter I'm unsure whether to discuss. Su Yang smiled, my friend, you may speak freely. Taoist King He hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to voice his concern. Brother Shi, your judgment is naturally infallible, but from what I understand, those increase life and damage fate 2 generals are utterly malicious ghosts, prone to losing control. If they can be suppressed, all is well, but if not, and they bite back at their master, that's truly unfortunate. Indeed. White Mountain Monk also said, the increase life and damage fate 2 generals have reached their limit, just one step further, and they could become a ghost king. My pure Buddhist law has no effect on them. If they were to lose control, what then? If Brother Shi has the opportunity, I suggest advising Senior of Yin Mountain to restrain those 2 generals' progress. Su Yang chuckled, rest assured, Brother Dao of Yin Mountain has his methods. I can even guarantee with my life that if increase life and damage fate 2 generals bring misfortune to the people, I will risk my own cultivation without hesitation to annihilate them. That. Since Brother Shi has said so, we feel relieved. Seeing Su Yang so confidently make such a guarantee, the two of them looked at each other and chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Taoist King He then changed the subject, Brother Shi, has Li Jiayuan already become your disciple? Su Yang shook his head, smiling lightly, Sword Minister and I are sworn friends of different ages. We consider each other equals and do not speak of a master-disciple relationship. Oh! Taoist King He raised an eyebrow, he is exceptionally talented and proficient both in literary and martial arts. It's a pity that the current political climate is unstable and fortunes are unclear. Otherwise, if he were to go to the capital for the imperial examinations, he would surely emerge as the top scholar with ease and could effortlessly become a great scholar in the future. Indeed. White Mountain Monk concurred, nowadays, it's hard to pursue studies of Confucianism and Buddhism. This man has unwrought talent, he's like uncarved jade. If he steps onto the path of cultivation, he'll surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Taoist friend King He and I have long wished to take him under our wing. Su Yang chuckled, I have already gifted him a copy of the Taoist True Scriptures. I believe it won't be long before we gain another fellow Daoist. Brother Shi is magnanimous. Upon hearing this, Taoist King He could not help but smile wryly, although we cherish talented individuals, we are hindered by the rules of our fraternities and cannot easily impart our teachings. If Li Jiayuan were to join either of us, I'm afraid he would waste more than a decade. Now that Brother Shi has imparted the teachings, we can rest assured. Taoist of Peach Blossom nodded his head, this man possesses great talent and fame throughout the land, and his literary fortune is profound. After stepping on the path, he will surely make rapid progress, and his eventual accomplishments will certainly surpass both of us. Only Brother Shi can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Su Yang smiled, my fellow Daoists flatter me too much. Taoist King He then spoke, however, in recent years, Guobei Academy's actions have been rather unconventional. Brother Shi, when you have time, you should advise Li Jiayuan, as continuing in this manner may lead to blessings that are not blessings. Hearing this, Su Yang's expression turned serious, Sword Minister and I share a genuine friendship. I thoroughly understand his character, he would never do anything unjust or improper. As long as he does not follow the path of evil, does not commit wicked deeds, he will forever be my good friend Shi Jian. Those who make things difficult for him will be making them difficult for me, Shi Jian, regardless of their origins. There will be a showdown. That. Taoist King He and White Mountain Monk looked at each other, then simultaneously displayed a wry smile. Brother Shi is indeed passionate, we were the ones who were too much. Enough said. Just as Brother Shi stated, as long as he does not take the path of evil, does not commit wicked acts, then what's the harm in being a bit unorthodox? We who share a bond in cultivation should advance and retreat together, how can we break promises and betray loyalty? In the end, their helplessness faded away, replaced with genuine sentiments. In recent years, with the expansion of Guo Bei Academy, some of Li Jiayuan's actions have indeed been somewhat unconventional. Though his reputation and influence in the Jiangzhi scholarly community have been sufficient to maintain control of the situation, it will ultimately lead to shocks and possibly even rejection by all sides if he does not restrain himself. That's why the two of them intended to use their good friend Shi Jian to persuade him to moderate a bit. But they did not expect their brother Dao Shi's friendship with Li Jiayuan to run so deep, showing a total commitment to protecting him. Given this, the two could not say much more, for it was just in the nature of their brother Shi to be so loyal. There was no way he would betray or abandon loyalty. However, with him, a Mana King comparable to a true person, providing protection, and the addition of his newly sworn brother Yin Mountain Taoist, as well as their own standing as righteous cultivators from Mana Bright Temple and Qingping Taoist Temple, forming a powerful alliance, what was the harm in Li Jiayuan being a bit unconventional in his conduct? As long as he doesn't follow the path of evil, that's all that matters. For any other matters, they would do as brother Shi said, have it out and see who is greater. Leaving the matter aside, the three of them enjoyed their tea and joyful conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. So it continued until sunset behind the western hills, and only then did the feast end. The three parted ways, each returning to their own Daoist abodes. Chapter 100, Harvest. At the Mingxiao Taoist Temple on Mount Jiliai, Su Yang returned upon a cloud, descending into the sacred courtyard. Master. The Taoist temple was now unlike its former days, filled with disciples, majority of whom were Taoist children, yet there were also many Taoist men and even Taoists among them. Close the altar. Su Yang dissipated the thunder cloud and with a few words, proceeded towards the great hall. Yes. The disciples responded in unison, beginning to dismantle the Mana altar. Su Yang also returned to the hall and approached the general altar of the Thunder series. The cultivators of this world, compared to the cultivators of the real world, should be considered practitioners of ancient methods. The ancient methods might not be inferior to the modern ones, nor are the modern methods necessarily inferior to the ancient, it can only be said that each has its unique strengths. Su Yang did not reject either, as long as they were useful, he did not mind adopting and cultivating them, transforming them into his own potentiality. This method had one major feature, the Mana altar, akin to the magic artifacts of modern cultivators, yet slightly different, a combination of magic artifacts and array formation, aiding Mana, Taoist cultivation, curse skills, and divine skills, capable of connecting heaven and earth. Hence, when cultivators of this world fought using their skills, they usually opened altars, and even for daily practice, they needed to venerate the Mana altar. Like Su Yang, within the temple, he revered an altar of 9 heavens responsive thunder sound universal transformation heavenly venerable, using it to deploy Thunder series, doubling his efficiency and greatly increasing his power, an essential item in combat. In addition, the Mana altar had many wondrous uses, such as practicing spells, artifact refining, alchemy, talisman making, array setting, performing exercises, seeking enlightenment, and more, all of which benefited from it. It could also receive offerings and absorb the power of worship to bolster the Mana altar's might. It's no exaggeration to say that a cultivator of this world must have a Mana altar. Without the support of a Mana altar, one simply cannot be considered a cultivator. And the Mana altar also becomes one of the foundations for cultivators in this world, especially for those major righteous paths with 10,000 years of heritage whose altars receive 10,000 years of worship and faith empowerment, having accumulated an immense amount of Mana. If they are pushed to their limits and utilize such a foundation, even millennia-old demons would suffer greatly. Su Yang had been the master of Mount Jiliai for less than a decade, and the altar had been established for only a few years. The offerings were sparse, and the power of faith was meager, but even so, it provided him with great support that could not be ignored. Now, returning from the combat, he did not immediately sit down to examine the spoils of battle. Instead, he first took incense sticks, lit them, and inserted them into the cauldron, venerating the altar's ancestral master. With the ancestral master's protection, may my path prosper. After such a sincere prayer and offering of incense sticks, Su Yang then seated himself. The ancestral master? Which ancestral master? Of course, it was the ancestor of Taoism, the supreme pure moral heaven venerable. The cultivators of this world were all disciples of the ancestor of Dao, venerating the supreme elder lord. But this Supreme Elder Lord was not the Supreme Elder Lord of that other context. With 10 years of arduous cultivation, pondering Taoist methods, and reviewing many ancient texts, Su Yang confirmed something. This world was not originally so barren. During the ancient times, this world was also abundant in prime spirits, a celestial paradise filled with gods and immortals. Yet for some unknown reasons, the prime spirits of heaven and earth gradually dwindled, the celestial world turned into the end times of an evil age, with gods and immortals breaking through the realms and departing. Various major Taoist sects ascended one after another, leaving behind only those with shallow cultivation to struggle on, barely surviving in this realm. Thus, this world possessed the 9 heavens responsive thunder sound universal transformation heavenly venerable Jade Shu Sutra, a system of thunder methods with a complete structure and high tier, the legacies of ancient immortal gods and major Taoist gates left in the world. Even the divine soul cultivation method, a way to fake cultivation to attain the real, was created by the ancient immortal gods before their ascension, for the descendants and disciples who could not ascend, hoping to preserve a part of their tradition, a slim chance of survival. That is also why, in the previous combat, Su Yang chanted incantations, calling upon the gods of the thunder department. One reason was because the tradition was such. 2. It indeed carried mana. Although the ancient immortal gods had ascended and left this world, their divine names did not lose their efficacy. Those divine names and offices of the ancient immortal gods are actually related to the Dao of heaven and earth, and chanting them can invoke the power of the Dao of heaven and earth. Without going into details, even the simple phrase by the decree of the Supreme Elder Lord, expedite as the law commands, found in virtually all curse spells to conclude them. Why so? Because the Supreme Elder Lord, the moral heaven venerable, is an embodiment of the Dao itself. The methods of Taoism, the Supreme Elder Lord's decrees, are not actually calling upon the Supreme Taoist ancestor to act, but to rouse the power of the Dao of heaven and earth. What is summoned is the Dao. As long as there is heaven, as long as there is earth, the Dao will exist, and so will the Supreme Elder Lord. The Supreme Elder Lord is thus, and so are the other immortals. Although they have ascended and are no longer of this realm, the Dao of heaven and earth associated with their divine names and offices still exists unfaded. Merely by chanting their names, one can invoke heaven and earth, invoke the Dao. This is not only for this world, in other worlds, as long as the Dao of heaven and earth exists, one can recite by the decree of the Supreme Elder Lord, expedite as the law commands, to strengthen the connection with the Dao of heaven and earth, increasing the might of Taoist methods. Of course, one could choose not to intone the name, relying solely on one's own ability to cast spells. But clearly, Su Yang was not such a stubborn mule. Why not use what is useful? After reverently completing the offerings to the ancestral master's altar, only then did Su Yang sit cross-legged to inspect the gains of the day. But first, he had to examine himself. Su Yang, Li Liuxian. Lifespan, 37/240. Cultivation, martial path condensing spirit, body training derivation, Taoism Yin God, 4-boundary realm. Skills, eating, breathing, sleeping, walking, planting, breeding, archery, martial training, medical skills, teaching. Cultural Dao, calligraphy and painting, poetry and prose, playing zither as an art, novels and storybooks, immersive experience, unparalleled talent, cultural chi infusing the body. Taoist magic, thunder lightning mana king, increase and decrease 2 generals. Martial arts scripture. Spell, supreme cave true spirit cultivation scripture, 9 heavens responsive thunder sound universal transformation heavenly venerable Jade Shu Sutra, Xianming true person's ghost controlling method, white cloud immortal spirit grass song, supreme yin body training skill, supreme pure true man vital linkage Ju, supreme pure contemplation mirror sword figure, supreme pure wearable talisman scripture Ju, cave truth 8 scenery jade tablet morning figure. Talent, thunder commanding power. Over the course of 9 years, Su Yang developed 3 distinct identities. The first was that of Li Jiayuan, a man of unparalleled talent and famous throughout the land. The second was King Shifa, a man abhorring evil and acting with decisive thunderous authority. The third was a practitioner of the Yin Mountain Way, cultivating the ghost-controlling arts and the increase and decrease 2 generals, which shortens life expectancy. The 3 identities, each with their own roles. Li Liuxian established academies, martial arts halls, pharmacies and shops in North City County, using these to gather wealth and expand his influence. At the same time, Through cultural Dao, he became famous throughout the land and gathered cultural Qi for cultivation. He has now become an undeniable power in North City County, even possessing substantial influence in Jinhua Mansion, with his strength and influence not to be underestimated. Shi Jian then built a Taoist temple on Mount Jilai, recruited disciples, trained followers, and diligently practiced the Thunder series, finally reaching the realm of Yin God and earning the title of Thunder Lightning Mana King. Moreover, he was fair and just, abhorred evil, had extensive connections, and won the people's hearts. He was an unwavering pillar of the righteous path, a righteous skills true man. The Yin Mountain Way cultivated the ghost-controlling arts in secret, training the increase and decrease 2 generals. Once these 2 generals were trained, they traveled throughout various places capturing evil ghosts and killing evil beings, using these acts to continue cultivating their skills. They successfully brought the increase and decrease 2 generals to the extreme realm of Ghost General, ready to break through to Ghost King with their extraordinary combat abilities. This was the growth of the 3 identities. As for skill traits, in just 10 years, not much progress had been made. Whether planting and breeding or martial training and teaching, none had managed to develop extraordinarily high-quality skill traits. The cultivation of spirit plants and spirit beasts remained challenging, and the martial cultivation and disciple training saw only average results. To break the limitations of heaven and earth and overcome the scarcity of UN spirit would require at least a few decades, or even centuries of accumulation. After all, those high-quality skill traits were the result of nearly 1,000 years of effort by Su Yang in Great Zhou, Great Tang, and the Blackwater world. It was unreasonable to expect the same success in this world in just a mere decade. But he did not come out of this period empty-handed. During these 10 years of cultivating and spellcasting, he developed quite a few eye-catching skill traits. The first was from cultural Dao. Unparalleled talent with cultural Qi infusing the body, the effects need not be stated at length, basically enhancing talent and accelerating the gathering of cultural Qi. With this, although Su Yang didn't obtain any official recognition for his accomplishments, the amount of cultural Qi he gathered was substantial, significantly speeding up his cultivation. Next was Taoist magic. Thunder Lightning Mana King, increase and decrease 2 generals. The Thunder Lightning Mana King trait, similar to the martial path, communicates with God trait in martial arts skills, affects all martial arts, whereas Thunder Lightning Mana King only affects the Thunder series. It can comprehensively enhance the effects of Thunder series in cultivation, practice, combat, artifact refining, alchemy, talisman making and array formation, as well as constructing mana altars and offering sacrifices to the Thunder gods. In short, everything related to the Thunder series can be improved by it, and significantly so. This is why Su Yang, with the cultivation of a 4-realm mage, was able to perform the 5 thunder-destroying god spell, which normally only a 5-realm true man could muster. The Thunder Lightning Mana King trait bridged the gap between his realm, cultivation level, Taoist cultivation, and mana. Beyond the 5 thunder-destroying god spell, other Thunder series techniques and various Thunder talismans also benefited from this trait. Plus, with Su Yang's talisman-making skills, the success rate of making Thunder series talismans reached a terrifying 90%. As a result, after 10 years of accumulation, the number of various Thunder talismans he had at hand was so great it could scare others. Not only were there many, but the quality was not low, truly fine works of art. The dry prosperous Taoist met his end at the hands of Su Yang's Thunder series and talismans, which was well deserved. It wasn't just him, an evil cultivator full of fluff, even a righteous Taoist would be confidently obliterated by Su Yang's thunderous assault. That was the Thunder Lightning Mana King. As for the increase and decrease 2 generals, its effect was similar, enhancing the overall effectiveness of the increase and decrease 2 generals, including their growth speed, combat abilities, and most critically, control. With this trait, Su Yang's increase and decrease 2 generals were not only growing and fighting far better than the common ghost cultivators' generals, but they were also much safer. As long as there wasn't a huge gap in strength, there was hardly any chance of the underworld ghosts going out of control and turning against their own master. This was the result of 10 years of accumulation. With this, the land of North City was under his control. Even the likes of the dry prosperous Taoist man, an evil skills true man, were decisively eradicated, scouring his den with great force. His influence was growing, his foundations solidifying. But it was just beginning to solidify and grow. A grand momentum was not yet established, there were still hidden dangers. Therefore, Su Yang could not afford to relax and immediately began to examine the spoils from his assault on the dry prosperous Taoist temple. The dry prosperous Taoist had roamed freely for many years and had amassed considerable wealth. Various Taoist inheritances, as well as magic artifacts, elixirs, talismans, evil skills materials. A mixture of everything, a feast for the eyes. But for Su Yang at this stage, very few of them were truly valuable. In the end, only 2 Taoist scriptures were solemnly placed before him. Spirit Eye's Mysterious Light Skill. Xuan Yuan Divine Sword Ju.